A young boy awakened an extremely rare strength talent, yet on the night of his 18th birthday, his family forcibly stripped him of it, leaving him beaten to the brink of death and prepared to exile him from the family. The dark, opulent hall of the Li family villa echoed with a desperate cry. Stop! Please, stop hitting him. Li Mu felt the weight of someone pressing down on him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, as if every bone in his body had been shattered. A middle-aged woman was holding him tightly in her arms, using her own back to shield him from the relentless kicks. As fragmented memories merged and his consciousness became clearer, Li Mu realized he had transmigrated. He was no longer on Earth, but in a high martial world where abyssal monsters ran rampant and warriors rose to power. And the woman protecting him at this moment was the mother of the boat's original owner. Just yesterday, the original Li Mu had awakened an extraordinary strength talent, 9 Heavens Thunderstrike, during his comingafage ceremony at 18. However, before he could even celebrate, the family demanded that he transfer his talent to a cousin. Talent transfer serums were exorbitantly expensive, typically reserved for those with powerful abilities who lacked the courage to venture into the abyss. The process had to be completed within 24 hours of awakening and required a signed voluntary agreement. Li Mu had refused, but the Li family had forcibly restrained him and made him sign the agreement. While talent transfers were a contentious societal issue subject to strict legal procedures, in this world, family clans held special status. Their ancestral rules and family laws were beyond the reach of government intervention, as long as no external parties were harmed. After the transfer, Li Mu still chose to report the incident to the authorities, but the case was dismissed for lack of evidence. The Li family, enraged that he had brought shame upon them, subjected him to a brutal beating under the guise of family law. His mother, Yang Suiying, rushed to his side upon hearing the news and threw herself over him, shielding him with her body. It was only after the matriarch, Grandmama, who sat at the head of the hall, struck the ground with her cane that the beating ceased. As the current head of the Li family, Grandmama favored Li Mu's cousin, Li Xiaohao, above all others. When Li Xiaohao wept over awakening and frank talent, she decided that Li Mu must sacrifice his strength talent for the family's sake. Yang Suiying, cradling her gravely injured son, tearfully reminded the family of her late husband's many contributions to the clan. But Grandmama remained unmoved. Instead, she grew even angrier, accusing the mother and son of tarnishing the family's reputation by involving the authorities over its strength talent. Seeing her son's dire condition, Yang Suiying set aside pride and dignity, kneeling before Grandmama to plead for mercy. Just as she was about to kowtow, Li Mu's bloodied hand stopped her. Amid the thunder and lightning, his eyes burned with unyielding determination as he used the last of his strength to prevent his mother from humiliating herself. At that moment, Li Mu's uncle produced a new agreement, demanding that they relinquish all claims to the family's assets and agree to remove Li Mu from the family registry. Without hesitation, Yang Suiying signed the document and, with trembling hands, pressed her son's bloody fingerprint onto it. All she wanted was to take her son to safety, severing all ties with this cold, ruthless family. Fighting back tears, Yang Suiying carried her injured son into the stormy night. Each step splashed heavily in the rainwater as she called out to him, trying to keep him conscious. It was then that Li Mu noticed a single, pulsating golden hair in his palm. He couldn't help but recall a game he had played before transmigrating. As he clenched his fist, the golden hair dissolved into shimmering light and merged into his hand. A system notification chimed in his mind, declaring the activation of the Battle God system and rewarding him with a generous starter pack. 100 battle points, the Divine Weapon Technique, the Celestial Scripture of No Rank, and Whispering Ear. The moment the Celestial Scripture of No Rank replaced his basic internal cultivation method, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from his dantian, furiously expanding his meridians. Meanwhile, Yang Suiying had found a medical clinic, only to discover its doors tightly shut. She pounded on the door with all her strength, but no one answered. Just as she was about to search for another clinic, she heard her son's voice, faint but resolute. "Mom, let's go home." Hearing her son's frail voice, Yang Suiying was overcome with joy and tears streamed down her face. She immediately bent down, pressing her cheek against Li Mu's forehead, and sent a trace of her inner energy into his body. Thanks to the transformation brought by the Wu Pin Tian Xianju, Li Mu's injuries had healed significantly, allowing Yang Suiying to finally relax her tightly wound nerves. "Mom, I'm fine now. I'm just really tired and want to rest," Li Mu said, his voice stronger than before. If not for his still healing bones, he might have tried to get up and walk on his own. "All right, let's go home," Yang Suiying said, nodding excitedly. Her pace quickened as she turned into a secluded alleyway. Minutes later, they arrived at a blacksmith shop. Yang Suiying knocked on the door, her eyes fixed on the surveillance camera above. The wooden door soon creaked open, and a beautiful woman, bearing a strong resemblance to Yang Suiying, hurried out with a worried expression. Sister, what's wrong? She asked anxiously. This was young Yorong, Li Mu's aunt, accompanied by her sturdy and robust husband Li Mu's unclean law. Li Mu's unclean law quickly stepped forward and took the young man into his arms. Come inside, quickly, he urged. As thunder and lightning filled the night sky, Li Mu drifted into a deep sleep. By the next morning, he opened his eyes, feeling completely restored. His full recovery was not only thanks to the Wu Pin Tian Xianju, but also to the expensive restorative potion provided by his aunt and unclean law, worth tens of thousands. Stretching lazily, Li Mu's gaze fell on the military cot in the corner of the room. Yang Suiying was there, sound asleep with a furrowed brow. The sight tugged at his heart. So this is what it feels like to have a mother. As if sensing his thoughts, Yang Suiying stirred and opened her bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing her son awake, joy instantly lit up her face. Mom, I'm all better. Li Mu leapt out of bed, brimming with energy to prove his recovery. Seeing this, Yang Suiying let out a long sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped her for so long finally eased, and exhaustion swept over her. Good, that's good. Mom's going to rest a bit longer, she murmured before falling back into a deep sleep mid-sentence. Li Mu chuckled softly, covering her with a blanket before picking up his phone. As expected, the Li family had already posted a video on social media announcing changes to the family registry. His name had been glaringly crossed out in bold red letters. The video quickly became a trending topic in the city, following the uproar caused by Li Mu's report about having his level talent stolen. However, family affairs were beyond the jurisdiction of official authorities, and public outrage could do little to harm the Li family. At that moment, the Li family was preoccupied with hosting elite figures from various sectors, discussing potential collaborations. They paid no mind to outside criticism, treating it as nothing more than trivial noise. Stepping into the courtyard, Li Mu saw his aunt setting a steaming breakfast on the stone table while his unclean law busied himself hauling iron billets to begin the day's work. Spotting Li Mu, both stopped what they were doing, and a heavy silence fell over the air. Yang Yurong's eyes reddened as she hurried over and pulled her nephew into a tight embrace. That wretched Li family! How could they do this to my nephew? She cried, her voice trembling with heartbreak. Losing his level talent meant Li Mu's once promising future had been irrevocably altered. Scratching his head awkwardly, Li Mu's unclean law tried to console him. Don't worry, kid. If nothing else, you can always learn blacksmithing from me. It's a good trade. Warmth surged through Li Mu's heart. He gently patted his aunt on the shoulder to comfort her instead. Aunt, I'm fine. Uncle, they'll definitely learn blacksmithing from you. But I also want to keep going to school. The couple exchanged a worried glance, their eyes filled with helplessness. With level talent, excelling academically was an uphill battle. But they couldn't bear to dampen Li Mu's determination, so they simply cautioned him, all right, you can go to school, but you'll need to transfer. The Li family's younger generation won't leave you alone, and your cousin is still at your current school. Li Mu's smile turned resolute. Don't worry, aunt. The Li family thinks they can rise to the top with just one level talent. Li Mu, will make sure they end up in the mud. Yang Yurong's heart ached at her nephew's bold declaration. To her, it felt like the desperate words of a young man struggling to cope. After all, Li Ziahua's level talent had already drawn the attention of numerous investors, positioning the Li family for a meteoric rise. More importantly, the Abyssal First Battle was only 4 days away, a grand event that would be closely watched by military and academic leaders alike. Li Xiaohua was certain to shine brightly on that stage. When the time comes, his rise will be even faster. Li Mu saw through their thoughts, but chose not to expose them. Instead, he casually asked, where are Juqi and Jiafeng? The children of his aunt and her husband were currently in their first and second years of high school. They went to school, his aunt replied. I didn't even get a chance to tell them about you. Li Mu glanced at his phone. It was indeed getting late. I should get going too, he said, already heading toward the door. Stay and have some food, his aunt called after him. They'll eat on the way. Li Mu's voice echoed down the street as he disappeared. Tunglong Martial Arts Academy. This was the university Li Mu was currently attending. His cousin, Li Xiaohong, was also a student there. The day Li Mu awakened his class talent, she became the student council president. Today, as soon as Li Mu stepped onto campus, a student who seemed to have been waiting for him hurried over. Li Mu, the student council president wants you to go to the training grounds. For what? Li Mu asked flatly. For sparring. The boy stammered. Li Mu's gaze turned icy in an instant. Sun Long, the one mentioned, came from a wealthy family. However, he never dared to face monsters in the abyss. Instead, he loved the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. Even before his talent awakened, he had a habit of bullying students from underprivileged backgrounds, taking pleasure in their pain. A few days ago, he had awakened a class talent, making him even more arrogant. Li Mu hadn't expected Li Xiaohong to align herself with him so quickly, abusing her authority to provide him with human punching bags. Fine, Li Mu sneered, striding toward the training grounds. At the training grounds, a crowd of senior students had gathered in a circle. In the center, Sun Long was mercilessly beating a sparring partner. Although this sparring partner had been stronger than Sun Long before their respective talent awakenings, he had only awakened 2 days ago, and the boost from his talent hadn't fully manifested yet. Despite this, he dared not fight back. Around them, other sparring partners stood with grim expressions, yet none dared to intervene. After all, the student council president controlled the distribution of external donations for cultivation resources that were crucial for students from low-income families. When the boy who had led Li Mu there reported to Li Xiaohong, she turned and spotted Li Mu. A twisted smile spread across her face. She quickly walked over to him, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Well, look who's recovered so quickly. Listen up, my boyfriend specifically wants to fight you. Make sure you struggle a bit, don't just stand there. Otherwise, he won't enjoy it. And if you ruin his fun, he'll make sure you regret it every single day." As she finished speaking, she patted Li Mu on the shoulder, her eyes filled with a sadistic satisfaction, as if she had already won. Ever since Li Mu's fall from his class status, many male students had been itching to trample the former prodigy, relishing the sense of domination. Sun Long had demanded to fight Li Mu, and Li Xiaohong had promised to arrange it. She hadn't expected Li Mu to actually show up today, but here he was. Li Mu focused intently on the duel unfolding in the arena, completely ignoring Li Xiaohong's words. On the battlefield, Sun Long was showcasing his great ability, Flame Fan. With every strike, a fan-shaped blaze erupted in front of him, its power amplifying with his cultivation level, especially when paired with fire-based internal energy techniques. His opponent, though possessing only a crate ability, had a strong aptitude for defense. Forced onto the back foot by Sun Long's relentless assault, the sparring partner resorted to his defensive technique, the Golden Bell Shield. The thick, shimmering barrier absorbed every fiery blow Sun Long threw at it, neutralizing the force of over a dozen flame-laden punches. Frustration crept across Sun Long's face as his repeated attacks failed to break through. Feeling his pride wounded, he frowned deeply and abruptly changed tactics. Lowering his stance and gathering his energy, his right fist drew back in a deliberate arc, resembling a full moon. It was the unmistakable prelude to the devastating, armor-breaking fist. "Stop! Don't do it!" the sparring partner shouted in alarm, his voice tinged with panic. The surrounding students erupted into murmurs of disapproval, their expressions filled with anger. Sun Long's actions were shameless. This technique, while immensely powerful, required a specific stance and time to charge, making it impractical in real combat. Yet here he was, exploiting the sparring partner's inability to counterattack by unleashing such a lethal move. Before anyone could intervene, the punch was already in motion. Sun Long's fist roared forward, shattering the Golden Bell Shield with a deafening crack. The sparring partner was engulfed by the fiery energy, his screams piercing the air as his body was hurled backward. He hit the ground hard, rolling desperately to extinguish the flames. Several classmates rushed to help, patting out the embers. When they finally got him to his feet, his clothes were scorched and tattered, his hair singed, and his appearance utterly miserable. Sun Long, however, wore a smug grin, cracking his neck as though savoring his dominance. Li Xiaohong stepped forward, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Abyssal beasts won't stop their attacks just because you ask nicely," she said coldly. The sparring partner clenched his fists in silent fury, but ultimately swallowed his anger, unable to retaliate. Li Mu, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but reflect on the brutal reality of this world of high martial arts. The stark divide between the strong and the weak was painfully clear. Just then, Sun Long's gaze locked onto him. His eyes lit up with malicious intent as he pointed directly at Li Mu and barked, "Li Mu, get over here." It became apparent that Sun Long's true target had always been Li Mu. He had been harboring a grudge ever since Li Mu dared to confront him in the past for bullying poorer students. Now, with Sun Long boasting in a great ability and Li Mu relegated to Nth grade with the added humiliation of being cast out by the Li family, Sun Long saw the perfect opportunity to exact his revenge. Li Xiaohong muttered a warning under her breath, but Li Mu didn't hesitate. He strode toward the weapon rack, scanning its contents briefly before selecting a bamboo stick. He stripped away its leaves, gave it a test swing, and listened as it cut sharply through the air. Sun Long sneered dismissively. Among martial artists, the choice of weapon was often dictated by one's innate ability. With his flame fan, Sun Long had no need for external tools. Back in the arena, Li Mu subtly infused the bamboo stick with 50 points of divine weapon technique, increasing its weight to a solid 50 pounds. Though his cultivation at yellow rank, 1st grade, allowed him to lift it, wielding it with agility was another matter. Without hesitation, he spent 30 victory points to learn mountain-bearing technique. The mountain-bearing technique granted the strength of 1 tiger and 3 bulls, a legendary power described as 10 bulls to a tiger, 10 tigers to a dragon, bearing mountains, overturning seas, and shaking the heavens. As the surge of strength coursed through his body, Li Mu felt a terrifying new potential. If he could get a solid grip on Sun Long, he was confident he could tear him apart with sheer force. Before he could fully adjust to this newfound strength, Sun Long launched his attack, unable to contain his impatience. While Li Mu had fallen out of favor with the Li family after his father's death and lacked access to advanced techniques, he still had the newly acquired celestial immortal art and a sharp mind. As Sun Long's fist hurtled toward him, Li Mu activated the 9-step earth movement technique, easily sidestepping the strike. In the same motion, he swung the bamboo stick towards Sun Long's wrist. The 50-pound bamboo rod struck with a resounding crack, sending a shock of pain through Sun Long's arm. He yelped and stumbled backward, clutching his wrist, now marred by a deep, purplish bruise. Meanwhile, Li Mu marveled at his own transformation. The power and precision he now wielded were worlds apart from anything he had experienced before. The heavenly immortal technique circulated within Li Mu's body, its wide meridians allowing the flow of true energy to move freely, like unimpeded rivers. Every time he executed the technique, it felt perfectly natural, as if he had reached an unfathomable level of mastery comparable to a martial arts grandmaster who had devoted decades to rigorous study. "You dare harm me?" Sun Long's eyes burned with rage as he forced the words through gritted teeth. As an grade talent, his future was destined for greatness. For an ordinary martial artist to provoke him was nothing short of courting death. The sparring partners on the sidelines were all frozen in fear, silent as the grave. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat Sun Long, they simply didn't dare to lay a hand on this future prodigy. "Oh, you bet I dare." A grin spread across Li Mu's face as he lunged forward with the speed of the wind. The bamboo stick in his hand whistled sharply through the air, aiming directly for Sun Long's face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed, and a bright red welt immediately appeared on Sun Long's cheek. The 50-pound bamboo stick landed with such force that, even with a high-grade defensive technique protecting him, his head spun in disorientation. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Sun Long trembled with fury, about to unleash a roar of anger, but Li Mu's bamboo stick struck again, raining down like a relentless storm. Each strike forced Sun Long's rage back down his throat. He flailed his fists wildly in desperation, lunging at Li Mu like a rabid dog. But Li Mu had perfected the 9 steps of earthly movement to an extraordinary level. Within the narrow space, his movements were fluid and precise, every strike landing squarely on Sun Long's face. The spectators erupted into a frenzy. "Wow, Li Mu, that footwork is insane. Is this even the 9 steps of earthly movement? He's counterattacking while dodging." Normally, the technique focuses true energy in the lower body, making offense impossible. The crowd buzzed with amazement. Although Li Mu had lost his grade talent, his understanding of martial techniques remained profound. The heavenly immortal technique had transformed his meridians, making them exceptionally wide, allowing even a basic movement skill to unleash unparalleled power in his hands. Sun Long had become nothing more than a living target for Li Mu to experiment with. His face was now swollen and bruised, with no unscathed spot remaining. "Li Mu, stop it. Stand still this instant." Li Xiaohong's sharp voice suddenly cut through the chaos. A chill ran down the spines of the students. Clearly, this was an attempt to give Sun Long a chance to recover his dignity. But to their astonishment, Li Mu actually halted his movements. Sun Long, consumed by rage, cared little for the shame of relying on a woman to save face. He seized the opportunity, lowering his stance and clenching his right fist tightly. His arm arched back like a drawn bow armor-breaking punch. If this strike landed, it would undoubtedly leave Li Mu gravely injured. "Gotcha, idiot." Li Mu sneered suddenly, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. With a twist of his body, he channeled a terrifying surge of energy into the bamboo stick. Spinning in a full arc, he swung the stick with all his might, sending it crashing into Sun Long's face once again. "Stop!" Sun Long's fury was instantly replaced by fear as he roared, channeling all his energy to shield the side of his face. The bamboo stick in Li Mu's hand came down with unstoppable force, shattering upon impact. The blow sent Sun Long flying through the air, knocking over several classmates before he hit the ground and rolled a few times, finally coming to a stop. The room fell into an eerie silence. Li Mu calmly brushed off the splinters of bamboo from his hand, repeating back to Li Xiaohong the exact words she had thrown at him earlier. At that moment, a system notification popped up. "Victory. Battle points 19. Note: the stronger the opponent and the more damage inflicted, the more battle points awarded." "Yes." A sudden cheer erupted from the crowd, breaking the silence. Though it quickly faded, it ignited the atmosphere. More and more students raised their fists, cheering, "Well done." They no longer feared Sun Long's retaliation. Meanwhile, Sun Long's mind was blank. Blood trickled from his ears, and the ringing was so intense he couldn't hear anything around him. His face was grotesquely swollen, resembling a purple-black pig's head, with fresh blood seeping from his injuries. The humiliation was overwhelming, swallowing him whole. Li Xiaohong, who had been frozen in shock, finally exploded. She screamed as she stormed up to Li Mu, yelling, "Who gave you permission to fight back? Who told you to retaliate? I told you to stand there and take it, and you ignored me?" She raised her hand to slap him, but Li Mu was faster. Smack! Li Mu slapped her across the face with such force that a tooth flew out. Li Xiaohong fell to the ground, stunned. Li Mu's voice was cold as he said, "Li Xiaohong, stop pretending. Weren't you the one whispering in my ear earlier, telling me to show my true strength and teach Sun Long a lesson? Don't use me as your pawn and then act all innocent." With that, he stepped forward, walking over her face as he passed. Li Xiaohong was too shocked to respond, unable to comprehend why Li Mu would dare hit her or defy her. It wasn't until she caught Sun Long's furious glare that she realized she'd been set up. "No, I didn't say that," she stammered, clutching her face as she tried to help Sun Long up, only to be kicked aside. Sun Long, clutching his face, staggered toward the infirmary, while Li Xiaohong chased after him, shouting, "Long Long, let me explain." The students watching erupted into laughter, mocking the absurdity of the scene and gossiping about the drama. Back in the classroom, Li Mu began contemplating the system's potential. Although it granted him various supernatural abilities, its early-stage limitations meant he had to rely on the martial techniques and skills of this world. Raw strength might suffice for now, but mastering techniques was the key to truly enhancing his combat abilities. During his earlier use of the earthly 9 steps, Li Mu had felt the amplifying effect of the heavenly immortal art without rank, a cultivation technique that made learning any skill significantly more efficient. While the 50 years of accumulated knowledge the system had granted him didn't come with an increase in cultivation base, it provided invaluable insights that greatly improved his combat effectiveness. For now, the most direct way to enhance his fighting strength was through the divine weapon technique, which allowed him to increase the weight of his weapon by 1 pound per battle point. To match the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, he'd need 13,500 points. However, even at that weight, it would be nowhere near the power of the great sage's divine might. Without the great heavenly immortal art, or the true sea-stabilizing iron, and without a physique capable of handling such weight, even using the mountain lifting technique would risk breaking the weapon under its own load. For now, under the divine weapon technique's influence, Li Mu decided to stick with using a staff. Larger, heavier weapons were simply too unwieldy and impractical for him at this stage. Li Mu was deeply engrossed in studying the application of the divine weapon technique. Small weapons couldn't fully utilize its potential, whereas the Battle Saint system was far better suited for long weapons like staffs. Li Mu. Li Mu. A male classmate burst into the classroom, panting heavily and pointing downstairs. "The dean wants to see you." Li Mu smiled calmly, as if he had been expecting this. After what had happened yesterday, leaving Sun Long beaten, so thoroughly he knew Sun wouldn't be able to attend the Abyss training tomorrow. In this world, a warrior striving to become strong must eventually face the abyssal creatures. The education system was tightly integrated with the military structure, making the Abyss training a pivotal moment after awakening one's talent. Following the 3-day training was the Abyss first battle. Even with preparation, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Yet this brutal trial was indispensable for maintaining a fighter's courage and honing their combat skills. Only those who stood out during the Abyss first battle could truly be called strong. Such individuals would attract attention from all sectors, bringing prestige to themselves and their schools. As Li Mu made his way to the dean's office, he noticed a growing crowd of students watching him. Dean Liang Hai sat stiffly behind his desk, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Mu as he entered. "Dean." Li Mu closed the door and stood calmly in place. Liang Hai stared at him in silence for a full minute. Sensing something was off, Li Mu discreetly activated the recording function on his phone. Phones in this world had been enhanced by space-related talent users, enabling spatial imaging without needing to point the device directly. However, the recording range and clarity varied. "Li Mu, do you realize the difference in value between you and Sun Long?" Liang Hai finally broke the silence. "No, I don't," Li Mu replied with an indifferent shake of his head. "You clearly can't accept reality." Liang Hai sneered. Li Mu internally mocked him just 2 days ago, when Li Mu awakened his class talent. This same dean spent half an hour in his office reminiscing about the importance of mentorship. Now, he was lecturing Li Mu about value differences. Liang Hai raised 2 fingers. "I'm giving you 2 options. First, apologize to Sun Long and Li Xiaohong and find a way to earn their forgiveness. Second, leave the school immediately. This is your final." "I choose the second." Li Mu interrupted him decisively. Liang Hai glared at Li Mu for a long moment, but Li Mu stood his ground, unwavering. I said I choose the second. Please issue my expulsion letter as soon as possible, I'm in a hurry. And he truly was. He needed to make a name for himself as a student in the Abyss First Battle. It was the only way to catch the attention of the high-ranking officers in the Abyss Suppression Army. In this world, power and influence were essential to survival. Now that he had gained the Battle Saint system, it was time to rise boldly and honorably, not continue living as a mere stepping stone for others. Liang Hai's face contorted with fury before he let out a cold laugh. Picking up his phone, he barked into it, Grade 12, Class 9. Li Mu expelled immediately. The person on the other end seemed to question him, but Liang Hai's voice rose several octaves in rage. No need for approval. Do I not even have this authority? I said expel him. Send the letter over now. After hanging up, Liang Hai leaned back and smirked mockingly. As your teacher, consider this your final lesson. Every choice comes with consequences. Oh, by the way, Blackwater High across the street is still recruiting. Field take anyone. Moments later, a staff member from the student records office arrived with a folder and the expulsion letter. Without even glancing at it, Liang Hai waved dismissively. Take your letter and get out. Li Mu said nothing. He grabbed the documents and strode out of the office, heading straight across the street to Blackwater High. Heishui High School stood tall in the morning light, with a striking banner hanging prominently at its main gate. Today's transfer promotion. All tuition and fees waived. Special enrollment gifts for students at post-stage rank 1 or above. The slogan made it feel more like a supermarket sale than a school. As a relatively new institution established less than a decade ago, Heishui High School consistently ranked at the bottom of various evaluations. The principal, lacking strong connections or resources, faced relentless suppression from elite schools, deterring talented students from enrolling. With limited access to educational funding, the school found itself trapped in a vicious cycle that it struggled to break. Li Mu stood at the gate, his eye twitching slightly before stepping inside. As a martial artist at the late stage of the Yellow Rank's first tier, he was determined to claim the promised enrollment gift. In this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, warriors cultivated 4 life veins: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow ranked from highest to lowest. Each vein was further divided into 9 tiers, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. After years of arduous training, Li Mu had finally reached the late stage of the Yellow Rank's first tier. In the martial arts training system, students in their first and second years of high school primarily focused on internal energy cultivation and general techniques. However, progress was heavily influenced by innate talent, and most students stagnated at the first tier. The true turning point came in the latter half of the third year, during the talent awakening phase. High potential students could experience rapid breakthroughs in their cultivation within days of awakening. For third-year students, the early stage of the first tier was the norm, while the late stage marked the top performers. Advancing to the second tier signified exceptional talent, and reaching the late second tier placed individuals among the elite. The gatekeeper enthusiastically directed Li Mu toward the school's registration office. The campus felt unusually empty, with only faint noises from the teaching buildings and the training grounds breaking the silence. The enrollment process at the registration office was surprisingly smooth. Upon learning of Li Mu's rank, the department head personally conducted his assessment and assigned 2 staff members to assist him, determined not to let this rare talent slip away. Within just 8 minutes, Li Mu had received his school uniform, badge, and all necessary materials. The warm reception was no coincidence. While the neighboring Tenglong High School boasted hundreds of students at the late stage of the first tier, Heishui High School had fewer than 60 martial arts students at the same level. The department head handed over Li Mu's items with a broad smile. Li Mu, here are your uniform, badge, and student card. You've been assigned to Class 7 in the third year, and your homeroom teacher is Zhao Qingshan. Additionally, you can select 1 entry-level martial technique, and we've credited 10,000 yuan to your student card, which you can withdraw anytime. I recommend consulting your homeroom teacher for advice on choosing your technique. Thanking the staff, Li Mu left, inwardly impressed by Heishui High School's generosity. A martial technique alone was worth at least 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, and with the added cash, the enrollment gift was undeniably enticing. Martial techniques, like spiritual artifacts and weapons, were classified into 8 levels of quality: basic, superior, refined, special, rare, celestial, divine, and divine rare. Each technique embodied the genuine insights of powerful warriors, leaving no room for deception, as any falsehoods could result in severe consequences. Li Mu, who was currently strapped for cash and facing his first battle at the Abyss in 3 days, found the timing of this technique offer perfect. Skipping the meeting with his homeroom teacher, he headed straight for the library. Under the watchful eye of the librarian, Li Mu carefully browsed through the options. His heavenly immortal art was already an irreplaceable internal cultivation method, and his earthly 9 steps sufficed for movement techniques for now. However, his combat skills were limited to basic close-quarter techniques like armor-breaking punch, steel-slicing kick, and gale fist. Since he had decided to specialize in staff combat, he needed a corresponding staff technique. Although staff users were relatively rare among martial artists, there were plenty of experts proficient in spear techniques, which shared some similarities. Flowing Cloud Triple Strike is a fundamental martial technique that can be applied to both spears and staffs. Li Mu entered the training room, sat cross-legged, and began to delve into the profound mysteries of this technique. The essence of this technique lies in a unique method of leveraging force to consecutively swing a long staff to attack an opponent. By channeling true energy into the weapon, each strike sends a shockwave through the target. The three swings are interconnected, with each subsequent strike amplifying the power of the previous one, culminating in the most formidable third strike. While it can be repeatedly executed in combat, the sequence of strikes is overly predictable, making it easy for seasoned fighters to anticipate the next move. As such, it is not ideal for duels between martial artists, but is most effective against abyssal creatures. However, with the enhancement of the celestial art of boundless grades, Li Mu's comprehension of the flowing cloud triple strike advanced by what seemed like 50 years in an instant. His understanding of the technique reached an unfathomable level, akin to that of a martial arts grandmaster who had devoted half a century to its study. Through his innovations, the technique was no longer confined to 3 strikes. It could now extend to 5 or even 7 consecutive strikes, with the sequence of attacks becoming so unpredictable that even experienced fighters struggled to discern its trajectory. In his hands, this staff technique had evolved into a living, breathing martial art. Just as Li Mu broke through the bottleneck of his martial cultivation, a storm was brewing at Tunglong Academy over the news of his expulsion. In the vice principal's office, the tense silence was shattered by a series of urgent knocks on the door. "Come in!" The vice principal barked with a frown. Zhenyuan, the homeroom teacher of Class 9, Grade 12, stormed in angrily and demanded, "Vice principal, are you aware that our student Li Mu was expelled by Director Liang Hai?" "Li Mu? And grade talent? If he's been expelled, so be it. Why are you so worked up?" The vice principal shot him a displeased look. Zhenyuan pulled out his phone, pointing to a video taken at the martial arts training ground. "I want to know, on what grounds was he expelled?" The student council president asked Li Mu to spar with him, only to end up getting thoroughly beaten. "Is that the reason?" And then Liang Hai demanded that Li Mu apologize to Sun Long. And when Li Mu refused, he was expelled? Just 2 days ago, you all treated him like a treasure when he awakened his grade talent. And now this? Hasn't the Li family already hurt this child enough? Do we really need to treat him this way too? The vice principal's expression darkened with anger. What? Li Mu even injured Sun Long? Then his expulsion is even more justified. And what's with your tone? 2 days ago, there were tens of thousands of talent replacements happening. The decisions made by his family are none of your concern. Zhenyuan retorted in disbelief. Vice principal, are you out of your mind? Have you even watched the video? Li Mu, with his current grade talent, was able to utterly dominate Sun Long, who has a grade talent and the same cultivation level. Do you have any idea what that means? Can't you use your brain for once? Bang! The vice principal slammed his desk and roared, Zhenyuan, who gave you the audacity to speak to me like this? Get out, and listen carefully if anything happens to Sun Long. You can pack your things and leave along with Li Mu. Zhenyuan let out a bitter laugh, suppressing his fury, and gave the vice principal a sarcastic thumbs up. Brilliant, just brilliant. Let's see how this plays out, shall we? With that, he turned and left, his footsteps echoing down the hallway, followed by a long, sorrowful sigh. After mastering the flowing cloud triple strike, it was around noon when Li Mu's phone rang. It was his mom, urging him to head to his aunt's blacksmith shop for lunch. The blacksmith shop was located along the street, and behind the storefront was a quaint little courtyard. Surrounded on 3 sides by single-story houses, the courtyard featured rustic stone tables and stools, with flowers, plants, and vegetables scattered throughout, exuding a cozy, lived-in charm. By the time Li Mu arrived home, the aroma of food had already filled the air. As soon as his unclean-law saw him, he immediately closed the shop door, signaling that something important was about to be discussed. Chen Jieqi and Chen Jiafeng came out to greet him. Both wore troubled expressions. Chen Jieqi, a year younger than Li Mu, was the epitome of a gentle and graceful young woman. Her reddened eyes betrayed that she had been crying. Chen Jiafeng, though 2 years younger than Li Mu, was already tall and lanky, with bright, intelligent eyes and large ears. Normally the most animated of the group, even he seemed unusually subdued today. The events of the past few days had weighed heavily on them. Just 2 days ago, they had been proud of Li Mu for awakening and strength talent. Yesterday, the devastating news came that his talent had been stolen. This morning, they learned he had been expelled from the family. All right, stop pouting, Li Mu said, pinching Chen Jiafeng's cheek with a smile. Let me tell you a secret, me talent is even more powerful now. Liar. Chen Jiafeng pouted, tears welling up in his eyes again. Believe it or not, you'll see during the Abyss trial, Li Mu said confidently. His mention of the Abyss trial caught his aunt's attention, and she gasped audibly. Yang Suiying rushed out from the kitchen, still wearing her apron. The atmosphere grew tense. While it was possible to forego the Abyss trial, Li Mu's determination was unwavering. Entering the Abyss with frank talent was nearly a death sentence, and no one dared to persuade him otherwise. I know what you're all thinking, Li Mu said, trying to reassure them. But my frank talent is truly unique. It might have mutated during the transfer, and now, I'm different. At Li Mu's request, his unclean law retrieved a heavy black iron staff from the shop. To everyone's astonishment, Li Mu twirled the staff effortlessly and then casually stored it into his ear. The display left his aunt visibly shaken, and even his mother was stunned. A storage ring? Someone asked. No, this is a built-in ability of my talent, Li Mu explained. This demonstration quickly lifted the spirits of his cousins, who began peppering him with questions. Over lunch, when Yang Suiying suggested that she and Li Mu move out, the entire family strongly opposed the idea. His aunt, especially emotional, said, "When you were with the Li family, I worried about you every day. Now that you're finally back, we sisters need to stick together." And so, Li Mu and his mother settled into the 2 rooms on the west side of the courtyard. The next morning, the Abyss Fortress entrance was bustling with activity. It marked the start of the military training, and over 100 years ago, this very spot had witnessed the sudden appearance of numerous massive sinkholes across the world. The Abyss, a mysterious chasm that suddenly appeared on Blue Star, has profoundly altered the course of human civilization. When waves of monsters surged out of the Abyss, humanity was forced to shift from relying on thermal weapons to developing a martial arts-based system. This transformation enabled humanity to finally push the monsters back into the Abyss and stabilize the front lines. In response, humans constructed formidable fortresses around the Abyss and began actively exploring it. Through this exploration, the Abyss revealed its dual nature. It was both a deadly lair and an endless treasure trove. Within it lay unimaginable wonders. A single crystal capable of powering a city for 1,000 years, a plant that could regenerate lost limbs, and veins of minerals containing 7 unknown chemical elements. However, the monsters within the Abyss were equally terrifying, their power and horror continually surpassing humanity's understanding. The most astonishing revelation was that after a century of exploration, humanity's knowledge of the Abyss might amount to less than 1. This figure suggested that the Abyss was vastly larger than Blue Star itself, its hidden secrets beyond comprehension. At the entrance to the Abyss, humans established Ironhand City. This circular city radiated outward from a central fortress, with intricate networks of overpasses and air rails crisscrossing the landscape. The city became a hub for all industries related to the Abyss and martial artists, trading markets, potion factories, weapon manufacturing, energy facilities, and even military bases. Suspended elevators and manned airships moved ceaselessly, transporting martial artists heading into the Abyss. Yet, in the original owner's memory, this particular entrance to the Abyss was merely a low-level one. At 8 a.m., the dedicated train from Hshui High School arrived punctually at the Fortress Square. The square was already bustling with senior students from over 20 high schools in the Eastern District, all gathered to participate in their first battle in the Abyss. This grand event, jointly organized by the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Resources, and the Military Department, was held 4 times a year, once in each of the 4 districts, and completed within a month. As the first group of participants this year, the Eastern District was brimming with excitement. As the students from Hshui High School disembarked, the Logistics Department immediately began organizing registration. Amid the noisy crowd, the head of student records, Old Ma, smiled and greeted Zhao Qingshan. This rugged, tall man with stubble on his face yawned as he responded. "Hey, buddy, I'm being pretty generous, don't you think?" Old Ma leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Huh, generous about what?" Zhao Qingshan looked confused. "Playing dumb? Think I'm here to shake you down for those 2 bottles of good liquor? I assign Li Mu to you purely out of the goodness of our pure friendship," Old Ma said, patting Zhao Qingshan's chest. The 2 bantered back and forth, only to discover that Li Mu, a latest-stage yellow-rank martial artist who had transferred in just yesterday, had failed to report as required. Old Ma's face immediately turned pale. "That little brat don't tell me he scammed me just to get the enrollment gift package. This doesn't feel right," Lao Ma muttered to himself, frowning. "He's already one of our students. Then what are you standing around for? Go find him," Zhao Qingshan urged, his tone filled with urgency. Right. Lao Ma snapped out of his daze and immediately began scanning the crowd for Li Mu. It didn't take long before they spotted him near the entrance. Dressed in the distinctive black ripple-patterned uniform of Hshui High, with the school's emblem gleaming on his shoulder patch, Li Mu was in the process of registering for the Abyss entry. Every warrior entering the Abyss was issued standard equipment, 2 teleportation stones, and a turtle-shaped tech wristwatch. The watch not only displayed a real-time map, but also provided access to various intelligence. This set of equipment, valued at over 20,000, was distributed free of charge to all Abyss entrants regardless of their background, a testament to the nation's commitment to exploring the Abyss. After collecting his gear, Li Mu joined the queue of Hshui students and stepped into a massive transparent floating elevator. By the time Lao Ma reached the spot, the elevator had already begun its descent into the depths of the Abyss. That was Li Mu? Zhao Qingshan asked, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. Yes, that's him. Never mind, they'll be back tonight. We'll talk to him then. Lao Ma sighed, pulling Zhao Qingshan away. Contrary to its ominous name, the Abyss wasn't shrouded in complete darkness. As the elevator descended, Li Mu could clearly see the fortress below, a miniature city mirroring the fortifications on the surface. Around the edges of the fortress stood dense military formations, and the glow of various teleportation arrays flickered like stars. Looking up, the Abyss's ceiling resembled a vast black curtain, with only the circular skylight at the entrance allowing light to filter through. A unique energy within the Abyss dispersed and amplified the sunlight, maintaining a dim, overcast illumination that imbued the space with an air of quiet mystery. Once the elevator touched down, the students disembarked in an orderly fashion. The plaza was already crowded with thousands of people, all nervously observing this unfamiliar world. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by an earth-shaking neigh. 6 or 7 massive warhorses galloped into view, each one significantly larger than any horse found on Earth. Leading the group was a striking black horse with 2 horns, glowing red eyes, and a fiery red mane that danced in the wind. It exuded an imposing aura as it leapt effortlessly onto the elevated platform. Atop its back stood a commanding officer, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, radiating authority. All trainee students, listen up. The officer's voice boomed, reverberating across the plaza. This is your first time entering the Abyss. You must understand a harsh truth. The creatures of the Abyss are 100 times more terrifying than you can imagine. To them, humans are nothing but flesh and blood, a source of endless frenzy. During these 3 days of military training, you must conquer your fear, follow orders to the letter, and demonstrate the courage expected of warriors. If you fail, your teammates may die in your very first battle. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The students shouted in unison, their voices echoing with determination. A faint smirk appeared on the officer's face as his warhorse suddenly reared up, letting out a thunderous neigh. Do you like warhorses, kids? Yes, the male students shouted, their enthusiasm boiling over. Too bad you're not part of the Abyss Vanguard yet, the officer replied, nodding. Our bloodline-enhanced warhorses are faster and stronger than anything you'll find on the market. If you survive your first battle in the Abyss and qualify for the Vanguard Reserve, you'll be given one for free. You'll also gain access to military-exclusive techniques and weapons you can't find anywhere else. The students erupted into excited whispers and chatter. Now, the officer barked, his voice cutting through the noise, head to your school's designated training area and meet your instructors. With that, the students eagerly rushed toward their assigned zones. In the vast expanse of the Abyss, even with teleportation arrays, reaching specific locations still required long journeys. While warriors were naturally swift, conserving their energy was crucial, making transportation essential. Given the Abyss's rugged terrain, warhorses had become the most practical choice. Through the combined efforts of beast tamers and spatial mages, a special spatial artifact known as the Horse Medallion had been created specifically for this purpose. This is a spiritual artifact designed specifically to house living mounts, including the hybrid-bred blood warhorses created by crossing various monster bloodlines. These warhorses are not only massive and powerful, but also possess endurance and speed far beyond what ordinary warriors could hope to achieve. Students eagerly watch live broadcasts of the Abyss hunting teams and the town Abyss Army squads every day, captivated by the sight of knights wielding long spears and galloping across the battlefield atop their majestic steeds. What excites them even more is the opportunity to join the town Abyss Army Reserve while continuing their studies in specialized Abyss-related fields. Li Mu followed the Hshui main force to the military training zones set up by various schools. His unique demeanor quickly caught the attention of his peers, who cast curious glances his way. Eventually, a tall, lanky student couldn't hold back and asked, "Hey, you look both unfamiliar and somewhat familiar, are you Li Mu?" "Yes," Li Mu replied with a simple nod. The nod caused an immediate uproar, and students quickly gathered around him. Li Mu? As in the Li Mu from the Li family, the one with the Awakens class talent that got taken away? Someone exclaimed. "Yeah, that's why he looks familiar. But I've never seen you at our school before," the lanky student continued. "Weren't you at Tunglong High School? When did you transfer here?" "Just yesterday," Li Mu answered calmly. "Imshao Lingtong," the lanky student said enthusiastically, extending his hand. Li Mu shook hands with him, and soon the other students began introducing themselves and eagerly shaking hands with Li Mu as well. Li Mu could sense their genuine curiosity. After all, just 2 days ago, he was in class Prodigy, and ordinary students rarely had the chance to interact with someone of his caliber. However, there was no malice in their behavior. While a few tried to inquire about the specific traits of his class talent, Nine Heaven's thunder movement, others quickly stepped in to stop them, knowing it was a sensitive topic for Li Mu. As they talked, the group arrived at the military training zone's central plaza. Standing at the front were three young men in military uniforms. The one in the lead sported bright red hair. To his left, a slightly sleazy-looking man asked, "Red hair bro, how did things go with Zhao mating yesterday?" "Don't even bring it up," Red hair snapped, covering his face in frustration. "That be Zhao mating rejected me over and over again, and she even hit me. My face still hurts." The young man on the right cast a disdainful glance at their conversation. Though he said nothing, his expression spoke volumes. Zhao Meiting, a rising star in the Townabis Army squad, had achieved remarkable combat records in just 2 months since joining. Women like her admired strength, and red hair was, at best, a latest-stage second-tier warrior with a mere class talent. His combat record in 6 months was less than a third of Zhao Meiting's, and he had even been known to wet himself in fear during encounters with abyssal monsters. He had only applied to become a training instructor to avoid patrol missions, and if not for the army's shortage of manpower, someone like him would have been kicked out long ago. The man on the left continued to flatter him, saying that Zhao Meiting really doesn't know what's good for her. Red hair's face darkened with anger, and he snarled, "I'm fuming right now. When these students show up, we'll start by putting them in their place. Pick a few of the boys and beat them to teach them a lesson, then take the pretty girls to the private training room for some fun. Got it?" The red-haired man cast a sharp glance at the young man on his right. Despite disagreeing with him, the young man could only nod reluctantly. As the chief instructor for Heishui High this time, the red-haired man's orders were not to be challenged by the assistant instructors. While the three were talking, a large group of students from Heishui High began pouring in through the entrance. From a distance, Li Mu caught sight of the red-haired instructor and couldn't help but furrow his brow. The memories of the original host told him that the discipline of the Zhenyuan Army was far from what he was used to back home. Still, he hadn't expected it to be so lax as to allow officers to dye their hair red. However, considering the severe manpower shortage in the Zhenyuan Army where even officers were pressed to recruit students during military training, such chaos was hardly surprising. Of course, the Zhenyuan Army had its share of honorable predecessors, warriors who sacrificed their lives to protect countless families. But no organization is without its bad apples. While dyed hair didn't necessarily make someone a troublemaker, the red-haired instructor's expression did little to inspire confidence. "Move it. Stop dragging your feet and line up properly," the red-haired man suddenly roared, startling many students into a flinch. The students quickly adjusted their stances and formed orderly rows. But the red-haired man, squinting his eyes, suddenly stormed forward, grabbed a male student by the hair, and dragged him to the front of the formation. Despite his flaws, the red-haired man was still a member of the Zhenyuan Army, and the students instinctively felt a sense of fear. "Didn't your mother teach you how to stand properly?" he growled, yanking the student's head forward before delivering a vicious sweeping kick to the boy's thigh. The student, barely a yellow-rank first-tier martial artist, was no match for a late second-tier warrior. He was sent sprawling to the ground, his head hitting the floor with a dull thud. The boy clutched his thigh and head in pain, crying out miserably. The red-haired man, growing even more violent, stomped on the boy's face and ground his foot down. "Do you know what the abyssal creatures love the most? Screams like yours." The students of Heishui High were filled with rage. They had heard rumors that the worse the school, the worse the instructors it was assigned. This wasn't because the Zhenyuan Army didn't care about students, but because they were severely understaffed. The best warriors were deployed on critical missions, defending the abyssal fortresses. Those less capable were sent to serve as instructors. If they taught earnestly, they could still fulfill their role. While it was common knowledge that new recruits in the Zhenyuan Army often endured harsh treatment, these students weren't recruits, let alone subordinates of the red-haired man. They were merely here for military training. According to regulations, instructors could reprimand students, but were strictly forbidden from physical abuse, let alone unprovoked beatings. Noticing the students' expressions, the red-haired man grew even angrier. "What are you staring at, huh? You pampered little flowers think you're ready to face the abyss? You can't even stand properly." With that, he swept his leg toward a male student in the front row. Li Mu was standing in the first row. From his perspective, the boy targeted by the red-haired man stood straight and disciplined, his posture even better than the instructor's. Yet the red-haired man viciously kicked his thigh, and despite the boy's best efforts to brace himself, he was knocked to the ground. "Useless! Useless!" the red-haired man snarled, kicking down one male student after another with increasing aggression. The air was filled with cries of pain. At the same time, his gaze flitted over the female students, lingering on the more attractive ones. It was clear he wanted to see if they were scared, but also that he was sizing them up. Eventually, it was Li Mu's turn. The red-haired man swung his leg fiercely, but Li Mu calmly stepped back, effortlessly dodging the attack. The red-haired man froze for a moment before his face twisted in rage. He glared at Li Mu. Think you're clever, do you? I came here for training, not to get beaten, Li Mu replied in a calm tone. The students behind him held their breath, nervous for him. While the rules forbade instructors from hitting students, this was still the Zhenyuan Army's territory. The red-haired man let out a humorless laugh. He had already been simmering with anger over Zhao Meiting, and just as he was about to assert his dominance and pick a few female students for special training, this troublemaker had shown up and embarrassed him in front of everyone. Get over here. Right now. The red-haired man barked, jabbing a finger at the ground in front of him. Li Mu smiled coldly. Let me make this clear. I'm here for training. If you try to kick me again, I'll break your leg. And I don't make empty threats. The red-haired man burst into laughter, his voice dripping with malice. Ha 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 ha. His laughter grew louder and louder until, suddenly, his expression turned icy. He lashed out with a powerful kick, aiming for Li Mu's thigh, the force of his strike cutting through the air. Li Mu casually reached to his side and pulled out a black iron staff, slamming it into the ground in the path of the kick. Caught off guard, the red-haired man's shin collided with the staff with a heavy thud. Though his second-tier strength allowed him to summon a surge of energy and kick the staff aside, the impact left his leg throbbing with pain. The surrounding students scattered like a receding tide, instantly clearing a space. Li Mu, quick-eyed and swift, snatched the long staff that had been kicked away. With a graceful arc midair, he brought it down directly toward Red Hair's head. Red Hair reacted swiftly. At some point, a long blade had appeared in his hand, and he swung it upward to meet the descending staff. As their weapons clashed, a surge of energy rippled through the air, and the force from the blade disrupted the trajectory of Li Mu's strike. Without a moment's pause, Li Mu pivoted and unleashed a second strike, sweeping horizontally with the staff. This attack came with such ferocity that Red Hair barely managed to block it in time. Before he could regain his footing, Li Mu's third strike lashed out like a bolt of lightning. Red Hair braced himself to take the blow directly, but the impact sent a sharp pain through his hand, and blood began to seep from his palm. It was then that he realized, with a jolt of alarm, that Li Mu was using the legendary technique known as the flowing cloud triple shock. Just as the thought, 3 strikes are over, flitted through Red Hair's mind, Li Mu's fourth strike came whistling through the air, the sound sharp and piercing. Red Hair's face paled as he raised his blade with both hands to block, but with a resounding crack, the long blade shattered in two. What filled him with even greater despair was the sight of Li Mu's expression, cold and unyielding as the fifth strike was already descending upon him. Flowing cloud fifth shock. The staff moved like a rainbow streaking through the air, distorting the space in its wake, aiming directly for Red Hair's right leg. Weaponless and unable to evade, Red Hair could only watch as the strike landed. A sickening crack echoed as his knee bent at an unnatural angle. With a thunderous crash, Red Hair fell to the ground, clutching his shattered leg and writhing in agony, his screams filling the air. Li Mu smoothly retracted his staff, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He wasn't here to be bullied. Transported into this foreign world, he had no intention of tolerating what he had endured back on Earth, where the weight of work, debt, illness, and heartbreak had suffocated him. Now, with the Battle Conqueror system in his possession, he was determined to live a life of purpose and strength. A system notification appeared before him. Victory. Battle points earned, 31. The entire scene left the students of Blackwater Academy utterly stunned. An unranked martial artist had just broken the leg of a second-rank instructor during military training. Alarms blared as a high-ranking officer, wearing the insignia of the Wolf Guard, arrived on the scene with a squad of patrol guards. His sharp features and commanding presence silenced the crowd. Not a single student dared to even breathe too loudly. Some trembled in fear. This officer's rank was so high that even the school principal would show him the utmost respect. Meanwhile, Red Hair, supported by 2 assistant instructors, struggled to stay upright, his body trembling from the pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. His gaze fixated on his grotesquely twisted leg, and with gritted teeth, he pointed a shaking finger at Li Mu. Wolfguard Chin. This student disrespected authority and defied military discipline. I was giving instructions, and he suddenly attacked me. The piercing scream of the red-haired man echoed through the air, his bloodshot eyes filled with malice and resentment. The officer shifted his gaze to Li Mu, but before he could speak, a voice from the crowd interrupted. Xiao Lingtong stepped forward and shouted, "No, sir. Officer, it was this instructor who attacked without reason." Li Mu was only defending himself. As soon as these words left her lips, the students of Heishui High erupted, their voices rising in unison. That's right. He was the one who started it. Please investigate the truth, officer. Silence. All of you, shut up. The red-haired man roared furiously, clearly unprepared for so many students to openly testify against him. Smack. A resounding slap landed across the red-haired man's face, delivered by the officer of the Zhenyuan Army's Wolf Guard. Shouting like a madman, "What kind of behavior is this?" The officer barked before turning to his adjutant. "Pull up the surveillance footage from here." "Yes, sir." The adjutant immediately pulled out his phone and began to operate it. The red-haired man's face turned as pale as ash. Surveillance? This place had surveillance? If he had known that earlier, he would never have acted so recklessly. His previous confidence stemmed from rumors that even officers had engaged in similar misconduct, with the victim's female students too frightened to speak out due to fear of losing their reputation or facing the overwhelming power of the Zhenyuan Army. The students of Heishui High also began glancing around, searching for the surveillance cameras. They had worried about the lack of evidence, fearing that if the officer sided with the red-haired man, they would be powerless. When the officer finished reviewing the footage, his eyes burned with fury. He turned coldly to the red-haired man and ordered, "Find out who authorized this scum to become an instructor." A patrolling guard immediately left to carry out the order. The red-haired man trembled violently, a dark stain spreading across his pants. The officer continued, his tone icy, "Send him, along with the surveillance evidence, to the Department of Justice." At the mention of the Department of Justice, the red-haired man's remaining leg gave out, leaving him utterly paralyzed with fear. Two assistant instructors attempted to take him to the medical unit, but the officer's sharp voice stopped them. "Take him directly to the Department of Justice." Despair overtook the red-haired man. In this world of advanced martial arts, medical technology was indeed highly developed. Severed limbs could be reattached within a certain time frame. However, medical resources were scarce and would never be wasted on someone like him. Once the instructors escorted the red-haired man away, the officer turned to Li Mu. "What's your name?" "Li Mu," he replied. The officer showed no sign of recognition and asked directly, "Just now, did you use the flowing cloud triple shock technique?"
Yes.
"Why were there 5 shocks?" "Self-taught breakthrough," Li Mu answered calmly. The officer nodded approvingly, then addressed the gathered students. "Take out your phones and start recording." Once everyone was prepared, he spoke solemnly. "I am Qin Zhanya of the Zhenyuan Army's Wolf Guard. I need your assistance. Would you accompany me?" Li Mu quickly understood Qin Zhany's intention. By having the students record this moment, he was making it clear that he wasn't here to cause trouble but had a legitimate purpose. Such transparency earned Li Mu's trust, and he readily agreed. After instructing his subordinates to reorganize the instructors, Qin Zhanya led Li Mu to a steel fortress with the words "General Martial Arts Research Department" etched above its entrance. The guards at the door stood at attention and saluted as Qin Zhanya explained their purpose. "I'm here to see Minister Song and Professor Su." After a brief moment, they were informed that both officials were in a meeting and asked to wait. As they stepped into the research department, Li Mu immediately grasped Qin Zhanya's motive. The facility was filled with civilians dressed in casual attire, and the walls displayed an extensive list of martial arts techniques, including the flowing cloud triple shock. The techniques housed here were the accumulated insights and contributions of practitioners who had systematized their experiences into codified knowledge. This is a significant base for the mass production of basic-level techniques for the Zhenyuan Army. Qin Zhanya led Li Mu through a wide corridor and stopped in front of a meeting room. A neatly dressed assistant quickly approached them, apologetically speaking to Qin Zhanya in a low voice. "Qin Langwei, the minister is currently in a meeting. Please wait for a moment." Qin Zhanya simply nodded silently and stood as straight as a statue, his demeanor cold and unyielding. This detached attitude irritated Li Mu, who couldn't help but voice his frustration. "Qin Langwei, shouldn't you at least ask for my opinion first?" Qin Zhanya was taken aback. "Didn't you already agree?" "I agreed to come with you, but I didn't agree to all your arrangements," Li Mu replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Qin Zhanya was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he was indeed in the wrong. The assistant standing nearby watched their exchange with wide-eyed disbelief. Qin Zhanya quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Then let me explain what this place is. Do you know anything about it?" "Just a little," Li Mu replied, gesturing that his understanding was limited. Qin Zhanya took a deep breath, his expression growing serious as he explained. "The casualty rate in the Abyss War has always been alarmingly high. Students like you have the advantage of a structured education before heading into the Abyss. But many warriors, for various reasons, leave school prematurely. Some join the Zhenyuan Army with barely any knowledge beyond basic internal energy techniques. That's why the Zhenyuan Army must provide free access to a large number of low-level techniques. This is the Zhenyuan Army's Technique Research Division. It gathers highly perceptive researchers who constantly refine and create new basic-level techniques, producing them as steadily as hens laying eggs, to nurture the Army's new recruits." The assistant rolled her eyes dramatically at his metaphor, muttering, "That analogy, why not just say it plainly? Who's the hen here?" "So the reason I'm here is," Li Mu interjected, steering the conversation back on track. Qin Zhanya finally revealed his intention. Among the basic level techniques, spear techniques hold a significant place. One of the most popular is the flowing cloud triple shock. I'd like you to share your insights with the researchers here. It might help them improve it further. Of course, if you succeed, there will be a generous reward. Your efforts won't go unnoticed. Li Mu's eyes lit up at the mention of a reward. Clearing his throat, he asked, let's hear more about this reward. Qin Zhanye rarely showed a hint of a smile, but this time, he did. He found himself admiring Li Mu's straightforward and no-nonsense personality. For someone with such talent, offering appropriate rewards would undoubtedly unleash their full potential. As long as you genuinely assist us, I personally promise. A premium black blood warhorse, one top-tier spiritual treasure, one top-tier weapon, and a complete set of advanced martial techniques. Qin Zhanye declared firmly. Hearing this impressive list of rewards, Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. The value of these items together was easily over $1 million. Qin Zhanye then shifted his approach to appeal to Li Mu on a deeper level. Young man, I can't morally compel you to serve the nation, but remember this: every life saved because of the improved flowing cloud triple shocks technique is a merit to your name. Moved by these words, Li Mu nodded in agreement. Still, he couldn't help but confirm, the advanced martial techniquesto I get to choose? Qin Zhanye's temple twitched slightly, but he nodded in resignation. At that moment, a commotion came from the conference room. An assistant quickly reminded him, Qin Langwei, please proceed inside. Qin Zhanye pushed open the door. Inside the simple conference room, a long table was surrounded by attendees, many of whom were preparing to leave through the back door. At the head of the table, a few plainclothed middle-aged officials were also packing up their belongings. Leaders, please wait. Qin Zhanye's voice echoed through the room. He fixed his gaze on one of the middle-aged men. Minister Song, I'll keep this brief. This young man here just demonstrated the flowing cloud quintuple shocks. I've brought him here specifically to meet you. The words, flowing cloud quintuple shocks, caused an immediate stir in the room. Minister Song scrutinized Li Mu carefully. Qin Langwei, are you certain? Please review the footage. Qin Zhanye connected his phone to the conference room's large screen and played a video of Li Mu breaking the red-haired man's leg. When the fourth and fifth shocks unfolded on the screen, the entire room erupted. An elderly professor, Professor Su, excitedly requested the footage to be replayed several times. If you'd like a clearer demonstration, why not have Li Mu spar with me? Qin Zhanye suggested. Professor Su immediately grabbed Li Mu's arm. Young man, could you perform it again for us? Seeing the expectant expressions around him, Li Mu understood their concern that such a feat might have been a mere fluke. I can, he responded resolutely. Minister Song was overjoyed and promptly instructed his assistant to gather the teachers specializing in firearms and staff techniques. Before long, a group of researchers, dressed plainly, and some even looking disheveled, assembled in an open area. There were at least 60 or 70 of them. Qin Zhanye drew his long blade and signaled for Li Mu to begin. Li Mu retrieved a black iron staff from behind his ear and launched into action. Each strike he executed far surpassed conventional understanding of the flowing cloud staff technique. When he unleashed the fourth strike, everyone present gasped audibly. The fifth strike was even more astonishing. It forced Qin Zhanye to take half a step back. Impressive, kid. Do it again. Qin Zhanye exclaimed in admiration. Li Mu performed the sequence once more. Professor Su, overwhelmed with excitement, raised both hands and shouted, watch carefully this time. The researchers rubbed their eyes vigorously, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. As Li Mu observed these researchers, tirelessly dedicated to refining martial techniques, he suddenly grasped the depth of their commitment. Though he was capable of executing 7 shocks, he decided to demonstrate only the 6th for now to avoid overwhelming them. Li Mu swung his iron staff once more, completing the 3rd strike of the flowing cloud triple shock. But instead of stopping, he unleashed a 4th and 5th strike in a completely unexpected manner. As the 5th strike descended, Qin Zhanye, who had been preparing to withdraw his momentum, was caught off guard when Li Mu executed a 6th strike. At that moment, Qin Zhanye felt his scalp tingle. There was actually a 6th strike. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Zhanye immediately cast aside his previous underestimation. His aura surged explosively, and a faint golden glow enveloped his long sword as he hastily raised it to block. A deafening clang echoed as Qin Zhany's prized sword collided with Li Mu's black iron staff. To everyone's shock, the supposedly indestructible iron staff shattered upon impact, fragments scattering through the air. The terrifying recoil sent Li Mu flying backward, while even the highly skilled Qin Zhanye was forced to retreat 3 steps. The entire crowd fell into a stunned silence. Li Mu looked down at his trembling right hand, his entire arm completely numb. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had overestimated his body's limits. The combination of his 50-pound divine weapon technique with the 100-pound iron staff, though wielded effortlessly thanks to his mountain-bearing technique, ultimately placed too much strain on his body. Despite the impressive power it unleashed, his physical endurance simply couldn't keep up. Qin Zhanya, meanwhile, was utterly astonished. As a warrior on the verge of reaching the 9th rank of the yellow tier, he should have been leagues above this young first-rank fighter. Yet this youth had managed to force him back several steps. The sheer power of such an attack was nearly incomprehensible. Excellent! Excellent! Qin Zhanya exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. He turned to address Minister Song and the others. Did you see that? How much did you grasp? Minister Song, equally thrilled, spun around to observe the instructors. To his amazement, they were all completely engrossed, mimicking the movements of an imaginary staff or spear, muttering to themselves as if entranced by the brilliance of the technique. Professor Su, smiling warmly, approached Li Mu. Young man, I have a favor to ask. Please speak. Li Mu responded respectfully, bowing slightly. Would you be willing to come inside and discuss this further with us? Professor Su asked earnestly. As you can see, everyone here has been deeply inspired by your technique. Your insights could potentially revolutionize the flowing cloud triple shock. If we can extend it to 5 strikes, it would greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of our district's spear and staff practitioners. And if we can reach the level of 6 strikes, it might even significantly reduce casualties in battle. By the end of his plea, Professor Su was so moved that his voice trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. This would be a monumental contribution, my boy. I'll personally ensure you receive military honors for this. Li Mu glanced at Qin Zhanya, who nodded solemnly. With a faint smile, Li Mu replied, why not? Professor Su, overjoyed, clasped Li Mu's hand firmly, and the two walked side by side into the research department. Behind them, Minister Song led the group of instructors, all still captivated by the martial display. They entered the conference room together, while Qin Zhanya waited outside. For over 3 hours, the room alternated between bursts of laughter and moments of contemplative silence. Eventually, Assistant Liu emerged with Li Mu. Behind them, the instructors lay sprawled across the room, utterly exhausted from their intense practice, some even fast asleep. Though visibly tired, Assistant Liu's eyes sparkled with energy. He explained quietly to Qin Zhanya, my apologies, Wolfguard. Minister Song and the others overexerted themselves while practicing and have completely worn themselves out. They'll need several hours of rest before they recover. Turning to Li Mu, Assistant Liu's gaze was filled with admiration. Li Mu, you are a ancient century prodigy in staff techniques. Li Mu responded humbly, you flatter me, Assistant Liu. Compared to the great masters who create martial techniques, I am but a speck of dust. He was fully aware of his position. The respect and praise he received stemmed largely from the difficulty of enhancing existing techniques and the researchers' appreciation of the intricacies involved. However, he also understood the limitations of this accomplishment. This technique, after all, could only impact this military district and its practitioners. Even with tireless effort, they could only produce a few hundred sets of the flowing cloud triple shock in a month. How many lives could these techniques save? While the insights gained from the flowing cloud quintuple shock could be passed on to other technique developers, the power of the martial art would inevitably diminish with each layer of transmission, eventually becoming ordinary. This was the fundamental challenge of martial techniques in Huaxia's system, and the reason why techniques were more precious than spiritual treasures or weapons. Unless a method could be found to widely disseminate and implement improved techniques across all military districts, this achievement would fall short of being truly transformative. Assistant Liu quickly interjected, there's no need to be so modest. Improving an existing technique is often far more challenging than creating a new one. The path of refining martial techniques is long and arduous, but even the smallest progress is worth every effort. Li Mu couldn't help but admire their unwavering dedication. After exchanging a few more words, Assistant Liu personally escorted Qin Zhanya and Li Mu out of the research department. Standing at the doorway, watching until the figure disappeared into the distance, Qin Zhanya finally turned back inside. With a smile, he asked Li Mu how he felt. Li Mu, playfully digging at his ear, joked, I just feel like my ears are empty now. Ha ha, you rascal, I'll make it up to you with a weapon. Qin Zhanya laughed heartily, his booming laughter echoing through the hallway. His adjutant, following closely behind, looked surprised Qin Langwei hadn't laughed this freely in a long time, and today was already the 2nd time. Without wasting any time, the decisive Qin Zhanya led Li Mu straight to the military supply division. The division was divided into 3 main sections: the weaponry zone, the spiritual treasure zone, and the martial arts zone. Li Mu chose to start with the spiritual treasure zone. The scale of the spiritual treasure zone left Li Mu in awe. Towering shelves on both sides were filled with countless treasures, ranging from ordinary grade to top-tier spiritual treasures. Soldiers from the Zhenyuan Army moved through the aisles like shoppers at a bustling marketplace. Each spiritual treasure was clearly labeled with its price, but instead of currency, The prices were listed in contribution points and merit points. As specialized tools infused with unique energy, spiritual treasures were often a warrior's ace in the hole, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. In this system, contribution points acted as the army's universal currency, used to exchange for supplies. Merit points, on the other hand, served as a threshold for eligibility. For instance, a spiritual treasure priced at 200 contribution points and requiring 10 merit points could not be purchased unless both criteria were met, even if one had enough contribution points. Qin Zhanya led Li Mu straight to the premium spiritual treasure zone, a quieter area with fewer visitors. Though the treasures here were far fewer in number, their prices were staggering. Starting in the thousands of contribution points was the norm, and the merit point requirements rarely dipped below 300. Take your pick, Qin Zhanya said generously with a wave of his hand. Li Mu didn't hold back and was quickly drawn to a blackened cloak. The cloak, made from a special soft leather material, was of moderate size. Its sleek design featured a blackened base adorned with a single silver ring, exuding a refined and powerful aesthetic. The label read, 3,400 contribution points, requiring at least 360 merit points. What is this? Li Mu asked with surprise and excitement. Qin Zhanya retrieved the accompanying manual from behind the glass case. A size-adjustable cloak. It's warm, durable, and can adapt in size at will. Its most unique feature is its ability to grow stronger, absorbing energy from its wearer's battles and enhancing itself over time. He hesitated for a moment before adding, although it's a growth-type treasure, its effects seem a bit limited for something of this caliber. Are you sure this is what you want? Li Mu nodded firmly. There was an enigmatic energy radiating from the cloak, and its design was exceptionally striking. Growth-type spiritual treasures were a gamble. They could either surpass their initial value or fall short. But for someone like Li Mu, who possessed the ability to refine and modify treasures, simply liking it was reason enough. Qin Zhanya didn't press further. He opened the glass case and gestured for Li Mu to proceed. Li Mu carefully lifted the cloak with both hands. Its texture was smooth, and a faint, peculiar energy seeped into his body as he held it. Draping it over his shoulders, the cloak fit perfectly. When left to fall naturally, it lightly covered his shoulders and arms. With a slight tug, it could wrap around his entire body. He gave the cloak a flick, and it instantly billowed outward, extending several meters behind him before retracting back under his control. The display momentarily stunned Qin Zhanya, who silently admired the young, tall, and strikingly handsome prodigy before him. In his mind's eye, he could already envision Li Mu as a battle-hardened warrior, long spear in hand, cloak flowing in the wind, charging fearlessly across the abyssal battlefield. Come on, it's time to choose your weapon, Qin Zhanya said with a nod of approval, his tone filled with encouragement. As Qin Zhanya led Li Mu away from the Lingbao district, every accomplished member of the Zhenyuan Army along the way saluted them with the army's standard gesture of respect. The two soon arrived at the weapons division, where Li Mu made his choice with surprising speed. Among the entire array of weapons, only a single premium staff caught his attention. This staff was crafted from tungsten steel, with intricate patterns etched into its midsection. Its ends gradually thickened, adorned with slightly raised carvings of thorns and floral designs. The overall appearance exuded a powerful sense of strength. Since the emergence of the Abyss, humanity had refined the classification of weapon metals. From basic iron and steel to crystal iron, crystal steel, and even dragon crystal iron and dragon crystal steel. These became the primary materials for weapon forging. Most weapons were made by combining multiple metals, incorporating alloys, elements, and high-energy metals. The primary material of a weapon determined its characteristics. Higher steel content meant greater hardness, while higher iron content enhanced flexibility. At Martial Arts University, the forging department held a prestigious position, and skilled blacksmiths were highly respected in society. Li Mu swung the staff a few times, finding it remarkably well-suited to his grip. Inspired by its thorn and flower design, he named it the Thornflower Staff. To Qin Zhanya's astonishment, Li Mu effortlessly stored the staff in his ear. This unique innate ability was something only the user could understand, as it was undetectable by others or any equipment. Among martial artists, it was an unspoken rule that probing too deeply into such abilities was considered crossing the line. Next, they arrived at the martial arts technique section. Qin Zhanya generously allowed Li Mu to select two top-tier techniques. As Li Mu had only chosen one weapon, converting the allowance for a second weapon into technique selection, Li Mu picked a defensive technique called Dragon's Roar Resonance and an offensive one named Iron Cutting Strike. However, he decided not to use them immediately, opting to wait until all his rewards were collected. Their final stop was the Zhenyuan Army stables. As they walked, Qin Zhanya explained the exceptional nature of these special rewards, while also trying to persuade Li Mu to join the Zhenyuan Army's reserve forces. When Li Mu asked about the reserve's patrol and extermination duties, Qin Zhanya quickly clarified that reserve members primarily focused on their studies at school and would only be called upon in special circumstances. He also mentioned perks such as rank promotions without assessments. Upon reaching the stables, they spotted an officer trying to avoid Qin Zhanya. Old Zhou, Qin Zhanya bellowed, striding over in just a few quick steps to intercept the man attempting to slip away. The officer turned around reluctantly, his face full of exasperation. Why are you here again? Look at you. So unwelcoming. Is it just because I took one of your prized horses? A fine horse deserves a hero, after all, Qin Zhanya said with a grin. Old Zhou, however, pursed his lips, clearly displeased with Qin Zhanya's habit of taking advantage of him. Guess what? I've brought you another hero, Qin Zhanya announced, pushing Li Mu into the stable and pointing at him as he spoke to Old Zhou. Old Zhou was busy inspecting the horses when he heard this. He spun around instantly, his voice rising several octaves as Qin Zhanya mentioned, selecting another special grade warhorse. What? As a horse breeder, Old Zhou deeply understood the arduous process of cultivating a mutant blood warhorse. The lengthy breeding cycle, the high mortality rate. Every successfully trained warhorse represented countless hours of their painstaking effort. In his eyes, these meticulously bred steeds deserved to shine under the spotlight at commendation ceremonies, awarded to distinguished soldiers for their meritorious service. This not only celebrated the soldiers' achievements, but also brought recognition and resources to the stable. But last time, Qin Zhanya had already used his special military exploits as leverage to claim one of the prized warhorses, leaving Old Zhou resentful to this day. Every encounter with Qin Zhanya stirred up those lingering frustrations. Now, seeing him bring along a young man to pick another horse, Old Zhou was on the verge of losing his temper. Sensing the tension, Qin Zhanya quickly leaned in and whispered something into Old Zhou's ear. A glimmer of interest appeared in Old Zhou's eyes, though he still looked skeptical. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Just this kid? Hey, don't underestimate him, Qin Zhanya said with a grin. Even Minister Song and Professor Su can't stop singing his praises. If he puts in a good word for us in front of them someday, it'll carry way more weight than anything I could do. Right, Li Mu? Li Mu nodded with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Initially, Qin Zhanya had only promised him a premium-grade warhorse. Now, it seemed the offer had been upgraded to a special grade one. Old Zhou appeared intrigued. Gaining the attention of Minister Song and Professor Su would indeed be a rare opportunity for the stable. He let out a begrudging huff. Still, you can't just waltz in here and demand a special grade horse. This kid isn't your illegitimate son, is he? Huh. If he were my son, I'd be laughing myself awake every night, Qin Zhanya joked. Old Zhou's eyes darted thoughtfully before he finally relented. All right, come with me. There's a newly trained special grade warhorse, but, well, it has a slight flaw. Under Lao Zhou's guidance, Qin Zhanya and Li Mu stepped into the stables. The sight before them was breathtaking. Rows of warhorses stood neatly on either side, each exuding an imposing aura and showcasing unique traits. Some had twin horns reminiscent of mythical beasts, others had shoulder bones protruding like mountain ridges. Some bore razor-sharp beaks glinting coldly, while others had claws under their hooves that gleamed with a deadly edge. These extraordinary warhorses were bred through the genetic fusion of various monstrous creatures. As Lao Zhou bantered with Qin Zhanya, he enthusiastically introduced Li Mu to the 4 elite breeds of warhorses currently developed by humanity. Lu Yao, known for its unmatched endurance; Gaia, famed for its robust physique; Ingzhan, excelling in extreme speed; and Guisho, specialized in combat support. His tone carried a deep sense of pride as he recounted the arduous process of breeding these remarkable creatures. Before long, the 3 arrived at a heavily guarded area, where 9 horse stalls were being watched over by assigned personnel. Just as one of the guards was about to lock the gate, Lao Zhou suddenly shouted, "Hold on, don't close it yet." The guard turned back at the sound, but at that very moment, a thunderous neigh erupted from within the stable. The doors burst open with a resounding crash, sending the guard flying several meters. A jet-black warhorse charged out, its front hooves raised high as it let out a piercing cry before bolting toward the distant racetrack like an arrow loosed from a bow. Damn it, it's loose again. After it, several guards gave chase, but they were quickly left in the dust. Qin Zhanya scowled. Lao Zhou, is this what you call a good horse? Lao Zhou raised his chin confidently. Instructor Qin, since when did you lose your eye for quality? This is a top-tier special-grade horse. At just 2.5 years old, it's in its prime. Originally a premium-grade horse, it underwent a mutation that elevated it to special grade. Unfortunately, the mutation also made it incredibly difficult to tame. Before Qin Zhanya could finish suggesting they switch to another horse, Li Mu had already sprinted forward like an arrow, shouting, "They'll take this one." In that moment, Li Mu finally understood the obsession ancient generals had for legendary steeds. The horse before him was a vision of pure magnificence. Its sleek, jet-black coat gleamed under the light, Twin horns jutted sharply from its head, its shoulder bones were prominently raised, and streaks of silver ran through its mane. Its crimson eyes glowed like two lanterns in the dark. A powerful desire to conquer surged within Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, Qin Zhanya followed closely and quickly caught up to the horse. Grabbing its mane, he dug his heels into the ground, leaving deep furrows in the dirt. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu leapt onto the horse's back, only to be violently thrown off. Undeterred, he got up and tried again. Repeatedly mounting and being thrown, his body covered in dust but his resolve unshaken. Finally, during one attempt, inspiration struck. Li Mu tore off his cloak and used it to cover the horse's head. Instantly, the horse's agitation subsided, leaving only the sound of its heavy breathing. When Li Mu cautiously removed the cloak, the black horse, though still uneasy, no longer struggled as fiercely. "It's the cloak!" Qin Zhanya exclaimed in excitement. The cloak seemed to radiate a strange energy, forming a connection with the horse. Li Mu gave a gentle nudge to the horse's side, and it immediately galloped forward. This black horse not only possessed the endurance of Liu Yao and the strength of Gaia, but also surpassed the speed of the swift Ingzhan breed. After galloping for over 10 minutes, even without the cloak, the horse seemed to have accepted Li Mu. At last, it came to a steady halt in front of Qin Zhanya. Li Mu's hair was blown into a messy tangle by the wind, making him look like a super saiyan, yet an uncontrollable goofy grin was plastered across his face. "You've thought of a name, right?" Qin Zhanya asked teasingly. "Yao Gu," Li Mu declared decisively, slapping the horse's neck. Qin Zhanya nodded in approval at the response. Although old Zhou looked reluctant, he still handed the horse's registration tag to Li Mu, reminding both Qin Zhanya and Li Mu, "If you get the chance, put in a good word for our stable." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with old Zhou, Qin Zhanya and Li Mu left the stable. Both of them were on horseback, strolling leisurely while letting Li Mu's new horse get accustomed to the environment outside the stable. This scene happened to be witnessed by two women, Li Xiaohong and Li Mu's cousin, Li Lan. The two were close, and after venturing into the abyss earlier, they had been captivated by the warhorses ridden by the officers. During their lunch break, they had inquired about the location of the military stables, thinking that, with the current influence of a Li family, they could probably pull some strings and purchase a military horse. However, just as they arrived at the entrance of the stable, they saw Li Mu riding out alongside Qin Zhanya, who wore military insignia, both chatting and laughing. "How is that bastard casually chatting with a high-ranking wolf guard officer? And riding such a fine horse too?" Li Xiaohong hissed through gritted teeth. She was still harboring a grudge against Li Mu for slapping her, which had left her missing a tooth. She had been planning to have someone teach him a lesson, but yesterday she was busy appeasing Sun Long, and today's military training had delayed her plans. Li Lan shook her head thoughtfully. Could it have something to do with his father? Back in the day, his father fought for the family and killed plenty of abyss creatures. Maybe he knew some officers in the Abyss Suppression Army, and they're now looking out for Li Mu. That must be it, Li Xiaohong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made an exception and sold him a horse. But where did that dog get the money? As far as I know, he's dirt poor. Who cares? Li Lan waved dismissively, her gaze shifting to the stable entrance. Let's call home and explain the situation first, then we'll go pick out our horses. Exactly. Li Xiaohong smirked smugly. If that broke loser can buy a horse here, all we need to do is flash our family name, and they might even give us each a horse for free. With that, the two strode confidently toward the stable entrance, only to be stopped by two guards. Halt! One of the guards barked, standing tall as he drew his saber to block their path. Military stable. Students are not allowed. Li Xiaohong gave a self-assured smile and spoke confidently. We're from the Li family in East District. The guard furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the woman in front of him with a wary gaze. His stance remained defensive, his grip on his weapon unwavering. It was the instinct of a soldier, courtesy for the respectful, but no compromise when faced with arrogance. Don't you understand? We're from the Li family in the East District. We're here to pick out a couple of horses. Li Xiaohong's tone was laced with impatience. The guard's voice turned cold immediately. Military horses are not sold to civilians. They're only exchanged for contribution points and merits. Li Xiaohong's anger flared, and she pointed at the departing figure of Li Mu. That lowly trash Li Mu can buy a horse here, but we can't? Apologies, but Li Mu's horse wasn't bought. It was a gift from the military. The guard's lips curled into a mocking smile. Why? Even Li Lan couldn't hold back and shouted in protest. There's no need to explain that to you. I'll say this one last time, step back. The guard's voice grew icier, and two other soldiers closed in, their gazes sharp as blades, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Reluctantly, Li Xiaohong and Li Lan retreated. The guard turned and resumed his post without another glance. Normally, he wouldn't have bothered to say much, But their repeated mention of the Li family and their insult toward Li Mu as lowly trash had irked him, prompting him to deliver a few cutting remarks in return. After leaving the stables, Li Xiaohong and Li Lan were seething with resentment. Even that piece of trash can get a military horse, and all I want is one to showcase my status. Is that too much to ask? Li Xiaohong clenched her fists tightly. Li Lan pulled out her phone. We have to tell Grandma about this. The news reached the Li family just as a family meeting was underway. The matriarch, Madame Ma, sat at the head of the table as the family reviewed recent contacts from the business and political worlds. Though many people had approached them, none were of significant influence. The lack of action from the real power players left the family dissatisfied. Mother, from what Xiaolin mentioned, it seems Li Mu has a close relationship with someone in the Zhenyuan Army, the eldest uncle said, setting down the phone on speaker. It's likely connected to third brother, the second uncle speculated. He had close ties with the Zhenyuan Army back in the day. Perhaps one of his friends is looking out for Li Mu. The second aunt sneered. Li Mu is nothing more than a clown seeking attention. He's probably doing all this just to get back into the family. Once our Xiaohai shines in his debut battle in the Abyss, there's no way Li Mu could compare. Madame Ma pondered for a moment before speaking. Currently, our business ventures are thriving, but our political connections are lacking. Many are watching Xiaohai's performance in the Abyss. If we can establish ties with the military, it would ensure his success in the battle. Perhaps we should bring Li Mu back temporarily to use him as a stepping stone. The second aunt immediately objected. Mother, we were so resolute when we cast him out. Letting him back now, what would that make us? Besides, Xiaohai hasn't great talent. He doesn't need to resort to underhanded tactics. The second uncle quickly signaled for her to stop. Listen to mother's decision. He understood her concerns well. If Li Mu and his mother returned, they would inevitably claim a share of the growing family fortune. Madame Ma sighed. Don't worry. We'll only bring him back to the family temporarily, not reinstate him in the family registry. Tell him it's a one-year probation to prove himself. He'll undoubtedly work hard to earn his place. The elderly woman spoke with an air of absolute confidence, as if Li Mu were nothing more than a lapdog to be ordered around, easily swayed with a mere piece of bread. She never once considered the possibility that Li Mu might outright reject such a ridiculous proposition. The second aunt crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, saying, now that's more like it. It's settled then. I'll call Xiaohong and Xiaolin right away and have them join in. The elderly woman stood up, her tone serious as she gave a stern reminder. Remember, don't push Li Mu too hard. Right now, we really need that connection with the military. The Li family members responded in unison, affirming their understanding. The scene shifted to the military training zone deep within the Abyss. Li Mu returned on horseback, sparking a commotion among the students. They swarmed around him, both concerned for his safety and captivated by the magnificent warhorse. Xiao Lingtong, visibly anxious, hurried to ask, Li Mu, why are you covered in dust? Are you okay? Did the officers give you a hard time? Faced with their concern, Li Mu simply shook his head. He had intentionally returned on horseback to ease everyone's worries and to demonstrate that not only had he avoided punishment, but he had also been rewarded. This was a small task entrusted to him by Qin Zhanya to maintain the Zhenyuan Army's image in the eyes of the students. The three newly assigned instructors were diligent and meticulous, balancing theoretical knowledge with practical training. They focused on explaining the types of monsters likely to be encountered in the Abyss's first battle and their combat strategies. Additionally, they organized physical training, team assignments, and live combat drills. After the afternoon training session, for safety reasons, all students were required to return to the surface, with training resuming the next day. Around 6 p.m., the students began gathering at the Abyss elevator to take the aerial rail train back to their respective schools. On the return train, Li Mu chose to sit cross-legged in meditation to avoid any probing questions from his peers. Seeing him enter a meditative state, the others redirected their attention, discussing his cloak and warhorse instead. They marveled at Li Mu's apparent wealth. Most impoverished families couldn't even afford a basic-grade Xian iron weapon. Even middle-class families, putting all their resources into preparing for the Abyss's first battle, could at best procure a high-grade weapon. Yet Li Mu not only owned a premium spirit treasure, but also a warhorse. What they didn't know was that Li Mu also possessed a premium weapon and 2 high-grade cultivation techniques. The value of techniques far surpassed that of weapons or spirit treasures at the same level. While weapon materials could be scavenged from the Abyss, cultivation techniques required inheritance, each one embodying the lifelong dedication of a martial artist. Holding the cultivation technique stone, Li Mu began to comprehend the first defensive skill, Dragon's Roar Resonance. As he completed this comprehension, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the Heaven Immortal Manual. It added the equivalent of 50 years of insight to any technique. Even with 50 years of dedicated practice, most individuals wouldn't achieve such a profound understanding of ordinary or advanced techniques. And for low-grade techniques like Flowing Cloud Triple Shock, most people would replace them within a few years, let alone persist for 5 or 6 decades. Through the Heaven Immortal Manual, it was as if the quality of any learned technique was elevated. Take Dragon's Roar Resonance as an example. It was an advanced version of the basic defensive technique, Golden Bell Shield. Unlike the stationary Golden Bell Shield, Dragon's Roar Resonance could instantly deploy a shield by channeling true energy with a shout. The shield not only absorbed damage but could also detonate with a dragon-like roar, delivering a countershock effective skill that combined offense and defense. With the added 50 years of insight, Li Mu had already mastered the ability to absorb external damage to strengthen the shield. Upon detonation, it consumed 80 less true energy, and the countershock effect became significantly more powerful. Most importantly, he no longer needed to shout to activate it. He could now deploy the skill instantaneously in combat. This was the terrifying power of the Heaven Immortal Manual. Afterward, Li Mu retrieved the second high-grade technique, Iron Cleave Style, and continued his meditation. The iron cutting technique, as a top-tier martial art, stands out due to its unique nature. It is not an offensive move but rather a special method of channeling internal energy true qi. By infusing a large amount of true qi into a weapon, it can unleash devastating damage. Its classification as a top-tier technique is largely attributed to its exceptional ability to compress true qi, directly enhancing its potency. Despite its immense power, this technique has a significant drawback. After charging up, the speed of the attack decreases drastically, and during the charging process, no attacks can be launched. As a result, the iron cutting technique is predominantly used by sword and blade wielders, while spear users rarely adopt it. Given that spear users are not known for their speed, further slowing them down would leave them highly vulnerable. However, these weaknesses pose no threat to Li Mu. In the future, he plans to acquire the Immobilization divine ability, which will allow him to freeze his opponents in place, giving him ample time to strike. The only challenge is that unlocking this ability requires 200 battle points, while he currently has only 70. On the bright side, thanks to the augmentation of the Heavenly Immortal Technique, Li Mu has developed a deeper understanding of the iron cutting technique. He can now channel even more true qi into his weapon and maintain it for a longer period, meaning he can charge up in advance and ensure that his first strike delivers an explosive level of power. As Li Mu delved into the essence of the iron cutting technique, a surge of energy erupted within him. The Heavenly Immortal Technique began to operate on its own, as if the comprehension of two top-tier techniques had provided it with ample nourishment. A terrifying force surged through his meridians, barreling toward the bottleneck between the first and second rank of the yellow grade. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed within his body, and the second rank of the yellow grade, lit up on his life meridian, had broken through. Overjoyed, Li Mu noticed astonishing changes in his dantian. It expanded significantly, his meridians became tougher and more resilient, and a continuous stream of energy began transforming his body. For martial artists, internal techniques determine their path. Some techniques focus on strengthening the physical body, others enhance the power of martial arts, while some specialize in attributes or defense. Each has its own merits. Li Mu realized that while the Heavenly Immortal Technique offered more physical refinement than basic techniques, its advantage was not particularly pronounced. Apart from deepening his understanding of martial arts, expanding his dantian's capacity, and strengthening his meridians, its effects were rather modest. Clearly, he needed to elevate its tier, quickly reaching at least the Grand Heavenly Immortal Technique level to meet his expectations. After the breakthrough, Li Mu was in high spirits. He checked the system's abilities and found that he could currently unlock Fiery Eyes, Water Evasion Technique, and Fire Evasion Technique, each requiring 50 battle points. Considering the limited utility of the latter two, he decisively chose Fiery Eyes. However, the moment Fiery Eyes was activated, Li Mu's expression turned dark. This so-called golden vision could only reveal the flow of true qi in an opponent's meridians by consuming a significant amount of his own true qi. Golden vision? This is more like a knockoff version of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. It should be called Tin Vision instead. Li Mu muttered in frustration. Even so, Fiery Eyes had room for improvement, as indicated by a skill tree in the system. Unlike Mountain Carrying Technique and Divine Weapon Technique, which had quantifiable upgrades measured in pounds for the former and cattle units for the latter, Fiery Eyes lacked such metrics and instead offered branching upgrades. Li Mu skimmed through the available upgrades, reducing true qi consumption, detecting an opponent's defensive weak points, resisting visual illusions, enhancing night vision, and more. However, all of these upgrades were costly, with the cheapest requiring dozens of battle points and the prices increasing steeply further down the tree. With only 20 battle points left, Li Mu decided to invest them all in the Divine Weapon Technique. Consumed 20 battle points. Divine Weapon Technique upgraded successfully. Current weapon weight: 70 pounds. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength equivalent to that of one tiger and 3 bulls, wielding a 70-pound weapon was effortless. Having just advanced to the second rank, his physical strength had further improved, and with the support of the mountain-carrying technique, he could easily handle weapons weighing 200 to 300 pounds. If only he had more battle points, he could increase the weight to 300 pounds, enough to cause serious damage even without using true chi, just by relying on brute force alone. Exhaling deeply, Li Mu opened his eyes, only to find his classmates in the train carriage staring at him in shock. During the brief few minutes of his breakthrough, his energy had surged dramatically, and a dazzling white light had nearly pierced through the entire carriage, a clear phenomenon of his advancement. Breaking through while sitting on a train? And with 2 days left before the Abyss trials, you just casually advanced like that? This must be the legendary exam taker's physique. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances before crowding around Li Mu. Rising to his feet, Li Mu dusted off his clothes and grinned. Relax, everyone. No need to bow. Just bring me some gifts and we're even. Despite only spending a day with them, he had already blended in seamlessly, joking around with ease. Brother, your breakthrough was way too casual. You're making me think I could do it too. Xiao Lingtong quipped, unable to hold back. I've been stuck for a long time. Just happened to seize the right opportunity, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Li Mu, you're just making things up. As soon as these words left his mouth, a female classmate's eyes widened in disbelief, and she asked, so you're at the 2nd rank now? When Li Mu nodded to confirm, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's expressions turned complicated, as if they were all thinking about the same regrettable matter. What's wrong with you all? Li Mu asked, looking around in confusion. The classmates all turned their gazes toward the doors on either side of the train car. There, not only were students from Hmph High School gathered, but also groups from at least 3 other schools. Li Mu's breakthrough had caused quite the commotion, and it had already drawn the attention of the crowd. Xiao Lingtong let out a soft sigh, her tone carrying a hint of resignation. Congratulations. When other schools come to recruit you, make sure you negotiate for some good benefits. As soon as she finished speaking, the other classmates quietly returned to their seats. It was only then that Li Mu realized what was going on. With the first battle of the Abyss approaching, a student who could reach the 2nd rank in their senior year of high school was undoubtedly a key contender for top rankings. After all, even those so-called geniuses with A or B-level talents, bolstered by various resources and potions, would consider reaching the 1st rank in their senior year an achievement. At a school like Hmph, even students at the late 1st rank were few and far between, let alone those at the 2nd rank. But the joy of this breakthrough was quickly overshadowed by reality. Hmph couldn't possibly hold onto such talent. Any better school could offer Li Mu far more resources. The higher a school's ranking and influence, the greater the support it could provide for students aiming for top universities. This meant it was only a matter of time before Li Mu was recruited by another school. Li Mu didn't bother explaining. It wouldn't make a difference. The train continued onward in a stifling atmosphere, and news of Li Mu's breakthrough to the 2nd rank had already spread to other cars. When the train finally arrived at its destination, Li Mu followed the crowd back to Hmph High School. The moment he stepped through the gates, the rich aroma of food greeted him. The school's large plaza was filled with rows of connected desks, laden with fruits, snacks, hot pot, braised meats, and a variety of drinks. Sophomore students were busy setting up the scene. Xiao Lingtong, standing nearby, explained, "This is a banquet the school prepared just for us freshmen returning from military training. The principal said we probably didn't eat well in the Abyss and need to replenish ourselves. This feast will go on for 3 days. Our school might lack resources, but the culture here is really something." Her words carried an unspoken hope that Li Mu would choose to stay, though she didn't say it outright. After all, seeking better opportunities is anyone's right, and some things are better left unsaid. Even so, she couldn't help but let out another sigh. Li Mu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hmph High School's exceptional performance in terms of humanistic care. In this high martial world, universities are divided into 2 main categories, liberal arts and martial arts. Liberal arts universities cover fields such as cultivation techniques, monsters, and genetics, focusing on nurturing talent for societal support and logistics. Martial arts universities, on the other hand, are categorized by students' innate abilities and weapon types such as blades, spears, or swords, and primarily prepare students for the abyssal war. The saying, "Why should a man not wield a wu hook to reclaim 50 states of frontier lands?" reflects the sacrifices of countless predecessors who shed their blood to secure humanity's survival after the abyssal outbreak. This is the root of the Zhenyuan Army's esteemed status. In this world, great military achievements and formidable strength are the ultimate symbols of authority. To determine students' career paths, they must confront the abyss starting in the 2nd half of their final year of high school, once their innate talents awaken. Those who lack the courage to face abyssal creatures or exhibit poor combat skills often choose liberal arts universities. However, true warriors set their sights on martial arts universities. Although these schools pose greater risks, their training resources far surpass those of liberal arts universities, offering significantly higher potential for future accomplishments. Students excitedly hurried to their respective classes, while Li Mu followed Xiao Lingtong. To Li Mu's surprise, the principal was already aware of his transfer. During the welcoming event for new students, Ma, the head of student records, immediately recognized Li Mu and approached him to apologize for any prior oversight. Principal Lin Changming, a kind-faced middle-aged man with a lean build and a few strands of facial hair, appeared astonished upon learning that Li Mu had already reached the second rank. Xiao Lingtong added, "He broke through on the train. We all witnessed it, and so did people from other schools." This revelation left the school leadership in shock. Though Li Mu's talent was rated as flevel, his potential was extraordinary. Talent and potential are distinct concepts. Talent refers to the innate attributes granted by the spiritual energy of the world, while potential represents one's understanding and insight into martial arts equality with no upper limit. Just as Li Mu was about to enjoy a hot pot meal on campus, a grating laugh interrupted him. The admissions officer from Zhenyuan High School, a rotund, balding man with a smug demeanor, made his appearance. Representing a prestigious T1 level school, his arrogance visibly soured the mood of those from Heishui High School. "What are you doing here, Sun Tong?" Yin Changming asked, frowning. A portly man curled his lip and shifted his gaze to Li Mu. "Of course, I'm here to recruit talent." He puffed out his chest and introduced himself. "Hello, Li Mu. I am Sun Tong, the admissions director of Zhenyuan High School. I heard you recently broke through to the second rank of the Huang tier. Zhenyuan High School is willing to offer you a spot. If you join us, you'll immediately become a second-tier honor student." "Sun Tong, that's going too far." Yin Changming's face darkened as he interrupted angrily. "Sure, Heishui High School may not compare to yours, but if you're going to poach someone, at least show some decency. A second-tier honor student without any resources? If that's the case, Heishui High School will go all out, even if it means exhausting everything we have, to compete with you." Sun Tong sneered at his words, his eyes filled with disdain. "Resources? Huh. Zhenyuan High School is part of the top tier in the Eastern District. The prestige of being a second-tier honor student at our school far outweighs a few measly resources. What do you have to compete with me?" He paused briefly before adding, "If Li Mu performs well, he could earn resources in the future. Besides, his grade talent was taken, and he was expelled by the Li family. Honestly, how many schools besides Zhenyuan would even consider taking him?" The arrogance in his tone was unmistakable. To him, someone with grade talent, even after breaking through to the second rank, wasn't worth investing resources in. At most, they could be used as a pawn to boost rankings in the abyssal trials. Yin Changming and the others were left speechless, their fists clenched in frustration. It was a harsh reality. The title of a second-tier honor student at Zhenyuan High School, while superficial, indeed carried more appeal than tangible resources. Ultimately, the leaders of Heishui High School could only swallow their anger and let out a heavy sigh. Sun Tong laughed triumphantly and gestured for Li Mu to follow. "Let's go, Li Mu." Yin Changming, a middle-aged man, stood humiliated in front of everyone. He lowered his head in silence, his body trembling with anger. He dared not lash out, knowing that if Li Mu ultimately chose Zhenyuan High School, his outburst would only make him a laughingstock. Moreover, he had to consider the students and teachers watching behind him. At that moment, a scoff broke the tense silence. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see Li Mu shaking his head slowly. His voice was cold as he said, "It's laughable how any random school these days dares to call itself part of the top tier." The crowd fell into stunned silence, their eyes fixated on Li Mu in disbelief. Sun Tong narrowed his eyes, his tone turning dangerous. "What did you just say?" Li Mu met Sun Tong's gaze directly, his voice clear and filled with pride. "Recruiting someone in front of our school leaders? That's disgraceful and shows you lack any sense of integrity. Sending someone like you, someone who reeks of arrogance with a so-called prestigious title to negotiate with me? That shows how self-important your school is. Knowing my grade talent, yet failing to recognize the significance of me breaking through to the second rank? That shows how short-sighted you are. Someone as shameless, self-conceited, and narrow-minded as you dares to claim they could be my mentor? Ridiculous." Li Mu let out a faint scoff, yet it landed like a heavy hammer, plunging the scene into dead silence. The surrounding students stared in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. They had never witnessed anyone dare to so brazenly provoke Zhenyuan High School. "Your school looks down on me? Looks down on my school? In my eyes, your so-called prestigious school is nothing but garbage." Li Mu's words were firm and resounding. "What did you just say?" Sun Tong's face turned livid with rage, his teeth clenched as a sudden surge of intimidating aura emanated from him. Boom. Yin Changming and Zhao Qingshan stepped forward simultaneously, positioning themselves protectively in front of Li Mu. The school leaders standing behind them exuded a collective pressure, instantly suppressing Sun Tong. While Heishui High School struggled with limited resources and enrollment due to real-world challenges, its teaching staff was undeniably formidable. Sun Tong owed his position as Zhenyuan's admissions director to connections rather than competence. His skills couldn't even rival Zhao Qingshan's. The oppressive presence of 5th and 6th rank martial artists filled the air, forcing the surrounding students to retreat in fear. Sun Tong gritted his teeth, aware that escalating the situation further would be unwise. Pointing a trembling finger at Li Mu, he spat venomously. A worthless outcast disowned by the Li family. Do you really think Heishui High School can protect you forever? Sun Tong. In Changming's expression darkened. Let me warn you, inter-school competition can be fought openly and fairly. But if you dare to play dirty with my students, they'll fight you to the bitter end. Sun Tong sneered coldly. In Changming, save your empty threats. He turned his gaze to Li Mu. Li Mu, you probably don't know why Zhenyuan High School has risen to where it is today. Listen carefully. If I don't revoke your student status within 10 days, they'll change my surname. Once you're expelled from school, let's see how I deal with you. As for you, in Changming, this isn't over. Li Mu had long heard of Zhenyuan High School's connections. Backed by a powerful conglomerate, they had risen swiftly through immense financial resources and a vast network of influence. Their reach extended into various industries, and they had even begun eyeing the Zhenyuan Army. However, the Zhenyuan Army was not so easily swayed. As the saying went, no external pests can infest a full grain sack. The military and the second-generation elites were already locked in fierce competition for power. Any outsider attempting to interfere was courting disaster. Oh, you must be quite capable then? Li Mu asked, feigning surprise. Don't you dare mock me, boy. Your arrogance will come back to haunt you. Keep acting tough. I hope you can keep it up. Sun Tong sneered, jabbing a finger toward Li Mu before turning to leave. At that moment, the sound of horse neighs echoed down the long street, followed by the thunderous clatter of hooves. A dozen majestic warhorses galloped through the dust, sending pedestrians and vehicles scrambling out of the way. Within Iron Hand City, only the Zhenyuan Army was permitted to ride horses on the roads, a privilege reserved for them alone. Not only were warhorses faster than most vehicles, but the soldiers were also accustomed to riding them during battles in the abyss, making them more agile and efficient during urban missions. As the cavalry approached, each rider wore the combat uniform of the Zhenyuan Army. Leading the group was a young officer with a single star on his shoulder, signifying his rank as a junior wolf guard. Most onlookers assumed this was just routine military business, but to everyone's astonishment, the riders reined in their horses at the gates of Heishui High School and dismounted in perfect unison. The junior wolf guard strode briskly toward Li Mu, performing a precise knightly salute. His left hand clasped behind his back, his right fist pressed against his chest before slicing outward like a blade to rest parallel to his hip. Li Mu, student of Heishui High School, the guard began, his tone respectful yet tinged with awe. Minister Song and Professor Su have requested your presence for urgent discussions. I am here to escort you to the abyss. Please come with me. The astonishment in the guard's eyes was unmistakable. As a security officer for the research division, he was well aware of the influence wielded by Professor Su and Minister Song. Earlier that afternoon, both had been recovering from mental exhaustion, only to awaken in a frenzy, demanding to locate a student named Li Mu. It wasn't until they consulted Assistant Lu that the pieces began to fall into place. Professor Su immediately dispatched a young wolf guard to urgently summon Li Mu. As the guard left, he noticed Qin Zhanya stepping into the research department. Surprisingly, the reason for summoning Li Mu was to host a banquet in his honor. This came as a shock, given that both Minister Song and Professor Su were known for their frugality, dedicating nearly all their time and energy to the study of martial techniques. They had little patience for socializing or lavish feasts. Even someone as significant as Qin Zhanya would typically be politely declined by Professor Su if he proposed a drink together. Principal, should I go? Li Mu turned to ask In Changming. At this point, In Changming and everyone else were utterly stunned. A young wolf guard had personally come to deliver the message even though he was merely a lower-ranking officer. The standards for becoming an officer in the Zhenyuan Army were incredibly high. And the words he had spoken just now were even more astonishing, something about a professor and a minister inviting Li Mu to discuss important matters. Yes, go quickly. This is urgent. In Changming snapped out of his daze, lightly pushing Li Mu's shoulder to urge him on. Li Mu pulled out his horse token, gave it a shake, and in an instant, Yao Gu leapt forth, drawing gasps of amazement from the students of Heishui High School. This majestic black horse with its silver mane, dual horns, and imposing presence was truly extraordinary. Among the high school students present, how many could claim to own such a magnificent warhorse? Shall I follow you on horseback? Li Mu asked the young wolf guard. Sure, the guard replied with a nod, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Yao Gu. He couldn't help but notice that this horse seemed even more impressive than his own steed. He wondered to himself if this young man had already joined the reserves. If that were the case, it might explain why Professor Su and the others were inviting him. No, wait, how could that possibly make sense? This kid was nothing short of a prodigy. Li Mu mounted his horse with ease, looking down at Sun Tong, who stood there with a bewildered expression. He spoke calmly, Director Sun. Wah. Sun Tong, the admissions director of Zhenyuan High School, froze at the mention of his name, his face pale as a sheet. He stared at Li Mu in horror, his expression oscillating between a forced smile and utter despair. He was completely at a loss, unable to comprehend how Li Mu could have such strong ties to the military so much, so that a young wolf guard had been sent to personally fetch him. Could it have something to do with his father? Sun Tong's pleading eyes tried to convey his desperation, silently begging Li Mu not to mention their earlier encounter. Ideally, he hoped Li Mu would go to the depths of the Zhenyuan Army and never bring it up. If Li Mu were to say anything that soured the military's impression of Zhenyuan High School and jeopardized their plans to collaborate with the army, Sun Tong's career and life would be utterly ruined. But Li Mu had no intention of letting him off the hook. While sharing this information with the young wolf guard might not serve any real purpose, Sun Tong didn't know the true nature of Li Mu's connections with these people. Li Mu simply found it amusing to watch him squirm in fear. If Zhenyuan High wants to come after me, then target me directly. Leave my school out of it, Li Mu said before riding off, leaving Sun Tong in a state of sheer panic. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, Sun Tong's heart nearly stopped, and he wished he could rush over to cover Li Mu's mouth. Sure enough, the young wolf guards and the other soldiers all turned their sharp gazes towards Sun Tong. Their eyes carried curiosity, but the innate aura of lethal intent left Sun Tong's legs trembling. They silently wondered to themselves, who could be so bold as to offend someone invited by a top military figure? Sun Tong's face turned deathly pale, his expression completely out of control, and tears almost welled up in his eyes. The wolf guards swiftly mounted their horses, surrounding Li Mu as they galloped away. Watching Li Mu's figure disappear into the distance, Changming let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to glance at Sun Tong with a mocking smirk and deliberately coughed. The sound startled Sun Tong so much that he almost collapsed to the ground. Seeing Sun Tong's pathetic state, Changming felt a surge of satisfaction. Serves him right. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? This isn't just kicking a steel plate UV, run straight into a meat grinder. Let's go. Time for hot pot. Changming called out to the group. The students cheered enthusiastically and rushed toward the plaza, leaving Sun Tong standing there, ashen-faced. Director, shall we leave? An assistant quietly reminded him, though their voice trembled slightly. Let's go. Sun Tong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Just as he was about to take a step, he stopped abruptly. Gritting his teeth, he warned the people around him, keep your mouths shut. Not a word about what happened today. In his mind, he replayed the threats he had made toward Li Mu, desperately trying to reassure himself. Li Mu's connection to the military district might just be a coincidence. How deep could a mere student's ties to the military be? He resolved to bury the incident and ensure his boss never found out. If his actions jeopardized the Zhenyuan Consortium's plans to establish relations with the military, he knew his boss's retaliation would be. Meanwhile, the senior leadership of Heishui High School returned to their seats and immediately called over Xiao Lingtong and a few other students who were familiar with Li Mu, questioning them about his experiences in the abyss. Xiao Lingtong enthusiastically embellished his story. When the administrators heard that Li Mu had broken the chief instructor's leg upon meeting him, they were utterly stunned. Initially, they feared Li Mu might have been taken into custody. But when they learned that he had not only obtained a rare blood beast horse, but also acquired a premium spiritual treasure, they exchanged incredulous glances. A sharp-minded student chimed in, pointing out that when Li Mu performed the flowing cloud triple impact, it unleashed the force of 5 strikes. They even played a recording of the scene on their phone. The school leaders immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the flowing cloud 5 impact. Changming and the others fell into silence. He signaled to the logistics director, who promptly summoned Xiao Lu, the library administrator. Did Li Mu from Class 7 check out any techniques from the library yesterday? He did. I saw it myself. What technique did he take? Flowing cloud triple impact. With a loud clatter, the school leaders all shot to their feet, their chairs pushed far back. Are you certain? Zhao Qingshan asked, his voice trembling. Once Xiao Lu confirmed, everyone was left in shock. Li Mu had only learned the flowing cloud triple impact yesterday, yet by today, he had already modified it into the 5 impact. Moreover, he used it to break the leg of a second-rank martial artist. What was even more astonishing was that all of this had been witnessed by the military. At that moment, Li Mu had already followed the wolf guards to a reception room within the martial arts research department. The room was furnished with a round table and a full spread of food and wine. As he stepped inside, he saw some familiar faces. Qin Zhanya, Minister Song, Professor Su, and Old Zhou, the head of the stables. Sitting in the main seat, however, was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. His face radiated authority, and his natural air of command made his rank apparent. While his military rank matched Qin Zhanya's, his uniform bore insignia of a higher grade. Li Mu's heart tightened as he silently speculated about the man's identity. The assistants and guards of the attendees remained outside the room. Once inside, Qin Zhanya pulled Li Mu in and casually shut the door behind them. Professor Su stood up from his seat the moment he saw Li Mu arrive, his face lighting up with a warm smile. I'm so sorry to call you over this late. I hope I didn't disrupt anything important, he said apologetically. No, not at all, Li Mu quickly responded, stepping forward to gently press Professor Su back into his seat. As the eldest in the room, Professor Zu's gesture of standing made Li Mu feel an immense sense of pressure. Qin Zhanya immediately introduced the man seated at the head of the table to Li Mu. Li Mu, let me give you a proper introduction. This is Wang Longqing, the deputy commander of our military district. Hearing this, Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. He instantly performed a perfect knight's salute. The deputy commander, ranked fourth in the chain of command, was a figure of immense authority, almost untouchable to most. For someone like Li Mu, merely a student, this was a rare and humbling encounter. Even Principal Lin Shangming, if present, would tread carefully in such company. The structure of the Zhenyuan Army was highly organized, beginning at the smallest level with 5-person squads. 5 squads formed a platoon of 25 soldiers, 4 platoons made a company of 100, and 10 companies constituted a battalion of 1,000 troops. Typically, a military district comprised 10 battalions, totaling around 10,000 soldiers. However, in response to more challenging abyssal threats, some districts expanded to include 11 or 12 battalions, or even more. The command hierarchy of a military district was as follows: district commander, deputy commander, chief commander, and deputy chief commander. Positions such as battalion leaders, instructors, and chief guards could be held by senior wolf guards, while the deputy chief commander was the highest position attainable for an upper wolf guard. To advance further, a minimum rank of lesser tiger marquis was required. For someone like Wang Longqing to achieve the rank of deputy commander as an upper wolf guard was already a remarkable feat. Any further promotion, such as to district commander, would necessitate a rank of upper tiger marquis at the very least, and often a lesser dragon general. The military ranking system of the Zhenyuan Army was meticulously tiered: lesser wolf guard, middle wolf guard, upper wolf guard, lesser tiger marquis, middle tiger marquis, upper tiger marquis, lesser dragon general, middle dragon general, upper dragon general, and finally the highest ranks of dragon tiger lesser marshal and dragon tiger grand marshal. District commanders of large military districts could hold a rank as high as upper dragon general. When multiple districts formed a corps, with forces ranging from tens of thousands to over 1 million, the commander had to hold the rank of dragon tiger marshal. Please, have a seat, Wang Longqing said with a warm smile, gesturing for Li Mu to sit down. The decision to assign someone of Wang Longqing's rank to oversee the first abyssal battle of students showed how much the military valued the operation. Of course, the incident with the red-haired coach was an unfortunate and unexpected event. If not for the coach's emotional turmoil after a breakup, such reckless behavior would never have occurred. Wang Longqing's presence at the dinner table was primarily due to his personal connections with Professor Su and Minister Song. He had always held the department of martial techniques in high regard. Upon hearing these two esteemed figures speak so highly of a student, he was naturally curious to witness Li Mu's abilities firsthand. As a martial artist himself, Wang Longqing was intrigued by Li Mu's talent. The flowing cloud triple shock technique originally only had 2 shocks. It had been refined and expanded over generations of spear and staff martial artists. If Li Mu had taken years of practice to comprehend a 4th shock, that would have been impressive enough. But for him to directly master a 5th shock and even demonstrate a 6th shock on the spot was extraordinary. Such talent was exceedingly rare. If the flowing cloud's 6 shocks could be standardized, it would surely ascend to the ranks of high-tier martial techniques. The group enthusiastically welcomed Li Mu to join the table. Just as Wang Longqing was about to speak, his expression subtly shifted. His body trembled lightly, and it seemed as though he was about to cough, but forcibly suppressed it to maintain his composure. Li Mu, with his keen perception, noticed this small detail. Curiosity piqued, he activated his fiery eyes of truth and carefully observed Wang Longqing. His pupils contracted sharply at what he saw. Li Mu's gaze pierced through Wang Longqing's body like an X-ray, revealing the intricate network of meridians within. In this vivid, map-like vision, most of the meridians glowed with a calm green hue. However, in the area around the lungs, 2 meridians stood out, ominously marked in deep red. What was even more alarming was how these red meridians bizarrely intersected and collided with each other like lanes on a 2-way road suddenly misaligned, causing endless chaos. This discovery sent a jolt through Li Mu's mind. Swapped meridians? Such a phenomenon was unheard of in the martial world. By all logic, with Wang Longqing's strength, he should have already ascended to the Xian tier and gained the ability to observe his body's inner workings with clarity. Yet, it seemed he remained stuck at the 9th rank of the Huang tier. The most puzzling question was whether this meridian anomaly was the result of an external intervention or an accidental occurrence. Meridians, the unique pathways for qi within a martial artist's body, defied conventional medical understanding. As the saying went, the dantian is like an ocean, and the meridians are its rivers, emphasizing their enigmatic and semi-ethereal nature. Just as Li Mu retracted his gaze, he was met with Wang Longqing's sharp, penetrating eyes. He realized that his own nascent level of eye technique, while powerful enough to scan another's body, was still too crude to avoid detection. Observing a ninth-rank expert would never go unnoticed. Indeed, Wang Longqing had felt the moment Li Mu activated his ocular ability and could even pinpoint exactly where Li Mu's focus had landed. Outwardly, Wang Longqing maintained an air of composure, but inwardly, waves of shock crashed through him. This young man's eye technique could see directly into his body and precisely identify the hidden issue in his lungs. Li Mu remained silent, avoiding further attention, and Wang Longqing chose not to expose him. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "A young hero indeed. I heard your flowing Cloud 6 shocks even gave Instructor Qin a hard time?" Li Mu quickly responded with humility. "Instructor Qin merely went easy on me and was caught off guard, that's all. You've got some manners now, huh?" Qin Zhanya interjected with a teasing tone. "Where was this polite attitude when you barged into my office demanding rewards?" He then turned to Wang Longqing and reported, "Commander, I gave this kid 2 superior tier techniques, a top-grade spiritual treasure, a fine weapon, and even a premium warhorse I managed to snag from old Zhou." Hearing this, old Zhou nearly leaped out of his seat in protest, but quickly plastered on a smile. As the lowest-ranking official present, sharing a table with esteemed figures like Professor Su, Minister Song, and Commander Wang Longqing was an honor he dared not jeopardize. Wang Longqing, fully aware that Qin Zhanya was using this opportunity to settle accounts, nodded. "Fine, the rewards are all approved. The more pressing matter is the merit evaluation." He turned to Professor Su and the others. "How is the research on flowing Cloud 5 shocks progressing?" Minister Song promptly answered, "We're making good progress. It's still classified as a common tier technique. While the difficulty of cultivation has increased, even those with average aptitude should be able to master up to flowing Cloud 4 shocks." Wang Longqing gave an approving nod. "Among the 12,000 soldiers in our district, at least 3,000 gun and staff users could benefit from flowing Cloud 5 shocks. If it reduces casualty rates, the value of this technique will only continue to rise." As the meal continued, the conversation shifted toward Li Mu's past. Naturally, the topic of his steer talent being forcibly taken and his expulsion from the Li family came up. Qin Zhanya was incensed upon hearing this, while Minister Song and Professor Su expressed their deep sympathy. Yet, in a nation like Huaxia, where powerful family clans held sway over much of the country, such injustices by a single family like the Li clan were, unfortunately, all too common and often left unchallenged. The Zhenyuan Army cannot rashly interfere in the Li family's internal affairs, as doing so would provide larger families with an excuse to criticize them, putting the military in a passive position. However, if the Li family were to provoke them first, that would be an entirely different situation. This ongoing power struggle between the military and influential families has a long history. After the meal, Li Mu rose to take his leave. Wang Longqing said, "Coincidentally, I'm heading home as well. Let me give you a ride." Li Mu, knowing Wang Longqing likely had something important to discuss, found it difficult to refuse. Outside, Wang Longqing's personal military vehicle, a rugged, heavy-duty armored car, was waiting for them. The adjutant was behind the wheel, while Li Mu and Wang Longqing sat side by side in the back seat. The vehicle sped along the elevated highway, and the interior was steeped in silence. "What have you noticed?" Wang Longqing finally broke the silence after a long pause. Li Mu pointed to the area of Wang Longqing's chest near his lungs and spoke directly, "Deputy Commander Wang, have you been injured here?" From the front seat, the adjutant glanced at Li Mu through the rearview mirror, silently marveling at how calm and composed this young man was in Wang Longqing's presence, so unlike the officials who usually trembled when meeting him. "Yes." Wang Longqing's eyes gleamed. "Two meridians intersect there, and their energies clash. As for why it affects the lungs, I'm not entirely sure," Li Mu admitted honestly. Wang Longqing's breathing grew faster. "Can you identify which 2 meridians?" "More or less," Li Mu replied cautiously, though he could see them with absolute clarity. "Look again," Wang Longqing urged, suppressing his excitement. This issue with his lungs had been the greatest obstacle preventing him from breaking through to the Xian level. The more he pushed himself, the worse the condition became, creating a vicious cycle that hindered both his cultivation and his career. Li Mu nodded and activated his enhanced vision. The two sat face-to-face, mere inches apart, as Li Mu scrutinized the meridian pathways with precision. "Focus on it," Wang Longqing reminded him. Li Mu extended his finger, pointing toward Wang Longqing's lung area. "It's right here." Suddenly, Wang Longqing let out a muffled groan. Li Mu watched in shock as the 2 clashing meridians within Wang Longqing's body violently ruptured. Startled, Li Mu instinctively recoiled, slamming against the car door, fearing he might have inadvertently caused the damage. Fortunately, the rampaging energy was swiftly suppressed by Wang Longqing himself. Now check again. Are they still there? Wang Longqing asked, his voice trembling from pain but laced with undeniable excitement. Li Mu steadied himself and took another close look. The two red meridians had vanished, leaving only clear, unimpeded green meridians. Even the red-tinged area of the lungs was steadily fading. A chill ran down Li Mu's spine, self-detonating meridians? That was an unbelievably extreme method. Li Mu shook his head, signaling that the procedure was complete. Wang Longqing let out a long sigh of relief. The bull's breathing gradually steadied, regaining its composed and seasoned demeanor. At that moment, Li Mu finally understood Wang Longqing's exceptional abilities. This deputy commander of the military district was a true strategist. He had skillfully leveraged Li Mu's fire eye vision to pinpoint the exact locations, fully aware of the danger posed by the two damaged meridians but unable to locate them on his own. The moment Wang Longqing sensed Li Mu's pinpointing through his ocular technique, he acted without hesitation. His decisiveness under pressure was truly admirable. Ironically, if this procedure had been conducted in a formal and quiet setting, Li Mu might have faltered under psychological pressure. But in this relaxed state, his accuracy reached its peak. Although the human body has countless meridians, damaging two is not immediately fatal. However, the risks involved are significant, and any error in targeting could lead to irreversible harm. When Li Mu finally announced the procedure was complete, even the adjutant driving in the front seat couldn't hide his excitement. As Wang Longqing's personal guard, he was all too familiar with how much this strange ailment had plagued his commander. He recalled a particular moment during a major operation when Wang Longqing, while issuing commands with full concentration, suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, spitting blood onto the command desk. Thankfully, only trusted personnel were present in the command room at the time. Had the incident leaked, it would have meant the end of Wang Longqing's career. Ironically, the mission that caused this severe meridian damage was supposed to be the crowning achievement that secured his promotion to Commander-in-Chief. Unfortunately, he had been held back by his inability to reach the Xian rank. Now that the ailment was cured, Wang Longqing could finally focus on breaking through to the Xian rank. With a smile, he asked, "Ready for your first battle in the abyss?" "Ready," Li Mu replied with unwavering determination. "Be cautious in this first battle. When it's over, come visit me at home," Wang Longqing said, his eyes filled with admiration. In the front seat, the adjutant couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. It had taken him 2 years to earn such an invitation, yet Li Mu seemed to be on the fast track to success. This was a monumental favor that Wang Longqing owed. As the saying goes, immense gratitude is better left unsaid. It is the unspoken gestures that carry the most sincerity. An invitation to one's home was a sign of closeness and trust. Li Mu quickly agreed. Upon returning home, he shared only what he could with his family, careful not to worry his mother or aunt. He deliberately avoided certain details, knowing that his younger cousins might inadvertently spill the beans. The next 2 days of military training passed uneventfully. Neither Li Xiaohong nor Li Lan sought out Li Mu. Instead, they lied to their family, claiming that Li Mu had refused to return to the Li household and had spoken rudely. The Li family, outraged, accused Li Mu of being ungrateful. With their pride, they naturally wouldn't lower themselves to invite him again. This played right into Li Lan and Li Xiaohong's plans. They never intended to let this poor boy easily rejoin the family. After 3 days of training, the 4th morning arrived, and the fortress above the abyss entrance in Iron Hand City was bustling with activity. At 8 a.m., the fortress square was packed with spectators, many of whom were parents of the participating students. Although the mortality rate for the first abyss battle was low, families were allowed to be present just in case. Li Mu's mother, aunt, and their family, along with Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng, who had taken leave specifically for this event, all came to support him. Before Li Mu went to check in, his family repeatedly reminded him to be careful. After watching him head to the registration area, they entered the multimedia hall to find their seats. The students registered in an orderly manner and took the elevators down into the abyss, while school leaders and families gathered in the central multimedia hall of the square. Hanging above the hall was a massive 3D main screen surrounded by 20 smaller screens positioned at various angles, ensuring that every seat had a clear view of the action. A giant scoreboard had also been set up. At this time, members of the Li family arrived and took their seats in the front row. From a distance, Yang Suying spotted them, her heart filled with resentment. For this first abyss battle, Li Xiaoho was studying at the prestigious Sacred Dragon Martial Academy in the Eastern District, a top-tier institution boasting 2 grade gifted students. Apart from Li Xiaoho, there was another prodigy named Lu Chunfeng, who had reached the 2nd rank realm on the very day he awakened his grade talent. In recent days, Lu Chunfeng's cultivation level has soared rapidly, reaching the late 2nd tier stage. During this critical period of awakening one's innate talent, every cultivator experiences a phase of compression. This is the best time to lay a solid foundation for the 1st tier. Once the innate talent awakens, the long-stored power will erupt like a spring, a result entirely attributed to the accumulation of prior efforts. Lu Chunfeng is undoubtedly a prime example of someone who excels in both talent and innate ability, wielding immense influence within the school. In stark contrast stands Li Xiaohao, who, even after completing military training, remains at the late first-tier stage. Coupled with his dishonorable reputation for exploiting others' talents, his standing in the school is far from favorable. At this moment, the multimedia hall's second floor is packed to capacity. Seated in the front row are two prominent figures, the Deputy Minister of Education and the Deputy Minister of Resources from East City District. Behind them sit various departmental officials. Further back are the principals of over 20 participating schools, including Zhang Tong, the principal of Tunglong High School, and Yin Changming, the principal of Heishui High School. At 8:20 a.m., all participating students had already entered the abyss. Drone cameras closely followed the students gathering for a briefing. Qin Zhanya, mounted on a formidable blood-colored warhorse, approached the teleportation area to deliver his pre-battle address. Let me emphasize this once again. No one is to enter unmarked areas on the map. The marked areas have been specifically cleared, but if you encounter creatures not listed in the illustrated guide, retreat immediately. If you discover any suspicious portals, caves, tunnels, or energy clusters, you must report them and withdraw at once. He raised his long sword high, his voice resonant. Now, proceed through the portals according to your assigned teams. I wish you all a victorious return. Li Mu glanced down at the tech device on his wrist, a uniquely designed gadget in the shape of a small turtle, known as the Triumphant Turtle. This standard-issue piece of abyss equipment, provided by the state, functions as both an upgraded smartphone and a locator. It connects in real time to the abyss map and allows users to check their points ranking and other information. The 3 days of military training deterred nearly 40 of the students who had initially signed up for the first battle. The gruesome and bloody war footage from the Town Abyss Army's archives convinced many to switch to liberal arts. Those who remained, though filled with youthful passion, could not completely mask their nervousness in the face of the imminent battles against monsters. Return triumphant. Little Turtle. Squirtle. The students erupted into various cheers and laughter, using this mix of boldness and humor to combat the invisible pressure of the abyss. They charged toward the semicircular area surrounded by a dozen or so teleportation portals. Over the past few days, many students from Heishui High School had tried to invite Li Mu to form a team, but he politely declined each time. A natural lone wolf, Li Mu had already stepped into the teleportation portal alone while others were still searching for teammates. The talents of martial artists come in a wide variety, even within combat-oriented abilities, where each has its unique focus. Some specialize in defense, others excel in area attacks, while some are adept at unknown combat. There's also a distinction between ranged and melee combat. Additionally, certain individuals can command spirit beasts or control mystical artifacts. As for healing and support type abilities, they are exceedingly rare and typically classified under lifestyle talents, with few venturing into the abyss. Combat talents occasionally carry minor supportive traits, but remain predominantly combat-focused. When forming teams, martial artists strive to find complementary partners. A team composed entirely of ranged attackers would struggle without close combat and defensive capabilities, leaving them in a vulnerable position. However, venturing into the abyss also requires a careful balance, and numbers too few members make it difficult to face formidable foes, while too many attract monsters due to the overwhelming presence of martial energy, much like how the scent of blood draws sharks. After extensive trials, humanity has determined that the optimal team size is 5 members. The moment Li Mu stepped through the abyss portal, the blinding light instinctively made him crouch while swiftly drawing his thornflower staff. Only after confirming his surroundings were safe did he slowly rise. Li Mu now appeared transformed, clad in the black and silver uniform of Blackwater Academy. His black and silver cape swayed lightly in the breeze. Before entering the abyss, each participant was issued 2 temporary pieces of equipment, a drone locator and a spatial storage pouch, both of which had to be returned upon completion. The drone buzzed to life, automatically unfolding and hovering 4 to 5 meters above and behind Li Mu. Each participant was accompanied by such a drone, which transmitted real-time footage back to the multimedia hall. However, due to limited screen space, only those ranked high in monster kill points could have their footage displayed on the monitors. The Ministry of Education had pre-assigned point values to each type of monster, with kills automatically calculated by wristwatches. Some individuals had already appeared on the big screens even before hunting began. These were the S and A-level talents from various schools, the focal points of this first battle. Among them, the most attention-grabbing were Zhang Jiwei from Shenglong Martial Academy and Lu Chunfeng from Choming High School. Both were 2 of only 3 S-level talents in the Eastern District and had reached the peak of the yellow tier, 2nd rank. What made them even more remarkable was their decision to act alone, a testament to their confidence in their abilities. In contrast, another S-level talent from Shenglong Martial Academy, Li Xiaohao, seemed far less impressive. This late first-rank martial artist had assembled a team of 4 second-rank teammates. At present, He was striking a dramatic pose with his spear, which crackled with lightning, creating an imposing image. This ability, Heavenly Thunder Surge, was an level talent he had seized from Li Mu. In one corner of the multimedia hall, the Li family sat together, led by the elderly Madame Ma. Watching Li Xiaohao flaunt his abilities, Madame Ma nodded in approval. Xiaohao is very clever. He knows how to use the big screen to showcase himself. Li Xiaohao's mother, Li Mu's second aunt, crossed her legs and chimed in, of course. Our Xiaohao is nothing if not smart. However, Li Xiaohao's teammates were frowning, silently expressing their discontent over his unnecessary expenditure of energy. Yet, as teammates assigned by the school, they had no choice but to endure in silence. Just then, a ripple of laughter spread through the multimedia hall. The live statistics of participants from each school had just been released, and when compared to the enrollment numbers for the training camp, the data revealed the number of deserters from each institution. While other schools had at least 100 or 200 participants, Blackwater Academy had only 66 students enter the abyss, the sole school with fewer than 100. The leaders of Blackwater Academy turned red with embarrassment, their expressions awkward. Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng were busy explaining the education system to Yang Suiying and Yang Yorong. Chen Jiafeng, visibly anxious, jumped up and exclaimed, Auntie, this is bad. Our cousin's school has the fewest participants. Although Li Mu had hinted at such a possibility when he transferred schools, no one expected the situation to be this dire. Yang Suiying nodded silently, her palms nervously wiping against her thighs. A mother's heart is always filled with worry. At this moment, Yang Suiying's eyes were fixed on the large screen. She had just caught sight of Li Xiaohao from the Li familia young man wielding a spear, its shaft crackling with lightning and exuding a terrifyingly powerful aura. The sight ignited a storm of fury and sorrow in her chest. Such extraordinary talent should have belonged to her own son, yet it had been snatched away by that waste from the Li family. Meanwhile, her precious son was left with Nth-grade talent, forced to face the terrifying abyssal monsters. Mom, look over here. Her son's voice interrupted her thoughts. Yang Suiying, noticing her own face turning pale, shot her son a glare before kicking at him. You little brat, get lost. I can figure this out, she snapped. But right after, she grumbled. Now tell me how to see your cousin's screen. Chen Jiaqi, standing nearby, patiently explained. Mom, cousin doesn't have a ranking yet. There are a total of 21 screens. The contestant with the highest monster kill points appears on the main screen. The top 10 are shown on the upper side screens, and the top 100 rotate on the 10 lower side screens. For cousin to appear, he needs to make it into the top 100 first. Right now, there are over 3,700 participants. Hearing this, her sister Yang Yorong also grew anxious. Oh my, 3,700 into 100? That's way too hard. Outside the multimedia hall, mocking laughter from students of other schools surrounded the Blackwater High contingent, leaving its students mortified. Seriously, what are you laughing at? If your school was full of first graders, you'd have a go too, one student muttered through gritted teeth. Just let it go. Blackwater High's been the clown every year. This year's no different. Exactly. Last year was even worse. They only had about 40-something. On the second floor, In Changming was awkwardly enduring everyone's teasing. Wow, Old In, this strategy of yours is something else, huh? Classic Old In always knows how to conserve strength. With the abyssal battles having such a high death rate, Old In here treats his students like his own kids. How could he let them take any risks? In Changming ignored the jabs and mustered the courage to approach Section Chief Xue from the East District Education Department. Chief Xue, I recently managed to get my hands on a great box of cigarettes. Would you do me the honor of trying them out? He said with a fawning smile, pulling out the box and offering it. Offering cigarettes in front of a crowd came off as open and straightforward, far from bribery. Chief Xue chuckled and took one. Well, Old In, these aren't easy to come by. I guess I have to give it a try. As long as you like it. In Changming quickly struck a match and lit it for him. I wanted to explain our low participation numbers this time were my oversight. It doesn't reflect poorly on our students' quality. I hope you can put in a good word for us with the Deputy Minister and the Resource Department. Please, don't let them cut our resources any further. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked utterly worn down. Chief Xue took a deep drag and sighed. Old In, we've known each other for years. I just don't get it. You left a perfectly good job as a deputy general manager at a forging company to start a school. What were you thinking? Year after year at the bottom, haven't you figured it out yet? With your connections, you can't pull this off. Listen to me, just close up shop. In Changming could only respond with an awkward smile, his eyes drifting back to the glaring 66 on the big screen as he let out a long sigh. Noticing this, Chief Xue pointed to the main screen, where a young man with a spear strapped to his back was displayed. Zhang Jiwei, Scrade Talent, Golden Spear Cavalry, one of the highest tier offensive talents. For your school to rise, you need at least one powerhouse like this, and they need to be utterly loyal to you. Otherwise, He trailed off, pulling another cigarette from Yin Changming's box and giving him a meaningful look. Yin Changming stared at the screen, lost in thought. Indeed, only a powerhouse of that caliber could bring hope for Blackwater High's resurgence. Speaking of loyalty, there was a student named Li Mu 3 days ago who had not only advanced to the second rank but also resisted being poached by Zhenyuan High. However, while Li Mu had shown genius in modifying techniques, many technique prodigies faltered in actual combat. Expecting him to shine like Zhang Jiwei with Hmph grade talent just because he advanced to rank 2 and improved a staff technique, Yin Changming couldn't help but feel it was asking too much of the boy. As Yin Changming was lost in thought, a sudden uproar erupted from the arena. On the massive screen above, a team of 4 was locked in a fierce battle with a rank 1 yellow tier spider wolf. Despite having 2 rank 2 yellow tier warriors in their ranks, the team struggled against the ferocious monster. Within moments of engagement, one member was slashed by the spider wolf's razor-sharp claws, throwing the team into disarray. After an arduous struggle, they managed to slay the beast, barely securing the first set of points and claiming a spot on the leaderboard. In this abyssal domain, humanity's greatest strength lay in teamwork. The monsters here were naturally far stronger in physique than warriors of equivalent rank, making solo encounters perilous, often ending in tragedy. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Li Mu cautiously navigated the abyss. This was his first venture into the depths, and before him lay the ruins of a desolate city. Unlike others who rushed to climb the leaderboard, Li Mu moved with deliberate care, weaving through the crumbling remains with constant vigilance. As he climbed over a low wall, a sharp crack sounded beneath his foot. Looking down, he realized he had stepped on not a branch, but a fragment of bone, bleached white and brittle. A chill shot up his spine as he instinctively turned around. Perched atop the wall he had just crossed was a spider wolf, its malevolent gaze fixed intently on him. The creature was over 2 meters long, its body a grotesque fusion of wolf and spider. It had the muscular frame and claws of a wolf, but sprouting from its back were 4 sharp, spindly spider legs. Most horrifying of all were its 2 heads, one a snarling wolf, the other a grotesque spider, both dripping with eerie blue saliva. Judging by the energy it emanated, this was a latestage rank 1 yellow tier spider wolf. Though its rank was slightly below Li Mu's, the bloodthirsty glow in its wolf eyes and the multitude of unsettling eyes on the spider head were enough to strike fear into even the bravest of warriors. Without warning, the spider wolf leapt from the wall, launching itself straight at Li Mu. Its massive claw swiped down with terrifying speed and force, an attack that could easily paralyze a lesser warrior with fear. Though Li Mu felt a flicker of hesitation, his years of training in the earthly 9 steps technique allowed him to evade the blow with precision. In the same motion, he swung his thornwood staff in a sweeping arc. Flowing cloud, first strike. The spider wolf deflected the blow with its nimble spider legs, sending the staff recoiling. Li Mu used the momentum to step back, immediately following up with another attack. Flowing cloud, second strike. The spider wolf, mistaking his retreat for a full withdrawal, moved to intercept him. One spider leg blocked his strike, while the others began closing off his escape routes. But instead of retreating, Li Mu surged forward, his staff smashing down with explosive force, shattering the blocking leg. Flowing cloud, third strike. Iron-cleaving technique. Channeling his chi with reckless intensity, Li Mu brought the staff crashing down with devastating power, obliterating the wolf head in a single strike. The spider wolf howled in agony, thrashing wildly. Suddenly, its abdomen split open, and a razor-sharp spider leg burst forth, slicing through the air toward Li Mu with deadly precision. This was the spider wolf's infamous death slash, a lethal final attack that had claimed the lives of countless warriors. Prepared for this moment, Li Mu raised his staff to meet the strike. Sparks flew as the staff collided with the deadly leg, shattering it in a burst of force. Without hesitation, he followed up with another crushing blow, smashing the spider head to pieces and ending the beast's life for good. A system notification chimed in his mind. Victory. Battle points 30. Li Mu was pleasantly surprised by the reward. The score was only slightly lower than Red Hair Instructor's, suggesting that the Instructor's strength was comparable to this spider wolf. Outside the abyss, earning battle points was a grueling task. But here, every monster slain brought not only points but also invaluable combat experience, allowing warriors to rapidly advance their cultivation. This was why students from martial academies often graduated at rank 5 or 6, while those from liberal arts schools rarely advanced beyond rank 2 or 3. Without hesitation, Li Mu allocated all 30 points to his divine weapon technique. Consumed 30 battle points. Divine weapon technique upgraded successfully. Effect. Weapon weight increased to 100 gene. He hefted the thornwood staff in his hands, marveling at the power of the heavenly sage art. Even with his rank 2 cultivation, his physical strength was remarkable. The staff, originally weighing 60 gene, now carried an additional 100 gene thanks to the divine weapon technique. Though it felt heavy without using the mountain carrying skill, it was still manageable. When combined with that technique, the staff would feel as light as a feather in his hands. Li Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. The abyss was dangerous, but it was also a place of opportunity, a crucible where strength was forged and legends were born. The 160 gene staff came crashing down with a deafening whoosh. Li Mu knew that even the spider wolf's much vaunted flowing cloud double shock would likely be unable to withstand such an attack. As the spider wolf collapsed, an invisible energy quietly flowed into his cloak, a sensation he could distinctly feel. Adjusting his cloak, Li Mu strode quickly toward the edge of the red zone. First-tier monsters were no longer a challenge for him. He needed to find stronger opponents. The red zone could potentially lead him to early-stage second-tier monsters, exactly what he was looking for. Unlike the groups of 4 or 5 who had to split their earn points, Li Mu's solo approach gave him a distinct advantage. While he acted cautiously and his kill speed lagged behind others, his points steadily climbed after all. Every reward he earned was his alone. Outside the multimedia hall of Hshui High School, students gathered in batches near the transparent glass, their eyes fixed on the giant screen inside. Some, bored out of their minds, had started playing cards, grumbling, "We're just here for the show. If it weren't mandatory to stay until the end, I'd have gone back to school already." "Do you think Li Mu will stand out?" someone asked. "Sure. He's the only second-tier fighter from our school, but out of nearly 4,000 participants, half of them are second-tier too." Suddenly, a student sitting directly in front of the hall threw down his cards and shot to his feet, eyes glued to the screen. "Wait a second, is that Li Mu, the one wearing the cloak?" Yang Yurong also sprang up, grabbing Chun Jiechi's arm. "Jiechi, look quickly. Isn't that your cousin?" "It is. It's him," Chun Jiechi exclaimed, clenching her fists in excitement and pointing at the screen. That cloak and thorn staff played with them countless times at home. There was no mistaking it. "Auntie, my cousin made it into the top 100. He's amazing." Chen Jiafeng, equally ecstatic, jumped up and down, cheering loudly. The room was as noisy as a sports stadium, but the boisterous atmosphere couldn't hide the worry etched on Yang Suying's face. Her expression suddenly turned pale. Why is Mu all alone? Where are his teammates? The cheers abruptly died down. Only then did everyone notice that there were only 3 individuals on the entire screen who were moving solo. The first place Zhang Jiwei, the second place Lu Chunfeng, and now Li Mu. Everyone else was part of a team. Could it be that his teammates are all dead? Yang Suying's voice trembled as she clutched her sister's hand. While others celebrated Li Mu's rise into the top 100, this mother's heart was filled with apprehension as she imagined her son facing abyssal monsters all by himself. The leaders of Hshui School watched intently as images cycled across the large screen. Li Mu's figure flashed by briefly, staying on screen for only 20 seconds before shifting to the next scene. Their attention then shifted to the scoreboard, where Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng occupied the first and second spots, each having already slain over a dozen monsters. It was clear that these two were no strangers to venturing into the abyss. As a solo newcomer to the abyss, Li Mu initially acted with great caution. However, as he gained combat experience, his movements became increasingly fluid and confident. Upon defeating his 8th monster, his divine weapon technique reached 240 pounds of force. Combined with the 60-pound weight of his thornflower staff, it totaled 300 pounds. Li Mu tested the staff with a flourish, and while it felt heavy, the strength granted by his mountain-bearing technique equivalent to the power of 1 tiger and 3 oxen allowed him to wield it with relative ease. Yet, true combat required more than brute strength. It demanded mastery of techniques. Li Mu was fully aware that his current physical limits allowed him to execute the flowing cloud 5 shocks technique, albeit barely. Even so, the destructive power of a 300-pound weapon was a game-changer. Facing his 9th opponent, a spider wolf, Li Mu channeled his inner energy in advance and executed a devastating iron slash, striking down from above. The spider wolf was instantly shattered, leaving a small crater in the ground. The system notification chimed in. Victory. Battle points 36. Current total, 161 battle points. Planting the thornflower staff firmly into the ground, Li Mu opened his system interface. His accumulated battle points were now sufficient to unlock new techniques. Skipping over options like alchemy, fertile fields, wine-fueled bravery, and heavenfall divine weapon, each requiring 100 points, his gaze settled on immobilization technique, which cost 150 points. After unlocking it, the details of the immobilization technique appeared. By shouting, freeze, the target could be immobilized for 0.5 seconds. The skill consumed 10 of his inner energy and had a cooldown period of 1 minute. Li Mu's eyes widened. Though the energy cost and cooldown time were higher than expected, the skill tree offered enticing upgrades, such as extending immobilization duration, reducing energy consumption, shortening cooldown, and even increasing damage during immobilization. As Li Mu prepared to head toward the red zone, His name had already climbed onto the permanent display in the multimedia hall's top 11 leaderboard. The scoreboard now read, Li Mu, 1496 points, ranked 11th. This development sent shockwaves through Heishui High School. Achieving such a rank as a solo fighter over an hour into the battle was no fluke. The students of Heishui erupted in thunderous cheers, their voices so loud that the glass panels of the multimedia hall seemed to hum from the vibration. Though it was only 11th place, given the circumstances, a solo effort at this stage of the competition, the accomplishment filled them with pride. On the second floor of the hall, school leaders from various institutions had gathered. Zhang Teng, the principal of Tenglong Martial Academy, stood with his arms crossed, his expression grim. Despite sending nearly 200 students into the abyss, not a single one had made it onto the leaderboard. The best among them barely scraped into the top 100. Watching other school principals in the front row chatting and laughing with senior officials from the Ministry of Education and the Resource Department, Zhang Tong could only stand silently in the background, his heart filled with envy. Here, having a student on the leaderboard was the ultimate source of a school leader's confidence. It wasn't until someone pointed it out that Zhang Ting noticed the changes on the scoreboard. Hey, Zhang, look. Li Mu has made it into the top 11. Isn't he that student from your school? Hearing this, Zhang Ting immediately scanned the 11 large screens. In no time, he spotted Li Mu's figure. A delighted smile spread across his face. Haha, that's right. He's the one from our school who had his talent reassigned just a few days ago. Even though he lost his level talent, we've taken a different approach and can still develop him into an outstanding individual. Zhang Tong said proudly, glancing smugly at the surrounding principals, completely oblivious to the fact that his vice principal was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Zhang, your teaching methods are truly remarkable, one of the principals said with a smile. But isn't Li Mu wearing the wrong uniform? As soon as this was said, a wave of low laughter rippled through the crowd. Zhang Ting froze and took a closer look at the screen showing Li Mu. The boy was wearing a black cape, clearly the uniform of Heishui High School. What shocked him even more was the information on the scoreboard. Despite the small font due to limited space, it was unmistakable. Next to Li Mu's name was the label Heishui High School. The uniform and the scoreboard information matched perfectly, which meant that Li Mu was indeed competing as a representative of Heishui High School. Zhang Teng's face turned ashen, and his gaze locked onto Heishui High School's principal, Yin Changming. However, Yin Changming only furrowed his brows, his expression full of confusion. You didn't know Li Mu transferred schools? Director Xue nudged Yin Changming with his elbow, raising his eyebrows mischievously. Old Yin, you've really struck gold this time. If he manages to stay in the top 10, you won't need to ask anyone for favors today. Although Li Mu had just entered the top 11, the crowd's reaction was still one of surprise rather than shock. After all, every competitor in the top 10 was incredibly strong. But Li Mu had drawn everyone's attention because he was the third contestant to choose to act alone. The first two solo competitors made sense, they both had level talents. But Li Mu, with his level talent, had somehow managed to defeat powerful opponents on his own. This puzzling fact lingered in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, in a corner on the ground floor of the hall, the Li family looked grim, their brows tightly furrowed. It was clear they were deeply unhappy with this unexpected turn of events. After the military training concluded, Li Xiaohong stood among the Li family members, gazing from a distance at the abyss battlefield. On the massive screen, the figure of Li Mu stood out prominently. His 11th place ranking filled her with uncontrollable rage. How the hell did that worthless piece of trash make it to the top 11? She spat through gritted teeth. You have to admit, Li Mu did inherit some talent from his father, her second uncle remarked in a calm tone. Her fourth aunt immediately scoffed in disdain. Talent? Huh. His parents were nothing but useless trash themselves. Talent? My foot. Just pure dumb luck. And let's not forge the slapped Xiaohong across the face. I still haven't settled that score with him. When he comes out, I'll make sure he kneels before Xiaohong and pays for it. Hearing this, Li Xiaohong instinctively clenched her jaw. Ever since Li Mu had framed her, Sun Long's attitude toward her had completely shifted. He now alternated between mocking her coldly and dismissing her outright. For this abyss trial, Sun Long had claimed to be too gravely injured to participate. She had wanted to stay by his side, but he had rudely thrown her out, leaving her heartbroken. On the screen, Li Xiaohao's team was ranked 9th. However, his performance was far from impressive. Not only did he pale in comparison to the other rank prodigies, but even his 4 teammates seemed more capable than him. Li Xiaohao relied purely on the raw offensive power of his rank ability, while most of the opportunities for his attacks were orchestrated by his teammates. The 4 of them worked seamlessly together, holding down monsters like they were restraining a pig for slaughter. That's my boy. Well done, son. His second aunt cheered enthusiastically, clearly oblivious to the reality of the situation. But his second uncle's expression remained grim. As a seasoned warrior, he understood all too well that if Li Xiaohao were left to face the monsters alone, he'd struggle to handle even opponents of the same level. In stark contrast, Zhang Jiwei, who held the first-place ranking, delivered an outstanding performance. Wielding a long spear, he effortlessly dispatched Grade 1 monsters in a single strike. Even when faced with Grade 2 monsters, he could take them down within a few moves. At this moment, he was confidently advancing toward the red zone, where Grade 2 monsters and even peak Grade 2 monsters were concentrated. The leaders on the second floor couldn't help but praise him. What a remarkable Shrank Golden Warhorse ability. Truly a top-tier offensive talent. This boy not only has exceptional talent, but also superb spear skills. His potential is immense. That second-place defensive Shrank ability, Iron Resolute, is impressive too tough as steel. And that kid in 11th with the cloak's a bit of a mystery. Haven't seen him in action yet. Meanwhile, Li Mu was unaware that he was being broadcasted live. He assumed only the top 3 contenders would draw any attention. After consulting the map on his tech watch, he resolutely headed toward the more dangerous red zone. Watching this unfold, Director Liang Hai couldn't help but swallow nervously. As the man who had personally expelled Li Mu, he knew the principal would surely hold him accountable. If Li Mu had remained an unknown, it wouldn't have mattered, but now he was ranked 11th in the East District. Silently, Liang Hai cursed in his heart, "Li Mu, you'd better die in the red zone." The moment Li Mu stepped into the red zone, the students of Heishui High erupted in excitement. Holy crap, Li Mu just entered the red zone. That's badass. Damn, who would have thought the Heishui school uniform would show up in the red zone? Go, Li Mu. You've got this. The passionate students pressed themselves against the glass walls of the multimedia hall, shouting wildly as if they were the ones on the battlefield. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, a massive shadow suddenly lunged at Li Mu from the side. In the abyss, monsters never give you time to prepare. From the depths of the abyss, a golden-skinned centipede over 10 meters long slowly emerged. Its entire body was covered in glossy black armor, and its countless legs writhed in waves. For eerie, blue eyes gleamed with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. This was unmistakably a Tier 2 yellow-class beast, its overwhelming aura suffocating to behold. In the multimedia hall's audience seating, Chun Jueqi exclaimed in shock, "A Tier 2 beast." Yang Suying abruptly stood up from her seat. This was the first time Li Mu faced such a formidable opponent on screen. A stark contrast to the usual scenes of other teams struggling for half a day. The battle erupted in an instant. A thick, golden shield materialized in front of Li Mu as the golden-skinned centipede lunged with a vicious bite. The shield shattered under the immense impact, sending golden light scattering everywhere. The shockwave from the explosion flipped the centipede over, momentarily throwing it off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu infused his thorn staff with the power of the iron-cutting strike, causing the weapon to emit a faint green glow. Just as the centipede barely regained its footing and prepared to counterattack, Li Mu uttered a low command, "Freeze." The golden-skinned centipede froze in place for an instant, though to the audience, the immobilization seemed no longer than a fleeting moment of distraction. Even during this brief pause, its head instinctively emitted a layer of golden radiance as a defense. This was its unique ability as a golden-skinned centipede, concentrating golden energy at the point of impact to significantly boost its defense, making it nearly impossible for warriors of the same rank to break through. Coupled with its bizarre ability to rear up on its hind legs, it was a notoriously tricky opponent among Tier 2 beasts. However, against the iron-cutting strike, imbued with 300 kilograms of force, this golden defense was utterly futile. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed as the thorned staff smashed through the golden barrier and embedded itself into the centipede's head. The tremendous impact caused its massive body to fold at an unnatural angle, its head slamming heavily into the ground. Instant kill. The stunning scene left the second floor of the multimedia hall, reserved for VIPs, in complete silence. The previously lively chatter among the crowd ceased as everyone held their breath. The Deputy Minister of Education abruptly straightened in his seat, while the Deputy Minister of Resources shot to his feet. In a setting like this, the presence of these two figures already represented the highest level of authority. The Deputy Minister of Resources turned to scan the gathered university principals, his voice booming like thunder. "Where is the principal of Heishui High School?" In Changming was caught off guard when his name was suddenly called, and he jolted as if struck by lightning. Quickly regaining his composure, he stepped forward, standing respectfully in front of the Deputy Minister of Resources. "Present, sir. I am In Changming, the principal of Heishui School," he declared. The Deputy Minister of Education turned to face him, his gaze scanning In Changming up and down with a warm smile forming on his face. Meanwhile, the Deputy Minister of Resources pulled In Changming closer, speaking eagerly, Come, quickly tell me about this student in detail." The primary purpose of the Abyss First battle is to discover talent and then nurture it, the Deputy Minister of Resources said seriously. If the Education Ministry and the Resources Ministry only cared about innate talent, We wouldn't need to hold the Abyss first battle at all. We could just select the naturally gifted and train them. But the reason we host this event is to re-evaluate and identify those who may not seem extraordinary at first, but have the potential to become truly formidable warriors. He continued, take someone like Sunlong, for instance. Even if he receives resources in the early stages, without a solid performance in the Abyss, he will eventually be eliminated. But Li muted, you see the power behind that strike just now? Everyone here witnessed it clearly. A second-tier martial artist breaking through the defenses of a second-tier golden-skinned centipede and killing it in one blow. That level of strength is undeniable. Although he's currently ranked 6th, his potential for cultivation is already evident. Standing amidst the crowd of influential figures, Changming felt a knot tightening in his chest. The situation he had been dreading had Aravid knew almost nothing about Li Mu, having only met him once 3 days ago. As he stood there at a loss, the principal of Tunglong High School, Zhang Tong, suddenly raised his voice. Wait a minute. That student is mine. Zhang Tong strode forward, visibly excited. Leaders, Li Mu is a student of Tunglong High School, he insisted. Changming's heart sank as all eyes turned toward him. He had no choice but to nod deeply and admit, leaders, to be honest, Li Mu transferred to our school 3 days ago. I wasn't informed of the details. How about this? I'll call our registrar's office to clarify. Zhang Tong, wearing a knowing expression, wasted no time. While Changming made his call, Zhang Tong quickly contacted his own school's registrar's office and discipline department. Before long, the registrar from Heishui, the class teacher, and representatives from Tunglong High School arrived on the scene. The Education and Resources Ministry officials observed the unfolding dispute over talent with great interest. Such battles were nothing new to them. Responding to Changming's inquiry, Heishui's registrar, Lao Ma, answered solemnly, Li Mu did indeed transfer to our school 3 days ago. I personally handled his admission paperwork. Moreover, he provided a formal expulsion certificate from Tunglong High School. That's nonsense. Zhang Ting erupted in fury, cutting off Lao Ma. Noticing the sharp gazes from the officials, he lowered his voice but continued. Li Mu has always been a student at our school. He was never expelled. Where did this so-called expulsion certificate come from? Clearly, you forged it to poach him. Leaders, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. As Zhang Ting vehemently defended his stance, the attention of everyone present shifted behind him. The vice principal and head of discipline from Tunglong High School stood pale-faced, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Under the mounting pressure, Tunglong's registrar raised his hand and confessed, leaders, principal, I issued the expulsion certificate. Zhang Tong felt the world spinning as the words hit him. The registrar continued, it was Director Liang Hai who called me and instructed me to expel Li Mu. I reminded him that such a decision required the principal's approval, but he insisted it wasn't necessary. I admit my mistake. I feared Director Liang's authority and issued the certificate without proper authorization. Liang Hai's legs nearly gave out as he stammered. You can report me if you want, but why claim I have authority? Saying such things in front of all these leaders, it's like you're trying to ruin me. Zhang Tang glared at Liang Hai with gritted teeth. Why did you expel Li Mu? Liang Hai trembled, struggling to steady himself. Li Mu injured a fellow student and refused to apologize. He showed blatant disrespect for his teachers. I believe that a student's character is what matters most. No matter how strong someone is, poor character will harm the school's reputation. At that moment, Li Mu's former homeroom teacher, Zhailong, raised his hand to speak. Leaders, I was Li Mu's previous class teacher. Regarding the incident Director Liang mentioned, I am fully aware of the details. Hey Race, what happened? Li Mu's cousin, who was the student council president, arranged for him to spar within a grade talent under the guise of practice. That a grade talent had already injured several other sparring partners. Li Mu only inflicted a minor facial injury on him as a warning. However, Director Liang demanded that Li Mu apologize. When Li Mu refused, Director Liang bypassed the principal and directly expelled him. That same afternoon, I reported this to the vice principal, but he supported the expulsion, claiming it was the right decision. He even said we should prioritize protecting a grade talents and that Li Mu was insignificant. He threatened to fire me as well. I'm done talking. Zhailong declared resolutely, his voice echoing with finality. He stepped back half a pace, tilted his head slightly upward, and his eyes glimmered with disdain and contempt. He was fully aware that by uttering these words, he had likely sealed his fate at Tunglong High School, leaving himself no place there. But at this moment, he could no longer care. Being expelled without an explanation was a humiliation. He refused to swallow this grudge, had to be avenged. The multimedia hall fell into a deathly silence. The vice principal's face turned ashen, his clenched jaw biting down so hard that faint traces of blood seeped through. His hatred for Zhailong was nearly palpable. You ungrateful wretch. Exposing Liang Hai was bad enough, but why drag me into this? Liang Hai, on the other hand, was seething with rage. his fury so intense he looked as if he could devour Zhai Long whole. Initially, he had only needed to prove that Li Mu's character was questionable to escape unscathed. But Zhai Long's interference had thrown everything into chaos. The Deputy Minister of Education cast a faint glance at Principal Zhang. It seems your disciplinary methods are somewhat lacking. But for now, let's focus on the first battle. We'll discuss the rest after this is over. With that, he returned his gaze to the screen. Everyone in the room silently mourned for Tenglong High School, for they all understood one unspoken truth. In the political arena, the harsher the scolding, the lighter the actual punishment. But when a leader remains calm and collected, that's when the consequences are truly terrifying. Principal Zhang's face darkened, but he could only force a stiff smile and nod before retreating. However, when he turned to the other school leaders, his eyes burned with murderous intent. Meanwhile, on the Heishui High School side, Yin Changming, Lao Ma, and Zhao Qingshan exchanged a meaningful glance, each reading a complex mixture of emotions in the other's eyes. Suddenly, the multimedia hall was disrupted by the blaring sound of an alarm, accompanied by flickering lights. On the large screen, a new feed appeared, showing a team of martial artists ranked in the 30s locked in a fierce battle with a ferocious giant python. The ground was littered with the mangled remains of one unfortunate student, while the remaining team members were struggling to survive. The snake's massive tail lashed out, sending a martial artist crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, the beast opened its enormous jaws and swallowed the fighter whole. The blood-curdling screams from within the python's maw were quickly drowned in the darkness of its belly. The rest of the team scattered in panic. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from the communication devices of every participating student. A military officer issued an urgent order. Attention all students participating in the Abyss First Battle. Red Zone, coordinates 358, 4972 Yellow Tier, Level 3 Feral Beast detected. This level of beast is outside the scope of the assessment. All personnel are to evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. The announcement threw the scene into chaos. Teams that had been heading toward the red zone scrambled to retreat. Yet amidst the disarray, 3 solitary figures defied the warning, racing straight toward the perilous coordinates with unwavering determination. The crowd watching from above was instantly thrown into panic. Below them, a massive creature over 15 meters long was wreaking havoc, a grade 3 ferocious beast known as the monster-tailed python. Not only was its armor-like scales nearly impenetrable, but its speed was astonishingly fast. It's over. That team doesn't stand a chance. Cries of despair erupted from the crowd. Outside the examination grounds, the family members of the contestants were already in tears, fearing this might be the last time they ever saw their loved ones. Inside the Abyss Battlefield Command Center, Chief Commander Wang Longqing decisively issued 2 orders. First, all examinees were to evacuate immediately. Second, a rescue team was to be dispatched to the incident site without delay. The examination zones had originally been divided into yellow and red areas. The yellow zone contained primarily grade 1 beasts, while the red zone featured beasts no stronger than the peak of grade 2. These relatively safe areas had been painstakingly cleared by the Abyss Suppression Army for the students. However, these newly awakened talent users were far from the battle-hardened warriors of the Abyss Suppression Army. In this moment of crisis, a team of 5 unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating, quickly forming an 8-person battle formation with 3 other combatants on site. With 4 grade 2 warriors among them, they dared to challenge the grade 3 beast Hedon. Aim for its weak spots even inches below the head, the team leader roared, leaping into the air with a massive axe in hand and slamming it into the ground. The impact caused the earth to tremble, sending a shockwave that momentarily disrupted the python's movements. Seizing the opportunity, 2 warriors lunged forward, a sword and a blade targeting the creature's vulnerable neck. Clang! Clang! Their weapons struck the gleaming scales, only to rebound harmlessly. The monster-tailed python remained unscathed and lashed out furiously with its enormous tail. "I'll block it!" shouted a towering warrior, charging forward with a protective white mist shield enveloping his body. Yet, the shield shattered on impact, and he was sent flying, coughing up blood midair. Only then did they realize the extent of their overconfidence. But it was too late to retreat now. Disrupted energy flow would severely delay the activation of their teleportation stones. The warrior who had been struck was still struggling to get up when the python's tail rose high again, descending in a deadly arc with a sharp, whistling sound. At the critical moment, a golden spear projection descended from above, piercing the python's tail with pinpoint precision and pinning it to the ground. The crowd turned toward the source of the attack, their eyes falling on a lone figure standing atop a low wall. "Zhang Jiwei?" someone exclaimed. The young man in the uniform of Choming High School was none other than the renowned class talent holder from the Eastern District. Known for his peak grade 2 cultivation in the yellow tier, he was a prodigy who might just stand a chance against a grade 3 beast. "Go. Leave this to me." Zhang Jiwei commanded in a deep voice. The others immediately understood that staying would only hinder him, and they quickly dispersed. As the golden spear projection faded, the enraged python lunged at Zhang Jiwei, its massive body writhing and shaking the ground with thunderous force. Zhang Jiwei's spear gleamed with golden light as he skillfully engaged the beast in combat, his techniques precise and fierce. In the multimedia hall, everyone held their breath as they watched the scene unfold. Just as they were marveling at Zhang Jiwei's prowess, someone suddenly cried out in alarm, "Wait, what's that?" On the right side of the battlefield, an even larger shadow was rapidly approaching a second monster-tailed python. This one stretched nearly 20 meters in length, exuding an even more terrifying aura. It was clearly at the peak of Grade 3. Zhang Jiwei was preparing to unleash his ultimate move when he failed to notice the new threat flanking him. With a resounding bang, the second python's tail struck him, sending him flying through the air and spewing blood. While he could contend with one Grade 3 python, his injuries now left him with no chance against two. The twin beasts rampaged across the battlefield, their violent tail strikes leaving craters in their wake, turning the entire area into a chaotic, trembling wasteland. Barely managing to swallow a healing pill, Zhang Jiwei dodged desperately between the two flailing tails, his movements growing increasingly strained. Meanwhile, the multimedia hall erupted into chaos, with cries and shouts filling the air. "Damn it, there are two of them." The principal of Choming High School stomped his foot in alarm. Even Zhang Jiwei, an class esper, struggled to hold his ground against the two massive pythons. The situation was dire, prompting the Deputy Minister of Education to immediately contact the Abyss garrison for reinforcements. Within the Abyss, Zhang Jiwei darted desperately amidst the terrifying whip-like strikes of the python's tails. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and it was clear he wouldn't last much longer. Just as despair loomed, a thunderous voice tore through the chaos. "I'll lend you a hand." A colossal figure launched into the fray like a cannonball. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with a physique as broad and solid as a door, it was none other than another class esper from Choming High Lu Chunfeng. As he surged into action, his school uniform tore apart, revealing a body chiseled with rock-like muscles. Charging like a tank, Lu Chunfeng barreled through the onslaught of the python's tails and reached Zhang Jiwei's side. As one python's tail came crashing down, he didn't retreat but instead stepped forward, raising his arms high with a bellow. "Bring it on." The clash reverberated like the sound of metal striking metal, sending shockwaves through the battlefield and kicking up a cloud of dust. Thanks to his class ability, Thousand-Fold Iron, Lu Qinfeng's arms, glowing faintly with a protective aura, remained unscathed. However, his legs were driven deep into the ground, buried up to his knees, leaving him immobile. "Give me a hand. I'm stuck," Lu Chunfeng shouted, fending off another python's attack while calling out to Zhang Jiwei. Without hesitation, Zhang Jiwei shouted, "Incoming," and thrust his spear upward between Lu Qinfeng's legs with a powerful strike. Startled, Lu Chunfeng instinctively tensed his body as the force launched him free from the ground. The two rolled away, narrowly escaping the strike zone. The battle only grew fiercer. Despite Lu Qinfeng's formidable defense, even he struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught of the peak third-ear pythons. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Jiwei dove back into the fray. He targeted the weaker python, feinting 3 times before delivering a precise, piercing thrust aimed at its vital spot. The spear's tip flared with golden light, the air trembling violently as the strike landed true. The wounded python let out an eerie wail, provoking the other to a frenzy. Its eyes burned red with fury as it turned its full wrath on Zhang Jiwei. Realizing the danger, he abandoned his spear and attempted to retreat. But the enraged python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a terrifying suction force that tore up the very ground. Lu Chunfeng anchored himself by digging his limbs into the earth, barely holding his position. Zhang Jiwei, however, was caught in the pull, swept up and tightly coiled by the python midair. Despite his roar and the golden light emanating from his body, which sliced through the python's scales, he couldn't break free. Lu Chunfeng tried to rush to his aid, but the other maddened python blocked his path. Just as Zhang Jiwei was about to be devoured, the sound of galloping hooves shattered the tension. A jet-black warhorse with a shimmering silver mane surged into view. Atop it rode a young man, clad in a billowing black cloak, gripping an iron staff. Standing upright on the horse mid-stride, he leapt into the air like a missile aimed at Zhang Jiwei. "Duck," he commanded, his voice calm yet decisive, as the iron staff swung in a devastating arc. Between experts, a single glance is enough to understand intent. Zhang Jiwei swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. At the same time, Li Mu's spiked club smashed down hard on the massive serpent, producing a dull, resounding thud. The force of the blow shattered the serpent's tough scales, leaving a gruesome, bloody indentation on its body. Seizing the brief moment when the serpent recoiled in pain, Zhang Jiwei grabbed the spiked club, unleashing a surge of inner energy. Li Mu used this momentum to pull Zhang Jiwei free from the serpent's grasp. The two retreated together, creating a safe distance from the creature. At that very moment, Lu Chunfeng, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with another giant serpent, managed to retrieve Zhang Jiwei's spear. With a loud shout, he hurled the weapon back toward Zhang. Zhang Jiwei caught it firmly, and Li Mu immediately asked, "Think you can pierce the big one's hide?" This spear had already proven capable of striking the vital spot of the weaker serpent earlier. "I can." Zhang Jiwei gritted his teeth and replied resolutely. "Then make your move. I'll hold it down. Fatty, keep the other one busy." Li Mu ordered decisively. Zhang Jiwei nodded and quickly retreated 2 meters. Using a low wall for leverage, he stepped twice and launched himself into the air. Suspended mid-flight, his body radiated a dazzling golden glow. With the spear raised high, he resembled the blazing sun. Meanwhile, Li Mu charged Hedon toward the peak third-grade serpent, swinging his spiked club. Understanding the plan, Lu Chunfeng focused all his efforts on restraining the other serpent, preventing it from coming to its companion's aid. Although it was their first time working together, the trio coordinated seamlessly under Li Mu's command. The peak third-grade serpent initially focused on Li Mu but quickly sensed the deadly threat from Zhang Jiwei above. It twisted its massive body, attempting to evade the attack. "Freeze!" Li Mu roared. The serpent instantly stiffened, immobilized in place. "Die!" Zhang Jiwei bellowed, hurling the spear with all his might. The golden weapon shot through the air like a falling meteor, piercing the serpent's body and pinning it to the ground. Li Mu followed up immediately. Having been preparing his strike for some time, his spiked club radiated a green glow and emitted a sharp, buzzing hum. With a forceful swing, the 300-pound weapon smashed down, splitting the air with its sheer power. Crack! The serpent's head shattered on impact, sending blood and brain matter flying in all directions. The immense recoil of the strike came at a costly Mu's grip was torn, and his palm bled profusely. On the other side, Lu Chunfeng seized the opportunity to grab the weakened serpent by its tail wound. With astonishing strength, he dragged the creature across the ground, leaving a bloody trail from its vital point. Li Mu didn't hesitate and delivered a decisive blow, ending the serpent's life. When the battle was over, all three were utterly spent. Zhang Jiwei clutched his injured arm and collapsed to the ground. Lu Chunfeng lay flat on his back, gasping for air, unbothered by the dust swirling around him. Li Mu crouched to regulate his breathing, hastily wrapping his torn palm with a cloth, though his entire right arm trembled from the pain. Despite its brevity, the battle had drained nearly 70 of Li Mu's inner energy. The final crushing strike alone consumed 20, and the constant energy depletion from his mountain-carrying technique was no small burden. A system notification promptly chimed in. "Victory. Battle points earned. 310 inch. Victory. Battle points earned. 167 inch. Li Mu's heart surged with exhilaration over 400 points in one go. As expected, the rewards for challenging higher-ranked opponents were the most lucrative. His accumulated points skyrocketed, placing him at the top of the leaderboard. He now surpassed Zhang Jiwei by 400 points and led Lu Chunfeng by a staggering 1,000 points. This turn of events caused an uproar in the multimedia hall and beyond. Students from all three campuses erupted in deafening cheers. The crowd from Blackwater Academy, in particular, shouted "Unstoppable" over and over again. Inside the hall, Chen Jiafeng was so ecstatic that he nearly jumped onto the ceiling, pumping his fists and shouting, "My cousin's a legend." Meanwhile, Yang Suiying was moved to tears. Moments earlier, they had assumed Li Mu's wild charge was an attempt to flee the danger zone. Little did they know he was heading straight into the battle with the peak third-grade serpent, a revelation that left Yang Suiying both astonished and overjoyed. On the battlefield, Li Mu's performance captured everyone's attention. Not only did he successfully rescue his class talent, but he also demonstrated seamless teamwork with his companions, taking down 2 third-grade giant pythons in succession. This remarkable achievement far exceeded everyone's expectations. At that moment, the drone's camera cleverly split the screen. The main view focused on the intense combat scenes of Li Mu and his team, while the secondary view zoomed in on Li Xiaohao, who had already been teleported back to the safety zone. Li Xiaohao sat there smugly, checking the scoreboard on his tech smartwatch. Although he couldn't see the live battle, the rankings were clear. His team ranked 7th, and he personally ranked 31st. The moment he saw the results, his expression darkened. What made it even harder for him to accept was that the top spot in both the team and individual rankings was occupied by a name that made him grit his teeth in frustration: Li Mu. In the multimedia hall, Li Xiaohao suddenly jumped up in a fit of rage, hurling curses that everyone could hear. The audience shook their heads in disappointment. This so-called prodigy with his class talent paled in comparison to the top contenders in cultivation, courage, combat skills, and character. The members of the Li family were left with grim expressions of embarrassment. In this first battle of the abyss, 3 young heroes showcased their brilliance. Zhang Jiwei risked his life to successfully rescue 8 classmates. Lu Chunfeng remained calm under pressure, joining forces with Zhang Jiwei to fight off fearsome beasts. And Li Mu, the most dazzling of all, not only saved Zhang Jiwei's life, but also led his team to slay 2 third-grade beasts. The Li family members couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. How glorious it would have been if these honors had belonged to their Li Xiaohao. 3 class talents sweeping the top 3 rankings should have been a tale of legend. Yet, reality struck harshly. And class talent like Li Mu stood shoulder to shoulder with 2 class talents, not only claiming the first-place position but also earning their immense gratitude. Meanwhile, Li Xiaohao's mere 31st place ranking seemed glaringly unimpressive against the backdrop of Li Mu's brilliance. Damn it, why isn't Xiaohao in first place? Second aunt slammed her fist against the chair in fury. That shameless Li Mu stole Xiaohao's spot. Madame Ma's face turned ashen. With Li Xiaohao's performance, he wouldn't even draw the military's attention, let alone their recognition. In stark contrast, Li Mu's dominant display was bound to catch the military's eye. At this thought, she struck her cane heavily on the floor. Daong, find a way to stop Li Mu later. I want to personally invite him back to the Li family. Mother, you mustn't. Li Mu's eldest uncle quickly interjected. How could you lower yourself to invite Li Mu? What has he done to deserve such an honor? Silence. Madame Ma scolded sharply. Xiaohong and the others have already failed to bring him back. If I don't step in, who else in the Li family can get this done? She let out a heavy sigh, lamenting the fact that she had to bow her head to Li Mu. Yet, for the sake of the bigger picture, she had no other choice. The second floor of the multimedia hall fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, the Deputy Minister of Resources slammed the railing and shouted, "Good. Well done." Even the usually stern-faced school leaders couldn't help but applaud in excitement. The scene was truly breathtaking. Zhang Jiwei had been on the brink of death, only to be saved by a perfectly timed strike from Li Mu. While Zhang had successfully drawn the giant python's attention, its incredible defenses were undeniable. Zhang's desperate, golden-tinged attack barely scratched its surface. Yet, Li Mu shattered its scales with a single swing. Even more astonishing was the seamless coordination that followed among the 3. Compared to the seasoned warriors of the Zhenyuan Army, their techniques might seem raw, but one must remember they were just students venturing into the abyss for the first time. To display such combat prowess was nothing short of genius. Lu Chunfeng's near-invincible physical defense, Zhang Jiwei's masterful spear techniques and terrifying attack power, and Li Mu's unbelievable capabilities and level talent, who managed to unleash attacks second only to Zhang, all while demonstrating battlefield composure and unpredictable combat strategies. Li Mu not only used himself as bait to create an opening for Zhang, but also managed to fatally strike the python after immobilizing it. Most notably, his commanding shout of "Stop!" had gone unnoticed in the chaos of battle, but the seasoned onlookers caught it clearly. Li Mu had immobilized the python for half a second with just his voice. What kind of mysterious technique was this? Commanding reality with words? How could this possibly be within the abilities of Nfh talent? In Changming was too overwhelmed to speak. The school principals who had mocked him earlier now wore expressions of embarrassment and jealousy, yet they had no choice but to clap along with the senior officials. Just moments ago, they had sarcastically criticized In Changming's 66 tactics, accusing him of being overly protective of his students and sending too few into battle. Who would have guessed that Heishui High School would produce a Li Mu, someone who single-handedly elevated the school's reputation to unprecedented heights? On the battlefield, Li Mu exchanged a glance with his 2 companions. With a smirk, he tilted his head toward Zhang Jiwei. Hey, not even a thank you? Great deeds require no thanks. You saved my life, and I won't forget it, Zhang Jiwei replied, his face slightly flushed. Unlike other wealthy heirs obsessed with luxury cars and beautiful women, Zhang had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, his aloof nature making him disdain ordinary fighters. But standing before his savior, Li Mu, he not only felt gratitude but also a hint of reverence. He had first-hand experienced the power of Li Mu's strike. If it had landed on him, he would have been instantly defeated. Moreover, he'd been saved twice today by both Lu Chunfeng and Li Mu, leaving him feeling somewhat humbled. That's not necessary. Just say thank you, and we'll call it even, Li Mu said nonchalantly. Zhang Jiwei's eye twitched slightly, and after a moment of stubborn hesitation, he forced out a single word. No, guys, now's probably not the time for chit-chat, Lu Chunfeng interrupted, pointing behind Li Mu. In the distance, a massive cloud of dust was rising, spreading rapidly in all directions. Within the haze, countless giant pythons slithered toward them, forming a dark, writhing mass that sent chills down their spines. Looks like they're all second-rank pythons. The third-rank python must have triggered some kind of alarm before it died, Zhang Jiwei said gravely. At this point, Activating their return stones was no longer an option. At that moment, their tech watches buzzed simultaneously, and the urgent voice of an officer came through. Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng. The rescue team is closing in fast. Move to the yellow zone for extraction and regroup with them. All three were top contenders from their initial battle, each brimming with potential. While the surrounding pythons were only second rank, their sheer numbers made the situation perilous. Losing these three here would be an unimaginable tragedy. Without hesitation, Li Mu summoned his mount using his horse card, calling forth Yaogu. Despite facing such a terrifying horde of pythons, Yaogu showed no fear, letting out eager whinnies. If Li Mu hadn't quickly recalled it into the card, the horse might have charged straight into the fray. To Li Mu's surprise, Zhang Jiwei also had a horse card. With a wave of his hand, a magnificent white warhorse appeared. Though it wasn't as robust as Yaogu, it was similarly impressive, with snow-white fur, black mane, and striking golden eyes. Mounting his horse, Zhang Jue shouted, "Quick, get on!" The white horse instinctively turned its head to glance at Lu Chunfeng's imposing figure. Its golden eyes visibly widened. Lu Chunfeng easily weighed over 300 pounds. If he tried to mount, the white horse's eyes revealed a trace of sorrow, as if it had already sensed that today would be a grueling race. Lu Chunfeng noticed the horse's mood and burst into hearty laughter. "Don't worry, my friend. Let me race with you." Before his words had fully landed, he clapped both hands forcefully on the rumps of the two horses. The white horse neighed sharply and instantly shot forward like a white comet. The warhorse under Li Mu wasn't about to be outdone, surging ahead and overtaking the white horse in moments. At that very instant, Lu Chunfeng took a deep breath, and his entire frame swelled by half a size, his body glowing with a faint blue aura. The veins on his legs bulged like writhing snakes, and he launched himself forward like a human cannonball, powered solely by his legs, catching up with the galloping horses in mere seconds. "What the hell?" Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei, astride their horses, blurted out in unison. Together with the two horses, they charged toward the only gap in the encirclement of monstrous creatures, kicking up a storm of dust behind them as they dashed past the tail of the monstrous serpent, heading straight for the yellow zone. At that moment, their tech watches issued a repeated announcement. "Attention all students. An anomaly has occurred in the assessment zone. The first combat trial is now concluded. All students are to return to the city immediately." The initial Abyss trial was designed to let students experience combat against creatures of their level. With unexpected events unfolding, the organizers decided to end the trial early. After sprinting several miles, the trio encountered a rescue team heading straight toward them. These soldiers, clad in the distinct uniforms of the Abyss Suppression Army, rode light horses and carried an air of sharpness. As they passed Li Mu and his companions, their piercing gazes swept over them. With just a glance, Li Mu felt his heart tighten. Most of these soldiers were second-tier fighters, while the squad leaders were third-tier. The palpable killing intent emanating from their bodies spoke of seasoned warriors who had weathered countless battles. Meanwhile, in the command hall of the Abyss Suppression Army, Wang Longqing and Qin Zhanya were watching the footage of the trio. A knowing smile appeared on their faces. Wang Longqing murmured meaningfully, "True talent can never be hidden." The three of them continued running for dozens of miles before finally stopping. Zhang Jiwei dismounted and put his horse away, while Lu Chunfeng collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for air. He pulled out a teleportation stone and waved it at the other two. "Hey, use mine. Just give me a moment to catch my breath, and we'll return together." Li Mu nodded in agreement. After all, a spare teleportation stone cost a hefty 3,000 bucks. The teleportation stone essentially served as a portable portal, but it required the user's energy flow to stabilize before it could be activated. Under calm conditions, it took 20 to 30 seconds to initiate, while in combat, it could take 3 to 5 minutes and the user had to remain within the designated area. Lu Chunfeng crushed the teleportation stone, and a glowing formation appeared on the ground ahead. Supporting himself with both hands, he turned to Li Mu with a sheepish look. "Brother Li Mu, I need a favor." "Huh?" Li Mu looked at him, puzzled. "Can you hit me with a stick?" Li Mu's head was filled with question marks as he stared at the scene in front of him, utterly baffled. Lu Chunfeng, however, leaped up like an excited child, his face plastered with a mischievous grin. "Hee, just one strike. Let's see who's as tougher, your stick or my defense." Li Mu shook his head in resignation. He had long heard of Lu Chunfeng's reputation as a battle maniac, particularly his near-obsessive dedication to honing his defensive skills. With a top-tier defensive talent and mastery of advanced defensive techniques, even fighters of the same or higher ranks found it nearly impossible to break through his defenses. "Use the same strength as that strike earlier. Come on, I can't wait." Lu Chunfeng grew even more animated, immediately dropping into a horse stance, ready for action. Zhang Jiwei, observing this, spoke calmly. "Lu Chunfeng, I suggest you think this through." He gave Li Mu a meaningful glance as he spoke. Maybe another time. I'm not interested right now, Li Mu replied flatly. Students aren't allowed to fight during the first abyss battle. If I actually hurt you, it just caused trouble. Ah, come on. Don't be so stingy, brother. You can't even spare me one strike? Lu Chunfeng's face fell, his eyes pleading as he looked at Li Mu. Zhang Jiwei, watching from the side, couldn't help but twitch an eyebrow. You're really something else. Huh. Lu Chunfeng blinked in confusion. Didn't you notice his hand is injured? If you want to spar, wait until he's healed. Zhang Jiwei pointed at Li Mu's bandaged right hand. Oh, right. I didn't notice. Another time then. Lu Chunfeng finally realized and rushed over to inspect Li Mu's injury. Li Mu sighed, shaking his head again, and stepped into the teleportation array first. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng followed closely behind. When they arrived back at the plaza, a large crowd of students had already gathered, waiting to take the abyss elevator back to the surface. Countless admiring gazes fell upon the trio, especially Li Mu, the unexpected dark horse of the day. And Frank, talent managing to obliterate a third-rank monster and claim the top spot was beyond anyone's expectations. Inside the multimedia hall, the atmosphere was electric. On the scoreboard, the results were clear. First place in East District's Abyss Battle Li Mu, Blackwater High School. Among the crowd, Li Xiaohua glared at Li Mu with eyes blazing with anger. How could this happen? He, and strength talent, was being overshadowed by Li Mu? The memory of stealing Li Mu's strength talent just days ago filled him with smug satisfaction at the time. But now, looking at the current situation, his frustration and jealousy only grew stronger. Back at the Fortress Square, the students of Blackwater erupted into thunderous cheers. Meanwhile, officials from the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Resources convened an emergency meeting to discuss the rewards for the battle and arrangements for the families of the fallen students. School leaders from various institutions began leaving the hall to prepare for the return of their victorious students. The students of Blackwater surged forward, lifting Li Mu high into the air. Li Mu, Li Mu, Li Mu, they chanted, their voices echoing across the square. Li Mu could only smile wryly as he covered his ears, though it didn't stop him from being tossed into the air again and again. Who would have thought, before today, that their school would claim the top spot and catch the attention of both the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources? At this moment, Li Mu was undeniably the hero of Blackwater High School. Yang Suiying and a few others, however, remained composed. For them, as long as Li Mu returned safely, it was enough. Once the students finally set him down, Yin Changming approached with a smile. Come on, the leaders from the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Resources want to meet you. Li Mu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Typically, after securing a rank, students would return to their schools to celebrate, with rewards distributed within 3 days. He quickly sent a text to his mother before following Yin Changming into the multimedia hall. In the second-floor conference room, the heavyweights who had just wrapped up their meeting were engaged in quiet conversations. In addition to the leadership team from Blackwater High School, there were also senior members from Tunglong High School and a few other principals who had stayed to watch the excitement. The moment Li Mu noticed the presence of Tunglong High School's representatives, he immediately understood the situation and couldn't help but glance at Liang Hai, who was drenched in cold sweat. Liang Hai looked utterly disheveled, with strands of wet hair clinging awkwardly to his forehead, making him appear particularly pitiful. Li Mu, this is the Deputy Minister of Resources, and this is the Deputy Minister of Education. Yin Changming introduced him formally. While both deputy ministers held equivalent ranks, the Ministry of Resources carried significantly more influence. Li Mu respectfully greeted each of them in turn. The Deputy Minister of Resources, known for his straightforward personality, strode forward and gave Li Mu a hearty pat on the shoulder, his eyes glinting with admiration. Not bad. Your skills have truly impressed me. However, I've got a small question for you. Please go ahead, Minister. Li Mu nodded respectfully, his demeanor composed and proper. Given the absence of the main minister, he appropriately addressed him as Minister. The deputy minister pointed towards Zhang Tang and asked, Principal Zhang Tang here mentioned that you were previously at Tunglong Academy. Is that true? Yes, Li Mu confirmed succinctly. Hearing this, Zhang Tang immediately became emotional, his tone tinged with reproach. Li Mu, you really are something. Back when you were at Tunglong, did I ever treat you poorly? Why didn't you come to me if there was an issue? His emotions were mixed with frustration, recalling the recent roller coaster of events. The academy had been overjoyed to gain one level and one A-level talent, and Tunglong seemed poised to rise to new heights. But the very next day, Li Mu's level talent was gone. Though furious, Zhang Tang had accepted it as an internal matter within the Li family and resigned himself to the loss. He had stopped paying attention to Li Mu, to the point of being completely unaware that Li Mu had been expelled for several days. At this moment, Director Liang Hai quickly chimed in, his tone ingratiating. Exactly, Li Mu. You've got such a temper. I admit I may have handled things poorly, but I'm still a teacher, and I have to maintain some dignity. That's why I might have been a bit harsh with you. Be understanding. Don't be so stubborn. And come back to our school. As he spoke, he kept winking at Li Mu, his expression contorted, with a mix of threat and pleading in his eyes. The Deputy Minister of Education, observing this, gave a light rebuke before turning to Li Mu with a kind expression. It's all right, just speak honestly. It was clear he was offering support, subtly signaling that Li Mu need not fear any retaliation. Calmly, Li Mu pulled out his phone, opened a video, and handed it to the Deputy Minister of Resources. It's hard for me to explain, but I have a recording. The others, curious, leaned in to watch. Liang Hai, however, didn't need to see the video. Just hearing the audio was enough for him to recognize the Siniat was the recording of him expelling Li Mu. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. How did this kid think to record me back then? His legs went weak, and he could barely stand. In the video, Liang Hai's aggressive voice soon rang out. Li Mu, do you even understand the value difference between you and Sunlong? I'm giving you two choices. Senior Class 9, Li Mu, bring me his file. Expel him. No need for approval. Don't tell me I, Liang Hai, don't even have this authority. I said expel him. Right now. Across the street, Blackwater Academy is desperate, taking in anyone and everyone. As soon as this was said, the leaders of Blackwater Academy turned their grateful gazes toward Liang Hai, thinking, so it was his suggestion that brought Li Mu to our school. Zhang Tang, on the other hand, was so furious he wished he could tear Liang Hai apart, cursing inwardly, you bastard, are you a spy sent by Blackwater Academy? The most ironic part came at the end of the video, with Liang Hai's final words, people must always pay the price for the choices they make. Was this lesson vivid enough for you? After watching the video, the Deputy Minister of Resources fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Liang Hai, a faint, icy smile tugging at the corner of his lips. If the phone in his hand didn't belong to someone else, it might have already been hurled at Liang Hai's face. Li Mu, what's your decision? Tell me, and I'll make it happen, declared the Deputy Minister of Education with resolute authority. His tone carried a commanding force. If Li Mu spoke, he could immediately arrange for him to attend any school. Li Mu answered in a steady voice, although I've only been at Heishui High School for 4 days, the only attack technique I've mastered so far was provided by them. They also gave me 10,000 yuan to prepare for military training in my first battle. My achievements today wouldn't have been possible without their support, so I choose to stay. While there was a mix of truth and falsehood in his words, they directly put Zhang Ting in a precarious position. The only attack technique he knows was from Heishui High School? This statement drained the color from Zhang Teng's face. The Deputy Minister of Resources questioned coldly, Principal Zhang, according to the regulations, students who awaken their talents are entitled to a free set of basic grade attack techniques. You didn't fail to provide Li Mu with one, did you? Zhang Teng stammered. We were planning to give him 2 high-grade techniques, but then his talent changed, and he couldn't finish the sentence. In truth, he had always known that Li Mu wasn't favored by the Li family and had intentionally been harsh on him to curry favor with them. After Li Mu lost his talent, Zhang Teng became even less willing to waste any resources on him. So, you just decided not to give him anything, the Deputy Minister of Resources interjected coldly. Zhang Teng, you've got some nerve. Rest assured, we'll make sure you're held accountable for this. Hearing this, Zhang Teng's vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. The other school leaders scrambled to catch him. Unimpressed by the spectacle, the 2 high-ranking officials snorted dismissively and left the multimedia hall with their entourage. The rest of the crowd quickly followed to see them off. Out in the square, the Deputy Minister of Resources offered a few words of encouragement to Li Mu before driving away. Only then did the leadership of Heishui High School breathe a collective sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, each feeling as though they had lived through a lifetime in just one day. Their school, long stuck at the bottom of the rankings, had unexpectedly gained a prodigy like Li Mu ahead of the abyssal battle. Before military training had even begun, he had broken through to the 2nd level, outshining 2 splash geniuses and claiming the top spot. Neither Jinhua High School nor Tunglong High School could lure him away. It was as if the heavens had taken pity on Heishui High School, blessing them with this extraordinary young man. Principal, teachers, my family is over there. I'll head over now, Li Mu said, pointing to Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jieqi, who were waving excitedly in the distance. Of course, go on, Yin Changming said with a smile, adding, oh, and don't forget about tomorrow morning school celebration. You're the star of the event. Got it, Li Mu replied, raising a hand in acknowledgement. As he approached his family, Li Mu was struck by a surreal feeling. In front of him were his mother, her eyes slightly red, his lively younger cousins, his uncle giving him a thumbs up, and his aunt, overwhelmed with joy and tears. This hard-won familial warmth felt both strange and familiar to him. Mom, I told you not to worry, Li Mu said, jogging up to Yang Suying. Yang Suying gently pinched her son's cheek and wiped away her tears. Not worried? My son is amazing. Cousin, you lied to me. You didn't even tell me you had a rare blood warhorse. Chun Jiafeng exclaimed, clinging to Li Mu's arm in mock protest. Only then did Yang Suiying remember the warhorse. Son, did you buy that warhorse? Or was it issued to you as part of joining the Zhenyuan Army reserves? Mom, are you against me joining the Zhenyuan Army? Li Mu was surprised that his mother was aware of this. Not at all. Yang Suiying shook her head. Follow your own path, and I won't interfere. Actually, your father wanted to join the Zhenyuan Army back in the day, but the Li family wouldn't allow it. They were short-sighted, afraid that the profits from exploring the abyss would have to be shared. They sacrificed his future for immediate gains and ultimately ruined his life. This was news to Li Mu. In his memories, his father, Li Qianfeng, had devoted himself to the Li family, laying the foundation for their rise. But his father's brilliance had also caused the family to ascend too quickly, leading outsiders to claim that the Li family's success rested solely on Li Qianfeng, with the rest being nothing but incompetent freeloaders. From that moment on, the entire Li family harbored deep resentment toward Li Mu and his family. On the surface, they thrived by relying on Li Qianfeng's influence and the profits brought by the abyss, steadily expanding their family business. However, after Li Mu's father passed away, they immediately regarded Li Mu and his mother as thorns in their side. Li Mu's aunt sat to the side, her tone tinged with regret. If your father had joined the Zhenyuan Army back then, he would probably be an officer by now, and his fate would have been completely different. She had always held great admiration for her brother-in-law. As they spoke, Yang Suiying's expression suddenly changed, her gaze fixed on something behind Li Mu. He turned around to see Madame Ma, leading a large group of the Li family members toward them. Their faces were filled with arrogance, especially the second aunt, who stared at Li Mu with a cold, venomous glare, her teeth clenched in anger. Li Mu turned back around, a faintly amused smile playing on his lips. Madame Ma stopped a short distance away, both hands resting on her cane. Though she was only in her 60s and had no issues with her mobility, she felt that using a cane added to her aura of authority. After all, in her mind, the Li family had been operating for over a decade and had built up some semblance of prestige. Li Mu, are you blind? You see your grandmother and don't even come over to pay your respects. The second aunt barked coldly when she saw Li Mu remain motionless. Madame Ma raised her hand to silence the second aunt, deliberately softening her tone. Li Mu, come here. Let grandma take a look at you. Are you hurt? Li Mu looked at her, the amusement in his smile deepening. Well, what a spectacle. Li Mu, what do you mean by that? His eldest uncle demanded harshly. Once again, Madame Ma intervened, raising her hand to stop him. She took a deep breath and tried her best to sound gentle. I know you're upset. I've been thinking these past few days you're still a part of the Li family by blood. It's not right for you to remain out there on your own. A few days ago, I asked Xiaohong and Xiaolan to invite you back, but you refused. So today, I came in person. Child, come home. Her sharp, triangular eyes forced out an unconvincing semblance of kindness. Li Mu cast a meaningful glance at Li Xiaohong and Li Lan. The two clearly hadn't expected their grandmother to bring this up and immediately widened their eyes in warning, terrified that he might reveal the truth that they had never even tried to contact him. Li Mu let out a cold laugh. Ah, I see. The Li family must have realized by now that Li Xiaohao alone isn't enough to lead the family to success, right? Now you want to use me as a stepping stone to establish connections with the military? His smile slowly faded as his gaze swept across every member of the Li family. Then, with a chilling tone, he said, remember this feeling of helplessness you're experiencing today. It will be the easiest thing you go through from now on. Because starting today, I, Li Mu, will be the unending nightmare of the Li family. The members of the Li family were infuriated upon hearing those words, and old Madame Ma was so enraged that she trembled uncontrollably. She could hardly believe that after lowering herself to reason with him, Li Mu would dare to be so disrespectful. He was nothing like the timid, spineless person they once knew. You ungrateful wretch! Li Daong, the eldest uncle, bellowed, glaring at Li Mu with fury. As old Madame Ma's most loyal follower, he was always the first to step forward. Li Mu sneered disdainfully. No wonder outsiders say the entire Li family relies on my father to hold it together, while the rest of you are nothing but useless freeloaders. Just looking at you makes me laugh. Over 40 years old and still stuck at the third rank of the yellow tier? Your head must be filled with nothing but garbage. Besides shouting, what else can you do? If you've got the guts, come and teach me a lesson. If not, crawl away with your tail between your legs and stop barking like a dog. Before he even finished, Li Mu's energy surged around him, his eyes blazing with fury. Every word cut like a knife, striking directly at Li Dayong's weaknesses, as if delivering a public slap to his face. Though it was obvious to any observer that this was a blatant provocation, Li Daong had already lost his composure. Roaring with rage, he charged at Li Mu. You little bastard, you're asking for death. Don't lay a hand on him. Old Madame Ma suddenly snapped out of her daze and tried to stop him, but it was already too late. She finally saw through Li Mu's trap. Now that Li Mu had severed ties with the Li family, being attacked by a third-rank martial artist in public was a criminal offense. Worse yet, Li Daong, after years of indulgence in wine and women, had long lost his former strength, while Li Mu was in his prime, capable of killing third-rank abyssal beasts with a single strike. Li Mu smirked faintly, stomping his foot to summon a golden shield. Li Daong, charging in recklessly, struck the shield with his fist. His energy barely managed to protect his wrist but failed to even reach half the shield's limit. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu detonated the shield, and as Li Daong staggered back, Li Mu brought his thorned staff down with force. In desperation, Li Daong's arms took on a wooden texture to block the blow, but he was still forced to his knees, shattering the stone tiles beneath him as he let out a pained scream. Stop this at once. The enforcement division arrived just in time. The patrolling guards had already taken note of the commotion when the crowd began to gather, and they immediately stepped in to intervene. Li Mu calmly withdrew his thorn staff, his goal already achieved. When the enforcement division captain demanded to know who initiated the fight, the Li family members finally snapped out of their daze, frantically pointing fingers at Li Mu in a desperate attempt to shift the blame. Get him. He's the one who hit someone. A sharp, angry shout pierced through the air. The members of the Li family pointed at Li Mu, yelling furiously, "My husband was knocked to the ground by him. Are you blind? This Li Mu assaulted him. Arrest him immediately." Old Madame Ma tried to step forward to intervene, but her voice was instantly drowned out by the chaos. The squad captain's face darkened as he was publicly questioned about his judgment. He barked coldly, "Enough. I saw everything clearly. You were the ones who started it. This was self-defense. We're the Li family." Li Mu's second aunt straightened her back and said arrogantly, "My son is an class talent martial artist. I know your department head." The squad captain's eyes flickered with disdain at her words, silently cursing her foolishness. Even if she truly knew the department head, this wasn't something to boast about in public. Enough noise. Take them all away. At the captain's command, over a dozen law enforcement officers swiftly restrained the Li family members. He then turned to Li Mu. "Champion, you'll need to come with us as well." The officers recognized Li Mu as the champion they had just seen in his debut fight. In this high martial world, the law took cases of high-level martial artists attacking lower-level ones very seriously. Such actions were considered a threat to the nation's strength and could even raise suspicions of being sabotaged by enemy nations. This highlighted the delicate nature of martial law in this world. Sparring between martial artists of the same level, whether in tournaments, competitions, or training matches, was encouraged and supported by the state as long as it occurred under legal supervision. Even personal disputes between peers of the same level and age were often given leniency. However, any unlawful combat involving different levels or age groups was met with severe consequences. Understood. Li Mu nodded in agreement. He turned to look at his mother, who was shielded by the broad frame of his uncle. Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong rushed forward, wanting to explain, but Li Mu whispered a few words to them before boarding the enforcement vehicle with the officers. The Li family members were loudly protesting as they were loaded into two other enforcement vehicles. Only old Madame Ma, frail and elderly, was left behind. As the vehicles departed and the crowd gradually dispersed, only Yang Suiying, Yang Yurong, and their family remained at the scene. Yang Yurong glared at old Madame Ma with resentment, only to find the old woman staring daggers at Yang Suiying, as if she wanted to devour her alive. "What are you looking at?" Yang Yurong suddenly snapped, her tone dripping with mockery. "You useless old hag. Your eldest son is a coward, your second daughter-in-law is ungrateful, and even your precious grandson with class talent is a complete failure. And those two foolish granddaughters of yours? They've been throwing flirtatious looks at our Xiaomu all day. Anyone with half a brain could see they don't listen to you at all. What a family you've got. Honestly, with you leading them, the Li family is bound to rise to greatness and prosper for generations to come." After finishing her tirade, Yang Yurong even rolled her eyes for dramatic effect. Her words, delivered with biting sarcasm and accompanied by her disdainful expression, left old Madame Ma pale with fury and struggling to breathe. You. Old Madame Ma stammered, utterly speechless as her blood pressure visibly skyrocketed. Feigning exaggerated alarm, Yang Yurong quickly stepped back while pulling Yang Suiying along and gesturing for her husband and kids to leave. She muttered loudly as they walked away, "Oh no, let's get out of here. She's about to keel over, and we don't want to catch any bad luck." The atmosphere in the car was heavy. The captain of the enforcement team, escorting Li Mu, sat in the front passenger seat. About 20 minutes into the drive, his phone suddenly rang. Yes, it's about the brawl case at the plaza," he answered, sounding slightly puzzled. "Transferred to the Jixiang Road branch?" "Got it, understood." After hanging up, the captain glanced thoughtfully at Li Mu before instructing the driver to change course to the Jixiang Road Enforcement Division. In the sprawling Iron Hand city, which was comparable in size to a small province on Earth, the Enforcement Bureau held a status equivalent to that of a police headquarters. The city was divided into 4 districts: east, west, south, and north, with the Enforcement Bureau overseeing various branches that functioned like large-scale precincts. The Li family has already pulled some strings, the captain remarked after a moment of silence. If you need to make a call, now's your last chance. His words carried a subtle warning, implying that Li Mu might not receive fair treatment at the Jixiang Road branch. It was a rare gesture of goodwill. However, Li Mu merely smiled faintly. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. As the recent champion of the first round of a major competition, Li Mu had anticipated the Li family would take action. But at this moment, all media attention was focused on this public incident. Li Mu was confident that if he remained detained at the enforcement division for more than 3 hours, the media would surround the place. Even with their extensive connections, the Li family wouldn't dare to harm him under such intense scrutiny. If the enforcement division dared to resort to extrajudicial methods, Li Mu wouldn't hesitate to step in front of the cameras with visible injuries and expose the entire situation. Coupled with the plaza footage, a headline like "First-round champion subjected to torture" would undoubtedly land the leadership of the Jixiang Road branch in hot water. After that, anyone targeting him would have to think twice about the consequences. It was a risky gambit, a move that traded injury for injury. But while it would harm both sides, the blow to the Li family would be far more devastating. The car soon arrived at the Jixiang Road Enforcement Division. As Li Mu got out, he noticed reporters approaching from a distance. This didn't surprise him. Ever since the class talent reassignment incident during military training, reporters had been eager to interview him. The other members of the Li family were escorted in separate vehicles. Their attitudes had grown noticeably more arrogant, especially his second aunt, who coldly mouthed at him, "You're finished." A few laid-back enforcement officers strolled out of the branch to take over from the escort team. One of them, who appeared to be the leader, scrutinized Li Mu and barked, "What are you staring at? Get inside." As one officer shoved Li Mu forward, the screech of brakes pierced the air. A military vehicle came to an abrupt stop in front of the enforcement division. The license plate alone made the officers on site immediately tense up and stand at attention. From the front passenger seat emerged a stern-faced military officer, Zhang, the adjutant to Wang Longqing. After briefly presenting his credentials, he said only 6 words, "I'm taking Li Mu with me." "Yes, sir." The enforcement leader snapped to attention and saluted, visibly nervous. "Are you hurt?" Adjutant Zhang asked Li Mu. "I'm fine," Li Mu replied, shaking his head. "Get in the car," Zhang instructed, personally opening the door for him. The scene left the Li family dumbfounded, especially his second aunt. Her carefully laid plans for revenge had instantly fallen apart. She gritted her teeth, realizing that Li Mu's father's connections were far more formidable than she had imagined. The enforcement officer who had shoved Li Mu earlier now stood frozen, too terrified to even breathe loudly. Meanwhile, Li Mu's second uncle, now filled with unease, began contemplating more cautious strategies for dealing with him in the future. Watching the military vehicle disappear into the distance, the law enforcement officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The original order had been to teach Li Mu a lesson, but the imposing presence of the military vehicle sent to pick him up made him grateful he hadn't acted rashly. Inside the vehicle, Li Mu sat on a leather seat. Once the car merged onto the elevated bridge, he finally spoke. "Deputy Officer Zhang, what's the matter?" "Good news," Zhang replied flatly, then added, "The commander is hosting a celebration. When we heard you had a confrontation at the square, I was sent to bring you over." Li Mu nodded and took out his phone to reassure his mother, Yang Suying, that he was safe. The car continued its journey toward the military residential district where Wang Longqing resided, eventually stopping in front of an upscale hotel. The entrance was lined with various official vehicles, not luxury cars, but still striking in their presence. Deputy Officer Zhang led Li Mu straight to the banquet hall on the 2nd floor. At the elegantly decorated entrance, several tables were occupied by sharp, capable-looking individuals. As Zhang entered with Li Mu, the previously lively atmosphere abruptly quieted, only to be followed by a chorus of greetings. While many were curious about the high school student accompanying Zhang, no one dared to voice their questions, given Zhang's authoritative demeanor. Passing through the outer tables, they approached the main banquet area. At the center were 5 round tables, with the largest one positioned prominently in the middle. Wang Longqing was seated there, engaged in light-hearted conversation with the guests. As Li Mu scanned the room, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Most of the attendees were officials frequently seen in the news, primarily from the law enforcement and commerce departments. The individuals seated at the entrance tables were likely their deputies and assistants. As they neared Wang Longqing, Li Mu immediately sensed an overwhelming aura dominating the room. It was clear Wang Longqing had broken through to the Xin-level realm. This was indeed a moment worth celebrating, especially for someone of his stature. Not hosting a banquet would have raised suspicions, and even this relatively modest gathering was impressive in its own right. The officials present discreetly observed the unexpected appearance of the high schooler. The head of the Jixiang Road Law Enforcement Division instantly recognized Li Mu and was stunned. Just then, Wang Longsheng, seated at the main table, smiled warmly and waved toward Li Mu. Come, sit next to me. Li Mu walked briskly forward, his face beaming with excitement. Congratulations, Commander Wang, on stepping into the Xian rank. At this moment, Wang Longqing truly seemed like a completely different person compared to when he was still at the 9th grade. A natural aura of authority emanated from him, sending chills down the spines of those around him. He let out a hearty laugh and personally pulled out the empty chair next to him. Have a seat. You've been making remarkable progress lately. During the military drills this morning, you were still at the 1st grade, but by the afternoon, you had already broken into the 2nd. And your stunning debut in the 1st battle truly extraordinary. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Since the banquet began, that particular chair had been deliberately pushed under the table by Wang Longqing, and no one dared to sit in it. Now, he was personally inviting a high school student to take the seat and chatting with him so warmly. It was utterly baffling. While it was clear from their conversation that this young man was the champion of the Abyss's 1st battle, no previous champion had ever been treated with such honor. After all, Wang Longqing was the deputy commander of the military district. Amid their shock, the crowd discreetly reached out to their assistants for more information. Soon, Li Mu's identity was revealed was the young man from a prominent family who had recently been stripped of his strength talent. Yet, his connection to Wang Longqing remained an enigma. Wang Longqing, however, was in high spirits. Thanks to Li Mu's assistance in identifying 2 damaged meridians, he had decisively abandoned them, allowing him to successfully break through to the Xian rank. This breakthrough all but secured his marquee rank, and made his promotion to commander merely a matter of time. To someone like you, it must seem like child's play, Li Mu said humbly. Oh, at such a young age, how are you so modest? Aren't you the same kid who caused quite the stir? Wang Longqing teased. During the military drills, you went so far as to break the instructor's leg. Your Aunt Bai was just talking about it earlier. He gestured to the woman seated beside him, Bai Taiwei, chief director of the Eastern District's Law Enforcement Division. In her early 40s, she sported a sharp short haircut, her beauty still striking, with a hint of heroic determination in her expression. Known as the Iron-Handed Rose, Bai Taiwei had earned her position as the head of a violent enforcement agency in this high-powered world not through her husband's reputation as deputy commander, but through her own formidable strength and skill. Bai Taiwei smiled warmly. Xiao Mu, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you for last time. If your mother doesn't need you for anything urgent, why don't you come home with me for a visit? For a moment, Li Mu was taken aback. He was certain this was his first time meeting Bai Taiwei. But in the next instant, he understood the deeper meaning behind her words. Wang Longqing and Bai Taiwei were publicly showing their support for him. Most of the people present were Bai Taiwei's subordinates, and this gesture sent a clear and unmistakable signal to everyone. Thinking of the tense conflict between himself and the Li family, Li Mu felt a warm surge of gratitude. He respectfully replied, I'll follow Aunt Bai's arrangements. Bai Taiwei nodded in satisfaction. At the banquet, the leaders wore smiles on their faces, but their gazes occasionally drifted toward Li Mu, trying to discern the depth of his connection with Wang Longqing and his wife. On regular days, they hardly had a chance to approach Bai Taiwei, let alone the outer 4 tables of guests. For someone like the head of the enforcement branch on Jixiang Road, merely securing a spot at this banquet was already a result of considerable effort. As their superior, Bai Taiwei was usually stern and authoritative. However, today she was uncharacteristically warm, occasionally leaning over Wang Longqing to exchange soft words with Li Mu, her face adorned with a faint smile. This sight made the head of the enforcement branch's heart race and cold sweat break out. Just half an hour earlier, he had received a call from the Li family, instructing him to deal with Li Mu. He had promptly deployed personnel to handle the matter. Little did he expect Li Mu to appear here, casually chatting and laughing with Bai Taiwei. While he was secretly relieved that Bai Taiwei hadn't glanced in his direction, he couldn't help but worry whether Deputy Zhang had acted aggressively when picking up Li Mu. However, he quickly realized that Li Mu wouldn't complain to Bai Taiwei. Such a favor wouldn't be worth wasting over something so trivial. After all, Wang Longqing and his wife had already publicly shown ample respect to Li Mu. If Li Mu were to report a mere branch head, it would only make him seem petty. As the banquet neared its conclusion, following tradition, Wang Longqing and Bai Taiwei stood to toast the guests before leaving with Li Mu, leaving their deputies to continue hosting. The other leaders also began to take their leave in order of rank. Since the hotel was close to the military housing area, the 3 of them decided to walk home. Bai Taiwei's gratitude toward Li Mu was heartfelt. She was well aware of Wang Longqing's previous condition nights filled with relentless coughing and sleeplessness, and even when the coughing subsided, he would toss and turn, weighed down by worries. As his wife, she had shared in his anxiety. She never expected that a student could not only relieve Wang Longqing of his burdens, but also help him advance to the Xian stage. Once they returned home, Bai Taiwei had a long conversation with Li Mu before arranging for someone to escort him away. As soon as Li Mu left, an elderly man descended slowly from the second floor of the Wang family residence. The aura emanating from this elder was even more intimidating than that of Wang Longqing. A single glance from him felt as if a sharp sword was suspended overhead, ready to pierce through at any moment. Dad. Wang Longqing slightly bowed, maintaining a respectful posture as he faced his father-in-law. Bai Taiwei, on the other hand, sat casually to the side, her gaze resting on the elderly man. Dad, what do you think of this young man? She asked. The old man didn't respond immediately. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced forward, stopping in front of Wang Longqing. Longqing, let's hear your thoughts first. Dad, I value this young man for 3 reasons, Wang Longqing said earnestly. First, he has shown me kindness and is a person of integrity. Second, his talent is extraordinary as a genius in martial arts techniques. Third, he achieved victory in his first battle in the abyss despite having only inflexible aptitude, demonstrating both courage and strategy. His potential far exceeds what people imagine. It's only a matter of time before he grows into a formidable force. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, it's only a matter of time before the Paradise Society targets him as well. That's precisely why I want to protect him. A talent like his, if tainted by the Paradise Society, would lead to unthinkable consequences. But if Li Mu is allowed to grow, he will undoubtedly become a powerful warrior for humanity. Bai Taiwei nodded in agreement from the side. Indeed, in recent years, the Paradise Society has become increasingly rampant, and their persecution of talented individuals has become harder to guard against. We must prioritize the protection of such talents. If Li Mu were present at that moment, hearing the mention of the Paradise Society would have sent chills down his spine. This global organization of evil had gathered elites from all walks of life, yet it specialized in persecuting gifted martial artists and seizing abyss resources. Their deeds were utterly heinous. No one knew the true purpose of the Paradise Society, but their pervasive infiltration was terrifying. From high-ranking officials to ordinary citizens, their influence was everywhere. They appeared no different from normal people, except when revealing their identity marked by their signature golden eyes. Those who had seen those eyes either joined the Paradise Society or fought them to the death. The old man pondered for a long time before finally nodding slightly. I agree to an observation period. Thank you, father-in-law. Wang Longqing was overjoyed, bowing deeply in gratitude. The old man chuckled. Longqing, for you to make such a request of me, you must really think highly of this young man. All right, now that business is settled, the two of you should stop lingering here. Go on, leave me be. I'm waiting for my precious granddaughter to come home. He glanced at the clock as he spoke. Wang Longqing and Bai Taiwei exchanged a smile and shook their heads before leaving the villa, each heading back to their respective work. Meanwhile, the head of the Jixiang Road Enforcement Division sat in the backseat of his car, looking troubled. His face was drenched in cold sweat, and for a moment, he even forgot to tell the driver where to go. After a long pause, he finally came to his senses. Back to the division, he ordered. Taking his phone off silent mode, he saw several missed calls all from Li Daong of the Li family and Madame Ma. Just as irritation began to rise within him, his phone buzzed again with another call from Li Daong. Ah, Minister Song, I finally reached you, came Li Daong's anxious voice on the other end. I've been trying to get through to you all day. That Li Mu wasn't detained at the Jixiang Road Division. Can you send someone to his house to arrest him? I know where he's staying. Arrest your mother. Minister Song roared in fury. Li Daong, you nearly got me killed. Don't ever come to me with your family's nonsense again. He slammed the phone down, ending the call abruptly. While he didn't dare offend the wealthy but foolishly family, this was one favor he no longer dared to accept. At the same time, Li Mu had returned to the blacksmith shop. Hearing that her son was safe, Yang Suying finally let out a sigh of relief. His aunt, however, was unusually excited. Hmph, as if they'd dare trouble the champion of the first battle. The higher-ups and the media are all watching. My nephew is amazing. Tonight, we're having a feast. Come on, sis, let's go shopping. Though nearing 40, his aunt had a lively and spirited personality, which her children had clearly inherited. As soon as Chen Jiuqi and Chen Jiafeng heard about the feast, they cheered enthusiastically. Long live cousin, long live mom, they shouted. After his aunt dragged Yang Suying out the door, the two kids continued to buzz around Li Mu, chattering excitedly. Unclean Law watched the two kids circling around Li Mu and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you two, don't keep pestering your cousin like that. You'll give him a headache. Dad, I'm talking to cousin about something serious. Chen Jiuqi quickly defended herself, then turned to Li Mu and asked, Cousin, I've been using the universal spear technique, but after watching your fight, I'm tempted to switch to staff techniques. How are you even better with a staff than with a spear? Li Mu's eyes glimmered with an idea as he decided to tease the two little ones. With a casual flick of his ear, the Jinghua staff appeared in his hand. The two, still in the early stages of cultivating their Huang grade level 1 abilities, were in the critical foundational phase, practicing the most basic universal techniques. He walked over to the blacksmith's shed, placed the Jinghua staff horizontally across 2 iron platforms, and grinned. Come on, try picking it up. The 2 kids instantly lit up with excitement and dashed forward, eager to try their hand at this champion's weapon. Yet, as soon as they grabbed it, the staff didn't budge an inch. Huh. Whoa. Why is it so heavy? Big sis, let's do it together. Chun Jiafeng suggested. The siblings joined forces, using every ounce of strength they had, but despite their combined effort, the 300-pound staff barely rolled a litlight was impossible to lift. Even their unclean law was intrigued by the scene. Well, nephew, what's the secret behind this weapon? Let me give it a shot, the unclean law said, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward. Go, Dad. The 2 children immediately switched to cheering for their father. Being a former blacksmith, the unclean law was no stranger to physical strength. Though his cultivation was only at the 2nd level, his raw power was remarkable. Gripping the Jinghua staff tightly, the veins on his arms bulged like writhing snakes as he finally managed to lift the staff. However, before the cheers could fully erupt, he had to drop it heavily to the ground, causing a slight tremor. This weapon is so heavy. No wonder it could crush a giant python with one strike. The unclean law stared at the Jinghua staff in astonishment. Nephew, do you really keep this thing in your ear? Limu nodded with a smile, stepped forward, and effortlessly picked up the staff. With a casual twirl, he spun it into a dazzling flourish. The 3 onlookers, having now experienced the staff's weight firsthand, were left speechless as they watched him wield it with such ease. Cousin, show us a move. Chun Jiachi exclaimed, turning into an instant fangirl. Seeing his younger cousin so excited, Limu readily agreed. All right. With a loud shout, he flicked the Jinghua staff into the air with his toe. As it landed back in his hands, he began performing a simplified version of the flowing cloud 5 shocks technique, infused with his own understanding. His movements were bold and powerful, each strike accompanied by a gust of wind that stirred up clouds of dust. The 2 kids cheered non-stop, and even the unclean law couldn't help but join in, feeling genuine pride for his nephew, who had once lost his grade talent but was now proving his strength. As he performed, Limu discreetly activated the system and began gradually increasing the weight of the staff using the divine weapon technique. 300 pounds was nothing compared to the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, so he set himself a modest goal: 500 pounds. Slowly, he added weight to test his limits. From the 488 battle points he had earned from his first victory, he invested 88 points. The staff's weight increased to 328 pounds, bringing the total to 388 pounds. However, as he executed the 3rd move of the flowing cloud technique, he suddenly felt an unbearable soreness and pain throughout his body. The younger cousins were still cheering, but they soon noticed Limu abruptly stop mid-move. He leaned on the staff with one hand, clutching his back with the other, grimacing as he hobbled toward the house. Cousin, are you okay? They called out in concern. Without turning around, Limu sucked in a sharp breath and replied hoarsely, My back, I pulled my back. After returning to his room, Limu was soon visited by Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiachi, who brought him the bruise ointment from their uncle. Taking the medicine from them, he sent the 2 away under the pretense of needing rest. In truth, he hadn't actually sprained anything, but performing the flowing cloud triple shock technique had indeed left him feeling physically drained. The weight of 388 pounds seemed to have surpassed his limit. Not only was his body struggling to handle it, but even his mountain-bearing technique had reached its threshold. While the strength of 1 tiger and 3 oxen could easily lift 400 pounds, using it to execute martial techniques was proving more difficult. He opened the system interface and carefully examined the techniques he had mastered. Heavenly Immortal Art Unranked. Enhances understanding of one's cultivation method by 50 years, broadens the dantian, strengthens meridians, and allows for smoother execution of techniques. Ear Concealment. Enables storing divine weapons in an ear space, allowing for continuous cultivation at 1 of the normal speed. Divine Weapon Technique. Grants additional weight to weapons, currently able to increase by up to 328 pounds. Mountain Bearing Technique. Boosts strength to the level of 1 tiger and 3 oxen. Binding Technique. Shouting the word bind immobilizes a target for 0.5 seconds, consuming 10 of true energy with a cooldown of 1 minute. Fiery Eyes. Reveals the flow of true energy in an opponent's meridians, but consumes a significant amount of true energy. After pondering for a while, Limu concluded that auxiliary techniques like the binding technique and fiery eyes were sufficient for now. His immediate priority was to enhance his cultivation level and physical strength. To achieve this, there were only 2 paths: body refinement techniques and body refinement pills. His attention shifted to alchemy. Although, in his memory, the great sage wasn't particularly skilled in alchemy, he had frequented the alchemy lab of Taishang Laojun. Perhaps years of consuming elixirs had given him unique insights into medicinal ingredients? The system also contained many unfamiliar techniques, such as blessed field technique, drunken might, and heavenly descent weapon. The alchemy technique required only 100 victory points to unlock, so Li Mu purchased it without hesitation. The system description indicated that the alchemy technique allowed him to craft celestial pills by following recipes and gathering the required ingredients. However, system recipes could only be used through the system and were inaccessible to ordinary people. Opening the alchemy technique skill tree, he saw that each node represented a pill recipe, divided into 3 categories: chi for cultivation enhancement, technique to boost technique power, and body for physical refinement. Currently, only the inferior bone tempering pill, under the body category, was active. Unhappy with this option, Li Mu spent another 50 victory points to unlock the next recipe: the low-grade body stabilizing pill, which required Tier 3 demon blood, steel lotus, and crane cryegrass. He quickly calculated the cost of the ingredients. Tier 3 demon blood was relatively affordable, costing only 2 to 3,000 for a small vial, but steel lotus and crane cryegrass, rare hybrids of terrestrial and abyssal plants, were much more expensive. Their low yield and long growth cycles meant they could cost around 20,000 each on a good day and as much as 30,000 each on a bad day. The total cost for a single pill was roughly 50,000, and 2 pills would amount to a staggering 100,000. This was not an expense he could ask young Suiying to cover, especially since he and his mother were currently staying at his aunt's house. With his remaining victory points dwindling, Li Mu decided to focus on strengthening his existing abilities. He invested 100 points into the mountain-bearing technique, successfully upgrading it to the strength of 2 tigers and 3 oxen. With this enhancement, even if the divine weapon technique increased his weapon's weight to 500 pounds, he could wield it effortlessly. The next issue was his frail body. Retrieving his thistle staff, he activated the automatic cultivation effect of ear concealment. However, at a mere 1 cultivation speed, the progress was excruciatingly slow, could only sense a faint wisp of spiritual energy entering his body in complete silence. All in, gritting his teeth, Li Mu poured his remaining 150 victory points into ear concealment. The system confirmed the upgrade, boosting the cultivation speed to 6 of the normal rate. Instantly, he felt a steady stream of pure spiritual energy converging toward him, his body naturally absorbing and refining it like breathing. The sensation thrilled Li Mu. For ordinary martial artists, cultivation required guiding spiritual energy into their bodies through internal techniques, forging their dantian, spiritual si, and physical form, much like athletes enduring tedious physical training. This was why many chose to venture into the perilous abyss to battle monsters, as it not only accelerated their cultivation but also offered moments of enlightenment. But now, Li Mu could simply sit quietly and continuously grow stronger. Looking at his now empty victory points, Li Mu felt an intense urge to dive back into the abyss and hunt a few more monsters. The points were just never enough. That evening, the family enjoyed a warm and harmonious dinner together. After a tiring day, Li Mu went to bed early. The next morning, the gates of Blackwater High School were swarmed with reporters. A group of tabloid reporters had gathered near the school gate. The moment they spotted Li Mu, they surged toward him like a tidal wave, encircling him in an instant. The reporters bombarded him with a barrage of gossipy questions. How did he feel about winning the championship after being disowned by the Li family? What were his thoughts on Li Xiaohao exchanging his talent only to rank 31st? Li Mu remained silent in the face of these questions. He was well aware of the media's usual tactics, taking words out of context, twisting facts, and sensationalizing stories to grab attention. With the school leadership escorting him, he quickly made his way through the crowd of reporters and entered the campus of Heishui High School. However, he couldn't decline interviews from 2 official media outlets authorized by the Ministry of Education. These interviews steered clear of gossip, instead focusing on his insights, reflections, and the people he wanted to thank, with the aim of inspiring other students. Meanwhile, in a small diner in another corner of the city, Zhailong sat alone at a table. He was shoveling down fried rice while occasionally taking a swig from a beer bottle. 2 empty bottles already lay on the table, and his eyes were dull, his face showing signs of weariness. On the wall-mounted TV, Li Mu's championship interview was being broadcast. Zhailong let out a sigh and took another gulp of beer. He carried injuries that no one knew about, injuries that had stripped him of his ability to fight. Despite his 5th-rank cultivation, he was left with no choice but to work as a teacher. Ironically, Zhailong had a natural talent for teaching and had even set a record as the youngest homeroom teacher at Tunglong High School. However, his decision to publicly expose the school leadership's misconduct during the first Battle of the Abyss, in front of the media on the 2nd floor of the hall, had made him a pariah among schools. Even though he had stood up for justice, no school wanted to hire a teacher whose backstabbing abilities were deemed to far outweigh his teaching skills. What was even more heartbreaking was that he had helped Li Mu without the latter ever realizing it. This thankless effort left Zhai contemplating leaving Iron Hand City and starting afresh in another city. Only a teacher's salary could barely cover his medical expenses. On the TV, a reporter was asking Li Mu, "It's said that you transferred to Heishui High School just one day before military training. Rumors online suggest that your expulsion from Tunglong wasn't your fault. Do you still feel any gratitude toward Tunglong High School?" Li Mu didn't hesitate for a second. No. Tunglong High School withheld student resources, allowed bullying to run rampant, and had a chaotic school culture. These are indisputable facts. As a former student of Tunglong, it's my responsibility to speak the truth. If I am to express gratitude, it is only to one person, me homeroom teacher in class 9 of grade 12, Mr. Zhai. Zhai hand froze midair, his disbelief written all over his face as he stared at Li Mu on the screen. Li Mu continued, "Mr. Zhai is the finest mentor I have ever met. He not only helped me greatly in understanding techniques and honing combat skills, but also fought for resources for many students who were treated unfairly, even going so far as to use his own money to reward outstanding students. I achieved a breakthrough to the second rank just 2 days before the first battle of the Abyss, entirely thanks to the solid foundation Mr. Zhai helped me build over the past 2 years. Without him, there would be no Li Mu's combat achievements." At this moment, Zhai sat in the restaurant, his fingers turning white from the force with which he gripped the spoon, now bent out of shape. His gaze was locked on Li Mu's face displayed on the screen, emotions surging within him. As a teacher, Zhai had always upheld the principle of treating every student equally, but for Li Mu, he couldn't help but show a bit of extra care. This boy, who had lost his father, endured bullying at the Li household, and suffered humiliation from Li Xiaohong at school, never gave up on himself. Li Mu was diligent. With a solid foundation and extraordinary talent, what teacher wouldn't admire a student like that? Because of this, Zhai silently applauded when Li Mu awakened his strength talent. And when Li Mu was unfairly expelled, Zhai was filled with rage. What Zhai hadn't expected was that even after leaving school, Li Mu still regarded him as his teacher. What surprised him even more was that during a media interview, Li Mu mentioned him, propelling Zhai into the spotlight as a champion mentor. But to Zhai, the title didn't matter. What mattered was that Li Mu still remembered him. The boy whose destiny as a genius had been stolen didn't lose his way. Instead, he proved to the world with his championship victory that even without inscribed talent, one could still rise to greatness. Zhai put down the deformed spoon, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and used his rough hands to rub his stubbled chin. His eyes were already red. He nodded repeatedly, for a long, long time, until a proud smile appeared on his face. Then he called out to the owner, "Boss, another bottle of wine." Meanwhile, at Heishui High School, Li Mu had just finished his interview and seen off the reporters. Only then did Principal Lin Changming say to him, "Ah, Li Mu, you mentioning it in the interview reminded me I'd almost forgotten. That teacher you talked about, is he the one with a buzz cut, square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes?" Li Mu nodded in confusion. "Yes, that's him. That man once spoke up for you in the second-floor multimedia hall. Back when Liang Hai was making excuses, he was the one who stood up and exposed the lies of both Liang Hai and the vice principal. But he didn't stay long and left before I could tell you about it." Lin Changming looked a bit guilty. At the time, he had just assumed it was an internal conflict at Tunglong High School, thinking Zhai was merely taking the opportunity to go against the dean and vice principal. He hadn't realized Zhai was standing up for Li Mu. Li Mu was stunned. "So you're saying, Teacher Zhai might have already resigned?" Lin Changming nodded to confirm. A sense of urgency gripped Li Mu. His initial intention for mentioning Zhai in the interview was to help secure a good position for him, as he had a hunch that Tunglong High School was on the decline. By giving Zhai the title of champion mentor, Li Mu hoped it would make his future career path smoother. And Zhai certainly deserved it. Every word Li Mu said in the interview came from the heart. Zhai teaching skills exceeded those of most educators, and his care for his students was genuinely unmatched. Do you happen to have his contact information? If he's willing, we could ask him if he'd like to teach at our school." Lin Changming offered, seeing Li Mu's low spirits. However, he wasn't entirely confident. Despite Heishui High School having produced a champion in the first battle, the school as a whole was still relatively weak. Even with its rising ranking and increasing resources, achieving comprehensive improvement would take time. Whether Zhai would be willing to join and face the challenges was uncertain. "I'll ask around later," Li Mu replied casually, though he had already made up his mind. If Zhai had indeed lost his job because of him, Li Mu would make that call no matter what. However, he had already thought of an even better opportunity for Zhai than being a teacher, just needed to see if Zhai would accept it. Seeing this, Lin Changming said no more and instead smiled. "By the way, there's some good news waiting for you since the interview. Your championship rewards have arrived. Let's go. I'll take you to claim them." Li Mu immediately perked up, but what excited him even more was what followed. The rewards for winning the Abyss first battle left him utterly speechless. A cash prize of 1 million, a 20 cubic meter storage ring, a large bottle of spiritual essence liquid, a high-grade cultivation manual, and 5 abyss return stones. Though the number of items was limited, each was incredibly valuable. Just the spiritual essence liquid and the storage ring alone were worth 6 to 700,000 each, and spiritual essence liquid was a rare commodity, often unavailable for purchase. As for the 20 cubic meter storage ring, its practicality and capacity made it a treasure in its own right. After claiming his rewards, Li Mu attended the celebratory gathering at Hshui High School. However, with so much on his mind, he only half-heartedly participated before heading straight to the herbal market. He had initially thought he could gather all the ingredients in one trip, but after visiting 3 herbal markets and spending over 130,000, he still hadn't managed to get everything he needed. Li Mu returned to the school's training room and chose a private space to begin his secluded cultivation. He carefully laid out the materials he had purchased for his practice, starting with a vial of spiritual essence. The nearly 200 milliliters of liquid shimmered faintly under the light. Without hesitation, Li Mu drank it all in one gulp. To his surprise, the sensation of the essence entering his body was completely different from what was described in the ancient texts. It felt as though the top of his head had transformed into a massive funnel, drawing in an endless torrent of spiritual energy, flooding into his body like a breached dam. Even more astonishing, a visible vortex of spiritual energy began to form above his head. This is insane. Li Mu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Thankfully, he practiced the unique heavenly immortal technique, which had no rank. If he had been using a conventional method, he doubted it could withstand such an overwhelming influx of energy. He couldn't help but wonder if this extraordinary absorption phenomenon was a unique aspect of the heavenly immortal technique. Clearing his mind of distractions, Li Mu focused entirely on circulating his cultivation technique, channeling all his efforts into refining the surging energy within him. 2 full hours passed before the flow of spiritual energy into his body subsided. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, the brilliance in them now subdued and restrained. Haha, Li Mu couldn't help but laugh out loud. In just 2 hours, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the early stage of the 2nd tier to the peak of the 2nd tier, even brushing against the threshold of the 3rd tier. And to think he had only broken into the 2nd tier 3 days ago. Typically, advancing from the 1st to the 2nd tier required a year or 2 of accumulation. To make such a leap in just 3 days would surely leave others dumbfounded. Feeling the surging true energy within him, Li Mu estimated his current strength. He was confident he could now take on a 3rd-tier peak-level giant python in an unknown fight. Excited by his progress, he retrieved his alchemy materials and activated the system's alchemy function. The materials disappeared instantly, leaving behind some residue, and the system promptly produced 2 dark-colored pills. System notification: low-grade body reinforcement pills 2. Eagerly, Li Mu consumed both pills at once. The pills dissolved instantly in his mouth, but only then did he notice a line of small text beneath the system notification. Low-grade body reinforcement pills. Enhances muscle and bones, fortifies the body, temporarily boosts vitality, with a strong invigorating effect. Consume sparingly to avoid excessive internal heat. Wait, what? Li Mu froze in disbelief. After reading the instructions, Li Mu felt a surge of heat engulf his body, and his mind involuntarily conjured up some unspeakable images. Instinctively, he ran his fingers through his hair, gripping his scalp tightly in an attempt to calm himself down. The 2 pills he had ingested began to take effect, sending waves of fiery, itchy sensations through his bones and muscles. Clenching his fists, Li Mu could feel an unprecedented sense of power coursing through him. As an ordinary person from Earth, it was the first time he truly experienced what it meant to wield strength. The solid and invigorating feedback from his body filled him with a newfound confidence. No wonder they call it the body fortification pill, Li Mu thought to himself, marveling at how much tougher his body had become. However, he immediately felt a bit awkward for using the word tough in this context, and quickly shook his head in an attempt to dispel the stray thoughts. Pushing open the door to the training room, Li Mu was about to find a spacious area to test his Zhenhua staff. Judging by his current state, he reckoned he could easily handle not just 388 pounds, but even 500 pounds. However, the moment he stepped out, he nearly collided head-on with someone. A faint, elegant fragrance wafted by as the figure in front of him hastily took 2 steps back. Looking closely, he saw a tall, slender young woman. Though dressed casually, she had the emblem of Hshui High School pinned to her shoulder. This was Lin Yuya, the president of the Senior Student Council, who had performed a dance at the school festival earlier that day. Her bright, expressive eyes, delicate features, and stunning figure made her unforgettable. Li Mu, Lin Yuya began nervously, I need to talk to you. I was worried about interrupting your training and wasn't sure how to reach you. Sorry, I almost bumped into you. As she spoke, she unconsciously bit the corner of her lip, adding a touch of shyness to her demeanor. Li Mu struggled to suppress the restless energy surging within him, his brow furrowed and veins bulging on his arms. In a hoarse voice, he asked with difficulty, Lin Yuya, I just want to ask, why are you wearing black stockings to school? Huh? Lin Yuya blinked, momentarily confused, then glanced down at her legs. Oh, these? They're for the performance earlier. And they're not stockings, they're thigh-high socks, see? They only go a little above the knees. Nothing on the thighs. She tilted her head in confusion before noticing Li Mu trembling and his face flushed. Wait, Li Mu, are you okay? Why are you shaking? Your face is so red, are you running a fever? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Mu collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Someone, help. Li Mu fainted. 5 minutes later, the school infirmary was crowded with concerned students. On the bed, Li Mu remained unconscious as a middle-aged physician in a white coat withdrew his glowing hands and calmly stated, excessive yang energy and emotional agitation. Nothing serious, just overheated. Lin Yuya, still flustered, quickly asked, Dr. Hua, what does that mean? Dr. Hua, hands tucked in his pockets, gave Lin Yuya a knowing look. Pent-up emotions, that's all. You young couples really need to be careful. With that, he shook his head and walked away, leaving Lin Yuya standing in the corner, her face burning with embarrassment as she wished she could disappear into the floor. Meanwhile, outside the school gates, a black luxury car idled as an impatient male student in a Sacred Dragon Marshal School uniform scowled at Xiao Lingtong. It's been over 10 minutes. What's taking so long? Did Li Mu die or something? His words immediately drew frowns from Xiao Lingtong and the other Heishui students. Can you watch your mouth? Didn't I already go to call him for you? Xiao Lingtong clenched his fists, summoning his courage to speak. His eyes were fixed intently on the sleek, luxurious black sedan parked before him. Sitting inside was none other than the son of the principal of Shanglong Martial Arts Academy. The situation had unfolded just a few minutes earlier. The luxury car had come to a halt at the school gate, and the people inside had rudely demanded someone call for Li Mu. Concerned that trouble might be brewing, Xiao Lingtong had stepped out with a group of classmates. To his surprise, the person in the car turned out to be the Crown Prince of Shanglong Academy, claiming he was there specifically to pick up Li Mu. Not wanting to delay Li Mu's matters, Xiao Lingtong immediately called Lin Yuya, explained the situation, and asked her to find Li Mu. But over 10 minutes had passed, and nothing had happened. And who the hell do you think you are? Telling me to watch my mouth? What are you going to do about it? One of the male students, clearly the Crown Prince's lackey, sneered as he stepped forward aggressively. Though Xiao Lingtong and the others were seething with anger, they kept their heads down, swallowing their frustration. The lackey smirked at their submissive demeanor and scoffed. I'll give you 3 more minutes. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Lingtong's phone buzzed. It was a text from Lin Yuya, saying that Li Mu had fainted, and there was no telling when he'd regain consciousness. Xiao Lingtong's face tensed as he braced himself and said, You'll have to come back another time. Li Mu isn't at school right now. The lackey's face twisted with rage. He stormed forward, nearly pressing his face against Xiao Lingtong's. Are you messing with me? You think this is a joke? Don't give me that crap. Don't tell me you don't have his number. If he's not here, call him. Although Xiao Lingtong was no weaker than the lackey, he understood the consequences of being singled out for retaliation. Even as his face flushed with anger, he gritted his teeth and endured. I don't have his number. He's unconscious. What's the point of calling him? You little. The lackey was about to roll up his sleeves when the rear window of the black car slowly rolled down. A lazy, nonchalant voice drifted out, Hunter, bring him here. Through the open window, Xiao Lingtong caught a clear view of the young man reclining in the back seat. It was indeed the Crown Prince of Shanglong Academy. Seated beside him was a stunningly attractive female student, her beauty striking and provocative. Without hesitation, the lackey grabbed Xiao Lingtong by the collar, dragging him toward the car. The other students from Heishui High School exchanged uneasy glances. Though they wanted to step in, they knew that acting rashly now would only escalate the situation. Helpless, they could only watch as Xiao Lingtong was manhandled like a rag doll and shoved toward the car. The Crown Prince leaned forward slightly, extending a hand to grab a fistful of Xiao Lingtong's hair. He yanked Xiao Lingtong's head down to the level of the car window. Xiao Lingtong clenched his teeth, bending over in submission. The luxurious scent of high-end leather and the piercing gaze of the female student assaulted his senses, underscoring the stark difference between their worlds. His humiliation reached its peak, fueling a suffocating sense of inferiority. I don't care what you have to do, the Crown Prince said, his voice cool but dripping with authority. Get Li Mu in front of me immediately. I'm in a good mood right now. If that changes, you'll regret it. Before he could finish, the lackey suddenly exclaimed, Your Highness, Li Mu's here. The lackey raised his hand and pointed towards the school gate. There, Li Mu was walking out while stretching his neck, followed closely by Lin Yuya and a few others, their faces filled with concern. The group immediately frowned upon seeing Xiao Lingtong being dragged by her hair in front of a black car. When Li Mu appeared, the crown prince let go of Xiao Lingtong. She pressed her scalp, wincing at the pain. But the humiliation on her face was unmistakable. Li Mu stopped a short distance from the black car, tilting his head as he glanced inside. You looking for me? The lackey frowned and barked sharply, pointing to where Xiao Lingtong had stood moments earlier. Come here and speak properly. Li Mu turned to him with a puzzled expression. And you are, what breed of hunting dog? That remark immediately ignited the lackey's fury. While hunting dog was a nickname he had willingly embraced to demonstrate his loyalty to the crown prince, hearing it from an outsider was an entirely different matter. It hit a nerve. His eyes filled with rage as he stormed toward Li Mu, raising his hand to slap him. Li Mu smiled a twisted, almost sinister grin. The moment the lackey made his move, an intense wave of heat erupted from Li Mu like a volcanic explosion. With a swift and powerful slap, the lackey didn't even see the hand coming. He only felt a sharp sting on his right cheek. His vision darkened, and he was sent flying sideways. Midair, he barely regained consciousness, only to feel as though the bones in his face had shattered, and half his teeth seemed to have fallen out. He hit the ground hard, attempting to stand but succumbing to dizziness and disorientation. The students of Heishui High School stood frozen in fear, their backs straightened. Meanwhile, Lin Yuya and the others, who had just returned from the infirmary, silently mourned for the lackey off all people to provoke. Why choose someone like Li Mu, who was clearly on the verge of losing control? Tisk, TSK, TSK. No wonder you're the champion of the first battle. That temper of yours is something else. The back door of the black car opened, and a tall figure stepped out, a young man known as the Crown Prince of Shenglong Martial Arts School. Leaning casually against the car door, he lit a cigarette, took a leisurely drag, and studied Li Mu with interest. Xiao Lingtong quietly stepped in front of Li Mu and whispered, That's Zhao Yi, the son of Shenglong Martial Arts School's principal. People call him the Shenglong Crown Prince. He's basically royalty for students like usher to the top high school in East District. Not bad. At least you're a little informed, Zhao Yi said, pointing at Xiao Lingtong with his cigarette before turning his attention to Li Mu. Li Mu, I came here to invite you to dinner. Look at the mess now, how embarrassing. So I'll cut to the chase. I use a spear too. Come to Shenglong Martial Arts School and be my personal sparring partner. Not interested. Li Mu cut him off before he could finish. Don't be so quick to reject me. Zhao Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette. I get it, you just won the first battle and you're feeling a little full of yourself. That's normal. But you'll soon realize that this is your peak. From here on out, the gap between your growth and others will only widen. Thinking too highly of yourself is just pathetic. You make a fair point. Still not interested. Li Mu replied with a nod, then shook his head. Well, that's unfortunate. Zhao Yi glanced up at the Heishui High School sign, his tone growing cold. I know what you're trying to dobe the big fish in a small pond. This failing school treats you like a treasure, and you're fantasizing about single-handedly turning it around, basking in the glory of being indispensable. But let me assure you of one thing, if you're not going to be my dog, Heishui High School won't even make it into the top 10 in East District's rankings. Oh, you have that kind of power? Li Mu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. With his championship title and the accumulated points from other participants, Heishui High's entry into the top 10 was practically guaranteed. Not to mention, under the unspoken rules, having S or attire talents, or winners of elite tournaments like the Abyss First Battle, could push a school's ranking up an additional tier. Not me, but my uncle does, Zhao Yi said smugly. Li Mu casually walked up to Zhao Yi. Before Zhao Yi could react, Li Mu grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked his face close. Zhao Yi's expression turned from shock to rage. His teeth clenched as he sneered, Li Mu, you really don't know your place, do you? Have you deluded yourself into thinking that winning the first battle puts you on my level? How pitiful. Li Mu let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on Zhao Yi's hair. You seem to be under some delusions, Crown Prince. Do you think the education world revolves around your family? That I'd suffocate and die the moment I leave school? That I'd kneel and beg you just because Blackwater High might fail to make it into the top 10 resource rankings? He spoke each word deliberately, his hand tightening further, jerking Zhao Yi's head back and forth. I just can't figure it out. Why should I fear a spoiled little second-generation official like you? What can your family's power possibly do to me? Zhao Yi trembled all over, rage burning inside him. In that moment, he finally understood where Li Mu's confidence came from. While his own family wielded immense influence in the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources enough to make most students treat him with fawning respect, it was all because they relied on the school system. But Li Mu was different. With his combat abilities, he could easily join the Zhenyuan Army directly. He had no need to bow to the so-called Crown Prince of the Sacred Dragon. Breaking free of Li Mu's grip with a sudden burst of strength, Zhao Yi glared at him with venomous eyes. Fine. We'll see about this. He knew there was no chance of winning against the champion of the first battle, and staying any longer would only humiliate himself further. His anger seething, he stormed back to the black luxury car and sped off, leaving even the hunting dog lying on the ground behind. The crowd from Blackwater High watched the entire scene unfold, utterly shaken. They couldn't help but wonder, who was the real villain here? Li Mu's arrogance seemed to surpass even the crown prince's. Yet, beneath their confusion, many secretly admired him. This was true justice, unrestrained and fearless. Someone with such boldness and disregard for others' opinions couldn't possibly be plagued by inner demons or trivial worries. Especially Xiao Lingtong, who felt a warm surge in her heart. She realized that Li Mu's actions today were all for their sake. He didn't have to offend Zhao like this, but he had stepped in because Zhao had humiliated her. Not only did Li Mu stand up for her, but he also redirected all of Zhao Yi's fury onto himself. Seeing Xiao Lingtong looking at him with teary eyes, Li Mu walked over, put an arm around her shoulders, and led the group through the school gates. The other students followed closely behind. Lin Yuya, clearly worried, asked, "What if Zhao Yi's threats aren't empty? What if it really affects our school's resource ranking?" Li Mu shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, that's Principal Yin's problem to deal with. Let's hope he can weather the storm." His words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone frozen in place. They stared at Li Mu's carefree figure, marveling at his complete indifference to others' concerns. Xiao Lingtong, however, burst into laughter at his nonchalant attitude. In truth, Blackwater High's ranking wouldn't change at all without Li Mu. And even if it did, so what? The worst that could happen was a few mocking comments from outsiders about their arrogance. Nothing more. After school, Li Mu didn't head straight home. Instead, he went directly to Zhai Long's residence. He was all too familiar with this place. Zhai Long often invited students over for meals and drinks in the past. The sound of knocking echoed, and the door opened. Standing inside was Zhai Long, disheveled and unkempt. He froze for a moment upon seeing who it was. "Mr. Zhai," Li Mu greeted respectfully, bowing slightly. "A Li Mu." Zhai Long snapped out of his daze, glancing awkwardly back into the room. It was clear he wasn't planning to invite Li Mu inside. Noticing Zhai Long's less than ideal state, Li Mu smiled and said, "Still sticking to the old traditions? I'm here to freeload a meal." Zhai Long chuckled and shook his head before stepping aside to let Li Mu in. The room was a mess, with half-packed luggage scattered everywhere. Various bags, big and small, were strewn across the floor. Li Mu knew Zhai Long had a small spatial ring, but even that couldn't hold half of these belongings. "Where are you planning to go, sir?" Li Mu asked. "I'm heading to Linyuan City," Zhai Long replied flatly. Li Mu immediately understood. Zhai Long had likely offended the school by standing up for him, leaving no other institution willing to hire him. Despite Li Mu's attempts to speak highly of him during interviews, it seemed Zhai Long had lost the will to continue teaching. "Sir, I have a favor to ask." Li Mu began recounting his experience at the Zhenyuan Army's Techniques Division and how they were in desperate need of talent. "The pay is much better than teaching, and it's a stable position. The Zhenyuan Army's healthcare is also excellent. It could really help with your condition." Seeing how hard Li Mu was trying to find a solution for him, Zhai Long smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. "No need to convince me. My mind is made up. My illness is something only I can deal with. I'm heading to Linyuan City for that very reason." Li Mu frowned, remaining silent for a long moment before sighing. "When do you leave?" "The airship departs at 7. I've got an hour and a half left. Then you've got to treat me to one last meal," Li Mu said with a hint of stubbornness. "Haha, all right. Let's have a drink together." Zhai Long laughed, amused by Li Mu's defiant attitude. "The restaurant downstairs will do. You finish packing, and I'll head down first," Li Mu said before dashing out the door. Zhai Long watched him leave with a wry smile. That kid didn't even offer to help pack. But then again, maybe it was for the best. If he started crying in front of me, it'd just be awkward. The teacher and student shared a hearty meal and drinks at the restaurant. Afterward, Li Mu personally escorted Zhai Long to the airship terminal. As they said their goodbyes, Zhai Long waved with a smile. "If you ever find yourself in Linyuan City, give me a call." Li Mu suddenly stepped forward and gave Zhai Long a big hug. "I will." Zhai Long was momentarily stunned before gently patting Li Mu on the back of his head. "Good kid. Take care of yourself, and may your future be bright." Li Mu nodded and took a few steps back. Without saying more, Zhai Long turned and boarded the airship. Seated by the window, Zhai Long watched as Li Mu's figure grew smaller and smaller on the ground below. A look of contentment spread across his face. Only when Li Mu was out of sight did he turn his gaze away. Just as he leaned back into his seat, he felt something unusual in his jacket pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a bank card with a note attached, listing the PIN. The amount? 500,000 yuan. The note carried just 5 words, "Wishing you a full recovery." Zhai Long's rugged, square face crumpled as he clutched it tightly with both hands, trying to hold back his emotions. Yet tears still slipped through his fingers. Meanwhile, Li Mu stood on the ground, watching the airship disappear into the horizon. He let out a long breath before turning to head home. Around 10 that night, he lay back on his bed, contemplating whether he should make a trip to the abyss tomorrow. The effects of the 2 low-grade body-fortifying pills were evident, could clearly feel his physical strength improving. Li Mu silently calculated his own strength. With the enhancement of the carrying mountain technique, giving him the power of 2 tigers and 3 oxen, he was confident he could easily handle 500 pounds of weight. However, he had already exhausted all his battle points, and even the tussle with the hunting dog earlier in the day hadn't been recognized by the system as a valid fight. His heavenly immortal art had already reached the peak of the 2nd tier and was on the verge of breaking through. Abyssal monsters had become his only hope, for in the midst of battling them, he might achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd tier. That would undoubtedly raise the weight limit of his divine weapon technique to 800 pounds. As Li Mu was contemplating this perfect plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, a gentle knock came at the door. When he opened it, he saw his mother, young Suying. She stepped into the room, closing the door behind her, her expression hesitant. "Son, I want to discuss something with you and get your advice." Li Mu quickly brought over a chair. After sitting down, young Suying, with a faint trace of worry on her face, said, "The 2 of us have been staying at your aunt's house for quite a while, and it's really not ideal. I've mentioned a few times about moving out, but your aunt always refuses, and she won't even take rent. She says the help I give around the house is enough. But the truth is, we're struggling financially right now, and I've been thinking about starting a small business at least to cover groceries and utility bills. Over time, your uncle might start having opinions about us staying here." Li Mu listened attentively, a stark contrast to the impatience he used to show in the past. Seeing this, young Suying couldn't help but tease him. Well, look at you. Not complaining about your mom nagging this time?" Ever since they were cast out of the Li family, her son's personality had undergone a significant change, one that filled her with comfort, as if their bond had deepened on an unspoken level. "Heh, you're absolutely right, Mom." Li Mu chuckled while taking out his phone. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, the prize money for my first championship has been deposited. Out of the million, I spent a little over 100,000 on medicine and gave 500,000 to my teacher. That leaves 370,000. I'll keep 70,000 for myself, and you can have the remaining 300,000. As he spoke, he transferred the money directly to her. Young Suying was stunned into silence. "A million in prize money? And you gave 500,000 to your teacher? Is that the teacher you mentioned in the interview?" Li Mu patiently explained Mr. Zhailong's illness and the reasons for his departure. Only then did young Suying feel at ease. However, she still insisted. "You should keep this 300,000 for yourself. You need resources for your cultivation." "Don't worry, Mom. I can earn money on my own now. You'll feel more at ease knowing you have some funds in hand." After much persuasion, young Suying finally accepted the money, smiling as she said, "Well, now I have the startup capital for my small business." Hearing this, Li Mu frowned. "Mom, I didn't give you this money for a small business. But you're right, we do need to establish something of our own." He thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Mom, what's your talent again?" "Brewing," young Suying replied, momentarily taken aback. Clap. Li Mu slapped his hands together, his eyes lighting up. "That's it, brewing. Mom, haven't you always wanted to open a traditional-style tavern?" he said excitedly. "You used to say that if you hadn't married Dad and become a housewife, you'd be ruling the brewing world by now." Young Suying's face turned bright red as she awkwardly rubbed her hands. "Actually, Mom might have exaggerated a bit back then. I do have a knack for brewing, but it's just a level. I almost didn't make it into college. If it weren't for me being a little pretty and chasing after your dad, you wouldn't even exist." Li Mu froze in place, completely stunned. Young Suying, however, was lost in the sweetness of her memories, her expression softening. "Back in college, your dad was the genius heartthrob, always surrounded by pretty girls. But your mom here had some tricks up her sleeve, just a few homemade breakfasts, and I had him wrapped around my finger. I was so smug back then, flaunting it in front of those other girls." She flashed a sly smile. "Later, I found out your dad had secretly been crushing on me all along. He was just too shy to say it. He told me himself." "Mom, is it possible?" Li Mu interjected, pouring cold water on the moment. "That dad only said that to save your pride? You little brat." Yang Suying pretended to be angry, giving Li Mu a playful flick on the forehead, though her eyes sparkled with laughter. Even if what Li Mu said was true, it only meant Li Qianfeng loved her even more. She continued reminiscing. "By his 2nd year in college, your dad had already become a 6th-rank martial artist and was on the rise. He started spending all his money on me. My talent was in medicinal wines, which is a tricky field. The brewing process requires all sorts of herbs and materials, and the costs are huge. If it weren't for your dad's financial support, I wouldn't have been able to pursue it. Later, after you were born, I was either busy raising you or overwhelmed with chores in the Li family, so I gradually gave it up." Li Mu understood now. Medicinal wine was indeed a niche field it couldn't compete with medicine in terms of efficacy or with regular wine in terms of taste. Top-tier brewing companies employed A and B-level talent brewers in abundance, and with the backing of capital, their mass-produced wines were leagues ahead of what an A-level brewer could create. On top of that, the sky-high costs of training medicinal wine brewers made it nearly impossible even for B-level talents to succeed. No problem. Mom, go for it. Your son supports your dream 100, Li Mu said firmly. He had his own calculations in mind. There was a mystical technique called harnessing the power of wine that he hadn't learned yet but would definitely need in the future. If he had to drink, it might as well be his mom's wine, safer and more trustworthy. Under Li Mu's persistent encouragement, Yang Suying finally agreed to rekindle her dream and planned to start with a small tavern. After all, her brewing skills, though rusty, were already good enough to create a few decent medicinal wines. However, to truly improve, she would need continuous research. Once they settled on the plan, she excitedly went off to draft a proposal. The next day, the school's opening battle and celebration party were over, and classes resumed as usual. Li Mu, however, headed straight into the abyss. His mystical techniques were starving for practice points, and he needed to earn more victory points quickly. He decided to join the reserves, remembering Wang Longqing's promise that doing so would count directly toward the military merit system. The military resources he could buy with contribution points were far superior to anything from the abyss, and the schedule was more flexible. If he didn't feel like staying in the depths, he could just say he was heading back to class. If he didn't want to attend class, he could claim he was going into the abyss to fight monsters. School was just a front to avoid being officially conscripted into the Abyss Guard and bound by military law. Meanwhile, in the conference room at Heishui High School, the school leadership was staring at the public rankings displayed on the big screen. Heishui High was ranked 17th, an especially glaring position. The faces of Yin Changming and the other leaders were grim. Unlike the strict hierarchy of other schools, Heishui High valued unity, making the meeting atmosphere somewhat informal. This is outrageous. Someone's clearly targeting us. One leader slammed their fist on the table. This is a major embarrassment. Another tried to console, but it's not like this is the first time our school's been humiliated, but this time was different. Ever since their opening battle, the media had been relentlessly spotlighting Heishui High. The school was now at the center of attention, and several outlets were already using the ranking as fodder for criticism, throwing around phrases like celebrating too soon and getting carried away. The buzz around Heishui High School was relentless. The incident at the school gate seemed to have further tarnished the institution's reputation. Mocking phrases like patching a torn pant leg first were spreading in the community, ironically catapulting the school into an unprecedented level of discussion. In the conference room, Vice Principal Yin Changming let out a deep sigh. The fact that Principal Shanglong's brother-in-law held a strong position in the resource department made them feel utterly powerless. But on the day of the first match, the Deputy Minister of Resources clearly showed great appreciation for Li Mu. One of the teachers said, puzzled, "That was just polite talk." Yin Changming shook his head and explained, "Which leader wouldn't offer a few words of encouragement to a champion? He admires Li Mu as an individual, not our school. While the school's ranking might affect Li Mu, do you really think he would risk offending his colleagues in the same department for one student?" These words plunged the room into silence. Their earlier hopes of leaping from a Tier 4 T4 school to Tier 2 T2, or even Tier 1 T1, now seemed like a distant dream. At best, they could barely reach the threshold of T3. As for the elite T0 tier, Iron Hand City only had 4 such schools, 1 per district. Unconsciously, everyone's gaze turned toward Shenglong Marshal School. As the only T0 school in the Eastern District, Shenglong not only secured the highest points in the first match, but was also the sole institution in the area boasting students with duels talent. Instead of dwelling on this, why not focus on what we can do? One teacher broke the silence. If it weren't for Li Mu, we wouldn't even be close to T3. We still have a chance, let's make the most of it. Despite the encouraging words, the staff couldn't help but lament the missed opportunity. Over at Tenglong High School, chaos was unfolding. With senior officials being investigated and students scrambling to transfer, Heishui High could have seized the chance to attract some of Tenglong's top talents if only their resource ranking had cracked the top 10. This first match carried significant weight for Heishui High School. It was their chance to climb the rankings, secure better resources, and improve the overall strength of their student body. By doing so, they hoped to attract more outstanding students and finally break free from years of being stuck at the bottom. This was precisely why the school leadership had been so unusually jubilant during the celebration party. Hours had passed since the rankings were released, and the golden window for transfers was slipping away. Just as the teachers were at their wits' end, a sudden, urgent knock on the door broke the tension. Standing at the door, Lin Yuya was slightly out of breath, her voice tinged with excitement as she announced, "Teachers, someone's here to transfer." "Is it from Tenglong? How many students?" The teachers immediately perked up. "Just one." Lin Yuya took a deep breath before continuing, her tone filled with disbelief. It's Zhang. Zhang Jiwei from Shenglong Martial School. The name Zhang Jiwei exploded like a thunderclap in the office, prompting all the school leaders to spring to their feet as if struck by lightning. This prodigy with level talent, a true genius, had appeared on their campus? Lin Yuya immediately noticed the shock on everyone's faces and loudly confirmed the news. Yin Changming, the principal, barked out a sharp, "Let's go," and personally led the group downstairs. The plaza of Heishui High School was already packed with students. In the center of the open space stood a tall, sharply featured young man, as upright and steady as a pine tree. It was Zhang Jiwei. With a single-strap backpack slung over his shoulder, he stared directly at the teaching building, completely unfazed by the murmurs and curious stares around him. The school leaders pushed through the crowd and approached him. Only then did Zhang Jiwei shift his gaze, bowing politely to the group. "Hello, Principal Yin. Hello, teachers." Yin Changming was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't even dare to ask the question burning in his mind. "Are you transferring to our school?" The sheer absurdity of such a prospect would have made anyone laugh if not for the fact that it was happening right before his eyes. Zhang Jiwei pulled a folder from his bag, along with a recommendation letter, and handed them over. "Zhang Jiwei, level talent, warrior at the peak of the second rank, applying to transfer to your school. I hope Principal Yin will give me the opportunity." One of the school leaders rubbed his eyes in disbelief, worried he might be dreaming. Yin Changming, however, quickly composed himself. After all, their school already had someone even more extraordinarily Mu. Everyone present knew exactly why Zhang Jiwei was here. It had to be linked to Li Mu saving his life. The recommendation letter was from the Zhang Family Corporation, promising to donate an A-grade martial arts training facility if Zhang Jiwei was accepted. At that moment, Yin Changming felt his vision blur. The Zhang family's intentions were clear: to guarantee Zhang Jiwei's place, to support their beloved son, and to publicly strengthen their ties with Heishui High School. "All right, I agree. Welcome, Zhang Jiwei, to our school." Yin Changming extended his hand for a handshake, but before he could take it, another commotion erupted at the school gates. The crowd parted, revealing a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, striding confidently forward with a comically small backpack slung over his shoulder. The sight drew a mix of laughter and amazement. "Lu Chenfeng," someone exclaimed. Even before he got close, Lu Chenfeng called out loudly, "Principal Yin, I want to transfer to your school. Can I join the same class as him?" Another level talent. The school leaders collectively felt their heads spin. Unlike Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chenfeng was far more straightforward, openly admitting he was here for Li Mu. Spotting Zhang Jiwei, he teased, "Oh, the spearman is here too?" The surrounding students were speechless. The mighty level prodigy, famed for his martial prowess and battlefield dominance, was being called the spearman? Old Ma, the head of student records, was the first to recover. He quickly took the two students' documents. "You two, come with me." He couldn't afford to waste time. The priority now was to finalize their transfers before anything could go wrong. As the two followed Old Ma Wei, Yin Changming and the other leaders were left with one overwhelming thought. Li Mu was no longer just a student of Heishui High School. He had become its symbol, its very lifeline. Just moments ago, they had been racking their brains over the school's challenges, but now, every problem seemed to be resolving itself, all thanks to Li Mu. The arrival of these two prodigies was clearly a show of allegiance to him. And this was only the beginning. The news of Zhang Jiwei transferring schools spread like wildfire across the campus. Within just half an hour, a swarm of students from Tunglong Martial Arts School rushed over, clamoring to transfer to Heishui High. The entire Heishui High was instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Shenglong Martial Arts School, the assistant principal burst through the door and hurried to the desk. "Principal, we have a problem." Principal Zhao Hong, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, didn't even look up. "Speak." "Zhang Jiwei has applied for a forced withdrawal and transferred to Heishui High." "What?" Zhao Hong shot up, staring at the assistant in disbelief. "When did this happen?" "Just now. I saw the news first, and then checked the student records." Zhang Jiwei directly submitted the breach of contract and the penalty fee to the Academic Affairs Office. The assistant handed the news report to Zhao Hong. Bang! Zhao Hong slammed the desk after reading it. For an ordinary student, transferring schools only required approval from both schools and filing with the Ministry of Education. However, for someone like Zhang Jiwei and steer talent, schools often sign dual agreements to secure their enrollment, offering exceptional resources in exchange for a commitment to study for a set period. Zhang Jiwei had been enjoying top-tier resource allocation, and the corresponding breach penalty was astronomical. While such an amount was trivial for the Zhang group, why would he make such a drastic move? Why? Why would Zhang Jiwei do this? Zhao Hong demanded angrily, more out of frustration than at the assistant. However, the assistant's expression shifted multiple times, a subtle detail that didn't escape Zhao Hong's notice. "You know something?" The assistant swallowed nervously. It might have something to do with the resource ranking. He Shui Hai only ranked 17th this time. Zhao Hong's heart sank. How is that possible? Wasn't He Shui Hai slated for the 7th position? Realizing there was no point in hiding the truth, the assistant confessed, it's the young master. Yesterday, he had a conflict with Li Mu and threatened to lower He Shui Hai's resource ranking. Zhao Hong felt a wave of dizziness. Quickly piecing the events together, he realized the full scope of the situation. His brother-in-law, who also happened to be his son Zhaoyi's uncle, was a deputy minister in the resource department. To avoid suspicion, very few people were aware of this connection. Shenglong Martial Arts School's current prominent status was largely due to this relationship. Yesterday, Zhao Hong had specifically sent his son to approach Li Mua's student, with only inferior talent, but rumored to have some military connections hoping to recruit him. When Zhaoyi returned, he merely mentioned that Li Mu wasn't interested, omitting any mention of a conflict. Now it was clear. Zhaoyi must have sought help from his doting aunt, who in turn pressured her husband to manipulate the resource rankings behind the scenes. The potential consequences of this incident sent chills down Zhao Hong's spine. At best, they would lose Zhang Jiwei, the genius student, which would cause Shenglong Martial Arts School's ranking to plummet. At worst, if this hidden connection were exposed, not only would Shenglong Martial Arts School face ruin, but his brother-in-law would also come under investigation. If that happened, it would truly be the beginning of the end. The instigator of all this, Li Mu, had just completed his enlistment ceremony in the Abyss. As a reserve recruit, his information was officially entered into the military system, and he was rewarded with 50 merit points, 1,000 contribution points, and a third-class merit medal. These were the rewards for his improvements to the flowing cloud triple shock technique. In the Zhenyuan Army, battle achievements are the most direct way to earn merit. Other contributions within the military are typically recognized in the form of military medals. This system stems from the Army's tradition of revering strength. No one would follow a weak officer. Merit points have become a critical metric for evaluating an officer's capability, ensuring the Army's discipline and compliance. Of course, this doesn't mean that medal-bearing officers are inferior to those with battle merits. Battle merit officers are better suited for leading troops in combat and often command greater respect among soldiers. Meanwhile, medal-bearing officers, though their ranks may be lower, are frequently valued by the higher-ups. Esteemed figures like Professor Su and Minister Song are prime examples, earning widespread admiration. At this moment, Li Mu had donned the Zhenyuan Army uniform, a sleek black outfit that fit tightly and bore a blue circular emblem on both the chest and back. Within the circle, golden clouds swirled around the character Zhen. This uniform carried deep symbolic meaning. The black represented the endless abyss, while the blue circle and golden clouds symbolized the view of the abyss's entrance from below, underscoring the Zhenyuan Army's mission to protect the human world. Surveying his surroundings, Li Mu couldn't help but marvel at the immense scale of the Zhenyuan Army base. Qin Zhanya, noticing his reaction, took the initiative to explain. The area on the left is the living quarters, which include accommodations, recreational facilities, dining areas, and more. Everything can be exchanged for contribution points. On the right is the functional zone, where you'll find mission offices, supply depots, and training grounds. You can accept and complete missions in the mission area. We're particularly short on people of your level right now, Qin Zhanya continued. The Southern District begins military training today, and within 3 days, large areas of the red and yellow zones like the battlefield you were on before need to be cleared. As he finished speaking, his tactical watch suddenly buzzed. After glancing at the display, his expression darkened. Sensing the situation, Li Mu said tactfully, Instructor Qin, if you have urgent matters to attend to, please go ahead. I'll look around on my own. He had initially intended to handle the enlistment process alone, but Qin Zhanya's unexpected accompaniment had drawn quite a bit of attention, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Qin Zhanya nodded in acknowledgement and quickly departed. Li Mu headed straight to the mission area. Although there was a steady flow of people, the counters at the mission windows weren't particularly crowded. He approached one of the windows to inquire about available missions. A female soldier behind the counter smiled and asked him to scan his tactical watch. The watch contained all of Li Mu's personal details, including his abilities, cultivation level, and weapon type. After reviewing his information, the soldier said, given your peak secondary cultivation level, you're best suited for patrol and extermination missions in Tier 1 and Tier 2 zones. Currently, there are several teams on standby, and you can choose one to join. Through the semi-transparent screen, Li Mu browsed the list of missions. Patrol and extermination missions were the most common, but there were also options for long-distance escort missions, resource collection, and more. Higher-level assignments, such as blind zone exploration, special area reconnaissance, or specific boss eliminations, were unavailable to him due to his current cultivation level. I'll take a patrol mission in a Tier 2 zone, Li Mu decided. The female soldier clarified, since this is your first mission as a reserve recruit, you can't act alone. Tier 2 patrol missions do not offer merit bonuses. Your tactical watch will calculate contribution points based on the resentment value of the creatures you defeat. The higher your damage contribution, the more points you'll earn. Once the mission begins, your watch's recorder will automatically activate, and you can review the footage anytime after the mission is completed. The young lady patiently explained the features of the tactical watch to Li Mu. Her voice was clear and professional, and she occasionally tapped on the watch's interface to demonstrate. The resentment detection system of the tactical watch ensures absolute fairness, she said. The contribution value for slaying monsters is entirely based on your actual effort. The more you put in, the more you gain. If you don't contribute, you get nothing, she went on. The recorder's video function can monitor a warrior's actions and also help identify special monsters, hidden realms, or resources in time. Live battlefield streaming allows the command center to stay updated in real time and make prompt decisions. With a professional smile, she added, "You've been matched with a team that needs one more member." She gestured in a certain direction. Not far away, four warriors were chatting casually. They all glanced at their tactical watches simultaneously. Two of the seated members stood up, dusting off their clothes. The small team of 3 men and 1 woman began walking toward the counter. Leading them was the captain, exuding the aura of a third-rank cultivator. "This is the loyalty squad." The young lady introduced them to each other. "And this is Li Mu, a reserve warrior taking on his first mission. He's skilled in staff techniques and was the champion of the East District's Abyss first battle. He's currently studying at Heishui High School." The members of the loyalty squad scrutinized Li Mu in unison. The female team member's eyes briefly flashed with obvious disdain. The captain spoke with a blank expression. "Sorry, we're heading to the third-rank zone. We don't want to take a newbie." The lady at the counter looked a bit embarrassed, but before she could respond, the female warrior said coldly, "Please add a note to our team profile. Only experienced fighters forged in blood and fire. No greenhouse flowers like high school reserves." She said this without even sparing Li Mu a glance. Li Mu, however, seemed completely unfazed. He shrugged and said to the young lady, "It's fine. Just assign me to any team." His indifferent attitude seemed to irritate the female warrior even more. They were a capable squad, and she considered herself quite attractive. Yet Li Mu appeared so nonchalant, as if being rejected was hardly worth caring about. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice sounded from behind the group. "We'll take him." The group turned their heads in unison toward the source of the voice, only to see a tall, broad-shouldered young man striding confidently toward them. His buzz cut accentuated the rugged angles of his chiseled face, further emphasized by the stubble on his jawline. Yet, it was his eyes sharp and piercing that truly commanded attention. "The Vanguard squad is short one member," the imposing man announced, extending a large, calloused hand toward Li Mu. "Li Mu." He introduced himself with a firm handshake. "Ma Jun," the squad leader replied curtly. After the brief exchange, Ma Jun gestured to the 3 individuals standing behind him. To Li Mu's surprise, one of them was a striking female warrior named Zhao Meiting. Her beauty was undeniable, but it was her commanding presence and confidence that set her apart. As a third-tier expert, her prowess surpassed even the female fighter from the loyalty squad by an entire level. Besides Ma Jun and Zhao Meiting, who were both third-tier, the other 2 members, Zhang He and Song Biao, were formidable second-tier peak-level warriors. During their introductions, each squad member detailed their weapons and unique talents, an earnest display of camaraderie and transparency. Impressed by their sincerity, Li Mu agreed without hesitation to join the Vanguard squad. With the assistance of the desk clerk, the team quickly finalized the registration process. Meanwhile, the loyalty squad, observing from a distance, took in the entire scene. The female warrior among them, in particular, shot a jealous glance at Zhao Meiting. When she saw Li Mu join the Vanguard squad, her expression twisted into a sneer. However, the Vanguard squad paid her no mind, leaving the mission counter with laughter and ease. Once outside the base's main hall, the group headed straight to the teleportation area. They selected a fixed-point portal that would transport them to a second-tier extermination zone. The moment they set foot in the combat zone, the squad's demeanor shifted. Weapons were drawn as they scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Ma Jun wielded a massive broadsword over a meter long. Zhao Meiting carried a sleek longbow. Zhang He gripped a spear, and Song Biao was armed with a single-edged saber. After ensuring the immediate area was secure, the team summoned their warhorses. When Li Mu's horse appeared a mount noticeably larger and more robust than the others, the squad couldn't hide their astonishment. "Whoa, man, this horse is top tier, isn't it?" Zhang He exclaimed, stepping closer with evident admiration, eager to pat the majestic creature. "Yeah, it's top tier," Li Mu replied with a faint smile, keeping the truth that it was actually a rare-grade horsito himself. Zhao Meiting, however, had her attention elsewhere. Her sharp eyes had locked onto the cloak draped across Li Mu's back. "Is that the big small cloak? A top-tier artifact?" You recognize it?" Li Mu asked, slightly taken aback. "I've seen it before in the top-tier artifact section, Zhao Meiting replied thoughtfully. It costs 360 merit points just to qualify for purchase. She studied him with a curious expression, clearly impressed. Secretly, she had admired the cloak and had hoped to acquire it one day. Seeing Li Mu with it now was both surprising and intriguing. Ma Jun interrupted, glancing at his tactical watch before pointing in a specific direction. There's a red zone over there. Our mission is to clear it and downgrade it to yellow. He explained that the danger levels in the zones were color-coded from lowest to highest as green, yellow, red, and black. For the current assessment, the highest level allowed was yellow. With Ma Jun's command, the squad galloped off, their warhorses thundering across the terrain. It wasn't long before they encountered the region's signature threat earthhounds. These hulking creatures, resembling oversized hyenas, were all muscle and menace. The smaller ones measured nearly 2 meters, while the largest among them towered at 4 or even 5 meters. Their powerful hind legs allowed them to stand upright and charge with terrifying speed. Each one was a second-tier peak-level beast, a formidable challenge for any fighter. As the earthhounds growled and began to circle, the vanguard squad prepared for battle, their weapons glinting in the dim light. The air was thick with tension, but their confidence was unshakable. This was what they had trained for. For someone like Li Mu, who came from Earth, the scene before him was deeply unsettling. The hyenas not only had muscles more exaggerated than a gorilla's, but what was even more shocking was their ability to run upright. What unnerved him further was the way these creatures eyed the warhorses with far more greed than they showed toward Li Mu and his companions. Dismount! Ma Jun barked, his voice sharp and commanding. The 5 of them swiftly leapt off their horses, immediately storing the warhorses away. The first rule of the abyss: when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Relying on a warhorse to charge and kill a monster of the same level in one strike was nothing short of suicidal. These beasts had countless ways to topple a horse and seize the moment to take a rider's life as they fell. The battle erupted in an instant. Ma Jun was the first to act, his blade slicing down toward one of the hyena-like creatures. Though its jaw was split open by the slash, the beast clamped down on the blade with ferocity, twisting its powerful body in an effort to throw Ma Jun off balance. Letting out an angry roar, Ma Jun stomped heavily on the ground, using his incredible strength not only to wrest his blade free, but also to send the creature staggering. Zhang He's spear followed swiftly, thrusting directly at the hyena's head. The creature barely managed to twist away, but Zhang He had anticipated this. He stepped aside, creating an opening. From behind him, a whistling arrow shot through the air, striking the hyena squarely in its right eye. The beast howled and writhed on the ground, but its fate was sealed. With a powerful swing, Ma Jun decapitated it, ending the fight. The entire sequence had been seamless, flowing like water. Li Mu hadn't even had a chance to intervene. It was clear that the trio's coordination had been honed through countless battles. Li Mu quickly noticed a key detail. While Ma Jun's final strike was undeniably powerful, it was Zhang He's supportive ability that made it lethal. The wind domain Zhang He generated around himself sped up the attacks of his allies, making Ma Jun's strike faster and more precise. Together, they were an unstoppable pair. This hides the only thing worth a damn, Ma Jun said as he sheathed his blade and turned away. Anyone who wants it can skin it. Too much hassle for me. With that, he summoned his warhorse, and the others followed suit. Li Mu understood. Except for him, the others had limited storage space in their rings, and a blood-soaked hyena hide wasn't worth much, certainly not worth the effort. Team combat is all about coordination, Ma Jun said to Li Mu. Keep observing these monsters and figure out where you fit in. Li Mu nodded silently. From the earlier battle, it was clear Ma Jun led the charge and absorbed damage. Zhang He focused on attacking, Zhao Meiting provided precise range support, and Ma Jun delivered the final blow. Their roles were distinct and complementary. The group pressed on, their horses galloping swiftly. Along the way, they encountered 5 more monsters, dispatching each one with the same seamless teamwork. Even Song Biao joined the fray twice. After dealing with the 6th creature and mounting their horses once more, Ma Jun turned to Li Mu. So, what do you think? Which role suits you best? You'll take the lead on the next one, Ma Jun said, his tone half challenging, half encouraging. Li Mu pointed at Ma Jun. Your role? As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, the group exchanged glances before breaking into knowing smiles. You're saying you want to take the lead? Ma Jun asked with a grin. As the team's vanguard, he was always the first to charge into battle. With his robust physique and exceptional skills, he not only dealt significant damage to monsters, but also created opportunities for his teammates by absorbing counterattacks. Absolutely. Li Mu replied firmly, his tone resolute. Ha ha ha, all right. You can give it a try next time. Ma Jun laughed heartily, showing no displeasure. But being the vanguard isn't as easy as it looks. Are you sure about this? Zhao Meiting smiled gently, offering a subtle reminder. Although no one showed any sign of underestimating him, they They all suspected that the champion of the Abyss tournament might have been dazzled by Ma Jun's commanding presence. This guy is braver than he'll ever be. Song Biao chuckled. As a fighter skilled in agile Hitandran tactics, he was well aware of the dangers of being the vanguard. It wasn't just about dodging, and weaving it meant facing the most ferocious attacks hidden. Not long after, the team encountered their 7th Monstera massive earthhound nearly 3 meters tall, at the peak of the 2nd grade, far larger than anything they had faced before. It seemed on the verge of breaking through to the next level. Stand back. Ma Jun was just about to tell Li Mu to let him handle it, when he saw Li Mu shoot forward like an arrow from a bow. His footwork shifted between solid and elusive as he closed the gap in an instant, unleashing a sweeping strike with his thorn blossom staff that roared through the air. Ma Jun followed closely behind, ready to assist, but what he witnessed made his scalp tingle. The earth hound lunged with its jaws wide open, only for its razor-sharp teeth to be obliterated by the sheer force of the thorn blossom staff. Its skull caved in, its neck twisted grotesquely, and the powerful shockwave sent a circular plume of dust rippling across the ground. The massive beast didn't even have time to complete its pounce before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The scene fell into a stunned silence. After 6 or 7 seconds, Ma Jun broke the stillness with a trembling voice. That was the iron cleave, wasn't it? He knew the technique well. It was too slow for him, and had once been bitten on the thigh trying to use it against an earth hound. But Li Mu's iron cleave? It was as quick as lightning. Gifted talent? Li Mu replied nonchalantly, using his go-to explanation as he brushed it off. Geez, bro, if you keep this up, we're just going to look like dead weight. Zhang He exclaimed dramatically, running his hands through his hair in mock frustration. I didn't expect it to go down so easily, Li Mu said with a shrug. He'll try not using the iron cleave next time. Taking advantage of the moment, he allocated the 36 battle points head just earned to enhance his divine weapon art. 36 battle points consumed. Divine weapon art successfully upgraded. Divine weapon art adds weight to your weapon. Current weight, 364 pounds. The 4 teammates simultaneously gave him exasperated looks, their faces subtly lined with helplessness. The soldiers of the Zhenyuan Army watched Li Mu's performance, a hint of confusion flickering in their eyes. In this team, where practical combat strength was the only thing that mattered, judging others based on talent alone was always seen as contemptible. Yet the current situation forced them to reconsider. Ma Jun and Zhao Meiding both possessed Blevel talents. The other 2 had Clevel talents, while Li Mu, with his Flevel talent, was somehow this strong. How could that be? Can't figure it out? Then don't dwell on it. One by one, they decisively brushed aside their doubts and mounted their horses. In the Zhenyuan Army, the stronger your comrades, the better for everyone. Jealousy would only be the most foolish choice. Looks like I, the vanguard officer, can finally take a break, Ma Jun said as he tugged on his reins and suggested, you don't need to use the iron slash technique for now. ITLL save your energy and preserve your strength. Teamwork is all about achieving the most with the least effort and giving the others a chance to earn contribution points too. Li Mu humbly accepted the advice. In the battles that followed, he switched to relying solely on the sheer weight of his 400-pound staff. Even so, a single swing was enough to severely injure any monster. Despite holding back, more than half of the contribution points still ended up going to him whenever he participated in a fight. This made it necessary for him to alternate with Ma Jun as the vanguard, giving others opportunities to shine. As the team ventured deeper into the monster-dense areas, it became increasingly common to encounter 2 or 3 monsters at once. Li Mu's presence allowed the group to handle these situations with ease. Through constant combat, he also began exploring the limits of his physical capabilities. Eventually, he increased the weight of his divine weapon technique to 675 pounds, bringing the total weight of his staff to a staggering 735 pounds. He couldn't help but marvel at the effects of the 2 low-grade body-strengthening pills he had taken. If a dirt hound were struck by such a blow, its skull would shatter instantly, rendering the iron slash technique unnecessary. When the weight reached this level, Li Mu began to feel some strain and decided to stop increasing it for now. Before long, he had accumulated another 120 victory points. The team's coordination improved significantly, but as the frequency and number of monster encounters increased, they switched to traveling on foot. It's been over 2 hours, and the color of this area seems to have faded a lot, Zhao Meiding said as she checked the tactical map on her watch. The others were pleased with the doubled gains they had achieved today. Stay alert, everyone. We're probably starting to leave the Dirt Hound's territory, Ma Jun cautioned, though he admitted he hadn't been to this area many times before. However, they hadn't gone far when Li Mu suddenly stopped and asked in confusion, wait a second, is it just me? Or is it getting foggy? The others halted at his words and looked up. Their faces changed dramatically. In just a few seconds, dense fog had enveloped them, swallowing them whole. Trouble ahead, Ma Jun shouted, his voice sharp and commanding. Mount up, move. Even before his words fully settled in the air, He had already summoned his warhorse and was galloping back the way they had come. The others immediately spurred their mounts to follow. However, they hadn't gone far before a dense fog enveloped them completely, swallowing them in an impenetrable darkness. Within the suffocating mist, where one couldn't even see their own hand in front of their face, a terrifying beast's roar suddenly erupted ahead of them, shattering the silence. Ma Jun's warhorse reared violently, as if struck by an unseen force, and was thrown to the ground with a sickening crash. The horse let out a heart-wrenching, piercing whinny of pain. Captain Zhao Meiting, Song Biao, and Zhang He, who had been riding in a flying V formation behind him, witnessed the scene unfold in horror. Without hesitation, they reined in their horses and turned back to rush to Ma Jun's side. Meanwhile, Li Mu remained where he was, activating his fire eyes to survey the surroundings. In the fog, his fire eyes functioned like a thermal imaging device, allowing him to clearly discern energy flows within a radius of several meters. Through his enhanced vision, Ma Jun and the others appeared as glowing green energy forms, and the monstrous entity that attacked them was just as vividly outlined. A massive shadow loomed ahead, savagely tearing into Ma Jun's fallen warhorse. Blood quickly spilled, staining the mist a deep crimson as the horse's anguished cries echoed chillingly. With a roar of defiance, Ma Jun drew his broadsword. Ignoring the beast's ferocious claw strike, he countered with a powerful slash, killing the creature in one decisive blow. "Captain, get back on!" Zhang He was the first to reach him, extending a hand to pull Ma Jun up. Grabbing hold, Ma Jun swung himself onto the saddle. But as they moved to regroup, disaster struck again. 3 more monsters lunged from the side, targeting the remaining warhorses with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the beasts ripped through the horses' chests, bringing them crashing to the ground. Chaos erupted. Li Mu arrived just in time, leaping into the air as he retracted his Yaobone weapon into his horse medallion. With a single, devastating strike, he smashed one creature's skull. The others quickly dispatched the remaining 2, but their warhorses were already mortally wounded, lying on the ground in pools of blood, their breaths shallow and labored. "Li Mu, take mating and go. Find a safe place and use the return stone," Ma Jun barked, making a swift decision. At this point, only Li Mu's warhorse was still standing. Though it was a top-tier steed, carrying 2 riders would slow its speed considerably, let alone 5. Around them, the guttural roars of approaching monsters grew louder and more numerous, their bloodthirsty howls reverberating like the wails of tortured spirits, stirring a primal fear in the hearts of the group. Li Mu scanned the area, glancing at the fallen monsters, and then at his tech watch. His expression turned grim. "It's too late to run. Don't talk nonsense." Ma Jun snapped, his face contorted with rage. "If one of us can escape, it's worth it. There's no need for everyone to die here in vain." "That's an order." "Shut up." Li Mu's voice thundered, cutting him off. "Ma Jun, my merit rank is higher than yours. I'm taking command of this team now. Everyone, listen up, assume defensive formation, and move east 200 meters. Check your communicators, activate your recorders, and turn on your locators. Do it now." Per team protocol, the member with the highest merit rank could assume command during critical moments. Though Li Mu had hoped to keep his rank a secret, the dire situation left him no choice. There was no time to argue with Ma Jun. Despite his anger and confusion, Ma Jun had to comply. The other team members, shaken yet relieved to have clear direction, quickly followed Li Mu's orders. The 5 of them formed a pentagonal defensive formation and began moving eastward at a brisk pace. As they advanced, Li Mu explained, "This is a bone ghost domain, a special phenomenon of the abyss. Return stones won't work here. The fog continuously generates third-ear bone ghost monsters. They have an incredible sense of smell but are nearly deaf. Judging by the roars, we're already surrounded. The scent of our warhorses will keep attracting them, and the blood from the dead ones will draw even more. The mist is interfering with our locator signals, but the military will work to pinpoint our position. Once they do, they can guide us out of this domain. For now, conserve your energy, hold the line, and be ready to break through when the time comes." The group finally understood the gravity of their situation. As a current academy student, Li Mu had in-depth knowledge of these phenomena, far surpassing their own limited understanding. "I'm sorry. I failed as a captain," Ma Jun said quietly as they stopped after covering the designated distance. "You've done everything right," Li Mu replied sincerely. Despite Ma Jun's lack of specialized knowledge, his loyalty and sense of responsibility were undeniable. He had been willing to sacrifice himself to ensure Zhao Meiting's escape, and his teammates had risked their lives to save him. That alone spoke volumes about his character. A chilling roar echoed through the mist, causing Zhao Meiting's heart to race. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What if the military base can't locate us?" Li Mu felt cold sweat forming on his palms. He swallowed hard and replied, "Then we just have to hold out until the mist clears. When will that be?" Zhang He asked urgently. "An hour." Before Li Mu could finish, The roars of two monstrous creatures were already dangerously close. At the same time, alarms blared in the military command center. Deputy Commander Wang Longqing strode into the room, where a staff officer immediately approached to report. A bone ghost domain has appeared in Zone Red 2. The dense mist has spread over 100 kilometers, engulfing 22 patrol squads. Wang Longqing stepped up to the command platform, his eyes fixed on the massive screen displaying dozens of live feeds focused on the mist. Without hesitation, he issued an order: relay this to all units. Rescue teams of Grade 3 and above are to stand by at the edge of the ghost mist to assist retreating patrol squads. Under no circumstances should anyone enter the mist. The Bone Ghost Domain was one of the most sinister natural disasters linked to the abyss. Within it, creatures mutated into bone ghosts under the cover of the ghost mist. The most terrifying aspect was its adaptive danger. Stronger warriors attracted correspondingly stronger monsters. If Grade 4 or 5 warriors recklessly entered, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Under Wang Longqing's command, the operations center buzzed with activity. The left side of the main screen displayed information on all squads, while the central section featured 22 enlarged feeds showing the brutal battles of the squad leaders. Blood sprayed across the screens, and the harrowing combat was almost too much to bear. Commander, communication devices have been fully synchronized, a technician reported. Wang Longqing immediately addressed all squads through the microphone. This is Deputy Commander Wang Longqing. You are currently inside a bone ghost domain. Teleportation arrays and return stones are unusable within the domain. Location signals are disrupted, but we are working tirelessly to pinpoint your positions. Dismount immediately and assume a pentagonal defensive formation. Keep moving and avoid areas with the scent of blood. Bone ghosts are ferocious and fast, but their defense is weak. Aim for their heads, which are their weak spots. The squads quickly followed his instructions, and the chaotic battles gradually stabilized. Wang Longqing's attention, however, was drawn to one, namely Mu, a Grade 2 warrior from the Vanguard squad. Utilizing the advanced imaging technology of their tactical wrist devices, he swiftly located Li Mu's team. On screen, the group maintained a standard pentagonal formation, locked in fierce combat with 4 or 5 monsters. When Wang Longqing accessed the Vanguard squad's audio feed, the command center was filled with a cacophony of monstrous roars and battle cries. Despite the chaos, the squad displayed remarkable combat prowess, swiftly eliminating the immediate threats. Zhang He let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "The commander's orders match exactly what Li Mu said. We're going to make it." Hearing Zhang He's words, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of everyone in the command center. Wang Longqing's deputy quickly reminded him, "Commander, before you gave the order, that squad in the video had already assumed a defensive stance." Wang Longqing had, in fact, noticed this earlier. At the time, he observed 4 or 5 squads maintaining defensive formations rather than blindly charging on horseback. Meanwhile, other squads, after killing the monsters, chose to flee on horseback, clearly unaware of the unique characteristics of the Bone Ghost domain. This situation wasn't uncommon. Those who fled on horseback were often warriors with lower levels of education. Many had either joined the military directly after awakening their talents, or had come from impoverished backgrounds that prevented them from receiving proper schooling. Naturally, they wouldn't know the obscure knowledge about the Bone Ghost domain found in textbooks. Pull up the footage of this Vanguard squad from the moment the mist descended, Wang Longqing ordered decisively. As the commander, he needed to grasp every detail on the battlefield as quickly as possible to make more precise judgments. Soon, the footage of the Vanguard squad appeared on a side screen. When the cavalry retreated, several of the squad members turned back to assist, resulting in the loss of all their warhorses. Following that, Li Mu had a heated argument with the cavalry and, leveraging his higher merit points, took command of the squad. He promptly issued a series of orders: maintain defensive positions, evacuate the current area, and check communication and navigation systems. Everyone in the command center was stunned by Li Mu's textbook-level response speed and crisis management. Even more surprising was that his explanation of the squad's current predicament matched word for word the orders Wang Longqing was about to issue. After watching the footage, Wang Longqing immediately designated Li Mu's squad as one of the most reliable teams. Meanwhile, an instructor instructed an operator to save the footage for the purpose of creating training materials. "Commander, we've located the first squad," an operator quickly reported, enlarging the image on the screen. Wang Longqing immediately pressed the communication button, and his voice was transmitted to all members of the Zhengyi squad through their tech-enabled watches. "Zhengyi squad, you've been located. Don't panic, you're at the very edge of the mist zone. Open your map and head toward coordinates 2371, 975. There's a team waiting to assist you there." At that moment, the Zhengyi squad, previously the group that had refused Li Mu's help in the mission zone, was reduced to just 3 members, fleeing in disarray. The captain, the self-proclaimed veteran Zhou Qing, and another male teammate. Zhou Qing's face was pale with fear. Although she had participated in over a dozen missions, The terror of monsters potentially leaping out of the mist at any moment had left her on the verge of a breakdown. Witnessing two teammates being devoured by monsters only compounded her mental collapse. Their first instinct was to crush their return stones, even if it meant holding out for 10 minutes while the teleportation spell activated. But after smashing 3 return stones with no effect, they realized they were trapped. Just as the three were desperately fighting and fleeing, Wang Longcheng's command brought them a glimmer of hope. As they confirmed their direction and prepared to escape, a ghostly howl suddenly echoed. A bone ghost, mutated from a stray dog, lunged at them from the side, instantly pouncing on the male teammate. This bone ghost was grotesque in appearance. The stray dog's head drooped onto its chest, its back split open like a cicada shell, exposing its protruding spinal bones, while a skeletal, dog-like head emerged from the back of its neck. The male teammate stabbed the bone ghost with his blade, but it seemed unfazed, instead sinking its teeth into his thigh and dragging him to the ground. Moments later, another bone ghost burst forth from the mist, lunging toward the fallen teammate. "Help me! Help me!" The male teammate screamed in agony. The captain halted and glanced back, her brow furrowed in hesitation. But Zhou Qing, upon seeing the scene, didn't hesitate for a second. She turned and sprinted away. The captain took one last look at the teammate being torn apart, stomped her foot in frustration, and also fled in Zhou Qing's direction. The hope of survival was right in front of them. Who cared about some useless teammate who would only slow them down? Behind them, the male teammate's anguished cries echoed like the wails of a damned soul, lingering in the mist for what felt like an eternity. The voice carried an overwhelming mix of fury and resentment as it echoed through the dense fog. Inside, the male team members' thoughts roared. 3 people, 2 monsters. If Zhou Qing and the captain were here, dealing with these attacking creatures would be a piece of cake. He recalled how, when Zhou Qing was under siege earlier, he had rushed to her aid without hesitation. But now, in his moment of peril, they fled without so much as looking back. Everyone in the command center witnessed this scene unfold. Wang Longqing's face darkened ominously as he watched Zhou Qing and the captain's actions. At that moment, the name Loyalty Squad seemed bitterly ironic. With teammates like these, how could anyone trust them to guard their backs? Zhou Qing and the captain quickly broke out of the fog and were met by 2 elite third-rank rescue team members. Zhou Qing collapsed to her knees, gasping for air, her eyes glimmering with the relief of narrowly escaping death. The captain, however, frowned deeply, haunted by the male team members' anguished screams echoing in his mind. Wang Longcheng let out a cold snort and cut the feed from their scene, shifting his focus to other squads. Beside him, the instructor quietly instructed the operator to save the footage of the Loyalty Squad, intending to use it as a cautionary example in the future. Minutes ticked by as Wang Longqing orchestrated an orderly retreat for all teams. Though several squads encountered situations similar to the Loyalty Squad, nearly all chose to turn back to rescue their teammates under attack, ultimately escaping without major losses. Of the 22 squads, 16 had successfully withdrawn, 4 were presumed completely wiped out, and 2 remained untraceable, likely too deep within the fog. Among the missing was Li Mu's Vanguard Squad. Meanwhile, the members of the Vanguard Squad were drenched in blood, having fought relentlessly for over 10 minutes without a moment's rest. Li Mu had just shattered the skull of a bone ghoul with his spiked club when Wang Longqing's voice came through his wrist communicator. The sound momentarily lifted everyone's spirits, but the words that followed sank their hearts. "Li Mu, this is Wang Longqing. You're too deep in the fog to pinpoint your location. Find a direction and move quickly." "Understood." Li Mu responded firmly, leading his team in an attempt to break through. But just as they began to advance, a deafening roar erupted from the dense fog ahead. The sound was so powerful that everyone instinctively covered their ears as their heads throbbed with a piercing buzz. The terrifying sound waves churned the fog, revealing a colossal bone ghoul, towering 6 meters tall like a moving mountain, charging straight at them. Facing the massive skeletal monster charging towards them, Li Mu and his companions felt their hearts sink to the depths. The creature stood a towering 6 meters tall, dwarfing the formidable skeletal beasts they had encountered before. It was unmistakably a Tier 4 monster. "Scatter!" Ma Jun's shout had barely left his lips when the group realized they were locked in place, as if bound by an invisible force. Their bodies felt unnaturally heavy and stiff, and they could only manage to shuffle sideways a few steps. In that critical moment, Li Mu roared, "Freeze!" A miracle unfolded. The gargantuan skeletal monster froze in place instantly, even its momentum from charging vanished into thin air, as if the very fabric of time and space had been halted. The group felt the weight lift from their bodies and immediately tumbled to the sides in a desperate roll. In just half a second, the monster regained its movement and charged past them with a thunderous roar, narrowly missing them. Stunned, Ma Jun and the others turned to look at Li Mu, astonished. With a single word, he had immobilized such a colossal and powerful creature. This ability far exceeded anything they could comprehend. Don't just stand there, attack. Li Mu's furious shout snapped them back to reality. Before they could deal with the giant skeletal monster, the ground began to quake. 6 or 7 smaller skeletal creatures burst forth, quickly breaking apart their defensive formation. Stay together, Ma Jun bellowed, his voice filled with urgency. His broadsword expanded, transforming into a massive, tumter-long blade. With a mighty swing, he cleaved through a 3-meter skeletal creature, splitting it cleanly in two. The others engaged the smaller skeletal monsters around them, while Li Mu squared off against the giant one. As the monster's massive claws came down, Li Mu summoned a golden shield imbued with a dragon's roar. A resounding clang echoed as the shield shattered, the dragon's cry reverberating through the air. The shockwave forced the skeletal monster to stagger backward. Seizing the moment, Li Mu struck fiercely with his staff, shattering the monster's lower jaw. But the Tier 4 beast retaliated with reckless ferocity, slashing at Li Mu and sending him flying. He landed hard on the ground, deep gashes on his waist and back exposing bone. If not for the 2 low-grade fortification pills he had taken earlier, that blow might have claimed his life. But the danger was far from over. The skeletal monster loomed over him again, its massive claw descending. Li Mu, unable to rise in time, could only raise his staff to block the attack. In the nick of time, Ma Jun charged in from the side, using his body to deflect the monster's claw and save Li Mu. But before Ma Jun could land, the monster suddenly lashed out with a bone blade, severing both his legs in a precise strike. Ma Jun crashed to the ground with a blood-curdling scream, his blood splattering across Li Mu's face. Roaring in rage, Li Mu scrambled to his feet, his spiked staff crashing down on the skeletal monster with all his might. Zhao Meiting rushed to check on Ma Jun's injuries, while Zhang He and Song Biao joined the fight, flanking the creature on 3 sides. Yet the giant skeletal monster was incredibly fast and overwhelmingly strong, holding its ground even against 3 attackers. Within a minute, both Zhang He and Song Biao were gravely injured. The moment Song Biao was sent flying, Li Mu's immobilization ability finally cooled down. With bloodshot eyes, he leaped into the air and shouted once more, "Freeze!" The skeletal monster froze again, and in that fleeting moment, Li Mu unleashed his full strength, delivering a devastating iron slash that shattered its head and neck. The massive beast collapsed with a deafening crash, while the smaller skeletal creature's lifeless bodies littered the ground. Panting heavily, Li Mu staggered over to Ma Jun, only to be met with a heart-wrenching sight. Ma Jun's face was twisted in agony, his legs severed. Zhang He lay unconscious, blood streaming from his head. Song Biao's leg was shattered, and even Zhao Meiting's arm had been severed. The battlefield was silent, save for the labored breathing and faint groans of the wounded. The scene before Li Mu was heart-wrenching. His teammates' shoulders were shattered, and their broken arms hung limply by their sides. Wasting no time, he retrieved a bottle of medicine from his storage ring and handed it to Zhao Meiting, whose face was streaked with tears. "Give each of them a hemostatic pill," he commanded. At the same time, he deftly tore strips of cloth and tightly bound the wounds of Ma Jun and the others. Zhao Meiting was completely overwhelmed. The horrifying sight of her teammates' grievous injuries, many of them on the brink of death, had shattered her composure. In the dense fog, every attack from the skeletal ghouls was like the swing of the Grim Reaper's scythe, delivering devastating blows. The unknown terror had pushed her nerves to the breaking point. She cried out desperately, "Leave! There's no hope. You need to save yourself." The 4 gravely injured teammates were no longer capable of movement, and clearly wouldn't survive the next wave of ghoul attacks. Li Mu still had a chance to escape. There was no reason for him to stay and die with them. Enough! Li Mu's sharp command cut through Zhao Meiting's sobbing, silencing her instantly. He had just finished binding Ma Jun's wounds when the eerie howls of the skeletal ghouls grew louder, closing in on them. Back at the command center, Wang Longcheng and the others clenched their fists tightly, their faces pale with tension as they anxiously observed the Vanguard team's predicament. It was undeniable that the Vanguard team had already performed extraordinarily well. In the dense fog that heavily favored the skeletal ghouls, they had managed to survive against an onslaught led by a 4th-tier ghoul commanding 7 3rd-tier Gulson achievement, nothing short of miraculous. Every move they made was a testament to their skill and strategy, but the sheer terror of the ghouls was overwhelming. In this fog, humans became prey, while the ghouls ruled as the ultimate hunters. Wang Longqing dared not issue any orders to Li Mu. This was a decision only Li Mu could make. Deep down, he both wished for Li Mu to live and dreaded the thought of him abandoning his teammates. Although the current situation was different from what the loyal and righteous squad had faced in the past, and Li Mu's choice to escape alone would be understandable, the conflict in Wang Longcheng's heart was palpable. Soon, they got their answer. After a brief moment of deliberation, Li Mu suddenly removed his cloak. With a swift motion, he unfurled it into the air. The cloak instantly expanded, enveloping all four injured teammates. Zhao Meiting and Song Biao instinctively reached out to hold it in place, their gazes filled with confusion as they looked at him. Hide under this. Cover yourselves completely and mask the scent of blood, Li Mu instructed firmly. Leaving them with those words, he opened his system interface. The intense battle earlier had earned him 912 battle points. Without hesitation, he scrolled through the divine skills and techniques, landing on one that could turn the tide: the 72 transformations. Li Mu quickly unlocked the divine ability, 72 transformations, consuming 200 victory points. This ability allowed him to transform into any entity, gaining its traits while retaining his own strength. However, maintaining the transformation required a constant expenditure of true energy. As a skill tree-based ability, Li Mu immediately unlocked the first transformation form, mosquito form, which enabled him to transform into an ordinary mosquito. While unable to draw blood, his flying speed depended on the amount of true energy consumed. He then spent 100 victory points to unlock the shape-shifting technique and allocated the remaining 600 points entirely to the immobilization technique. Previously, the immobilization technique had been somewhat troublesome for him. It had a 1-minute cooldown period and consumed 10 of his true energy with each use. Just 2 activations earlier had already drained 20. Since entering the abyss, all of his battles had consumed only 30 of his true energy, yet now he had only half of it left, with 40 minutes remaining until the dense fog dissipated. The 600 victory points allowed Li Mu to quickly upgrade 4 nodes in the skill tree of the immobilization technique. Reduced true energy consumption per cast to 5. Shortened the cooldown time to 50 seconds. Further reduced the cooldown to 40 seconds. Added an effect that dealt an additional 10 true energy-based damage to immobilized targets when attacked. To Zhao Meiting and the others, all of this seemed to happen in just the blink of an eye, as Li Mu appeared to freeze in place for only a second. They had already understood the purpose of the cloak. Li Mu had given them its circulated energy with defensive properties and was large enough to cover 4 people. As long as it was sealed tightly, it could contain the scent of blood. Bone ghosts were extremely sensitive to the smell of human blood, but with the external scent fading away, the cloak essentially rendered them invisible in a small area. Li Mu, what's your plan? Wang Longqing asked anxiously through his wristwatch. Li Mu's cold gaze swept across his surroundings, his fiery eyes locking onto a bone ghost charging toward him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he uttered just one word: kill. Before his words had fully registered, Li Mu vanished into thin air before everyone's stunned eyes. A bone ghost roared as it lunged toward the spot where he had just been standing, only to strike empty air. The creature looked around in confusion, quickly redirecting its gaze toward Ma Jun and the others under the cloak, guided by the scent. Just as it was about to launch its attack, a sudden gust of wind struck from behind. Li Mu's staff appeared out of nowhere, coming down with crushing force and shattering the bone ghost's skull in an instant. After the kill, Li Mu's figure quickly faded back into the mist. Zhao Meiting, Song Biao, and Ma Jun huddled tightly under the cloak, leaving only 3 pairs of wide, astonished eyes visible. Li Mu's abilities were beyond their comprehension. The immobilization technique that seemed to obey his command instantaneously, the eerie invisibility, everything defied their understanding of cultivation techniques. In the command center, silence reigned. Even Wang Longqing was leaning on the command table with both hands, his fierce eyes fixed on the large screen. This level of stealth ability was something even he, as a Shintier cultivator, found difficult to master, let alone ordinary Huangtier practitioners. How is this possible? I've never seen a technique like this, the instructor exclaimed in shock. It's his talent. His talent has mutated. Wang Longqing deliberately raised his voice so everyone could hear. He had already inquired about the source of Li Mu's immobilization technique after their first battle and learned it stemmed from a talent mutation. This explanation was the most reasonable and the one he needed to endorse on Li Mu's behalf. Though still astonished, those present found their doubts significantly eased. But the battle was far from over. Li Mu moved like a phantom within a 10-meter radius around Ma Jun and the others, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Whenever a bone ghost approached, he would materialize behind it and deliver a fatal blow with his staff. Over time, the scent of blood from Ma Jun and the others was completely sealed within the massive cloak. Blood continued to seep from the wound on Li Mu's waist, and the pungent scent of blood filled the air. This smell triggered a bizarre scene. All the skeletal ghouls lunged at him as if drawn by instinct, yet they always missed, fumbling around in confusion. Whenever they spotted Ma Jun and the others, Li Mu would suddenly appear and strike with precision, dispatching them with a single blow. As time passed, the number of skeletal ghouls steadily increased: 3, 5, 10, 20. They came in relentless waves. Yet Li Mu maintained his efficient killing rhythm. Each slain ghoul released an invisible energy that flowed continuously into the cloaks draped over Ma Jun and the others. The silver ring on the back of the cloaks gradually took on a faint reddish glow. Half an hour passed, and the mist began to thin. However, the atmosphere in the command center grew increasingly tense as everyone noticed that Li Mu's movements were slowing. The instructor, his face clouded with worry, lightly pounded the table. He's running out of inner energy. The stealth must be consuming too much. That's not stealth, someone with sharp eyes corrected. He's transforming into a tiny flying insect. At this point, Li Mu was indeed at his limit. He hadn't maintained his transformation continuously, as doing so would severely deplete his inner energy. Even with his energy fully replenished, he could only sustain the transformation for 10 minutes before completely exhausting himself. Therefore, he adopted a more cautious strategy, moving through the mist, using his fiery gaze ability for just 1 second to scout, identifying targets, then transforming into a mosquito to sneak behind and launch a surprise attack. The entire transformation process never lasted more than 5 seconds. When Li Mu dragged his weary body back to Ma Jun and the others, his inner energy was completely spent. He drove his thornflower staff heavily into the ground, tore off a strip of cloth, and tightly wrapped it around the wound on his waist. At the same time, he meticulously adjusted his sleeves. Seeing this, Ma Jun and the others couldn't hide the pain in their eyes. Li Mu, Ma Jun began, his voice trembling, but Li Mu cut him off. With a resolute smile, he said, 10 minutes? This mist will dissipate in at most 10 minutes. If it doesn't, I promise I'll retreat. Although Li Mu still had the trump card of the Yaogu, it was clear he hadn't reached the point of using it yet. By now, even without his fiery gaze, he could see the dark shapes rapidly approaching through the thinning mist. Until then, stay hidden. Don't come out and get in the way. Li Mu shouted in a low voice before drawing his thornflower staff and charging forward. He had already elevated his mountain-carrying technique to the strength of 3 tigers and 9 bulls. Even without the boost of inner energy, the sheer brute force of his 700-pound divine weapon was enough to send the charging skeletal ghoul crashing to the ground. However, without the inner energy's amplification, he couldn't deliver a fatal blow in one strike. He had to follow up with a second swing to completely crush the ghoul's skull. The second skeletal ghoul lunged at him immediately after. Using the same method, Li Mu dispatched it with 2 strikes. The command center erupted into a commotion. Someone, in disbelief, asked, "Is this guy seriously planning to hold out the entire 10 minutes using just raw physical combat?" As it turned out, everyone's speculation was correct. The flow of internal energy within Li Mu had weakened significantly. He was barely sustaining the operation of his mountain-bearing technique thanks to the constant replenishment of energy from his Dantian core. His powerful physique was all that allowed him to continue wielding the thorny staff in his hands. In the command room, Wang Longcheng's clenched fists turned white as he tightly gripped them. He turned to his deputy, Zhang, and issued a low, urgent order. "You go." "Understood." Deputy Zhang responded without hesitation, striding out of the command room with decisive steps. The scene sent a ripple of shock through the onlookers. For Wang Longcheng, as the commander, to dispatch his own deputy to assist Li Mu spoke volumes about how much he valued him. After all, the commander himself could not leave his post until the battle concluded. On the battlefield, the dense fog was slowly dissipating, but the bone ghoul's attacks only grew fiercer. Li Mu's combat prowess was visibly waning. What once took 2 strikes to fell an enemy now required 3, then 4, and even then, it was sometimes insufficient. When 2 bone ghouls attacked simultaneously, he was slammed to the ground and dragged across the terrain. Yet, despite this, after every skirmish, he would stagger back to his feet and return resolutely to shield Ma Jun and the others. Watching Li Mu's blood-soaked figure, Ma Jun and his comrades felt as though their hearts were being torn apart. His body was covered in wounds, his entire form drenched in blood. Whether it was his own or that of the monsters was unclear. Yet his back remained straight and unyielding. Ma Jun, desperate to help, clenched his fists repeatedly, but he knew all too well that stepping in now would only hinder Li Mu further. Meanwhile, Song Biao and Zhao Meiting had already crushed 2 return stones in succession, hoping that the fading mist would allow them to activate. But the teleportation array within the domain remained completely unresponsive. Blood had soaked the ground, and the piled-up corpses of bone ghouls began to obscure Li Mu's vision. He moved like a perfect war machine, transitioning from executing advanced techniques like the flowing cloud triple strike and earth-walking 9 steps to simply staggering forward, mechanically swinging his staff, blocking, and killing. When one of the ghouls managed to injure his eye, Li Mu retaliated with a desperate counterattack before wildly swinging his staff at empty air 7 or 8 more times. The sight left Ma Jun and the others in tears. While those in the command room felt chills run down their spines, Li Mu was now fighting purely on instinct, having lost all consciousness. At that moment, 2 towering bone ghouls, each 4 meters tall, lunged at him. Zhao Meiting, unable to hold back any longer, threw off her cloak and dashed forward. She wrapped her arms around Li Mu, whose strength had completely ebbed, shielding him with the last remnants of her green energy barrier, her back facing the incoming monsters. Song Biao and Ma Jun dragged their injured legs forward as well, grabbing their weapons and preparing for a final stand. Ma Jun even tore off the bandages on Li Mu's leg, letting the blood gush out as he roared with defiance. "Come for me! Come on!" Just as the situation seemed utterly dire, a figure streaked through the air like lightning, intercepting the two massive bone ghouls. The figure leapt high, crashing down onto one of the ghouls and smashing it to the ground. With a swift motion, they tore out its spine and wielded it as a weapon to obliterate the other ghoul in an instant. As the dust settled, Deputy Zhang stood revealed. The fog had now completely lifted. It was as if Li Mu sensed the safety of the moment his body went limp, collapsing like a marionette with its strings cut into Zhao Miting's arms. She held him tightly, her tears falling uncontrollably onto his face. "You liar, you liar. You said you'd leave if you couldn't hold on. You promised, but you lied." A little over a minute later, the rescue team arrived on horseback. Their delay wasn't due to negligence, but simply the limits of their speed. Even at full sprint, they couldn't match the pace of warhorses. However, Deputy Zhang, with his 8th grade cultivation, had far surpassed even the swiftest steed. The rescue team had just arrived at the scene when one of the members immediately crushed a return stone, intending to activate the formation that would transport the injured back to the city. However, the formation remained unresponsive, leaving him utterly perplexed. After all, the mist had already dissipated. "It's useless. This area won't allow teleportation for the next few hours," Vice Officer Zhang stated coldly. He strode quickly to Zhao Meiting, carefully hoisted Li Mu onto his back, and then issued orders to the 3 other rescue team members. "You take care of the others." The team moved swiftly, lifting Ma Jun and the other injured onto warhorses, ensuring even Ma Jun's severed legs were brought along. One of the team members noticed a spiked weapon on the ground, the thorn staff, and instinctively bent down to pick it up. He leaned forward, expecting to grab it in one motion, but was nearly wrenched off balance by an immense force. The staff didn't budge an inch. "What the?" The team member blurted out in shock, then adjusted his stance, spreading his legs for stability and gripping the staff with both hands. His veins bulged as he strained, barely managing to lift the weapon. Startled, he exclaimed, "Why is this thing so heavy?" He turned to Vice Officer Zhang with a questioning look, silently asking if they were supposed to bring the weapon along. It turned out that Li Mu's unique ability, the divine weapon art, required only minimal energy to sustain. He could imbue or remove the divine power from weapons at will, as long as he had even a sliver of energy left. Since he had fallen unconscious without deactivating the art, the thorn staff still retained its immense weight of over 700 pounds. "Give it to me," Vice Officer Zhang said, taking the staff from the team member. Even with his strength as a Huangtier level 8 martial artist, he was visibly stunned by the weapon's heft. He gripped it with one hand and gave it a tentative swing, finding it awkward and unwieldy. Inwardly, he marveled. Li Mu actually uses this as his regular weapon? No wonder he's as strong as a monster. Just as Vice Officer Zhang was preparing to leave with Li Mu on his back, he suddenly felt a violent surge of energy emanating from the unconscious boy. With a deafening boom, a torrent of energy erupted from Li Mu's body, shooting straight into the sky in a dazzling beam of white light. "Did he just break through?" One of the rescue team members exclaimed in astonishment. Another team member surveyed the surrounding battlefield, littered with corpses, and remarked with a mix of awe and respect, "A life-and-death battle like this really is the best chance for a martial artist at a bottleneck to break through. This is a breakthrough earned with blood and life." Meanwhile, in the command center, Wang Longsheng and the others watched the scene unfold through an aerial surveillance feed, utterly stunned. The view revealed a horrific yet awe-inspiring sight. Centered around Ma Jun's group, within a radius of 10 to 30 meters, Li Mu had single-handedly carved out a circular zone of carnage amidst nearly 200 bone ghost corpses. The result was a chilling ring of death, a testament to his ferocious power. Looking at the scene before them, Ma Jun, Zhao Meiting, and the others felt an indescribable sense of awe. Li Mu's strength had repeatedly shattered their understanding of what was possible. If it hadn't been for the coincidence of being on the same team as Li Mu today, they might have already met the same tragic fate as the other squad that had been wiped out in the mist. The sudden emergence of the Bone Ghost domain quickly caused an uproar at the military district base. This abyssal region had been unusually active lately. First, during Li Mu's initial battle in the abyss, when he encountered a massive swarm of tail serpents, and now, the abrupt descent of the Bone Ghost domain. Coupled with other catastrophic incidents resulting in heavy casualties, the military leadership had no choice but to hold frequent meetings to devise countermeasures. That afternoon, Mingzhu Military District's Base 1 issued a strict directive. All Tier 2 and Tier 3 Zhenyuan Army soldiers, unless currently assigned to a mission, were required to participate in a comprehensive military conduct training program. As soon as the order was announced, training halls across the bases were packed with soldiers who speculated about the sudden purpose of this training. The Mingzhu military district consisted of 10 bases, each housing thousands of personnel, with 600 to 700 frontline soldiers per base. Even a random gathering could easily amass 400 to 500 people. Among the attendees were Sumo, the captain of the surviving loyal squad, and his teammate Zhou Qing. Sumo's expression was solemn, while Zhou Qing's demeanor was quite different. Her face showed a mix of frustration, anger, and arrogance. As a member of the first squad to emerge alive from the Bone Ghost domain, Zhou Qing felt her status had risen dramatically. However, what infuriated her was the lack of recognition from the commanding officers. No rewards had been issued, only the standard contribution points were credited. The accolades she had anticipated, honors, medals, commendations, or even words of appreciation, were nowhere to be found. She deliberately arrived late, intending to make a statement in front of everyone. Sure enough, the moment she and Sumo entered the multimedia hall, murmurs broke out among the crowd. Isn't that the loyal squad, the first team to make it out of the Bone Ghost domain? Yeah, only the two of them survived. To be the first to escape from such a deadly battle, impressive. Walking with her head held high, Zhou Qing noticed that only seats in the back row, designated for reserves, were still available. According to the unspoken rules of the Zhenyuan Army, these reserve member students still in training usually clustered in the farthest corners. Two reserves immediately stood up to offer their seats when they saw her approaching, but Zhou Qing seized the moment to cause a scene. Who gave you permission to sit in this row? Get to the back. If there are no seats left, then stand. Her outburst was nothing more than a calculated performance to draw attention. Yet, when she noticed the anger in the eyes of the reserve soldiers, who dared not retaliate, her fury only grew stronger. Zhou Qing was seething with anger as she abruptly stood up. She scanned the group of reserve recruits around her, her gaze sharp and piercing. Wow, you all sure know how to show camaraderie, huh? Didn't you hear me tell you to stand? Her voice echoed through the room. If you're so eager to give up your seats, fine. Nobody sits then. Everyone, stand up. As a member of the first survivor squad, Zhou Qing felt particularly enraged by the disdainful looks these people had been giving her. Her fury from earlier, when she had reprimanded two useless reserve recruits, hadn't subsided, and now it was only intensifying. Sumo, standing nearby, frowned and gently tugged at her sleeve, trying to signal her to calm down. The fighters seated in the front rows turned their heads, casting puzzled glances in her direction. Didn't you hear what I said? Zhou Qing roared, her anger escalating as the group remained motionless. She pointed directly at them, her eyes wide with fury. The reserve recruits sighed helplessly and reluctantly stood up. In this situation, no one dared to speak on their behalf. They could only endure the humiliation in silence. Finally, Zhou Qing sat back down with a huff, still muttering curses under her breath. After another 10 minutes, more fighters entered and took their seats, filling the room. A group of officers entered through the front doors, and the lights dimmed. On the large screen at the front, a video compilation prepared by the command center began to play. A commanding officer stepped onto the podium, his voice resonating through the room. I'm sure all of you have heard plenty of rumors about the Bone Ghost domain. The challenges and dangers of the Abyssal War are escalating, and the need to strengthen our forces is more urgent than ever. But let me tell you this: what's even more important than improving your skills is fortifying our military discipline. His tone grew even more forceful. The Zhenyuan Army is an ironclad force where soldiers can entrust their lives to their comrades. In team-based combat, only by fostering unity, protection, mutual support, and camaraderie can we survive the horrors of the abyss time and time again. Yet, there's always a handful of useless individuals who serve as prime examples of what not to do. The officer continued, we've compiled a video based on today's operation in the Bone Ghost domain. It not only provides critical insight into the domain, but also highlights two extreme examples, one of excellence and one of failure. I want every single one of you to watch closely and decide what kind of soldier you want to be. Play it. At the instructor's command, the large screen lit up instantly. It displayed a professionally produced informational video, expertly edited to showcase various command centers from an aerial perspective, capturing a grand and sweeping view. The footage began with an eerie scene of dense fog descending, throwing squads into chaos. This was followed by a close-up of a mutated bone ghost, accompanied by a professional voiceover that explained the formation of the Bone Ghost domain and its distinct characteristics in detail. The production quality rivaled that of a blockbuster movie. The scene then shifted to a command center where Wang Longqing strode in briskly and immediately began coordinating the retreat of on-site squads. Seated in the back row, Zhou Qing's excitement grew as she anticipated her moment of glory. Beside her, however, Sumo's face had turned pale. Sure enough, the footage soon cut to a close-up of the full lineup of the Zhongyi squad. In the video, the five-member team initially attempted to flee the fog on horseback, only to be thrown off by the Bone Ghost. Zhou Qing was the first to fall into danger, but instead of abandoning her, the other four members returned to rescue her, combining their efforts to fend off the Bone Ghost. Following Wang Longqing's orders, they regrouped to confront the creature together, but the Zhongyi squad's limited strength was no match for such a ferocious opponent. Throughout the battle, Zhou Qing's constant screams filled the air, grating on everyone's nerves. Watching this, Zhou Qing felt a surge of anger. Her sole moment in the spotlight came when she delivered the finishing blow to the bone ghost after her teammates had subdued it. But the nightmare was far from over. As they fought while retreating, Zhou Qing's screaming attracted more bone ghosts, breaking through their defensive formation. One teammate was killed instantly, followed by another. The squad fell into complete disarray, with Hmph shouting for a retreat. The bodies of two teammates were savagely torn apart by the bone ghosts as the remaining three fled in panic. After Wang Longqing confirmed the retreat point, another teammate was taken down by a bone ghost. Upon learning the escape route, Zhou Qing, without hesitation, abandoned her injured teammate and fled alone. Hmph hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to retreat as well. This segment, clearly recorded from Zhou Qing's perspective, followed her escape from the fog until she encountered the rescue team. The most disgraceful part was when Zhou Qing, sitting on the ground gasping for air, displayed a look of relief in her eyes and even allowed a faint, smug smile to creep onto her face. At this point, the video slowed down, and the camera zoomed out from Zhou Qing's smile. In the multimedia hall, soldiers turned to glare at Zhou Qing, seated in the third-to-last row, with anger and disdain in their eyes. Only then did Zhou Qing realize something was wrong. Enraged, she stood abruptly and shouted, "What are you all looking at? Didn't you see how terrifying those bone ghosts were? We fought our way out, bloodied and battered. If it were you, you wouldn't have even made it past the first wave." At the front row, the instructor frowned deeply. Recognizing the protagonist of the video, he smirked coldly and responded, "What's with the yelling?" Faced with the officer, Zhou Qing became even more brazen. "Instructor, I don't understand. We survived the bone ghost domain, one of the harshest environments imaginable, and instead of being commended, you're making me a joke in this video. I won't accept this. You can't erase my contributions." The instructor's anger turned into a mocking laugh. "Contributions? You killed two monsters, got two teammates killed, abandoned another, and indirectly helped the bone ghosts take down three of your own team. All of this is on record. Is that what you call contributions?" Pointing at the screen, Zhou Qing's face twisted with rage. "Didn't you see how strong those bone ghosts were? To fight like that, I doubt many squads could have done better." This remark was an open insult to the other squads, and the veterans in the front rows erupted into a chorus of curses, with insults flying left and right. The instructor, thoroughly infuriated by Zhou Qing's arrogance, sneered and said, "Fine, fine, keep watching." With that, he pressed the play button forcefully. The video resumed, showing the retreat scenes of several squads before finally delving into the main subject. The scene shifts to the perspective of Li Mu's vanguard squad. Like Wang Longqing's group, they too face a chaotic situation with their warhorses losing control, throwing them to the ground. Tensions run high as Li Mu and the squad leader engage in a heated argument, after which Li Mu decisively takes over command. He immediately begins explaining the unique properties of the bone ghost domain to his team, his level of expertise resembling that of a science lecturer. Just over a minute after Li Mu concludes his explanation, Wang Longqing finally arrives at the command room. At this moment, the squad information displayed on the command screen zooms in for a close-up. Vanguard Squad, Member, Li Mu, Reserve Force. These three words instantly cause an uproar among the onlookers, who collectively turn to glance at the reserve recruits standing at the back of the hall. The recruits exchange bewildered looks, clearly not expecting a reserve member to be featured on the screen. The following scenes are even more jaw-dropping. In stark contrast to the loyal duty squad seen earlier, the Vanguard Squad demonstrates astonishing combat prowess. Ma Jun wields a massive blade with unmatched dominance, while Zhang He and Song Biao execute flawless coordination with their sword and spear. Zhao Miting's precision with her bow is unparalleled, with every arrow inflicting devastating damage on the bone ghosts. But the most shocking figure is the reserve recruit, Li Mu single-handedly taking on three enemies at once. His long staff strikes with lethal precision, every hit shattering bones and tearing sinews. The disparity between the female members of the two squads is especially striking, with Zhou Qing's abilities paling in comparison to Zhao Miting's. The tension peaks as a giant bone ghost emerges. In the life-and-death battle that follows, Li Mu showcases incredible strength, delivering a decisive blow that immobilizes and instantly kills the massive creature. When his four teammates are critically injured, Li Mu covers them with his cloak before disappearing into the dense fog. At this moment, a pale-faced Zhou Qing seizes the opportunity to stand and shout, "Look, he abandoned his teammates too. That's what a reservist does." Recognizing Li Mu as the reserve member she had previously dismissed in the mission zone, she attempts to disparage him. However, before she can finish her sentence, the veterans in the front rows collectively turn to glare at her, one even issuing a stern warning, "Interrupt the screening again, and I'll deal with you myself." Zhou Qing's words are soon proven utterly wrong by reality. Within the fog, Li Mu launches into a mesmerizing display of unpredictable movements, staying close to his injured teammates and eliminating any bone ghost that approaches with a single strike of his staff. As his inner energy depletes, he resorts to using his own body to shield his comrades, enduring the monster's attacks. This 10-minute blood-soaked battle leaves every warrior of the Zhenyuan Army in awe. The final moments are deeply moving. A barely conscious Li Mu continues to swing his staff, refusing to fall. Zhao Meiting rushes forward to catch him, while Ma Jun and Song Biao crawl out from under the cloak, with Ma Jun even tearing flesh from his own leg to distract the monsters. As the tragic yet inspiring music swells, countless Zhenyuan Army soldiers rise to their feet, fists clenched tightly, standing in solemn respect. When Deputy Officer Zhang arrives just in time to slay the remaining monsters and rescue the team, the hall erupts in restrained cheers. The last frame freezes on a stunning image. Li Mu, bathed in radiant white light, standing at the center of a circular barricade formed by the corpses of bone ghosts, testament to his bravery in protecting his teammates. This is what it means to be a true warrior, a true hero. As the promotional video concludes and the hall lights come back on, the instructor turns a cold gaze to Zhou Qing. You just said you fought your way through blood and earned your merits as well? He asks pointedly. At that moment, all eyes in the hall were fixed on Zhou Qing. She had just finished watching the video, her face pale as a sheet, her previous arrogance utterly gone. She had never before witnessed firsthand how other squads broke through the fog. She had simply assumed that surviving in the dense mist was already a remarkable feat. Even when she saw Li Mu's vanguard squad in action, furiously battling monsters, she merely thought their defensive tactics were well executed. But when the video showed Li Mu's final, heroic display of protecting his teammates, the sheer strength and skill he exhibited shattered her understanding of reality. The ground was littered with over 200 bone ghost corpses. How could any single person possibly achieve this? Compared to the vanguard squad, her own squad's name felt like a complete joke. At that moment, Zhou Qing's confidence crumbled entirely. Yet, it wasn't her who was the angriest, it was the 2 rows of reserve soldiers standing behind her. These young warriors were practically fuming, their eyes blazing with fury, their chests heaving as they struggled to contain their rage. Are you kidding me? I thought you were supposed to be amazing, acting like you were here to lecture us. Damn it, before the soldier could finish his sentence, one of the reserves stepped forward and slapped Zhou Qing hard across the temple, causing her to stumble backward. Although some soldiers tried to stop the one who had struck her, frantically signaling that the instructor was still present, their actions only fueled the anger further. The soldier who had lashed out shoved away those holding him back, rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Why are you stopping me? Get her!" With that command, the reserve soldiers surged forward as one. They were truly enraged because of this woman's inexplicable orders. They had been forced to stand for nearly 40 minutes. The worst part? They had initially believed she was highly capable, only to discover she was nothing but a fool. It was like sitting in a college lecture where someone in a lab coat walks in and instructs the class to taste each other's waste. You don't understand it, but you comply, only to find out later the person was a mental patient taken away by hospital staff, leaving you with a half-hearted apology. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. The veteran soldiers in the hall watched Zhou Qing get attacked but didn't lift a finger to intervene. Normally, they didn't interact much with the 18-year-old reserves. But now they were all covertly watching the instructor's reaction, afraid he might step in. If they could, some of them might have even joined in to land a few punches themselves. The instructor, however, acted as though he hadn't seen a thing. With a wave of his hand, he led his men out of the hall through the front doors. Zhou Qing suffered a severe beating and was sent to the ICU an hour later. After this incident, the video of Li Mu's squad was played in other bases, and his name quickly spread across half the military district. More importantly, Li Mu single-handedly changed people's perception of what it meant to be in the reserves. Overnight, reserve soldiers throughout the district were expressing gratitude to Li Mu's ancestors. Even veteran soldiers began to show them more respect, and some third-tier reserve soldiers were even invited to join active squads. People finally realized that in life-and-death situations, knowledge was the key to survival. Setting aside Li Mu's almost inhuman combat abilities, his deep understanding of the bone ghost domain, and the way he initially organized his squad had bought them precious time and significantly increased their chances of survival. While not every reserve soldier could be as knowledgeable as Li Mu, their education gave them a distinct advantage over those without formal training. That evening, in the rest area of the Mingzhu Military District Command, Li Mu lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Wang Longqing flipping through a book nearby. "Commander." Li Mu weakly attempted to sit up, but Wang Longqing gently pushed him back down. "Don't move. I'm fine. I need to go home," Li Mu said, assessing his condition and finding it not too serious. He tried to get up again. "Relax, I've already spoken to your mom. I told her we're keeping you here for training tonight. You're physically fine. but you're severely mentally exhausted and need rest. If you went home like this, your mom would be worried sick, Wang Longqing explained with a reassuring smile. Hearing this, Li Mu finally felt at ease. His biggest concern was that Yang Suiying might worry about him. Glancing at the clock on the wall, which read 10 p.m., Li Mu felt a bit embarrassed. It's so late already. Commander, I've kept you from going home. I've already let Aunt Bai know, don't worry, Wang Longqing replied with a laugh. When it's just the two of us, you can call me Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, Li Mu said without hesitation. He had long since come to respect Wang Longqing and Bai Taiwei as elders, especially after they had stood up for him in front of so many officials. Both of them were known to be principled and impartial, making their support all the more meaningful to him. You've made a breakthrough, you know? Wang Longqing said, looking at him. Li Mu closed his eyes, sensing the changes within his body, and a flash of joy immediately flickered in his gaze. He had broken through to the third rank of the yellow stage. He quickly opened the system interface, where the battle points were displayed 6980 points. The number made his heart race. Suppressing his excitement, he let a faint smile curl at the corners of his mouth. I can feel it. Your progress is incredibly fast, Wang Longqing remarked. Mutated talent, Li Mu replied with a calm smile. Haha, are you trying to say that being able to freeze monsters, transform into a mosquito, and suddenly appear behind them are all thanks to your mutated talent? Wang Longqing asked with a laugh. Uncle Wang, you've started anticipating my answers now? Li Mu nodded seriously to confirm. Wang Longqing chuckled, shaking his head. He stood up, walked to the table, and took out a thick stack of documents, handing it to Li Mu. Just as Li Mu was about to open it, Wang Longqing immediately warned, keep it safe and only read it when you get home. This is classified information. Under no circumstances should you let anyone else see it. Once you've read it, make sure to destroy it promptly. Although curiosity burned within him, Li Mu could only nod in agreement and store the documents in his storage ring. I've already edited your battle footage into a promotional video. Now, half of the soldiers in the Mingzhu military district know about your achievements. You don't mind, right? Actually, even if you do, it's too late, Wang Longqing said with a grin. Why though? Li Mu asked, puzzled. You fool, of course it's for military merits, Wang Longqing replied, feigning exasperation. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood up and explained. Highlighting your deeds serves three purposes. First, it increases your influence, which helps me secure more merits for you. Second, it's worth publicizing. This will greatly aid in improving military discipline, boost team cohesion, and elevate the status of reservists in the army. And third, it enhances your reputation. In the military, reputation is everything sometimes. It's even more valuable than merits. You might not fully grasp this now, but you will in time. Li Mu nodded thoughtfully. These were considerations he hadn't thought of, but Wang Longqing had already planned everything out for him. After chatting for a while, Wang Longqing suddenly asked, Li Mu, when you ran out of true energy, you told Ma Jun and the others that once you reached your limit, you'd leave. But in the end, even when you lost consciousness, you kept fighting with sheer willpower. You didn't leave. Why? Faced with Wang Longqing's serious question, Li Mu knew he couldn't brush it off. After pondering for a long time, he solemnly answered with 8 words. When emotions run deep, you give it your all. Enjoyable? Upon hearing Li Mu's response, Wang Longqing frowned slightly, finding it hard to comprehend. A life-and-death battle, how could it be described with the word enjoyable? Yet, as he pondered over it, a subtle, meaningful smile slowly crept onto Wang Longqing's lips. Memories of his time with Li Mu began to surface. On the very first day of military training, Li Mu unhesitatingly broke the instructor's leg. In broad daylight, he forced an elder of the Li family to his knees in the middle of the plaza. During his first battle in the abyss, he deliberately sought out the most dangerous areas. Upon hearing of the appearance of the monstrous tail serpent, he was the first to rush to assist, and he guarded his teammates to the point of mental exhaustion. Li Mu seemed to act without any concern for the consequences, doing whatever he felt like. But to call him reckless would be inaccurate. On the battlefield, Li Mu displayed a calmness and caution far beyond his peers, backed by unfathomable hidden strengths. Wang Longqing found himself at a loss for words to sum up Li Mu in just a few phrases. Strangely enough, the word enjoyable seemed to perfectly encapsulate a sense of transcendent freedom, as though Li Mu were a celestial being, reincarnated only to savor the experiences of the mortal world. Well, what a fitting enjoyable. Get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow, Wang Longqing said before leaving the room. Exhausted, Li Mu quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he woke up eagerly, sitting up in bed without delay. Rather than getting dressed, he immediately opened the system to check his victory points. 6,980 points. The number nearly made him leap with joy. After calming himself, Li Mu began to carefully consider how to allocate his points. Reflecting on the battle from the previous day, he became acutely aware of his two greatest weaknesses. First, his inner energy was severely insufficient, especially for his most relied-upon technique, the immobilization spell, which consumed a tremendous amount of energy. In a place like the Abyss, where monsters were endless, his current energy reserves were far from adequate. Second, his combat repertoire was too limited, with too few techniques capable of turning the tide of battle. Determined to address the energy issue first, Li Mu turned his attention to the Wu Pin Tian Xianju, a technique he had never upgraded before. Suddenly, a new option appeared before him, one he had never encountered before. Host detected at Huang Tier, rank 3. Tian Xianju is eligible for advancement, so it was a matter of rank restrictions. Even now, at rank 3, only this single option had been unlocked. Spending 1,000 victory points, Li Mu successfully advanced the Wu Pin Tian Xianju to the Ci Pin Tian Xianju. The new features left him pleasantly surprised. Not only did it double his comprehension of the technique, but it also allowed him to integrate 3 internal energy techniques, absorbing their unique traits. This was the key to solving his energy problem. While the immobilization spell would still consume energy proportionally, by integrating techniques that increased energy capacity and recovery speed, the situation could be drastically improved. Next, Li Mu spent 100 victory points to unlock Strength through Wine. This skill created a field of oppressive pressure within a 2-meter radius around him. While the weakening effect varied depending on the opponent's strength, it was highly effective against foes of the same level or weaker, making it especially useful in group battles. Li Mu glanced at his remaining 5,480 battle points and decided to focus on enhancing his skills first. He opened the skill tree for borrowing power through wine and decisively activated 3 key nodes, expanding the wine aura to a radius of 5 meters, extending its duration to 15 minutes, and granting allies within the aura a speed boost. This series of upgrades cost him 400 points, leaving him with 5,080 points. Reaching for the Jinghua staff and cloak he'd prepared earlier, Li Mu weighed the weapon in his hands. He decided to invest the remaining odd points into his core combat abilities. Divine Weapon Technique and Mountain Carrying Technique were too important to neglect. After channeling 480 points into the Divine Weapon Technique, the Jinghua staff in his hand instantly became extraordinarily heavy, weighing a staggering 1,155 pounds. The sheer weight reminded Li Mu of his days on Earth, where even carrying 2 buckets of water upstairs left him gasping for breath. Next, he allocated 500 points to strengthen the mountain carrying technique, and a surge of power coursed through his body. He estimated that he could now easily handle over 1.5 tons of weight. After these upgrades, he had 4,500 battle points remaining. Li Mu's curiosity was piqued by a newly unlocked skill, Blessed Field Technique. Spending 100 points to unlock it, he experimented by channeling his spirit into the skill. Suddenly, his vision cleared, revealing an expansive realm before him. Blue skies, white clouds, soaring birds, and lush green grass. This space was enclosed by a transparent barrier and initially spanned about 10 acres. Without hesitation, Li Mu decided to expand the space further. He poured in 600 points, activating 4 additional nodes, enlarging the blessed field to 20 acres, unlocking a spiritual spring, allowing real-world creatures to enter, and further expanding the space to 40 acres. He planned to cultivate spirit herbs here for alchemy, as herbs nourished by the spiritual spring would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. With 3,800 battle points remaining, Li Mu decided to reserve 2,000 points for emergencies. He aimed to push the Divine Weapon Technique toward its next milestone of handling 1 ton. Finally, his gaze fell on a new divine ability worth 300 points, External Avatar. Li Mu stared at the skill tree for the external incarnation, divine ability, and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This ability, requiring a hefty 300 battle merit points to unlock, was currently the most expensive one on the list. Its initial effect allowed him to manifest a clone that inherited 100 of his strength and could wield both the divine weapon art and the mountain-bearing art for 1 minute. Although the clone couldn't use other divine abilities like the immobilization art for now, its power was already formidable. Gritting his teeth, Li Mu activated the next node, which cost a staggering 500 points. This upgrade granted him the ability to summon 2 clones simultaneously, with each able to cast the immobilization art once whenever the original did. The following node, however, required 1,000 battle merit points, which made even Li Mu, sitting on 3,000 points, hesitate. He decided to hold off for now, intending to adapt to his current 3rd-grade realm before focusing on enhancing the divine weapon art. Taking stock of his arsenal, Li Mu now commanded 11 divine abilities: Inferior Celestial Technique, Whisper Art, Divine Weapon Art, Mountain-Bearing Art, Fiery Eyes, Alchemy Art, Immobilization Art, 72 Transformations, Strength from Wine, Blessing Field Art, and External Incarnation. Though most were still in their early stages, this wave of upgrades filled him with confidence enough to believe he could crush any peer-level prodigy. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Li Mu quickly straightened his clothes, stowed away his Jinghua staff and cloak, and opened the door to find the ever-stoic Deputy Zhang standing there. "How's your recovery?" Deputy Zhang asked, his tone unusually concerned. "Great. Feeling excellent." Li Mu stretched, his body indeed restored after a night of deep sleep. "Good. Your commendation has been approved. I'm here to take you to the ceremony." Deputy Zhang turned to leave. "Wait, Deputy Zhang." Li Mu called out urgently. "How are my teammates? Can Ma Jun's leg be reattached?" Deputy Zhang paused, his expression grim as he slowly shook his head. Without a second thought, Li Mu rushed to the military medical ward. There, he saw Ma Jun, supported by Zhang He, struggling to adapt to the two metallic prosthetics now replacing his legs. Nearby, Zhao Meiting and Song Biao were resting, their bodies wrapped in bandages. "Hey, you're here. Feeling better?" Ma Jun greeted Li Mu warmly, concern for his friend overshadowing his own injuries. Watching Ma Jun, like a child learning to walk, fight to maintain his balance, Li Mu felt a sharp pang in his chest. Those legs had been lost saving him. If Ma Jun hadn't thrown himself in the path of the giant bone demon's deadly strike, Li Mu wouldn't have lasted until the mist cleared. "Why not reattach your original legs?" Li Mu asked quietly. The room fell silent. Zhao Meiting sighed, glancing at Ma Jun with a conflicted expression. "They could've, but haha, reattaching them would take forever to heal. And the doctor said the bones would always have hidden weaknesses." Ma Jun interrupted with a hearty laugh, trying to sound nonchalant. "Metal prosthetics are different, quick recovery, no lingering injuries, and if they break, I can just replace them. Once I save up enough money, I'll upgrade to an even tougher pair. Maybe I'll add boosters. I didn't lose my legs. I got rid of a liability." Though his words were meant to lighten the mood, everyone knew they were just a way to console himself. For a martial artist, a complete, flesh and blood body brought an unparalleled sense of security. Li Mu silently vowed that if he ever came across a miraculous elixir capable of regenerating limbs, he would ensure Ma Jun walked on his own legs again. "Alright, let's not dwell on it. Surviving is already a blessing, and it's all thanks to you," Song Biao said, clapping Li Mu on the shoulder. "Exactly. Plus, we all got an unexpected reward, 20 merit points each, and Ma Jun even received 40. Zhao Meiting added with a small smile. As soon as Zhao Meiting finished speaking, Li Mu was stunned by the scene before him. A reward of 20 merit points per person far exceeded their expectations. This honor came for a special reason: their performance had been selected as a model example for the Military Discipline Reform Initiative. "Have your military merits been confirmed yet?" Zhang He asked. "Not yet, I was just about to go," Li Mu replied. He was preparing to go alone when the others enthusiastically insisted on joining him. "Come on, we'll go with you," they said. Faced with their persistence, Li Mu gladly agreed. The group made their way to the decoration office, drawing quite a bit of attention along the way. Even if some didn't immediately recognize Li Mu's face, spotting Ma Jun and the others in the group was enough for them to identify this Rising Star Vanguard team. Veteran soldiers greeted them warmly, while the reserve recruits stood straighter and saluted Li Mu with a formal knight's gesture as a mark of respect. Although Wang Longqing had previously mentioned making them an example, the actual level of recognition they were receiving far exceeded Li Mu's expectations. By the time they arrived at the decoration office, a crowd of nearly 200 people had gathered behind them to witness the moment. This kind of turnout was rare even among the 10 major bases of the Pearl Military District, especially considering that each base housed only a little over 1,000 personnel, with many senior officers often out on missions. The number of rank-and-file soldiers at the second or third rank totaled merely 500 to 600. Award ceremonies in the military placed great emphasis on formality. In some cases, attendance at such events was mandatory, as it served as a vital form of honor and motivation. The moment Li Mu reported his identity, a military officer emerged from the decoration office, followed by a large group of officers and staff, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse of him. The officer, a burly man in his 40s, looked at Li Mu with an approving glint in his eyes. Stepping forward, he firmly squeezed Li Mu's muscular arm and asked, "Kid, how old are you this year?" 18. Li Mu replied, standing tall. "Good. Damn impressive." The officer laughed heartily. "Do you know your current rank?" Li Mu shook his head, indicating he was unaware. The officer turned and retrieved an ornate box, opening it with care. A second-class Guardian medal, worth 150 merit points. "Congratulations, Junior Wolf Guard," he announced solemnly. "Junior Wolf Guard." The 3 words resounded through the hall like a thunderclap, instantly sparking a wave of astonishment. Applause and cheers erupted in succession, especially from the reserve recruits, whose eyes gleamed with admiration. To them, Li Mu had already become a living legend. Although Li Mu, as a reservist, was exempt from the assessment required to advance to Junior Wolf Guard, the 200 merit points threshold was no easy feat. This honor could only be earned through exceptional military achievements, and becoming a Junior Wolf Guard at the age of 18 was exceedingly rare. Even Li Mu himself found it hard to believe. He had estimated that this mission would earn him, at most, 70 or 80 merit points. Yet the final tally had doubled his expectations. He quickly realized Wang Longqing's intentions be amplifying the accomplishments of Li Mu's squad. Wang had secured him additional merit points. After all, a soldier who risked his life to protect his comrades, fought until the bitter end, and achieved a kill count far beyond the limits of an average individual deserved to be richly rewarded. Denying him such recognition would raise questions among the other soldiers. This arrangement served a dual purpose, motivating the troops while also showcasing the fairness of their superiors. Li Mu solemnly accepted the medal, offering a precise knight salute. "Thank you, Commander." Inside the box was not only the second-class merit medal, but also the Junior Wolf Guard insignia, which bore the image of a young wolf, its expression fierce, yet tinged with youthful innocence. By protocol, it was fitting for someone of equal rank to Qin Zhanya to preside over the award ceremony. "Go forth. I look forward to your future achievements." The senior Wolf Guard saluted before turning to leave. Zhao Meiting and the others quickly gathered around to congratulate him, curiously touching Li Mu's medals. With a slightly envious tone, Song Biao quipped, "So, while we've been recovering, have you already been itching to take on a new mission?" Deep down, he knew that with his current abilities, the chances of ever fighting alongside Li Mu again were slim. Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. "I plan to return to school for a few days to consolidate my third realm foundation." "That's right. Your next missions will likely be of a much higher caliber," Ma Jun remarked with a sigh. After exchanging a few more words, Li Mu bid farewell to his comrades and headed straight for the Zhenyuan Army's supply department. His contribution points had now reached 6,210, with 2,000 of them awarded alongside his merit points. In the Zhenyuan Army, contribution points were far more valuable than money, yet they still fell short of meeting Li Mu's needs. After browsing the skill manual section for some time, he spent 4,000 contribution points to purchase a high-grade internal cultivation technique called rejuvenation energy flow. This technique, worth at least 500,000 in markets above the abyss, was particularly prized for its focus on enhancing the recovery speed of internal energy, feature that earned it a spot among high-grade techniques. With the remaining points, he also acquired 2 low-grade internal cultivation manuals, knowing they could be replaced in the future. Without delay, Li Mu secured a training room and began integrating the 3 techniques. Before long, the inferior heavenly immortal technique merged with the rejuvenation energy flow, significantly boosting its internal energy recovery rate. It also fused with the wood spirit energy and the inch heart technique, enhancing the density of internal energy while slightly reducing the energy consumption of martial skills. Li Mu had just completed the upgrade of the flawed, celestial immortal technique. This cultivation method now not only deepened his understanding of a century's worth of insights, but also significantly improved the condition of his dantian and meridians. More importantly, it gained the ability to integrate with other internal cultivation techniques, absorbing their unique traits and merging them into the celestial immortal technique. So far, it had already assimilated 3 internal techniques, including Siyuan Xian Gong, which possessed the rejuvenating properties of wood essence. Stretching lazily, Li Mu felt the increasingly dense flow of true qi within him. Although the wood essence energy was merely a basic-level internal technique, the change in his true qi was noticeable, and the improvement was substantial. After all, this type of internal technique would be more than sufficient to support the growth of an ordinary martial artist, whereas for Li Mu, it merely became a minor trait. To test its effects, Li Mu immediately performed the 72 transformations, transforming into a mosquito. In his transformed state, true qi was continuously consumed, but his dantian began operating at an astonishing rate, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy like a parched sponge. While the rate of recovery still couldn't match the rate of consumption, it managed to reach about 1/5 to 1/6 of it, which was already an impressive improvement. After reverting to his original form, Li Mu felt elated his biggest shortcoming had finally been mitigated to some extent. At that moment, his homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingshan, called. Since Li Mu hadn't requested leave today, Zhao Qingshan was dutifully checking in on him. Upon learning that Li Mu was about to return to school, Zhao Qingshan laughed and said, "It's no big deal, really. If the Zhenyuan Army needs you, just send me a text to let me know you're safe. By the way, did you hear about Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng transferring schools?" Li Mu blinked in surprise. "Huh. Looks like you didn't know," Zhao Qingshan explained. "Lu Chenfeng and Zhang Jiwei have transferred to our school. It's pretty clear they're here because of you. When you get back, you might want to meet them. The 3 of you are all exceptional talents, and maintaining a good relationship could make you a formidable force in the future." After hanging up, Li Mu scrolled through the news on his way back and quickly pieced together the story. It turned out that after Heishui High School suffered from an unfair ranking, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng chose to show their support by transferring to the school. This move dealt a heavy blow to Shanglong High School and Choming High School, especially Shanglong, which lost the immense backing of the Zhang family's conglomerate, a devastating setback. The incident continued to escalate, drawing widespread criticism of the unfair resource rankings involving Heishui High School. The resource department was now in a tough spot. Revising the rankings would be tantamount to admitting their mistake, while refusing to do so would only intensify the pressure. If the issue persisted, the department's credibility would take a significant hit. At this thought, a faint smile played on Li Mu's lips as he imagined the expressions of Shenglong's crown prince and his uncle at this very moment. Inside the banquet hall of the Li family, a meticulously prepared feast was underway. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, yet no one dared to touch their chopsticks. The attendees wore varying expressions as they anxiously awaited the arrival of a particular guest. Ever since Li Daong had been scolded over the phone by the branch manager of Jixiang Road, the latter had completely ignored his calls. This only deepened the resentment the Li family held toward Li Mu. Originally, they thought that expelling this good-for-nothing from the family would allow them to focus on their business empire and enjoy a life of luxury. Who would have expected this nobody to turn their world upside down? Father, he's just a low-level supervisor in the Department of Commerce. Li Xiaohao grumbled impatiently, sitting at the table. Not long ago, people like him would be bringing us gifts. Why are we throwing a banquet for him now? It's giving him way too much credit. Li Ji shot his son a glare. Shut your mouth, he barked, though inwardly he cursed his son as a failure. Xiaohao's poor performance, placing only 31st in the first round of the Abyss Combat Tournament, had tarnished the Li family's reputation. The Li family was currently working on a medical project. Their partner provided funding and access to the pharmaceutical supply chain, while the Lis were responsible for navigating the thorny approval process for medical products. When the family first awakened their class talent, both the minister and supervisors from the Department of Commerce had visited to offer gifts and promise support in future business dealings. Such alliances were common in official circles. Without the backing of a powerful family, it was impossible to gain a foothold. But this time, the minister had brushed them off entirely, claiming to be too busy and sending only a subordinate in his place. Having boasted to their partner about their connections, the Li family had no choice but to host this dinner, swallowing their pride in the process. Madame Ma, the family matriarch, sat at the head of the table, tapping her cane heavily against the floor with a cold snort. She knew all too well that it was Li Mu who had humiliated Li Daong in the plaza, forcing him to his knees with a single blow. That incident exposed the Li family's glaring lack of combat strength. If only they could get their hands on Li Mu and teach him a harsh lesson, they might salvage some of their dignity. But Li Mu had left the scene in full view of the media, riding away in a military vehicle as if untouchable. The message to the public was clear. Even after striking a member of the Li family, he walked away unscathed. You deal with him if you want. I'm not embarrassing myself for this. Li Xiaohao muttered angrily as he stormed out. His aunt chimed in supportively. Exactly. Why should my son waste his time entertaining some lowly supervisor? Go on, dear, enjoy yourself. Li Ji opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately swallowed his words. Criticizing his son now would only further undermine the fragile image of strength that he and his son were barely holding together. Not long after Xiaohao left, the butler entered, escorting a man into the room. Li Ji and Li Daong immediately stood to greet him. Supervisor Liu, welcome. We're honored to have you here. Supervisor Liu wore a polite smile, though irritation flickered beneath the surface. Oh, so you know it's an honor? Then why didn't you come out to greet me personally? And spare me the empty pleasantries. The minister is quite busy, so he sent me here to see what the Li family needs. The group quickly ushered Liu to a seat. After some small talk, they dove into the matter at hand. Upon hearing their request for assistance with the medical approvals, Liu's expression turned troubled. Oh dear, you know how strict the approval process is for pharmaceuticals, especially for pills and liquid medicines. It's really not an easy task. He paused to take a bite of food, then suddenly changed the subject. This is delicious. This dragon fragrance fish must have cost a pretty penny. What, at least 1,000, right? Li Ji's face immediately darkened at the remark. Supervisor Liu's words carried a hidden message. He opened his mouth and demanded 10 million, clearly hinting at certain conditions. Li Ji chuckled lightly and said, this fish isn't that expensive, probably 600 or 700. Supervisor Liu immediately shook the chopsticks in his hand and retorted firmly, impossible. 600 or 700 won't cut it. It's at least 1,200. In his mind, he was already scheming had a 10 million budget authorized by the minister. If he inflated the price by 2 million, he could pocket a share for himself. The members of the Li family sitting around the table caught on to the implied meaning, and each of them clenched their teeth in anger. A mere industrial and commercial supervisor. And yet when the Li family sought his help, he had the audacity to demand such an exorbitant price. Wasn't this essentially saying the Li family's reputation was worthless? Madame Ma, the family matriarch, suppressed her fury and forced an extremely strained smile. All right, Supervisor Liu truly has a sharp eye. This fish is indeed worth 1,200. Hearing this, Supervisor Liu burst into laughter, knowing the Li family had agreed to his terms. But Madame Ma's tone suddenly shifted. However, would like to ask Supervisor Liu for a small favor. Supervisor Liu set down his chopsticks and put on a fawning expression. Please, madam, go ahead. He thought to himself, 12 million isn't a small amount. As long as it's nothing too troublesome, why not help? Madame Ma took a deep breath, a glint of cold determination flashing in her eyes. There's a golden stone blacksmith shop on Hmph Street, run by Chen Jinsher and Yang Yurong. To be frank, our family's rebellious son, Li Mu, is staying there. From what I've heard, that shop has plenty of issues. I hope the Industrial and Commercial Bureau can take strict action against them. She paused briefly before adding, by the way, since Supervisor Liu enjoys fish so much, if you handle them thoroughly, they'll send you another fish worth 100. Supervisor Liu's eyes lit up. Just investigating a shop could earn him another million? The Li family's money was truly easy to make. He immediately patted his chest and assured her, of course, cracking down on unscrupulous merchants is our duty. They'll take care of it as soon as I get back. Only then did Madame Ma exhale deeply. She recalled how Yang Yurong's sharp words at the square last time had nearly driven her to a stroke. Her resentment toward Yang Yurong now surpassed even her anger at Li Mu. That woman's tongue was too venomous. No matter the cost, she was determined to destroy Yang Yurong's business and make her suffer. When Li Mu returned to school, the entrance was already bustling with noise and activity. Only 2 small gates were open, and a group of students from Hshui High School was checking entry documents, causing a large crowd to gather at the entrance. Lin Yuya, the tall and stunning president of the student council, was busy maintaining order. Welcome to Hshui High School. Please keep your distance, have your student IDs ready, and enter in an orderly manner. Once inside, follow the yellow arrows on the ground to the registration department. Her clear and pleasant voice drew the attention of many male students, who couldn't help but glance her way repeatedly. Lin Yuya soon spotted Li Mu and her eyes lit up. With a faint fragrance in the air, she jogged over to him. You're finally back. I thought you weren't coming today. What's going on here? Li Mu asked, pointing at the crowd. Well, you weren't here yesterday. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng transferred to our school. There's also a large group of students transferring from Tunglong High School. This is the second batch today, along with students from other schools, Lin Yuya explained, her eyes shining with admiration. She couldn't help but think to herself, no wonder Li Mu dared to humiliate Zhao Yi and even joke with the principal that day. Must have had this counterattack planned all along. Are Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng on campus? Li Mu asked as he started toward the school gate. They are. They arrived early. Lu Chunfeng even made a scene this morning, wanting to challenge Zhang Jiwei to a duel when he saw you weren't here, Lin Yuya said, chuckling at the memory. She led Li Mu through a side gate into the campus. The registration department was crowded with a long line of transfer students. Hshui High School, which was originally not very large, had suddenly become overcrowded. Skipping the line, Lin Yuya guided Li Mu directly to the martial arts training field. The wide space, though spacious, was equipped with outdated facilities, with many of the training dummies showing signs of rust and decay. At the center of the field, a large crowd had formed 2 rings around a spectacle. Lu Chunfeng was facing off against 3 opponents, one using fists and kicks, another wielding a long blade, and the third holding a spear. With his knees slightly bent, Lu Chunfeng's body radiated a faint green glow. Despite the relentless attacks, he stood firm, unmoving. Ugh, this is so annoying. None of you can even break through my defense. Your attacks feel so weak, they wouldn't even scratch an itch. Lu Chunfeng complained impatiently. Suddenly, he grabbed the incoming blade with his bare hand, shattering it, and unleashed a burst of chi that sent all 3 opponents tumbling backward. From the sidelines, Zhang Jiwei noticed Li Mu's arrival and gestured toward Lu Chunfeng. Li Yiguang, you're finally here, Lu Chunfeng exclaimed, striding over with excitement. Giving people random nicknames as soon as you transfer isn't exactly polite, you know, Li Mu said with a helpless tone. You can give me one too. I don't mind. But you're not getting away today. I see you've broken through to the 3rd rank. It's time for you to finally hit me with that staff of yours, Lu Chunfeng said eagerly. Looks like you won't rest until you take a hit from it, huh? Li Mu replied with a slight smirk. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Chunfeng's eyes. From Li Mu's tone, he caught a glimmer of hope. He wasn't chasing after Li Mu for a beating just because he was a martial arts fanatic. It was because of his unique talent. Only by constantly pushing the limits of his defense could he grow stronger. However, this power only worked when the opponent was at a similar or lower level of ability. If the gap in skill was too wide, it would have the opposite effect. Ever since awakening his talent, it had become increasingly difficult for him to find suitable opponents. I'll grant your wish, Li Mu nodded in agreement, and a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. The spectators quickly stepped back, clearing a larger space for the duel. Previously, watching Lu Chunfeng spar with others failed to excite anyone. After all, no one could break through his defense. But this time was different. With Li Mu stepping in, Everyone's anticipation soared. Bursting with excitement, Lu Chunfeng pulled Li Mu to the center of the field. Cheers erupted from the sidelines on one side, the adoring fans of Lu Chunfeng from Choming High School. On the other, the female students of Heishui High School, led by Lin Yuya. Waving her fist in the air, Lin Yuya cheered loudly for Li Mu, casting a provocative glance at the opposing cheer squad. Among Lu Chunfeng's supporters, one girl in a flowing green dress particularly stood out. Her attire matched Lu Chunfeng's in color, and her demeanor was graceful, her eyes filled with admiration for him. Do you think Brother Feng will be okay? This Li Mu looks pretty strong, someone asked worriedly. The girl in the green dress smiled faintly, her voice cool and composed. Relax. Brother Feng specifically asked this Li Mu to fight him if anything. It's giving him too much credit. He thinks he can break Brother Feng's defense? Ridiculous. She added, as if to clarify. When Li Mu managed to slay the monster-tailed python, it was only because Zhang Jiwei weakened it first, disrupting its energy and drastically lowering its defenses. Too bad most people don't notice details like that. This comment drew dissatisfaction from the Heishui High School students. One male student couldn't help but retort, "Hey, this is a friendly sparring match. Can you watch your mouth?" The girl in the green dress merely shot him a disdainful glance before resuming her quiet conversation with her companions. Meanwhile, all eyes were fixed on the center of the field. Li Mu had already drawn his thorny staff, while Lu Chunfeng assumed his signature defensive stance, knees slightly bent, arms tightly positioned. With a loud shout, he bellowed, "Bring it on!" Li Mu moved with precision and fluidity. His right hand spun the staff in a graceful arc, while his left hand lightly tapped Lu Chunfeng's left shoulder. With a swift motion, he pulled the Jinghua staff back, gripping its end with his right hand and casually swung it toward Lu Chunfeng's shoulder. The nonchalant strike left the onlooking students utterly stunned. There was no trace of qi emanating from Li Mu. It was as if he were merely toying around, the force no greater than a teacher lightly smacking a dozing student awake with a book. Before Lu Chunfeng could even voice his reprimand, the staff had already landed on his shoulder. In that instant, it felt as though a mountain had come crashing down. The blue bricks beneath his feet shattered in an instant. Silence engulfed the arena. Even Zhang Jiwei's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. "Not bad, kid. Underestimating me, aren't you? Not even using your qi." Lu Chunfeng's voice trembled with excitement. A brilliant azure glow erupted from his body as his robes fluttered in an unseen wind. "Come on, show me what you've really got." Li Mu's interest was piqued. That earlier strike had merely been a test devoid of qi but bolstered by his Dan Shan technique's 8 tiger strength and the immense weight of his weapon. It should have been more than enough to incapacitate a second-rank martial artist. Yet, Lu Chunfeng stood completely unscathed. Cracking his neck, Li Mu pulled back the Jinghua staff. This time, his entire aura surged like a tidal wave. The staff's tip touched the ground behind him, and with a powerful swing, it came crashing down. Boom! The staff connected with Lu Chunfeng's shoulder, unleashing a shockwave that sent a gust of wind rippling through the spectators' clothes. The impact pulverized the bricks beneath Lu Chunfeng's feet, reducing them to fine powder as white dust billowed from the cracks. "Li Mu, stop holding back!" Lu Chunfeng roared with laughter. He yanked his feet free from the rubble and let out a thunderous shout. His robes exploded into tatters as his body swelled to over 2 meters tall. Golden light flickered within the azure glow enveloping him, and his aura soared to an intimidating peak. Even Li Mu raised an eyebrow at the transformation. After all, the strike he had just delivered could have obliterated the skull of a third-rank beast. "Good," Li Mu exclaimed with approval. The Jinghua staff arced backward as he braced himself, his entire body taut like a drawn bow. As the staff swung forward, it left a massive, tumter-long shadow in its wake. This was the Lu Yun Leap, a technique Li Mu had refined after decades of mastering his second-grade Tianxianju. Its destructive power rivaled the triple-layered earthquake strike, yet it consumed far less qi. Sensing the overwhelming force, Lu Chunfeng raised his arms in a desperate block. Li Mu activated his fiery eyes, instantly spotting a surge of blinding qi erupting from Lu Chunfeng's feet and coursing through his entire body. Bang! The deafening collision reverberated through the arena. Lu Chunfeng's massive frame was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding truck. He skidded across the ground, gouging a long trench of shattered bricks, before slamming into a training dummy with enough force to warp its shape and send it flying. Dust filled the air, obscuring the aftermath. "Funga!" A girl in a flowing green dress cried out, her voice trembling with panic as she was the first to rush to his side. The other girls and the helpful classmates quickly stepped forward to offer assistance, but through the swirling dust came Lu Chunfeng's hearty laughter. He shook off the hands trying to support him and struggled to stand on his own. His right forearm was clearly fractured, yet he stubbornly pushed himself forward, his steps unsteady and faltering, though his face was alight with excitement. Step by step, he made his way to Li Mu. Using his uninjured left hand, he gave a firm thumbs up. Just as he was about to utter the word impressive, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and his massive frame collapsed forward. Li Mu reacted swiftly, darting forward and catching him just in time. Good thing he didn't use the iron slash technique. If he'd combined it with the flowing shadow strike, we might have had a real disaster today, Li Mu thought to himself. Turning to the gathering of onlookers, he called out, "Help me carry him to the infirmary." "Don't worry, he's not in serious danger's not going to die." A few male classmates immediately stepped in to help. Zhang Zhiwei joined them, remarking nonchalantly, "I told him this would happen." Li Mu shot him a speechless glance. At the back of the group, a girl in a light blue dress had been left behind. Though her face betrayed her concern, she held back, unwilling to mingle with the ordinary students due to her status. Just as she planned to wait for the crowd to disperse before leaving, a few classmates who had spoken to her earlier deliberately passed by her, loudly chatting. Good thing Lu Chunfeng respected Li Mu enough to use his strongest defensive stance. If he'd underestimated him, he'd probably be crippled by now. "You don't get it." Zhang Zhiwei was standing right there. Lu Chunfeng couldn't handle it because Zhang Zhiwei broke his energy flow first, which drastically weakened his defense. Most people wouldn't notice a detail like that, huh? The two played off each other's words, and by the end, they even imitated the tone of the girl in the blue dress. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. The girl's expression turned stony, her face pale with humiliation. She had never felt so mortified. Lu Chunfeng's injuries weren't too severe. A fractured arm was a minor issue for him. With medication, it would be healed overnight. His fainting was due to an excessive release of internal energy, which had temporarily damaged his meridians. He regained consciousness fairly quickly. When he awoke, only Li Mu and Zhang Zhiwei were left in the infirmary. Li Mu teased, "You're the one who suggested the duel. You're paying for the damage to the training grounds tiles." Sitting up, Lu Chunfeng glanced at his bandaged arm and gestured toward Zhang Zhiwei with his chin. "No need. The training ground is about to be renovated anyway. His family is footing the bill." Li Mu looked at Zhang Zhiwei in confusion. Not only had Zhang transferred to Heishui High to support him, but now his family was also funding the renovation of the training ground? That was next-level wealth. "A class," Zhang Zhiwei said casually. "Do your parents have room for an adopted son?" Li Mu asked seriously. "No," Zhang Zhiwei replied just as seriously. "All right, enough joking around. You too." Lu Chunfeng grumbled as he swung his legs off the bed, the frame creaking under his weight. Pointing at Li Mu, he said, "You gave me a real thrill. It's almost noon treat for lunch. Let's grab a bite and a drink." Li Mu chuckled to himself, thinking this might be a great way to save on meals in the future. As one of the top 3 students, Li Mu naturally became friends with the other 2 classmates who also possessed S-level talents. That afternoon, he called his mother, Yang Suying, to let her know he had safely returned to the ground and was preparing to have lunch with his friends. Inside the Jinsher blacksmith shop on Xingfu Street, Yang Suying smiled as she finished the call. Nearby, Yang Yorong, who was preparing lunch, asked, "Mu isn't coming home for lunch again, is he?" "That's right. He's been pretty busy lately. He said he'll be eating with those 2 S-level kids." Yang Suying replied with a smile. Chun Jinsher, her brother-in-law, who was busy quenching a piece of metal, nodded in agreement. "That's the right move. Those 2 transferred schools specifically to back him up. The resources department is under a lot of pressure right now, and the internet is buzzing with people criticizing Heishui High School." As the family prepared lunch, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the shop. The 3 of them quickly walked through the store to see 2 heavy-duty pickups parked outside, emblazoned with Commerce Comprehensive Enforcement on the sides. Nearby shop owners were scrambling to clear their storefronts, fearful of having their goods confiscated. A pot-bellied man stumbled out of one of the vehicles, reeking of alcohol. He burped loudly and, with 7 or 8 uniformed commerce enforcement officers trailing behind him, strode directly toward the blacksmith shop. "Who's the owner? Step out," he barked. Chun Jinsher immediately stepped forward. "Hello, I'm the owner," he said politely. The man, still reeking of alcohol, waved his badge in front of Chun Jinshi's face. "Commerce inspection team. Routine check," he declared. Chun Jinsher gestured toward the wall behind the counter. "All of our licenses are in order and displayed here. Who are you to decide if they're in order or not?" the man sneered. "Check their warehouse." Several officers stormed into the shop and began searching. The storefront was lined with various weapons, and there was a large warehouse in the courtyard. Before long, they returned with a report. "Team leader, we found suspicious high-value energy metals. They appear to be from the batch reported missing by Zhang Corporation." The faces of Chen Jinsher and his family turned pale. Yang Yurong angrily retorted, "Zhang Corporation? All of our metals are purchased legitimately, and we have transaction records to prove it." The leader glared at her and barked, "Shut up. These metals were reported stolen from Zhang Corporation's steel plant. Even if you have purchase records, they're stolen goods." The shop is now sealed, and the metals are confiscated. If you have objections, you can come with me. Yang Suiying stepped in front of her sister, her voice filled with anger. Stolen goods? You'd better provide evidence for that. And this matter should be handled by law enforcement, not you. The leader, enraged by her defiance, shouted back, Are you blind? Commerce enforcement isn't law enforcement. Keep talking, and he'll have all of you arrested. He often abused his authority, relying on his brother's position as a supervisor in the Commerce Department to act with impunity. If you admit you purchased stolen goods, they'll just seal the shop and not arrest anyone. But if you resist, don't blame me for legal consequences, he threatened. He was determined to get them to confess to buying stolen goods, knowing that with a recorded admission, his job would be much easier. Arrest people? Do you even have that authority? Yang Suiying asked coldly. The leader flushed with anger, clearly flustered. He didn't actually have the power to arrest anyone. It was just an intimidation tactic. Her firm stance was proving to be a real headache for him. Yang Suiying's cold laugh shattered the silence in the office. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto the burly, heavy-set enforcement officer in front of her. I don't know how much the Li family paid you to be this diligent in doing their dirty work, but have you thought about this? When the truth comes out, you'll be the one facing the consequences. At worst, the Li family will get a bribery charge. But for you? It's not going to be that simple. The man's expression faltered for a brief moment before he quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. Internally, he cursed himself for almost letting this woman rattle him. This was his turf. Business enforcement was his playground, and he could do whatever he wanted. Besides, his own brother's boss was a minister. What was there to fear? So, you're still refusing to admit it? The man asked coldly. Yang Suiying keenly caught that flicker of unease. She was now certain. The Li family had bribed the business enforcement department to retaliate against them. However, it was clear they hadn't managed to buy off the enforcement bureau, which explained why the bureau hadn't stepped in. Suddenly, she bolted out of the store and shouted at the top of her lungs, Everyone, come and see. Business enforcement is framing us. They're drunk on duty, forcing us to admit to selling stolen goods. Are there any reporters here? Someone, please record this with your phones. Nearby shop owners began pulling out their phones to record the scene. The officer's face turned bright red with anger. He bellowed at the men beside him, Arrest these 3 troublemakers. How dare they challenge the authority of the law? Evidence of selling stolen goods is clear. Arrest them and seal the store immediately. The burly men moved in and restrained the 3. Chun Jinsher struggled fiercely, shoving 2 of them aside, and roared, You're lawless. Aren't you afraid of what'll happen when this all comes to light? Here, I am the law. The drunken officer slammed his hand on the table and then turned to the onlookers recording the scene. Let's see who dares to keep filming. His threatening tone made the crowd silently lower their phones. Before long, Chen Jinsher and the other 2 were forcibly shoved into the enforcement vehicle, and the door slammed shut. One of the officer's subordinates leaned in and whispered, Boss, something's off about this. We don't have the authority to detain people, and the enforcement bureau isn't backing us. What are we supposed to do with them? The officer, reeking of alcohol, waved dismissively. What do you mean, what to do? They resisted law enforcement and challenged our authority. Lock them up in my office at the department. Let's see if they confess then. At the hefty man's command, a group of burly men stormed toward the counter like a pack of wolves, swiftly sweeping up cash and anything of value. The government seals plastered on the door lent this plunder an air of official business, and their practiced efficiency made it clear this was far from their first time. Inside a parked car, Yang Yurong glanced through the window, locking eyes with the fruit shop owner across the street. The man, who had long-standing ties with the Chen family, gave her a knowing wink. Though he wouldn't dare cross the hefty man, he understood Yang's silent plea. She was entrusting him to look after the children who would soon return. Before long, Chun Jiachi and Chun Jiafeng came running back to the storefront, school bags slung over their shoulders. Lunchtime meant home, as usual, but the sight of the government seals on the door froze them in their tracks like a bolt from the blue. Jia, are we at the wrong place? Chen Jiafeng asked, baffled. Chun Jiachi, panic-stricken, rushed to pound on the door. Mom, Dad, she shouted. The silence was deafening. Just as she reached to tear at the seals, a sharp voice stopped her. Don't do that. The fruit shop lady waved them over. The 2 children hurried into the half-open door of the fruit shop, and the woman quickly shut it behind them. Aunt Lin, what's going on? Where are my parents? Chun Jiachi asked, her voice trembling with urgency. The business enforcement officers took your parents and your aunt, Aunt Lin explained. From what your aunt was yelling, it seems to have something to do with the Li family. Chun Jiachi's hands shook as she pulled out her phone, repeatedly dialing her parents' numbers, only to hear the same automated message: they were unreachable. Tears streamed down her face as panic set in. Aunt Lin tried to calm her. Don't worry. Think carefully. Is there anyone who can help you? My cousin, Chun Jiafeng suddenly exclaimed. He wasn't taken. Was he? No, he wasn't, Aunt Lin replied, a spark of hope in her eyes. That's right, your cousin is a champion of the Abyss first battle. He'll know what to do. Meanwhile, in a lavish private room at the Cloudtop Hotel, Li Mu was clinking glasses with Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng. The hotel was one of the many properties owned by the Zhang Group, a conglomerate renowned for its three pillars of business: energy metals, pharmaceuticals, and dining. Lu Chunfeng jokingly referred to it as profiting from the elite, the average, and the abyss alike. While not the leader in any single field, the group's diversified interests supported one another, ensuring its steady dominance. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Mu found himself in a slightly awkward position. Despite activating his liquid courage ability, his tolerance remained unimpressive just 2 glasses in, and he was already feeling lightheaded. Thankfully, Zhang Jiwei intercepted Lu Qinfeng's frequent toasts, sparing Li Mu the embarrassment of drinking himself under the table. I hear you've been promoted to Junior Wolf Guard? Zhang Jiwei inquired. Word travels fast, Li Mu replied, mildly surprised. It's no secret. Even the reserves know about it, Zhang Jiwei said with a grin. You two don't plan on heading into the abyss? Li Mu asked. Who says we don't? Lu Chunfeng slammed the table in mock indignation. I've been busy preparing for a breakthrough. That monster we fought gave me insights way beyond regular training. Tomorrow, I'm joining the reserves. My dad says I'm born to be an officer. Zhang Jiwei smiled in agreement. Joining the reserves was an inevitable path for the two of them. Lu Qinfeng's father was the head of the 1st Division of the Enforcement Department, second only to Bai Taiwei. Meanwhile, for the Zhang Group to climb higher, securing support from the Abyss military was an absolute necessity. What makes the Zhenyuan Army so alluring? Zhang Jiwei was discussing this very topic with his 2 close friends. First and foremost, it was the immeasurable economic benefits. While independent martial artists also hunted abyssal creatures, their resource yields paled in comparison to those of the Zhenyuan Army soldiers. Monster carcasses, herbs, crystals, energy cores, metals. These resources were exchanged by soldiers for merit points and subsequently processed into military supplies, which then flowed back to the soldiers. The profit embedded within this industrial chain was enough to drive any faction to madness. Moreover, the rights to process these military supplies were not something ordinary factories could touch. Only military enterprises, or the most elite private firms, were qualified to participate. Without strong military connections, dreaming of securing such contracts was simply delusional. Then there was the unparalleled protection offered by the military. If a family could align itself with the military, even without top-tier powerhouses in its ranks, it could secure a stable foothold in the intricate web of power struggles. After all, the military districts were known to be impenetrable fortresses, and no one dared to recklessly test their limits. As for the Zhang family, its current standing was still reliant on the strength of Zhang Jiwei's grandfather. Yet, that solitary pillar was far from sufficient. Zhang Jiwei was seen as the family's hope to open the doors to the Zhenyuan Army. Just as the three were engrossed in their conversation, a knock at the door interrupted them. Come in, Zhang Jiwei called out. A floor manager entered with a broad smile, first apologizing to everyone present before turning to Zhang Jiwei. Young Master Zhang, the Deputy Minister of Commerce, Li Chengkai, and the Deputy Minister of Enforcement, Zhao Jinhe, are dining here. They noticed you were present and would like to come over to offer a toast. Zhang Jiwei's brow furrowed slightly. Lu Chunfeng muttered in annoyance, how troublesome. It was clear that Zhao Jinhe, being his father's subordinate, was here because of him. As for the Deputy Minister of Commerce, his intentions were even more transparent, currying favor with Zhang Jiwei. After all, everyone knew that this sole heir of the Zhang family had been doted on since childhood. If he wanted the stars, he'd get the stars. If he wanted the moon, he'd get the moon. If he ever decided to sell the Zhang Corporation, even his parents wouldn't object. Both men turned to look at Li Mu. Li Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Doesn't bother me. They're here to cling to you too, not me. I'm just a bystander. As he spoke, he leaned back in his chair, adopting a carefree posture. After a moment of thought, Zhang Jiwei nodded. Let them in. After all, both men were elders, and he wasn't an arrogant person. Moments later, 2 middle-aged men entered, accompanied by a few subordinates in administrative uniforms. Li Chengkai, with his square face and dignified demeanor, held a wine glass and greeted them warmly. Ah, so it truly is young Master Zhang gracing us with his presence. Zhao Jinhe, on the other hand, immediately focused on Lu Chunfeng. Young Master Lu, what happened to your hand? Who dared to hurt you? Lu Qinfeng's expression darkened. Shut up. This was from a legitimate sparring match. Though Zhao Jinhe's face flushed with embarrassment, he maintained his smile and didn't take offense. Zhang Jiwei stood up politely. I wasn't aware the 2 ministers were hurrying apologies. Which private room are you in? Allow me to host you today. You're too generous, young Master Zhang. We just came to share a drink with you, Li Chengkai replied with a laugh. However, before he could finish, his gaze landed on Li Mu, who was seated by the wall. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Li Lang Wei, my deepest apologies, I didn't see you earlier." His sudden shift to such respectful deference left both Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng stunned. Even Li Mu looked puzzled. "You know me?" Li Shenkai's smile grew even wider. "Of course I do. I saw you at Vice Commander Wang's banquet." Li Mu suddenly recalled the celebration banquet at Wanglong City when he broke through the Xin level. Indeed, many department leaders were present that night, but he hadn't paid much attention to them back then. Zhao Jinhe immediately chimed in, Yes, I was there too. Come to think of it, we were just talking about you at the table earlier. To become a junior wolf guard at such a young age, your future is limitless." The two leaders, upon entering, had their eyes fixed on the individuals most advantageous to their interests, completely overlooking Li Mu. However, their accompanying subordinates had already noticed him. At first, they hadn't paid him much mind after all, they hadn't even qualified to attend the Wanglong City banquet. But upon hearing titles like Deputy Commander Wang and Junior Wolf Guard, cold sweat began to drip from their foreheads. They silently thanked their luck for not having shown any hint of disrespect toward him earlier. "Ah, I see. A pleasure to meet you," Li Mu replied politely, rising from his seat with a touch of reluctance. Li Chenkai chuckled. What a fortunate coincidence to see three such outstanding individuals gathered in one private room today. Though his face was all smiles, both he and Zhao Jinhe were inwardly shaken. Memories of the special attention Li Mu received at the Wanglong City banquet flashed before their eyes. And now, here he was, a junior wolf guard at just 18 years old, a rising star in the military, a scion of a wealthy family, and a police commissioner's son, all three of them top performers in the Abyss First Battle, with unparalleled strength. This small but formidable circle of talent had the potential to shape the future in unimaginable ways. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng quickly grasped the situation as well. A thought crossed Lu Chenfeng's mind, and he smirked before saying to Zhao Jinhe, "Hey, didn't you just ask me who injured me? Well, it was him." He pointed directly at Li Mu, even lifting his bandaged arm for emphasis. Zhao Jinhe's vision darkened momentarily. So, the one who injured Lu Chunfeng was Li Mu. He had just cursed under his breath, calling the culprit a bastard. A chill ran down his spine, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The others were equally stunned. After all, Lu Chunfeng was renowned for his strength defensive abilities. Li Mu noticed Lu Chenfeng's playful mischief and waved it off with a good-natured smile, signaling that he didn't mind. Zhao Jinhe let out a sigh of relief, grateful for Li Mu's magnanimity, and was just about to raise his glass in a toast. But before he could, Li Mu's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his cousin, Chun Jiachi. His brows furrowed slightly as he excused himself and answered the call. Even without putting it on speaker, her panicked cries were loud enough for everyone to hear. "Cousin, something terrible has happened." "What is it? Speak." Li Mu quickly moved to a corner, his voice low but urgent. "The business inspectors shut down Dad's store. They even arrested Mom, Dad, and Aunt." Chun Jiachi's frantic sobbing carried through the line, sending a chill through the room. Both Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhe stiffened, and the wine glass in Li Shenkai's hand slipped, clattering onto the table. "What did you say?" Li Mu's voice turned icy in an instant. Chun Jiachi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "My brother and I just got home, and the store's been sealed off. The neighbor said 2 cars from the Commerce Department came by, accusing Dad of buying stolen materials from Zhang Corporation. They said it was trafficking stolen goods and took them all away." As she spoke, Li Mu's gaze locked onto Li Chengkai with a chilling intensity. The latter felt as though he were being hunted by a predator, his seat suddenly unbearably uncomfortable. "Do you know where they were taken?" Li Mu's voice remained cold and steady. "I don't know," Chun Jiachi cried. "Stay at the fruit shop. I'm on my way." Li Mu ended the call, and the atmosphere in the room grew suffocating. Zhang Jiwei was the first to break the silence. "There's no way this is about us. Our reputation for security is paramount. Even if something were stolen, we'd handle it discreetly." Li Mu knew instantly that this was the handiwork of the Li family, using the Commerce Department as a pawn. But finding his family's whereabouts was the top priority, and Li Chengkai, standing right in front of him, was the key to uncovering the truth. Even if he hadn't orchestrated this, the Commerce Department still fell under his jurisdiction. "Minister Li." Li Mu's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone laced with menace. "If you have an issue with me, just say so. Why involve my family? Tell me where I've wronged you, and I'll apologize to your satisfaction." The alcohol surged through Li Mu's system, and with it, his internal energy began to stir. In an instant, an invisible wave of pressure radiated outward from him, covering a 5-meter radius. This oppressive force didn't just weigh on the minds of the leaders present, it directly affected their physical state. Even a beast would falter under such pressure, its courage shaken and speed diminished. These pampered officials stood no chance. Everyone in the room felt a sudden, suffocating heaviness. Cold sweat seeped from their pores uncontrollably. They assumed it was merely the killing intent emanating from Li Mu, unaware that the oppressive force was the manifestation of his drunken domain. Officer Li. Li Chengsai's voice trembled. I had absolutely nothing to do with the arrests. But rest assured, I will handle this matter seriously and give you a satisfactory answer. His hands shook as he fumbled for his phone, hastily dialing a number. I only want to know where they are right now, Li Mu said coldly. The priority is to find them before any harm comes to them. I understand, Li Chengkai stammered, nodding repeatedly as he waited for the call to connect. Once it did, he immediately roared at the person on the other end to check the enforcement records. However, the overweight officer's illegal actions had left no trace in the records. After a long pause, Li Chengkai could only respond with a face full of cold sweat. Officer Li, there are no enforcement records. But don't worry. There are only 7 branches in the Eastern District. I'll check them one by one right away. Before he could finish, there was a loud bang. Li Mu kicked over a table blocking his path and stormed out of the restaurant, his killing intent palpable. As he left, he pulled out his phone to call Deputy Zhang. As an officer of the Zhenyuan Army, the arrest of his mother granted him the authority to mobilize the military police in the family district. Informing Deputy Zhang was merely a procedural formality. Zhang Jiwei and the others quickly followed, but by the time they reached the street, Li Mu was already mounting his warhorse. With a thunderous shout, the horse leapt effortlessly over 4 or 5 parked cars, landing on the road and galloping away with incredible speed. How am I supposed to explain this to Officer Li? Li Chengkai panicked, slapping his thigh in frustration. Zhang Jiwei snapped sharply. The Enforcement Bureau is your jurisdiction. If something truly happens, do you think excuses will save you? Get your people to investigate immediately and fix this mess as quickly as possible. If you're too late, no one will be able to save you. With that, he and Lu Chunfeng quickly got into a car to pursue Li Mu. Though Zhang Jiwei also had a horse, riding one in the city was a privilege reserved for military officers, a status he did not hold. Li Chengkai was jolted to his senses by Zhang Jiwei's words. He realized that his only chance of survival was to do everything in his power to make this right. He called Zhao Jinhe to join him in the car while simultaneously contacting each branch of the Enforcement Bureau to conduct a thorough search. Zhao Jinhe, being closely tied to Li Chengkai, knew he couldn't escape involvement in this matter. Moreover, he wanted to make a good impression in front of Lu Chunfeng. Without hesitation, he mobilized all enforcement personnel from the division. Li Mu's choice to ride a horse instead of driving was a deliberate display of his identity as a Zhenyuan Army officer. His family members were military dependents, and detaining them in the Enforcement Bureau amounted to the illegal detention of military personnel. Li Chengkai understood the gravity of the situation. Someone would undoubtedly face severe consequences today. Whether he himself would be implicated depended entirely on how well he handled the matter, and whether he could satisfy Li Mu. Li Mu galloped back to the blacksmith shop on his warhorse, the sound of hooves echoing through the narrow two-lane street. He knew Deputy Zhang was working on pinpointing the exact location, but returning to the scene of the incident was the wisest choice for now. No matter where the target was, starting from here would allow him to reach it in the shortest time possible. The blacksmith shop's door was tightly shut, plastered with glaring seals. Just then, Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jieqi came rushing out of the neighboring fruit shop. Their eyes were red, clearly shaken by the sudden turn of events. Get on. Li Mu grabbed the 2 kids and hoisted them onto the horse. Yao Gu, his steed, was exceptionally robust, carrying all 3 of them with unwavering stability, showing no signs of strain. Seeing their cousin riding a military-grade warhorse put the 2 kids slightly at ease. It signified that their cousin had earned a solid position in the Zhenyuan Army. The phone rang. It was Deputy Zhang. The Tianxin Street Commerce Administration Office. The patrol team is already on their way. Zhang added a stern reminder, remember, don't act recklessly or cause unnecessary casualties. The priority is to root out the mastermind. Got it, Li Mu replied before hanging up. He gestured for the kids to hold on tight, then spurred the horse into a swift charge toward Tianxin Street. Only after they were gone did Aunt Lin from the fruit shop and a few curious shopkeepers step out to discuss. That Li Mu is something else, riding a military warhorse like that. He must have earned some serious merits in the army. I hope he gives those scumbags what they deserve. Meanwhile, inside the Tianxin Street Commerce Administration Office, Yang Suiying, Yang Yurong, and Chen Jinshe were handcuffed to a pipe in the office of the group leader, Lu, who was a burly man. The pipe was low to the ground, forcing the 3 of them to sit on the floor in humiliation. Outside the office, in the main hall, Lu and his subordinates were sorting through the loot they had seized from the blacksmith shop. Although business at the blacksmith shop had been modest, every transaction was worth thousands, if not tens of thousands. After all, they dealt in skilled craftsmanship. This time, just the cash from the counter amounted to nearly 20,000. Eager to please, one of the subordinates bundled 12,000 yuan and handed it to Lu. Group leader Lu, this is quite the haul. One of the lackeys fawned. Smirking with satisfaction, Lu stuffed the money into his pocket. Another, more timid subordinate voiced concern. Group leader Lu, isn't it against protocol to detain them like this? What are you afraid of? Lu sneered coldly. If the sky falls, they'll hold it up. The group leader of the Commerce Department detaining a few people is nothing. Now, go draft a confession statement. Before long, the confession statement was brought to the office. Lu knew that forcing them to confess to dealing in stolen goods was the only way to hand them over to law enforcement and wrap up this matter neatly. Have you thought it through? Are you admitting to the charges? Lu waved the confession statement in front of them. Save your breath. We're not admitting to crimes we didn't commit. Let's see how you deal with this mess. Yang Suying retorted through gritted teeth. As a former member of the Li family by marriage, she could tell Lu was feeling guilty. His desperation to force a confession proved it. Liu's face twisted with rage as he slammed the statement down in front of Yang Yurong and Chen Jinshi. You two, do you want to end up like her? Or are you going to cooperate and get a lighter sentence? This is your chance. Spare me. Yang Yurong spat right onto the confession statement. I'll confess to your mother. Fine, fine, fine. Liu's anger turned into a sinister grin. He barked orders. This room's too dark. Bring me the big lamp. One of his subordinates immediately went to fetch a spotlight so powerful it could fry an egg. Just as the lamp was being brought in, Liu's phone rang. His expression brightened as he eagerly answered the call. The sudden ringing of the phone startled everyone. Lu Pengzi picked it up, only to be met with a deafening roar from the other end. You idiot! What kind of trouble have you caused now? Lu's supervisor's furious voice boomed through the receiver. Lu Pengzi was utterly confused. Huh, I haven't done anything wrong. In his mind, shutting down the shop was simply a lawful action authorized by his older brother. Figure it out. And don't you dare touch anything until I get there. Lu's supervisor barked before abruptly hanging up. He had just been questioned by his superiors and knew something was seriously amiss. Lu Pengzi frowned, his face flushing as the alcohol in his system hit harder. He let out a loud, obnoxious belch and glared angrily at Yang Yurong and her group. You lot, quit wasting my time and sign the damn confession already. Get out of here. I've got more important things to deal with. Yang Yurong, having overheard the phone call, quickly pieced the situation together with her sharp mind. She smirked coldly and retorted, You idiotic pig. With a brain like yours, your downfall is entirely deserved. Before her words had fully settled, a series of agonizing screams echoed through the administration bureau building. The cries grew louder, reverberating off the walls like thunder. Before Lu Pengzi could even comprehend what was happening, a group of plainclothes security officers stormed into the room like a whirlwind. Down on the ground, one of them barked, his voice commanding and fierce. A swift, steel-like kick struck the back of Lu Pengzi's knees, sending him crashing to the floor before he could decide whether to kneel or squat. A vice-like hand clamped around his neck, pinning him forcefully to the ground. Meanwhile, the other officers quickly unlocked the handcuffs restraining Yang Suying and her companions, carefully helping them to their feet and escorting them downstairs. Along the way, the previously arrogant and domineering administrative enforcers were now curled up on the floor, clutching their stomachs and groaning in pain. This elite plainclothes security team was the first to arrive on the scene. Stationed in a military family zone, they were specifically tasked with safeguarding local officers and their families. Their undercover operations allowed them to infiltrate swiftly and strike without alerting their targets. Lu Pengzi, stunned by the sudden turn of events, finally realized what was happening as he was pinned to the ground. How dare you? Who do you think you are, attacking a government official? Do you even know who I am? Huh. His indignant rant was cut short as one of the officers yanked him up by his hair, dragging him out of the room. The more he struggled, the sharper the pain in his scalp became. To the security team, whether Yang Suying and the others were involved in buying or selling contraband was irrelevant. That was a matter for the authorities to investigate. Their sole mission here was clear: neutralize the perpetrators and rescue the military family members. Lu Pengzi's arrogant shouting came to an abrupt halt. As he was dragged out of the building, the scene before him left him completely dumbfounded. His gang of followers, who had charged in so confidently, were now beaten black and blue, dragged out like discarded sacks of grain. Outside the building, Yang Suying stood, still trying to process what was happening, when she saw Limu galloping toward them on horseback. Dad! Mom! With a shout, Chun Jiuqi and Chen Jiafeng leapt off the horse and threw themselves into their parents' arms. Limu quickly dismounted and approached Yang Suying with concern etched on his face. Mom, are you okay? He asked. Yang Suying shook her head to indicate she was fine, but Limu's sharp eyes had already noticed the purplish bruises circling her and her sister's wrists, clear marks from being tightly bound. A surge of anger ignited in his chest. By now, a dozen plainclothes officers had escorted all the injured thugs and unresisting office staff outside, forcing them to squat against the wall. The office workers, seeing the sorry state of Lu Pengzi and his men, no longer dared to resist. In fact, they were so terrified that they assumed they had encountered a gang of audacious robbers. Lu Pengzi, however, continued to shout defiantly, "Who the hell are you people? This is the Department of Commerce, a government office. Attacking public officials, do you have any idea what you're doing?" Just as Li Mu was about to step forward and confront him, a man in white came jogging over. It was none other than Lu's supervisor, who had visited the Li family earlier. Upon seeing him, Lu Pengzi immediately cried out for help. "Brother, save me, brother." Lu's supervisor was initially taken aback, but after spotting Li Mu, he quickly pieced everything together. He knew Li Mu had connections within the Zhenyuan Army, and these disciplined plainclothes officers were clearly military personnel. It seemed Li Mu's late father's ties with the military ran deeper than he had imagined. Putting on a smile, Lu's supervisor approached Li Mu and extended his hand. "Brother Li Mu, this is all just a misunderstanding. No need to blow things out of proportion," he said, his tone conciliatory as he subtly gestured for Li Mu to show him some leniency. But Lu Pengzi, oblivious to the situation, bellowed, "Brother, have you lost your mind? He nearly killed me. How can we just let this go?" "Shut up." Lu's supervisor barked sharply at his foolish brother, fully aware that they were in no position to retaliate today. Yet when he realized Li Mu had no intention of shaking his outstretched hand, his expression darkened. "And who do you think you are?" Li Mu asked coldly. The muscles in Lu's supervisor's face twitched, and he hissed through gritted teeth, "Li Mu, don't push your luck." His voice was barely audible, clearly wary of being overheard by the plainclothes officers. "Was it your order to have them arrested?" Li Mu pressed. Lu's supervisor suddenly understood why his superiors had called earlier to inquire about the situation here. But Li Mu's confrontational tone stoked his anger. "So what if it was? Let me tell you, today." Before he could finish, Li Mu's hand shot out, delivering a resounding slap that shattered Lu's supervisor's jaw. The man crumpled to the ground beside Lu Pengzi, his vision swimming between black and white as searing pain surged through him. Lu Pengzi, in a panic, grabbed and shook him, only worsening his agony. "Mu Tu." Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong cried out simultaneously, worried that Li Mu might not know his own strength. You dare hit me." Lu's supervisor struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth as he pointed at Li Mu, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and distant rumbling sounds grew louder. The onlookers, sensing something ominous, screamed and scattered in all directions. The streets suddenly erupted with a deafening roar of engines. To the left, more than a dozen military vehicles charged forward in a wedge formation. To the right, over 20 law enforcement cars blared their sirens, exuding an air of intimidation. And behind, a dozen warhorses galloped down the avenue, their iron hooves kicking up clouds of dust. In mere moments, the three forces had completely surrounded the scene, leaving no room to escape. Several military vehicles drove directly over the greenbelt, their wheels narrowly missing the toes of Lu Pengzi and his group. Seeing this display, Lu Pengzi's face lit up with delight. "We're saved," he exclaimed, casting a smug glance at Li Mu and the others, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. However, Manager Lu was dumbfounded. He knew perfectly well that he hadn't called for reinforcements, let alone mobilized the military. The personnel disembarking from the military vehicles and horses were all dressed in the combat uniforms of the military district garrison squad. Yang Suiying, Yang Yurong, and Chen Jinshi instinctively moved to shield Li Mu, assuming these forces had come to arrest him. To their surprise, a garrison squad captain strode forward quickly and performed a formal knightly salute to Li Mu. "Wolf Guardly, are the military dependents unharmed?" "No issues," Li Mu replied curtly. This brief exchange struck everyone present like a thunderclap, shattering their perceptions. Yang Suiying and the others were left dumbfounded, while Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiaqi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Manager Lu, on the other hand, felt as though the world had turned upside down. His brother had illegally detained a military dependent. Just then, the screech of two more vehicles braking pierced the air. Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, and a visibly sweating Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinha arrived in haste. Upon seeing the intimidating presence of the garrison squad, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Li Chengkai didn't waste a second. He marched straight to Li Mu and bowed deeply. "Wolf Guardly, please give me a chance. Let me handle this matter, and I guarantee your satisfaction." He knew all too well that the deployment of the garrison squad likely meant Wang Longqing was already aware of the situation. He had to act swiftly to resolve the issue before Li Mu took further action. "Fine. The opportunity is yours," Li Mu replied in a deep voice. He understood that Li Chengkai, as the head of the Commerce Department, was in a better position to uncover and deal with the culprits. Overjoyed, Li Chengkai immediately turned to his assistant and ordered, "Get Wu Zhiyou here. Contact the Sword Authority." His words struck like a death knell. Manager Lu instantly broke down. No. Minister Li, ill confessed to everything. He was trembling uncontrollably, while Lu Pongzi, only now realizing the severity of the situation, stood frozen in shock. Under Li Shenkai's relentless questioning, Manager Lu tearfully confessed, "It was the Li family bribing us. They gave Wu Zhio over 10 million yuan for pharmaceutical approvals and had us shut down their blacksmith shop as a favor. I'm willing to be a whistleblower, just please. Don't hand me over to the Sword Authority." As soon as the words Sword Hall were spoken, Manager Lu's face turned deathly pale, and his voice trembled with undisguised fear. To him, this name was nothing short of a death sentence. The Sword Hall, wielding the sword for the people, specialized in executing corrupt officials. In this high martial world, it not only carried the responsibility of overseeing government officials, but also operated like the Eastern Depot, targeting the Heavens Society and even acting without prior approval when necessary. Even corrupt officials, when faced with the Sword Hall, would rather die than fall into its hands. Li Mu silently contemplated the hierarchical structure of this institution. At the lowest level were team leaders, like the arrogant Lu Fati who flaunted his authority in front of commoners. Above them were section-level officials, such as Manager Lu. Next were department-level officials, like Lu Qinfeng's father and his deputy, Li Chengkai. Higher still were division-level officials, with Bai Taiwei being a prominent example. Above the division level was the hall level, though Li Mu had yet to encounter anyone from that rank. At the top was the court level, representing the central authority. As for the branches, their status was equivalent to the section level. Administrative units were called sections, while martial divisions were referred to as branches. However, even among the same level, enforcement department heads often disregarded deputy directors of the Trade and Industry Bureau. Hearing Manager Lu spill everything, Li Mu sneered coldly, having finally caught hold of the Li family's misdeeds. "Do you have evidence of their bribery?" Li Chengkai pressed further. Yes, there are transfer records." Manager Lu stammered. "I'm asking for the specifics of your bribery discussions." Li Chengkai snapped sharply. Cold sweat poured down Manager Liu's face. He had indeed attended that dinner, but who would dare record it? Besides, the leader spoke so indirectly that the word bribery was never explicitly mentioned. They merely settled the amount by discussing the price of a fish. Even if there was a recording, it would be useless. Glancing at Li Mu's icy expression and the aura of deadly authority he exuded, Manager Lu trembled. He knew all too well that Li Mu was the key figure today. If he couldn't satisfy this grim reaper, he wouldn't leave here alive. At this moment, Li Chengkai reminded him, "Think carefully. Who in the Li family ordered you to harm a military dependent?" Manager Lu suddenly came to his senses. Of course. Bribery was a minor offense compared to harming a military dependent, which was a capital crime. He and his brother were the executors, but they had to drag the Li family into this to save themselves. It was Li Daong and Li Ji from the Li family. He wailed tearfully. They were the ones who targeted the blacksmith shop. We didn't know they were military dependents, but Li Daong and Li Ji definitely knew. Li Mu's expression noticeably softened, clearly satisfied with this answer. He silently praised Li Shenkai's skill. Just one prompt had led Manager Lu to implicate Li Daong and Li Ji. Bribery alone wouldn't shake the foundation of the Li family, but premeditated harm against a military dependent was enough to sever their lifeline. Zhao Jinhua and Li Chengkai immediately vowed to investigate the matter thoroughly and give Li Mu a proper resolution. Even Manager Lu knelt on the ground, weeping and swearing to confess everything and ensure the Li family paid the price. Li Mu replied calmly, "I'll leave it to you two ministers then." With that, he turned and walked toward his mother, Yang Suying. At this moment, Yang Suying, Yang Yurong, Chun Jinshi, and the siblings Jiafeng and Juqi stood frozen in shock. They had just witnessed two deputy ministers bowing and scraping before Li Mu, the once arrogant Manager Lu groveling on his knees, and that puffed-up Lu Fati. In this trial, his status was the lowest of all. At this moment, the boy, still nursing at his mother's breast, had collapsed into a quivering heap, paralyzed with fear. Even his own elder brother, in a desperate bid to save his own life, had no choice but to turn against the Li family. His fate seemed sealed. There was no path left but death. Yang Yurong and Chen Jinshi exchanged a meaningful glance. When their blacksmith shop was raided, they had thought they were doomed. Who would have expected that, in the end, their adversaries would be the ones to suffer misfortune? Nearby, Chen Jiafeng and Chen Juqi were utterly stunned. Their spirits seemingly shattered. Their cousin was actually a junior officer in the Wolf Guards. "Mom, let's go home," Li Mu said softly as he gently massaged the bruises on Yang Suying's wrist. Yang Suying looked up at her son with tear-filled eyes, her gaze brimming with pride. Through the blur of her tears, she seemed to see the shadow of her late husband, Li Qianfeng, a young prodigy who had made a name for himself before the age of 20. With a single gesture from the captain of the security team, the guards quickly closed ranks, escorting Yang Suying and her group onto a military vehicle. Just before boarding, Li Mu turned to Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng and said, Our plans were disrupted earlier. Why don't you come by the house for a visit? Although the two hadn't been able to provide any tangible assistance, their appearance alone demonstrated their goodwill. If Li Mu hadn't resolved the matter with his Wolf Guard authority, they would have undoubtedly leveraged their connections to help. This gesture of friendship was something Li Mu would never forget. The two nodded in agreement, and Li Mu promptly climbed into the vehicle. The mounted security guards swiftly retreated to the military family compound, leaving the scene to the law enforcement team, who began detaining the relevant personnel from the Department of Commerce and Industry. Li Chengtai and Zhao Jianhua hurried over to Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng. With a polite smile, Zhao Jianhua cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Young Master Zhang, young Master Lu, we humbly ask for your kind words on our behalf." They understood well that while resolving the matter was important, establishing a good relationship with Li Mu was the ultimate goal. Zhang Jiwei responded with a faint smile and boarded the car without a word. Lu Chunfeng, on the other hand, shot Zhao Jianhua a meaningful glance, signaling for him to act swiftly and show sincerity. After all, Li Mu was undoubtedly paying close attention to the law enforcement department's actions. As Zhang and Lu's car drove away, Zhao Jianhua took a deep breath and immediately adopted the stern demeanor of a deputy minister. With a commanding wave of his hand, he barked, "Take them back in 4 vehicles. The rest of you, follow me to the Li family residence. Arrest them now." Inside the Li family's villa, a celebratory banquet was in full swing. Although the recent bribe for pharmaceutical approvals cost over 10 million, the news of the blacksmith shop being shut down and Yang Suing along with her 2 accomplices being arrested had brought a triumphant sense of satisfaction to the Li family. Madame Ma, the family matriarch, sat at the head of the table, her face glowing with joy as she raised her glass. "Today is truly a double blessing. My heart feels so at ease. Come, everyone, drink up." Everyone raised their glasses in response. Li Xiaohong set her glass down, a glint of smugness flashing in her eyes. That Li Mu finally got what he deserved. A penniless nobody dared to go against Usho. Laughable. She clenched her teeth as she spoke, clearly still holding a grudge over the slap she had received. Li Xiaohao, leaning unsteadily on a chair, sneered dismissively. "Don't worry, sis. I'll make sure to settle that score for you." Seeing everyone's attention on him, his pride swelled further. "I've now broken into the 2nd rank and am the only class martial artist at Sacred Dragon Martial Academy. All the resources will be directed toward me. 20 days from now, at the city's elite competition, if I run into Li Mu..." He laughed coldly before downing his drink in one gulp. Li Ji frowned and interrupted, "Confidence is good, but you absolutely cannot afford to fail this time. The elite competition is your key opportunity. You need to focus on training during this period. Why are you so anxious?" His second aunt immediately interjected in defense of her son. "Class talents develop latest-stage potential. He's only been awakened for half a month, and besides, there's still the college entrance exams to consider." As the family raised their glasses to toast the prosperity and success of the Li family, a piercing wail of police sirens suddenly shattered the night. This was followed by the screech of brakes and the sound of car doors slamming shut in quick succession. Before anyone could react, the front gate crashed to the ground with a thunderous bang. Dozens of heavily armed enforcement officers poured in like a tidal wave, surrounding the dining table with weapons drawn. Li Daong and Li Ji were immediately pressed down onto the table, their faces smashed into the dishes. "What are you doing?" The Li family members were thrown into a state of panic. Li Xiaohong and the others tried to resist but were swiftly subdued. Li Xiaohao roared in fury, "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, a sharp slap sent him stumbling backward. Enraged, his aura surged as he charged at the enforcement captain, who stood smirking coldly. Mrs. Ma stood frozen in place, horrified by the scene unfolding before her. Li Xiaohao had already thrown a punch directly at the captain's chest. With a dull thud, the captain remained unmoved, his expression twisting into an even colder smirk. "Assaulting law enforcement. Arrest him too." Before the words had fully left his mouth, one of the enforcers darted forward and delivered a swift side kick, sending Li Xiaohao flying. He hit the ground hard, sprawled out like a toad, nearly retching bile. In that moment, he finally realized the truth: his self-proclaimed strength was utterly insignificant in the face of his opponent. Even worse, his punch had played right into their hands, baiting him into committing the serious crime of assaulting an officer. Just then, Zhao Jinhe strode in through the door, his gaze icy. "Li Daong and Li Ji, you are under arrest for conspiring to hire an assassin to murder a military family member." The 2 men were pinned to the ground, not even given a chance to defend themselves. Wait. Mrs. Ma's voice trembled. "We didn't do that. You can't just throw around false accusations." Zhao Jinhe let out a cold chuckle. "False accusations? Let me make it crystal clear for you: bribing the industrial and commercial department head to shut down the blacksmith shop, that was your doing, wasn't it?" Mrs. Ma's heart sank. It was clear that Director Lu had been caught. but she knew the bribe had been paid using Li Daong's account. As long as the others insisted they were unaware, the consequences wouldn't be too severe. Impossible. We would never do such a thing. Ha, the evidence is ironclad. It doesn't matter what you say, Zhao Jin has sneered. Mrs. Ma stomped her foot in desperation. Even if mistakes were made, the blacksmith shop is home to my daughter-in-law and our relatives. This is a family matter for the Li family. Are you hard of hearing in your old age? Zhao Jinhe said with a glance of contempt. I made it very clear you conspired to harm a military family member. And since when does calling it a family matter make it so? Does Li Mu acknowledge it? Does Yang Suiying acknowledge it? A military family member? Who's a military family member? Mrs. Ma's face turned ashen. The accusation of harming someone with military ties was a grave one. Once arrested under such charges, there was little hope of release. Zhao Jinhe noted her panicked expression with secret amusement. Clearly, the Li family was unaware of Li Mu's identity. But that didn't matter. Playing dumb, are we? Li Mu holds the rank of Junior Wolf Guard, probably the highest rank anyone in the Li family has ever achieved. He paused deliberately before adding with mock regret, Oh, my mistake. I forgot you already disowned him. What a brilliant decision that was. Arrest them all and search the premises. Zhao Jinhe barked the order sharply. Worried about false accusations? Rest assured, we'll dig into every corner of the Li family's affairs before we close this case. Zhao Jinhe's words struck like a heavy blow, completely shattering Mrs. Ma. Li Mu, a member of the Young Wolf Guard? This revelation was utterly devastating to her, as if the heavens had collapsed. In such a short time after leaving the Li family, Li Mu had already risen to the rank of Young Wolf Guard. What did this signify? If this were true, Li Daong and Li Ji were doomed. What made things worse was that Zhao Jinhe clearly intended to use the investigation into the attempted harm of military dependents as a pretext to thoroughly probe the Li family. Mrs. Ma knew all too well that no family could withstand such scrutiny. 80% of the Li family's businesses had legal issues. Once the investigation began, all operations would grind to a halt, and half of the family members would end up in prison. Even though she and some of the womenfolk might be considered innocent, the core family businesses were not in their hands. If the key players running those businesses were all arrested, the Li family would inevitably fall apart. It was clear that the other side was determined to drive the Li family into a dead end. Mrs. Ma's cries and protests were futile. She and the others were forcibly removed from the Li residence and taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Meanwhile, back at the Jinshe blacksmith shop, several military vehicles escorted Yang Suiying and her group home, leaving the neighbors stunned. Though they had suspected that Li Mu had some influence, they never imagined it would be this significant. Not long after, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng arrived. Yang Yurong and the others first thanked Aunt Lin for her help, then invited the two guests to stay for a while at the blacksmith shop. Upon learning that Lu Chenfeng's injuries were caused by Li Mu, Yang Suiying insisted on personally cooking a meal to show her gratitude. At the dinner table, the topic everyone was most curious about was how Li Mu had managed to attain the rank of Young Wolf Guard in such a short time. Unable to avoid the questions, Li Mu recounted his experiences over the past few months in detail, though he deliberately omitted the parts where he had lost consciousness to avoid worrying Yang Suiying. Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng listened with admiration, already viewing Li Mu as their hero. It wasn't until past 10 o'clock in the evening that the banquet finally came to an end. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng were driven home by their chauffeur, while Chen Jinshe and Yang Yurong were both visibly tipsy. Watching his slightly drunk mother retire to her room, Li Mu returned to his own, beginning to contemplate arrangements for his family to live in the military dependence district. Although his current rank qualified his mother and aunt as military dependents, securing housing in the district required him to hold a specific military position. The size and location of the house would also depend on the rank of the position he held. With this in mind, Li Mu retrieved the documents that Wang Longqing had given him the previous day from his storage space and began to study them carefully. These turned out to be confidential investigative records of rare mutation cases following talent exchanges over the past decade, totaling only a dozen or so files. The records detailed cases such as an A-level talent gaining unique abilities after swapping with an A-level talent and instances where a D-level talent mutated and upgraded to C-level after exchanging with an S-level talent. While these were lifestyle-related talents, the changes were nonetheless remarkable. After combing through all the documents, Li Mu noticed that these mutation cases merely added some peculiar characteristics to the talents without significantly boosting their overall power. Puzzled for a while, he suddenly grasped Wang Longqing's intentions. Given Wang Longqing's resources, uncovering only these few cases over 10 years indicated how rare such occurrences were. With millions of talent exchanges taking place annually, the fact that only a handful of these mutations had been documented, and none with substantial power increases, was telling. Li Mu's claim that his immobilization and transformation abilities were the result of talent mutations might fool a people, but it certainly wouldn't convince someone like Wang Longqing. In other words, Wang Longqing didn't believe his explanation at all, yet he was still willing to protect him. Moreover, Wang Longqing was subtly warning him. To conceal the abnormality of his abilities, verbal explanations alone wouldn't suffice. There needed to be written records that could withstand scrutiny, allowing him to transition naturally into the role of a prodigy. Otherwise, if he ever demonstrated extraordinary power inconsistent with his flevel talent in front of certain influential figures, a flimsy excuse about talent mutations could lead not to cultivation as a promising talent, but to becoming a test subject. Realizing this, cold sweat ran down Li Mu's back. Thankfully, the first person to suspect him was Wang Longqing. Li Mu lay on his bed, pondering ways to prove his innocence. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps retesting his innate talent could provide a breakthrough. Coincidentally, he needed to purchase herb seeds tomorrow, so he could take care of it on the same trip. With a plan in mind, he organized his materials, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. The next morning, Li Mu spent nearly all his remaining money, amounting to tens of thousands, on a large batch of herb seeds. Afterward, he headed straight to the talent testing facility near the Abyss. Unlike the national talent test held every 6 months, which consumed massive amounts of energy, retests for awakened individuals were less complex, though still costly. The testing facility was nearly deserted. Upon seeing Li Mu's identification, the staff enthusiastically guided him to a spacious, well-lit observation room. The room was surrounded on 3 sides by glass walls, with a massive energy stone standing in the center. Beyond the glass, a workbench connected to computers was visible. Place your palm on the energy stone and channel your chi into it, one of the staff members instructed plainly. Li Mu followed the instructions, steadily channeling his chi into the stone. Outside the glass, 2 staff members began chatting idly. Becoming a wolf guard at 18, that's impressive, one remarked, nodding toward the screen. Too bad he's got inflevel talent. Don't you know? The other countered, pulling up detailed records. He was originally rated as inflevel talent, but someone swapped it for inflevel. Really? That can happen? Maybe stop watching so many Abyss live streams and pay more attention to real news. The Abyss is a threat to all of us, and you're missing major stories like this. As they talked, the energy stone in the observation room suddenly emitted a loud hum, glowing with a brilliance that left the two speechless. It wasn't the purple hue of inflevel talent instead. A deep cyan beam shot skyward. A mechanical voice echoed through the observation room. Talent. Overpower strike. Level. D. The result left everyone present utterly stunned. The moment Li Mu heard the broadcast, he froze in place. He had only intended to test his talent to see if he could find a breakthrough, but to his surprise, his talent had actually leveled up. He quickly entered his mental sea to investigate, discovering that his talent had indeed changed. What was once inflevel ability called Heavy Strike, a rather useless talent that only added 2 of his true energy strength as bonus damage, had now been upgraded to a level ability name, Super Heavy Strike. It came with 2 new features. Attacks now carried an additional 5 true energy strength as damage, and weapon attacks inflicted an extra 5 armor penetration. While this upgrade might not mean much to an ordinary student, for someone like Li Mu, who had mastered multiple attack-enhancing techniques such as Divine Weapon Technique, Mountain-Bearing Technique, Iron Cutting Style, and Flowing Shadow Step, these enhancements were a significant boost to his combat power. As Li Mu pondered why his talent had suddenly jumped from level to level, the system provided an explanation. Every time the Heavenly Immortal Manual advanced by 1 grade, the associated talent would increase by 2 levels. The manual itself was divided into 5 tiers: ungraded, inferior, lower, middle, and superior. This revelation left Li Mu stunned. Doing the math, ungraded corresponded to level, inferior to level, lower to level, middle to level, and superior to SS level. Considering that even the inferior grade Heavenly Immortal Manual could convert any 3 internal cultivation techniques into nourishment, this kind of talent upgrade now seemed logical. Meanwhile, the 2 staff members operating the talent testing system were equally astonished. The system had automatically updated Li Mu's profile to reflect level talent, growth type. Although growth type talents had been recorded in history, the specifics were largely undocumented. Following protocol, they immediately reported the findings. Li Mu wasted no time and contacted Wang Longqing to explain the situation briefly. On the other end of the line, Wang Longqing's voice suddenly rose. What? After Li Mu repeated himself, Wang burst into hearty laughter. Both of them understood how significant this change was for Li Mu. Leave the rest to me. You just focus on what you need to do, Wang Longqing advised. Uncle Wang, there's one more thing. Li Mu hesitated before continuing. I'd like to take on a military position. Do you have any suggestions? Oh. Wang Longqing paused, then quickly caught on. You're trying to arrange for your mother to live in the military family district, aren't you? Actually, I just want to contribute to the military. Don't give me that nonsense. Fine. They'll assign you a position that requires you to be stationed long-term. Will you take it? No. Li Mu replied decisively. After thinking for a moment, Wang Longqing suggested, all right, how about this? Join the martial arts research department as a consultant. It's a relaxed role but carries weight. Plus, if you have any insights into martial techniques, it'll be easier to make contributions there. After hanging up, Li Mu headed straight to the martial arts research department. At that moment, Minister Song, Professor Su, and others were in a meeting. Unlike typical workplace meetings, they were discussing substantive issues. Surrounded by a haze of smoke, Minister Song took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, "The reform of paper-based techniques for blade arts, there's no need to emphasize its importance." In the conference room of the Military Law Division, a stern order shattered the silence. All major military regions must achieve at least a 5 improvement in blade techniques. The announcement was met with a wave of hushed gasps. The attendees exchanged uneasy glances, their brows furrowed. To them, this demand was like a heavy blow. Progress on paper-based reforms of blade techniques had been stagnant for 5 years, and a 5 improvement seemed utterly impossible. If it were the staff techniques, that'd be much easier to handle, one participant murmured. This year, we've made significant breakthroughs in reforming the Lu Yun 3 tremors technique. Minister Song let out a deep sigh and explained gravely, "The latest mortality statistics from the National Martial Arts Institute show that the death rate among blade practitioners has been on the rise for 6 consecutive months. The leadership at the institute is furious, and all divisions of the Military Law Bureau are under immense pressure." As part of the Martial Arts Research Division under the National Martial Arts Institute, they were acutely aware of the weight of this pressure. The institute, as the highest authority in the field of martial arts in Huaxia, held a unique position of both academic and military significance, bearing an undeniable responsibility for the life and death of martial artists. Martial arts techniques were passed down primarily through 2 methods. The first was through martial arts stones, where practitioners condensed their lifelong insights into a stone, allowing others to fully comprehend the essence within. The second was through paper-based manuals, where techniques were compiled into written form. However, the essence of martial arts was often difficult to articulate, let alone convey completely. While martial arts stones were highly effective, their production was extremely limited. The more advanced a technique, the rarer the stones became. Even the most basic techniques cost tens of thousands of yuan. Take the Lu Yun 3 tremors technique, for instance. Its adoption rate among staff-wielding practitioners was less than 40. This wasn't because martial artists couldn't afford it, but because the supply of martial arts stones couldn't meet demand. This is why promoting paper-based techniques was so critical. If a paper-based version of a technique could be fully understood, it would essentially grant all practitioners of the same discipline free access to it. After all, compared to martial arts stones, the cost of printing was negligible. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. Even with continuous improvements, the best paper-based techniques currently only achieve 30 of the effectiveness of martial arts stones, and only for highly gifted practitioners. For those with average comprehension, grasping even 10 of the content was considered a success. The room fell silent once more, until a knock at the door broke the stillness. The attendees frowned. Interruptions were rare in meetings of this importance. "Come in," Minister Song said. Assistant Lu entered, speaking in a hushed tone. "Minister, Li Mu has arrived." The previously displeased expressions of the attendees softened immediately. A rare smile spread across Minister Song's face. "Bring him in at once." Assistant Lu immediately turned and ushered Li Mu inside. Although Li Mu's initial intention was merely to report in and avoid interrupting the meeting, Assistant Lu was well aware of Minister Song and Professor Su's standing instructions. Any visit from Li Mu must be reported, regardless of timing. If not during a meeting, it didn't even require prior notice. Inside the conference room, about 30 key members of the techniques department were seated. Upon seeing Li Mu enter, everyone greeted him with warm smiles. Minister Song, in particular, stood up with a beaming expression and welcomed him enthusiastically. "Haha, what a coincidence. I was just thinking about you." He wasn't exaggerating. During the meeting, someone had mentioned that to improve the technique, Flowing Cloud Triple Shock, they might be able to produce a flawless optimization draft. In fact, the optimization work had already begun. Naturally, any mention of Flowing Cloud Triple Shock brought to mind the young prodigy who had elevated it to the Flowing Cloud 6 Shock level, Li Mu. "Well, I guess it's mutual then," Li Mu replied with a smile. "I'm here on a mission. I hope I'm not interrupting your meeting. This meeting was never closed to you. Have a seat." Professor Su chuckled warmly, patting the seat beside him. Assistant Lu, standing nearby, marveled silently. Li Mu truly had a way with people. He had never seen Professor Su show such favor to anyone else. After a brief exchange of modest refusals, Li Mu took his seat. Minister Song got straight to the point, asking about the purpose of his visit. Li Mu explained, "Deputy Commander Wang sent me to the techniques department to serve as a consultant. I wanted to check if there's a need for more hands." "Need? Of course we need you. Even if we didn't need anyone else, we'd still need you." Minister Song clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Professor Su, too, was overjoyed. After multiple unsuccessful invitations to Li Mu, none of them had expected Wang Longsheng to finally persuade him. The department heads present all expressed their enthusiastic welcome. Minister Song gave Li Mu a firm pat on the shoulder. We'll discuss your onboarding later. Let's finish the meeting first. He then proceeded to give Li Mu a detailed explanation of the optimization task and the interrelations between the military districts. He described how the Beishan border was home to three key cities: Iron Hand City, Abyss City, and Bloodpool City. The Northern Border Military Law Division, headquartered in Bloodpool City, oversaw the techniques departments and related organizations across all three cities and their 10 military districts. Ranked at the bottom of these districts, the Mingzhu Military District was under significant pressure from its commander, who hoped to use this opportunity to earn recognition from the Northern Border Military Law Division and elevate the district standing. After listening attentively, Li Mu observed the expressions of those present and cautiously posed a question. Minister Song, esteemed leaders, as a newcomer to the techniques department, am unfamiliar with its operations and classified data. May I ask a question from an outsider's perspective? Go ahead, no need to hold back. Professor Su encouraged him, clearly supportive. How challenging is this 5 optimization target for our department? As a former student, Li Mu admittedly had limited knowledge of the difficulty level associated with optimizing paper-based techniques. Extremely challenging. Minister Song's expression grew serious. Professor Su elaborated, explaining that paper-based techniques differed from mental cultivation insights. They required innovation while preserving the overall integrity of the technique. Even the slightest misstep could render the technique non-functional. Achieving no regression was already considered a success, let alone making improvements. Li Mu nodded in understanding. Since I'm now part of the techniques department, could I request a blade technique stone and its corresponding paper-based version? Minister Song had anticipated this and promptly took out the requested items, placing them on the table. Why wait until the meeting is over? We have plenty of time to assist you right now. Their high regard for Li Mu stemmed from the results of thorough evaluations conducted later on. Li Mu had only encountered the flowing cloud triple shock technique for the first time on the day before military training, yet by the next day, he had already mastered the more advanced flowing cloud quintuple shock, breaking the instructor's leg in the process. The scene left everyone present utterly astonished. In the world of geniuses, time is never the key, someone remarked in awe. What matters is an extraordinary understanding of the technique. For someone like Li Mu, the difference between a second and a month of comprehension time is essentially negligible. The world of geniuses is something we ordinary people truly can't comprehend. Others chimed in. But that's Fanu can support you while you practice. Their resolve was unwavering, as if they wouldn't let Li Mu leave until he had fully mastered the technique. Li Mu shook his head helplessly and reached for the technique stone and manual on the table. The manual was unusually thin, no more than tens of thousands of words in length, accompanied by detailed diagrams of chi flow and the body's meridian system. The scene made Li Mu smile faintly. It had a distinct air of the martial arts manuals often described in wuxia novels. This is the basic grade falling leaf blade technique, Professor Su explained in detail. It emphasizes high-frequency attacks and prioritizes offense over defense, making it a foundational technique widely used among blade practitioners. Currently, even the highest attainment rate for this technique is only around 25, but among written manuals, it is considered one of the better ones. Typically, martial artists learning from books can only unleash a fraction of the power recorded in the technique stone, around 10% or so. Li Mu first focused intently on reading through the manual. Then, he crushed the technique stone to begin his comprehension. With the aid of the inferior grade, heavenly immortal art that granted him a century's worth of insights, he quickly grasped the essence of the falling leaf blade technique. In his hands, this basic grade technique was transformed into an advanced grade one. Even if described in words, though some of its essence would inevitably be lost, it would still retain a quality comparable to a downgraded advanced grade technique. After about 10 minutes, Li Mu opened his eyes and once again flipped through the falling leaf blade technique. Everyone around him held their breath, afraid to disrupt his thoughts. Li Mu studied the manual carefully for a while, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Finally, he looked up at Minister Song and hesitated before asking, when optimizing the falling leaf blade technique, does it have to be improved based on the current version? Minister Song and the others were momentarily stunned. What do you mean by that? Li Mu flipped through a couple of pages with a resigned expression and asked bluntly, what I mean is, can we just scrap this entirely and rewrite it from scratch? Li Mu's words brought a deathly silence to the room. Everyone held their breath, too afraid to make a sound. After a long pause, Minister Song cautiously broke the silence and asked, do you have a different perspective on the falling leaf blade technique? I wouldn't claim to have profound insights, Li Mu replied humbly. But I do feel that the written version of the technique differs somewhat from my understanding. I would like to request permission to rewrite the falling leaf blade technique. His statement immediately caused a stir among those present. Minister Song, in particular, was visibly delighted. Of course. Absolutely, he exclaimed. The others exchanged curious glances, their eyes gleaming with interest. A prodigy who dared to propose a new interpretation of a technique shortly after mastering it. Such a bold and unconventional approach was indeed extraordinary. After the meeting, Li Mu officially joined the techniques department and was directly appointed as a senior consultant for major techniques research, an even higher position than some supervisors. His monthly salary was set at 100,000 yuan, supplemented by allowances for 2 medals, 50,000 for a second-class merit, and 20,000 for a third-class merit, totaling 170,000 yuan per month. Considering his rank as a junior wolf guard and his growing influence within the techniques department, this level of compensation was unquestionably well-deserved. Once the onboarding formalities were completed, Li Mu returned to the blacksmith's workshop to immerse himself in the study of the falling leaf blade technique. Over the next 3 days, he not only delved deeply into the technique, but also took the time to adapt to his third-year strength. Through the use of the divine weapon technique, he increased his maximum weight limit to 1,455 g. Combined with the weight of the thornflower staff, he could now wield weapons weighing up to 1,505 g. With the remaining 2,700 battle points, Li Mu carefully allocated his resources. 700 points were used to unlock alchemy, acquiring the recipes for the superior body-fortifying pill and the inferior ocean-filling pill. 200 points were spent on purchasing the copperhead iron arms ability. 800 points were used to enhance 3 skill tree nodes, and the final 1,000 points were fully invested in upgrading the whispered listening technique, boosting his training efficiency to 46 of the normal rate. On the morning of the third day, Li Mu opened the courtyard gate to a familiar scene. Chen Jinshi was busy forging iron, while Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong prepared breakfast. Meanwhile, Qin Juqi and Chen Jiafeng were sparring in the courtyard with crude blade blanks. The sibling duo, who idolized Li Mu, had recently switched from practicing spear techniques to blade techniques. In fact, they had been training tirelessly for an entire day and night. Watching their sparring, Li Mu nodded approvingly. Though their talents were rated as grade and grade respectively, their comprehension abilities were impressive. He called a halt to their practice and pulled Chen Jiafeng aside to whisper a few words in his ear. When they resumed sparring, Chen Jiafeng's performance improved noticeably, putting Chen Juqi on the defensive. Pouting in frustration, Chen Juqi complained, "Cousin, you're playing favorites." Li Mu chuckled. He had merely been testing the effectiveness of combining verbal guidance with written techniques. Evidently, the method work had significantly helped martial artists better grasp the essence of the techniques. Li Mu quickly showed Chen Juqi a few moves. Seeing this, Yang Suiying chuckled and interrupted. "All right, that's enough. Stop playing around and come eat." "Got it." Li Mu replied cheerfully and sat down with Chen Juqi. At the dining table, Li Mu turned to Chen Jinshi and said, "Uncle, you should close the shop later and come with us to check out the housing in the military family district." This was something he had already planned yesterday, to take his mother and aunt to see the place. Chen Jinshi scratched his head awkwardly at the suggestion. "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about this. It's fine if you and your mom move into the military family district, but if our whole family moves in, wouldn't that trouble you?" Though he longed to live in the military family district, it wasn't out of vanity. Having struggled at the bottom of society for years, he understood that moving there would completely change their social standing. The blacksmith shop would no longer be bullied. The kids wouldn't be looked down upon, and they wouldn't have to endure unfair treatment anymore. But he worried that Li Mu might have to take excessive risks to make it happen. Chen Juqi and Chen Jiafeng's eyes lit up with hope. To them, moving into the military family district meant no more bullying from classmates, and teachers would treat them fairly. That was what mattered most to them. Li Mu smiled and spoke with conviction. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm a soldier of the Zhenyuan Army, willing to give my life for the people of Huaxia. If my family can't even have the most basic safety and security, how can I focus on my duty?" His use of "my family" felt so natural that it warmed Chen Jinshi's heart. At that moment, refusing would only seem ungrateful, so Chen Jinshi nodded firmly. Yang Yurong and Yang Suiying exchanged knowing smiles, while Chen Juqi and Chen Jiafeng grinned foolishly as they continued eating with peace of mind. The family happily finished breakfast, tidied up, and got ready to leave. Chen Jiafeng and Chen Juqi had even taken the day off under the pretext of house hunting. At their high martial arts academy, where 40 of the curriculum was academic and 60 was martial arts focused, taking a day off wasn't too difficult as long as their abilities were decent. Just as the family locked up the shop and prepared to head out, a few figures approached quickly. It was the Li family. Leading the group was the haggard-looking old Madame Ma, followed by Li Mu's aunt, elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, Li Xiaohong, and Li Lan. A group of women, all of them relatives. 6 individuals briskly approached Li Mu, their footsteps harshly breaking the stillness of the early morning air. The sound grated on everyone's nerves, prompting Li Mu and his group to frown in unison. What an inauspicious encounter to start the day. "Xiaomu. Xiaomu." Madame Ma's raspy voice carried a note of desperation. The past few days of relentless running around had taken a toll on her. She looked exhausted and drained. The Li family was now in complete disarray. The relatively innocent female members had barely been released. while anyone connected to the family's business was under investigation. Convictions seemed inevitable. Particularly, Li Daong and Li Ji were under intense scrutiny for attempted harm to a military family member. With Supervisor Liu and others refusing to relent in their accusations, this charge was almost certain, and they faced at least 20 years in prison. Li Xiaohao, after resisting arrest, had been beaten to within an inch of his life and was now bedridden with severe injuries, his medical expenses already mounting into the hundreds of thousands. In these past few days, Madame Ma had spent money like water, trying to pull strings and grease palms, but she had yet to find a way to reach the real decision-makers. The Li family had hit rock bottom financially and socially. Every business under their name was at a standstill, and this once insignificant third-rate family was now completely paralyzed. The blow had left Madame Ma with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After much thought, she could only turn to Li Mu. She had to admit, everything now hinged on him. If Li Mu were willing to step in, not only could Li Daong and Li Ji be released, but the Li family might even have a chance at revival. Xiao Mu, I know you have some misunderstandings about the family. Li Wan, his eldest aunt, spoke tearfully, her face full of grievance. Madame Ma coughed weakly in support, her eyes filled with an obviously calculated performance fixed on Li Mu. Xiao Mu, I know you're a good child. Can Grandma apologize to you? For the sake of family, can you think of a way? Your uncle and cousin have never suffered like this before, and the family business has completely stopped. Right now, you're my last hope, my good grandson. Even if I never said it before, you've always been the pride of the Li family, my child. As she spoke, Madame Ma squeezed out 2 tears for effect. Li Mu watched her display coldly, his expression indifferent as he asked, "Oh, am the pride of the family? That's odd. Wasn't that pride transferred to Li Xiaohao? What happened? Has he fallen out of favor so quickly?" The remark caused Madame Ma's face to shift colors, alternating between pale and flushed. Her expression contorted as she struggled to maintain composure. Xiaomu, I know you're upset, but I only wanted what was best for the Li family. I admit I made some poor decisions, but my intentions— Li Mu cut her off sharply. Your intentions were very clear. You favored your precious grandson Li Xiaohao, gave him the best of everything, and pinned all your hopes on him, dreaming that he'd elevate the Li family to glory and wealth. Unfortunately, Li Xiaohao, just like you, is utterly useless. Your foolishness squandered the last bit of luck the Li family had. Have you ever considered, for even a moment, the sacrifices my father made? Or the bond of blood between us? With Nflevel talent, I've managed to achieve what I have now. If I had retained my Slevel talent, do you realize how much honor and glory you could have basked in? Li Mu's voice was as cold as ice, each word cutting deep. His blunt assessment left Madame Ma stunned, speechless. It hit Harif Li Mu, with only Nflevel talent, had already become a promising young wolfguard. What heights could he have reached if his Slevel talent had remained? Even if she didn't love him, she could have simply exploited him. With Li Mu's sense of familial loyalty, the Li family could have soared to unimaginable heights. How had it all come to this? Li Mu's second aunt, who couldn't tolerate hearing anyone criticize her son, lashed out. You! How dare you say such things? Do you even have a conscience? After everything you've done to ruin this family, you still refuse to make amends. Li Mu cast her a cold, disdainful glance. To be honest, just a moment ago, I was actually considering helping you all. For a fleeting second, I felt a shred of sentimentality. But your words? They disgusted me. They angered me. So now, I've decided I won't help you. Sorry, but I'm just that emotional. He turned back to Madame Ma. Madame Ma, remember this. It's not that I refuse to help. Everything fell apart because of your second daughter-in-law. Her unnecessary words annoyed me, and now I'm in a bad mood. So your entire family will continue to pay the price for her outburst. With that, Li Mu's expression turned frosty. Without sparing them another glance, he strode off decisively. Yang Suiying, his mother, didn't even look at Madame Ma. This wasn't cold-heartedness, it was clarity. That rainy night, Yang Suiying had felt her son's life slipping away. The Li family had shown no regard for their blood ties, even seeking their deaths. Why should she and her son stoop to kindness? Yang Yorong, who had initially wanted to join in and help Li Mu scold them, realized it wasn't necessary. Her nephew's sharp tongue was more than enough. Madame Ma stood frozen like a statue, as if struck by lightning. She could only watch as Li Mu and his group walked away, too afraid to stop them. The others glared at him with burning resentment, but didn't dare utter another word. Second Aunt's face turned pale in an instant. Li Mu's earlier remarks were clearly directed at her. She gritted her teeth quietly, feeling disappointed in her son for the first time. Despite having Nflevel talent, he still couldn't surpass Li Mu. If her son were stronger than Li Mu, she wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. The group split into 2 taxis and headed straight for the residential area of the Zhenyuan Army families. Located about 10 kilometers from the blacksmith shop, it was connected by an elevated road, making the drive less than 10 minutes. The military family compound was heavily guarded, with sentries stationed every 10 steps and lookout points every 5. Li Mu presented his credentials and passed the security check without issue. For Yang Yurong and her family, it was their first time entering the military family compound. Feeling the solemn atmosphere, Yang Yurong couldn't help but whisper to Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiachi, "Don't say anything unnecessary, and don't look around aimlessly." Li Mu noticed but simply smiled without saying a word. At that moment, near the entrance to the compound's garden, 2 women were waiting. The older woman was Zhong Hong, dressed in a professional property manager's uniform, exuding a capable demeanor. Beside her stood a young girl of about 18 or 19, Zhong Yanyan, also in a property management uniform, though clearly an intern. The girl had delicate features and a well-proportioned figure, but her expression betrayed impatience. "Andy, isn't this a bit much? Waiting like this feels so beneath us," Zhong Yanyan complained softly. "Quiet." Zhong Hong rebuked her immediately. "How many times have I told you? You can't speak carelessly here. I'm already bending the rules by bringing you along. Li Mu is a prodigy who became a junior wolf guard at just 18. I wanted you to meet him. There might be a chance for a match. Behave yourself." Zhong Yanyan pouted silently. Watching her niece, Zhong Hong sighed. Working in the military family compound's property management had exposed her to many influential figures, and it seemed to have raised Zhong Yanyan's standards. While she wasn't worried about her niece finding a match, when she learned they would be receiving Li Mu and saw the words "Junior Wolf Guard at 18" on his profile, Zhong Hong couldn't help but feel he was an exceptional young man. If she could introduce him to her niece, it could secure Zhong Yanyan's future. Li Mu and his group finally arrived. Zhong Hong stepped forward warmly. "Greetings, Junior Wolf Guard Li. I'm Zhong Hong, the property manager for the military family compound. He'll be handling your reception today." Li Mu responded politely and introduced his family. Zhong Hong quickly struck up an easy conversation with Yang Suiying and the others. Li Mu initially glanced at Zhong Yanyan but, seeing no introduction, paid her no further attention. This left Zhong Yanyan feeling displeased. She had harbored some admiration for this handsome and capable young man, but his indifferent glance irritated her. To her, men who appeared aloof and self-important were the most insufferable. She preferred warriors who fought valiantly on the battlefield rather than scholarly martial artists who focused on refining techniques. Adding to her frustration was her aunt's excessive enthusiasm, which only heightened her rebellious feelings. In her eyes, the title of Junior Wolf Guard was nothing special. After all, her aunt, as a property manager, interacted with middle wolf guards and senior wolf guards all the time. Zhong Hong led the group on a tour of the military family residential area with a professional demeanor. She warmly introduced the area, saying, "The security level here is the highest standard in all of Taizhou City." As they followed her through the neighborhood, stunning views unfolded. Over 60 green coverage, comprehensive medical facilities, training grounds, and leisure shopping areas. A branch of the Jade Spring River meandered through the community, adding a touch of vitality to the serene environment. Yang Yurong had already forgotten the advice she planned to give her son, fully immersed with her family in the breathtaking surroundings. Compared to ordinary luxury neighborhoods, the military family area stood out in quality. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, shaded by lush trees, exuding elegance and comfort at every turn. In the square, adults played with children while others strolled through the park with their pets. The buildings were all kept to 3 or 4 stories, housing only a few hundred residents, making the community neither crowded nor lacking in vibrancy. In front of a charming small building, Zhong Hong paused. "Li Langwei, I've prepared 4 different housing layouts for you, each with its unique features," she said, subtly signaling her niece, Zhong Yanyan, to open the door. However, Zhong Yanyan pretended not to notice and fiddled with her fingers. Left with no choice, Zhong Hong stepped forward herself, opened the door, and invited Li Mu's family inside. This is a duplex unit with a total area of 240 square meters. It has 6 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, with 2 living rooms on each level. The upper floor is cozy and intimate, while the lower floor is spacious and ideal for entertaining guests. The front yard is also available for your personal use, Zhong Hong explained in detail. After touring the house, Yang Suiying and the others were visibly impressed. The home's decor was both rustic and elegant, ready to move in without any additional effort. To top it off, it was completely free, provided Li Mu continued his service with the Zhenyuan Army. It was almost too good to believe. Despite their excitement, no one felt comfortable asking too many questions. Li Mu inquired about the neighbors upstairs, to which Zhong Hong replied that they were a deputy instructor from the Mingzhu military district with the rank of Zhong Langwei. She couldn't help but reflect that housing assignments were based more on military position than rank. While Li Mu held the rank of Xiao Langwei, his position was on par with the deputy instructor, marking him as an exceptional young talent. After viewing the other 3 units, the family unanimously agreed that the first one was the best. Chen Jiachi and Chen Jiafeng had already started planning their respective rooms, while Zhong Hong enthusiastically outlined the next steps, including paperwork, moving assistance, and purchasing necessities. When Zhong Hong suggested exchanging contact information, Li Mu readily agreed. However, when she proposed that Zhong Yinyan do the same, Zhong Yinyan curtly replied, "You can contact the property management if you need anything." Faced with her indifferent attitude, Li Mu simply smiled calmly and put his phone away. Zhong Hong's face turned pale in an instant. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her. She had meticulously arranged for her niece, Zhong Yinyan, to meet this promising young man, only for everything to turn into an embarrassing mess. As the property manager, she had to be polite and accommodating. Yet her niece, who had failed her college entrance exams and was only working to get by, had the audacity to act so arrogantly in this situation. Reflecting on how she had been so attentive in serving the guest earlier, only for her niece to ruin the atmosphere with just a few words, Zhong Hong felt a deep sense of regret. She silently berated herself for misjudging her niece's behavior, failing to see how immature she was. Now, her niece had completely embarrassed her. Ignoring Zhong Yinyan, Zhong Hong turned to Li Mu with an apologetic expression. "Mr. Li, I'm so sorry. This intern is really out of line. Please forgive us." As she spoke, she gave Li Mu a deep bow. Li Mu could tell that Zhong Hong and Zhong Yinyan were relatives and understood that Zhong Hong meant no harm. Waving his hand dismissively, he replied, "It's fine. Let's leave it at that. I'll get in touch with you later. We're heading out now." With that, he prepared to leave. Zhong Yinyan frowned as she watched her aunt apologize so profusely. She thought to herself, is this really necessary? A property manager in a prominent military family housing complex doesn't need to humble herself like this. Just as Zhong Hong repeatedly offered to escort Li Mu out, a group of people suddenly entered the room. Leading them was Bai Taiwei, accompanied by her secretary and 2 guards. The moment Zhong Hong saw Bai Taiwei, she froze in place, then quickly stood at attention and stammered nervously, "Director Bai, good afternoon. I was just showing Mr. Li around the property." Her voice was filled with unease. To people like her, although the officers from the Zhenyuan Army commanded great respect, it was figures like Bai Taiwei could shake the city with a single decision that carried an even more intimidating presence. In some cases, she felt Bai Taiwei's authority was more overwhelming than that of a deputy commander. Bai Taiwei gave a faint smile. "Thank you for your efforts." She then turned her attention to Li Mu, her expression softening into a warm smile. "Hello, Aunt Bai." Li Mu greeted her proactively. Bai Taiwei approached with a smile. "Aren't you going to introduce us?" Li Mu quickly began the introductions. "Aunt Bai, this is my mom, Yang Suying, my aunt Yang Yurong, my unclean law Chen Jinsher, and my cousins, Chen Jueqi and Chen Jiafeng." As he introduced them, Bai Taiwei extended her hand to shake Yang Suying's. Li Mu then turned to his family and said, "Mom, Aunt, this is Director Bai Taiwei, head of the Eastern District Enforcement Bureau and the wife of our military district's deputy commander." Yang Suying froze as she held Bai Taiwei's hand. Director of the Enforcement Bureau. Yang Yurong and his wife stood there, barely daring to breathe, as if frozen in place. Chen Jueqi and Chen Jiafeng were so shocked that their mouths hung open. Chen Jiafeng even instinctively checked his pants, relieved that he hadn't embarrassed himself. Bai Taiwei stepped forward and clasped Yang Suying's hand warmly, a gentle smile on her face. "I'm a year younger than you, and have been looking forward to meeting you. Now that you've moved into the military family area, let's make sure our families stay connected." Her tone was kind and approachable, and her hands remained firmly holding Yang Suying's, creating an instant sense of closeness. Yang Suying gradually relaxed, silently reminding herself not to embarrass her son. Bai Taiwei continued, "Li Mu has given you plenty to worry about. He often talks about how much you've done for him. I've been wanting to thank you in person for a long time." "Oh, let's not be so formal," Bai Taiwei said, gently patting Yang Suying's hand. "Spend some time with me, and you'll get to know what kind of person I am. We're family, after all." Her last sentence carried a deeper meaning. Though the others present didn't fully grasp the implications, they could sense her sincerity, and the atmosphere grew noticeably lighter. Zhong Yinyan stood there, wide-eyed, astonished that Li Mu was acquainted with someone as influential as Bai Taiwei. Zhong Hong, however, sighed inwardly. She had always known Li Mu was extraordinary, but she hadn't expected it to this extent. Bringing Zhong Yinyan here was clearly a mistake. Bai Taiwei turned to Li Mu. "Speaking of help, we haven't really done much for Li Mu. This young Langwei officer fought his way through life-and-death battles to earn his place. Even warriors of the same rank look up to his strength. Right now, his combat footage is the most sought-after material in military training programs. His future is limitless." Though her praise was well-intentioned, it caused Yang Suying and Yang Yurong's faces to pale. They shot Li Mu reproachful looks, distressed that they had no idea their son had been through such peril, as he had never mentioned it. Realizing her slip, Bai Taiwei looked slightly awkward. Zhong Yinyan, on the other hand, was intrigued, her eyes lighting up. So, Li Mu wasn't just someone who gained merit through modified technique, she had genuinely faced life-and-death situations. Strong, experienced, high-ranking, a homeowner, good-looking was practically the ideal type. The only downside was his aloof demeanor, but that was a minor flaw in the grand scheme of things. Suddenly, Bai Taiwai's phone rang. She apologized. Yang Jia, I'm sorry, but I need to take care of something and leave now. Please, don't worry about it. Yang Suiying replied quickly, fully aware that the division director's visit amidst her busy schedule was already a huge honor. Before leaving, Bai Taiwei reminded her, let me know when you're moving in. My husband and I will come over for a hot pot meal. Of course, absolutely. Yang Suiying nodded repeatedly. After Bai Taiwei left, Yang Suiying turned to glare at Li Mu. You little rascal. You didn't tell me anything, and now I have to hear it from someone else. That's even more nerve-wracking. Hee, sorry, Mom. My bad. I promise to tell you next time. Li Mu replied with a cheeky grin, trying to brush it off. Zhonghong, looking pale, hesitated before speaking. Lang Weili, as she wanted to plead but didn't know how to begin. Bringing her intern niece to this meeting was already a breach of protocol. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. Manager Zhong, they'll still need your help with the moving and settling in process. Please assist with the necessary formalities. His words made it clear that he wouldn't pursue the matter any further. Zhonghong felt a lump in her throat, deeply moved, and repeatedly assured him, of course, of course. She couldn't help but admire him. This was what a true noble character looked like. If it had been an average spoiled heir, she would have been utterly ruined for offending them. But Li Mu saw no need to dwell on it. Zhonghong was competent and professional, aside from having an overly forward relative. At that moment, Zhong Yinyan suddenly spoke up, Lang Weili, why don't we exchange contact information? The manager is usually quite busy, so if there's anything you need, feel free to contact me directly, Zhong Yinyan said confidently while pulling out her phone and opening the friend request screen on her chat app. Li Mu simply smiled faintly and shook his head. No thanks. He then turned to his mother, Yang Suiying, and asked, Mom, should we look around some more or head out? Let's just head out. We're moving in soon anyway, so we can take a proper look around then, Yang Suiying replied. All right then. Thank you, Manager Zhong. See you around, Li Mu said, and with that, his family began to leave. I'll walk you out, Zhonghong quickly offered, hurrying after them. But Yang Yurong, who was walking at the back, swiftly stepped in front of Zhonghong, smiling as she said, Manager, you should focus on your work. To be honest, having you accompany us might make us feel a bit uncomfortable. She had already seen through Zhong Yanyan's intentions someone who had previously dismissed their family and now couldn't wait to get Li Mu's contact information. It was shameless, to say the least. If Zhonghong followed them, Zhong Yanyan would undoubtedly tag along, and Yang Yurong had no interest in witnessing such a disgraceful scene. Hearing this, Zhonghong froze awkwardly and had no choice but to stop, watching as Li Mu's family walked away. She sighed internally. If only she hadn't brought Zhong Yanyan today, she could have left a good impression on Li Mu and perhaps gained some favor for their family. But now, that opportunity was gone. Noticing her aunt's disappointment, Zhong Yanyan put her phone away, her face full of anger. Li Mu actually humiliated me like that. I'm a woman, and I was the one who took the initiative to ask for his contact info. He has absolutely no gentlemanly manners. Hmph, who does he think he is? Zhonghong suddenly turned around, glaring at Zhong Yinyan with gritted teeth. Zhong Yinyan, I must have been blind all this time to have thought so highly of you. I never realized how utterly clueless you are. If it weren't for your father pleading with me, with your qualifications, you'd never have even set foot in the military family housing property management. Where do you get the nerve to act like this in front of a Shalongwai? I just don't get it. Zhong Yinyan retorted stubbornly, raising her chin. You're the manager of the military family housing property. Why are you so afraid of him? Even though Zonglongwai and Shenglangwai are polite to you, aren't they? With your connections, you don't need to bother with someone like him. Zhonghong was nearly driven mad with frustration. If not for her self-restraint, she might have slapped her niece right then and there. You're absolutely brainless, she exclaimed, struggling to find a more fitting word. The military family housing property management is just a position assigned to top-tier property professionals by the Housing Bureau. We're only working here to serve them. We have zero military connections. They treat me politely because they have good manners, not because they respect my status. In this place, I'm nothing more than a glorified service worker. Do you understand? Do you even realize what kind of position a Shalongwai holds? With one word, he could have me packing my bags and out of here. Zhong Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief, shocked at the stark contrast between her aunt's actual standing and what she had imagined. I've already been more than patient with you. Get out of my sight now and stop causing me trouble, Zhonghong declared firmly. You probably won't believe me, but today was your one and only chance. You will never have another opportunity to connect with someone as accomplished as a young Shalongwai in your entire life. With that, she shook her head and strode off, leaving Zhong Yinyan frozen in place, utterly stunned. After leaving the military family quarters, Li Mu headed straight to the abyss, intending to submit the revised falling leaf blade technique to the techniques department. Meanwhile, Yang Suiying and the others began packing their belongings in preparation for the big move the following day. At the techniques department, Li Mu handed over his reworked version of the falling leaf blade technique. Unlike the original 30,000-word manual, his version was condensed to just over 10,000 words. Yet, he remained unhurried. There was no need to push himself too hard. Minister Song and the others took the manuscript and began flipping through it. They were stunned. It was unmistakably the falling leaf blade technique, but it far exceeded their expectations. Despite the drastic reduction in length, the content was sharper and more precise, cutting straight to the core. Compared to Li Mu's streamlined version, the original, meticulously refined over decades by dozens of technique scholars, now seemed bloated and overly complicated. Professor Su, holding the manuscript in his trembling hands, was visibly moved, his aged eyes glistening. To him, the soldiers of the Abyss Suppression Army were like his own children, and this improved technique could bolster their strength by at least 50%. That meant more lives would be saved on the battlefield. Quick! Find 10 blade-wielding warriors who haven't trained in the falling leaf blade technique and conduct a comparative test immediately. Minister Song commanded without hesitation. Professor Su clasped Li Mu's hand tightly. If you ever want to develop or refine any technique, just let me know. Even high-grade techniques are yours to work on. His promise was a deliberate encouragement, as refining techniques was a voluntary endeavor that couldn't be forced. Overjoyed by the offer, Li Mu eagerly pulled Professor Su towards the technique archive. Amused by Li Mu's childlike enthusiasm, Professor Su indulged him, allowing him to select 1 premium-grade internal technique, 1 high-grade internal technique, and 12 ordinary-grade techniques. Among them were 10 spear and staff techniques, 1 blade technique, and 1 sword technique. Li Mu wasted no time integrating these techniques into his inferior-grade Heavenly Immortal technique. The premium-grade internal technique, Piercing Force, endowed the Heavenly Immortal technique with a powerful penetration ability, while the high-grade internal technique added a Killing Intent rebound feature, enabling Li Mu to siphon his opponent's energy during attacks to replenish his own reserves. In gaming terms, it was akin to acquiring armor penetration and lifesteal abilities. Under the enhancement of the Heavenly Immortal technique, even the ordinary-grade techniques took on new life. With Li Mu's century-spanning insights, each technique was reinterpreted, stripped down to its essence, and elevated to exhibit a power far beyond its original level. When it came to staff techniques like sweeping, chopping, thrusting, and slashing, Li Mu had reached a realm of mastery. Every move he executed showcased the essence of martial arts to perfection. This was the true power of the flawed Tianxianju. At his current level, the combat techniques of this world were nothing more than embellishments to his already formidable skills. The great sage divine abilities were practically overwhelming in this realm, a force beyond comprehension. By now, Li Mu had mastered numerous divine techniques. Professor Su walked alongside Li Mu with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he said, "The improved falling leaf saber technique you developed needs to undergo internal testing first. In a few days, it will be reported to the Military Law Division for verification and an official strength assessment. Only then can your military merits be calculated. You'll just need to wait a little longer." "No problem, I'm not in a rush," Li Mu responded calmly. The two strolled leisurely out of the techniques department, glancing up at the abyssal dome above. Just as they were about to chat idly, a squad of guards appeared in the distance, seemingly escorting several people swiftly toward military headquarters. "What's going on?" Li Mu asked curiously. Professor Su could only shake his head, indicating he had no idea. Meanwhile, inside the grand conference room of military headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Liang Huajun, the commander-in-chief of the Mingzhu military district, sat at the head of the table. Vice Commander Zhang Qing, Chief Commander Liao Feng, and Deputy Chief Commander Wang Longqinggal district leaders were present. Even the lowest-ranking attendees held the status of Wolf Guard officers. Liang Huajun got straight to the point. Live crystal mines are a crucial energy resource for crafting high-grade weapons. They are exceedingly rare. The Research Institute has already sent personnel to the site and recommended conducting a preliminary survey first. What are your thoughts? He then turned his gaze to Zhang Qing. After a moment of consideration, Zhang Qing spoke with conviction. "No need for a survey. We should mobilize our forces and seize the resource quickly and decisively." However, his suggestion was met with little support. Wang Longqing immediately countered, "That's far too reckless. Many monsters feed on live crystals. A large-scale operation would only alarm them. If we encounter a Shin-level beast, our soldiers might not even have a chance to retreat. Furthermore, once the mine is exposed, extraction will become impossible. I support conducting a survey first." Zhang Qing's eyes flashed with anger at the rebuttal, but Wang Longqing's reasoning resonated with most of the room. In these critical times, a full-force deployment that risked annihilation could lead to disastrous consequences. "Then proceed with the survey," Liang Huajun decided. Survey teams will be limited to those ranked below Tier 3. The area must not host more than 4 individuals, with no more than 2 per team. The Research Institute will send only 1 researcher, accompanied by 1 escort. Does anyone have recommendations? All eyes turned to Wang Longqing. Taking the cue, Wang Longqing spoke up. My second daughter happens to be a top student in abyssal survey studies and has already reached the peak of Tier 3. She should be capable of handling this mission. Vice Chief Wang's dedication is commendable, Chief Commander Liao Feng said with approval. If your daughter participates in this mission, the Research Institute would have no objections. This would be a significant contribution. The others nodded in agreement. Wang Longqing added, however, I have one condition. I must personally select the person who will escort her. The meeting room was filled with unanimous agreement toward Wang Longqing's proposal. After all, if he was willing to entrust his own daughter with this mission, what was there to debate about a mere bodyguard selection? Over an hour later, Li Mu, who was leisurely sipping tea in the cultivation techniques department, received a call from Wang Longqing. Where are you? Wang Longqing asked directly. The cultivation techniques department, Li Mu replied. Come to the command center. There's a mission, Wang Longqing stated bluntly. Li Mu's heart tightened. Wang Longqing had never personally assigned him a task before, let alone summoned him to the command center. On my way, he responded immediately, getting up at once. After bidding farewell to Professor Su, he quickly made his way to the command center. At the entrance, Deputy Officer Zhang was already waiting. He personally led Li Mu through the winding corridors to a small conference room. The moment the door opened, Li Mu was stunned by the scene before him. Nearly all the high-ranking officials of the Mingzhu military district were present. Commander, Deputy Commander, Chief Officer, Deputy Chief Officer. Li Mu saluted sharply, greeting each one. Liang Huajun's lips curved slightly. We've been hearing a lot about you lately. Serving the nation is my duty, Li Mu replied steadily. As Li Mu glanced around the room, he noticed some unusual figures among the military leaders. 3 individuals in Research Institute uniforms stood out: an older couple and a young woman he had seen before. Standing in front of Deputy Commander Zhang Qing was a tall young man who bore a striking resemblance to him. Beside Wang Longqing stood a stunning young woman. Although Li Mu had never met this girl, her features faintly reminded him of Bai Taiwei. Her autumn-like eyes carried a touch of delicate melancholy, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. When she noticed Li Mu's gaze, she quickly lowered her lashes, a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. Chief Officer Liao Feng spoke with a serious tone. The reason we've gathered everyone here today is for a classified mission. We've discovered a live crystal or deposit in the 4-grade monster zone. This is of immense significance to the military district. However, the exact scope of the ore vein remains uncertain. He continued, the aura in the abyss is extremely sensitive. Exceeding the limits of numbers or strength will attract a swarm of monsters. To ensure the mission's success, we've set the threshold at the peak of the yellow rank, grade 3, and will proceed with a 2-person team format, advancing from 2 directions simultaneously. Liao Feng then introduced 2 key figures, Jiang Linlin, a newly recognized outstanding researcher from the Northern Research Institute, and Wang Longqing's daughter, Wang Yinhuan. They were tasked with primary and secondary survey responsibilities, respectively. The middle-aged woman from the Research Institute emphasized, the higher-ups place great importance on this survey. To ensure both the mission's success and the safety of the surveyors, the escorts must be the strongest within the grade 3 range. Although Liang Huajun and the others were slightly displeased with her tone, they agreed with her reasoning. Liao Feng proceeded to introduce the 2 escorts, Zhang Kong, the son of Deputy Commander Zhang, a grade 3 peak cultivator, current captain of the guard squad, with 170 merit points, and Li Mu, a mid-grade 3 cultivator, recipient of the 2nd-class Guardian Medal, a junior Wolf Guard rank, and currently a senior advisor in the Cultivation Techniques Department. We'll respect the Research Institute's opinion on who should escort her, Liao Feng said calmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. His words eased the tension in the room slightly. Wang Longqing had originally designated Li Mu to escort Wang Yinhuan, but the Research Institute's objections forced Liao Feng to reconsider. You're worried about the bodyguard's capabilities, aren't you? Fine, you can choose for yourselves. That way, if anything goes wrong, you can't pin the blame on us. The 3 representatives from the Research Institute turned their eyes to Li Mu, their brows furrowing almost simultaneously. One of them, a woman, spoke with clear dissatisfaction in her tone. Midstage rank 3? Commander Liang, is there truly no one in the entire military district at peak rank 3? Her implication was obvious. Mingzhu military district didn't seem to be taking this mission seriously. Liang Huajun merely cast her a cold glance without responding. That icy look was enough to silence the woman, who wisely stopped speaking and instead leaned toward her colleagues for a hushed discussion. Jiang Linlin didn't even bother sparing Li Mu a second glance. She pointed directly at Zhang Kong. I choose him. In their view, Zhang Kong, being the son of the deputy commander, undoubtedly had access to the best techniques, weapons, and spiritual treasures. Compared to him, Li Mu seemed inferior. Not only was his strength weaker, but he was also just an unremarkable member of the techniques division. As for the guardian metal pinned to his chest, the Research Institute members had no idea of its significance. Liang Huajun and Liao Feng exchanged a subtle, knowing look, faint smiles tugging at the corners of their lips. These people might carry airs, but their judgment left much to be desired. The Guardian Medal wasn't something anyone could casually earn. It was awarded only to those who had rescued their comrades from at least 3 life-or-death situations. It was a testament not just to skill but also to character. Wang Longqing visibly relaxed when he saw that they had chosen Zhang Kong. In his mind, anyone in the military district could escort his daughter except Li Mu, who was the only one he truly trusted for the job. All right, it's decided then. Li Mu will escort Wang Yinhuan, Liao Feng announced, turning to the 2 individuals in question. Do either of you have any objections? No objections, Li Mu replied crisply. He wouldn't allow himself to embarrass Wang Longqing in this situation. Zhang Kong hesitated, clearly displeased, but eventually gave a reluctant nod. Even so, his gaze frequently drifted toward Wang Yinhuan. Despite his outward display of diligence in front of his father, Zhang Kang's greatest interest was women. Wang Yinhuan's delicate, melancholic beauty, tinged with a fragile allure, had completely captivated him. If not for his father's prior warning and the Research Institute's decision, he would have eagerly volunteered for the role himself. Since there are no objections, we'll depart tomorrow morning at 7, Liao Feng said decisively, finalizing the arrangement. After the meeting ended, Wang Longsheng called out to Li Mu and led him and Wang Yinhuan back to the lounge. Wang Yinhuan walked straight toward the tea set, skillfully brewing tea. It was obvious from her practiced movements that she often did this and was far from the pampered, delicate type of young lady. She poured a cup of tea for her father and another for Li Mu. After handing the cup to her father, she placed the other in front of Li Mu and sneaked a glance at him, her cheeks instantly turning pink. Noticing his daughter's reaction, Wang Longqing gave Li Mu a helpless smile and said, "You've probably figured it out by now. My daughter is as shy as a mimosa plant. She's been afraid of strangers, especially boys, ever since she was little. At this rate, we're going to have trouble finding her a husband." Dad. Wang Yinhuan's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she shot her father a reproachful glare. All right, Wang Longqing chuckled, turning to his daughter. Li Mu isn't an outsider. I've told you about him many times. Just treat him like a younger brother after all. You're a few months older than him. Li Mu noticed Wang Longqing's concern and responded straightforwardly, Uncle Wang, don't worry. Whether or not the mission succeeds, he'll make sure she comes back safe. Wang Longqing nodded firmly. With you protecting Yinhuan, I can rest easy. Since I'm forcing you on this mission, I should compensate you somehow. Isn't it about time you upgraded your weapon? Head to the armory and pick out a premium grade weapon. Since you use a staff, which is pretty niche, they might not have one ready. If that's the case, find one elsewhere. It'll cover the cost. Li Mu's face lit up with a grin. Uncle Wang, is this a reward for me or insurance for your daughter's safety? You cheeky boy, do you want it or not? Wang Longqing pretended to glare at him in mock anger. Yes, I'll take it. Li Mu quickly replied. A premium grade weapon? Those start at 2 million at least. In truth, Li Mu knew that at the premium level, it was hard to find a ready-made weapon that fit perfectly. Most high-level weapons had unique properties and required custom crafting. All right, off you go. Don't forget to come to the house for dinner tonight. Your Aunt Bai has a few things to tell you, Wang Longqing said with a mix of humor and authority. As he was leaving, Li Mu deliberately nodded at Wang Yinhuan and said, "See you later, teammate." Wang Yinhuan, caught off guard, turned bright red, as if steam was about to rise from her head. Wang Longqing was about to scold the boy for teasing his daughter, but Li Mu had already flashed a mischievous grin, opened the door, and slipped out. After leaving the base, Li Mu reached out to Zhang Jiwei. The Zhang Corporation specialized in metal processing, making it a key player in the upstream supply chain for weapon manufacturing. Zhang Jiwei quickly found a premium-grade staff and arranged a meeting. When they met, Zhang Jiwei simply pulled the weapon out of his spatial ring and tossed it to Li Mu. The staff weighed approximately 200 pounds, its surface a gleaming silver. Both ends were intricately engraved with twisted ghostly faces. Zhang Jiwei explained, "This is the ghost face staff. It weighs 220 pounds and is forged from silver radiant iron, with the throat bone of a 7th-grade monster, the ghost face boar, embedded inside. When swung, it emits a ghostly wail. The stronger your energy, the greater the sound's penetration power. It can even damage an enemy's internal organs." Li Mu gave it a swing, and sure enough, an eerie, wailing sound echoed through the air, chilling to the bone. The sound had strong penetrative power but could be controlled within a specific range. Li Mu thought to himself that if paired with the bone-piercing properties of his celestial immortal technique, the armor-piercing effect would be unparalleled. How much? Li Mu asked, clearly enamored with the weapon. Not much. It's yours, Zhang Jiwei replied casually before getting into his car and driving off without leaving so much as a receipt. Li Mu sighed. This guy was clearly determined not to let him pay. Still, he decided not to overthink it could always repay the favor down the line. But hey, you better give me the receipt. How else am I supposed to get reimbursed by Wang Longsheng? During dinner, Li Mu enjoyed a lavish meal at the Wang family home. Just as Wang Longsheng had mentioned, Bai Taiwei had indeed given Li Mu plenty of advice. Despite not having a receipt, Wang Longsheng generously reimbursed Li Mu with 3 million yuan. For Li Mu, it was an unexpected windfall. Not only did he acquire a specialized weapon, but he also pocketed 3 million in cash. That same night, he handed over 2.5 million to his mother upon returning home. However, just before he went to bed, an unfamiliar phone call shattered his good mood. Is this Li Mu? A cold voice came through the receiver. Yes, it is. This is Zhang Kong. Tomorrow morning, go to the research institute and request a new partner to switch with me. The voice commanded with an air of authority. No. Li Mu replied bluntly. What did you say? Zhang Kong sounded like he couldn't believe his ears. I said no. Are you looking for trouble? Say that again if you dare. Zhang Kong snarled through gritted teeth. As the son of a deputy commander, Zhang Kong had clearly never anticipated that someone like Li Mu, even knowing his background, would have the audacity to openly defy him. Annoyed, Li Mu snapped back. What kind of idiot are you? Can't understand plain words? Ask me 1,000 times, and the answer won't change. If you're done talking nonsense, hang up. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. The other end of the line fell silent. For 3 long seconds, only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard like the prelude to an impending explosion of rage. Before Zhang Kong could erupt, Li Mu swiftly ended the call. Idiot, he muttered under his breath. Whatever Zhang Kong was up to, he didn't call back. Relieved, Li Mu went to sleep. The next morning, the atmosphere was solemn at the Mingzhu Military District's teleportation array. Ordinary soldiers kept their distance as the area was heavily guarded. At the teleportation gate, the district's top officials, including the commander-in-chief, were all present. 2 two-person teams meticulously checked their equipment and supplies. According to protocol, the Zhenyuan Army was entitled to receive mission-level appropriate resources, including essential life-saving pills like blood-staunching, wound-sealing, and energy-restoring elixirs. After teleporting, you can ride horses to travel, but dismount once you enter the Tier 4 zone, Liao Feng instructed. Bodyguards, engage enemies swiftly and avoid prolonged combat. Wang, the deputy commander, and I will stay in contact throughout the mission. Understood. Everyone responded in unison before heading toward the teleportation gate. To ensure they arrived at the same location, Li Mu instinctively took Wang Yinhuan's hand. The unexpected gesture made Wang Yinhuan freeze for a moment. She instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but her effort was too weak, and Li Mu's grip remained firm. Her face flushed red instantly. Nearby, Zhang Kong glared daggers at Li Mu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. From the moment they met that morning, Zhang Kong had been seething with rage, his thoughts consumed by Wang Yinhuan. He had been hoping for a chance to be alone with her. His grand plan was to have Li Mu request a reassignment, allowing him to pair up with Wang Yinhuan. But that dream had been crushed by Li Mu's resolute no, and the insults that followed only deepened his fury. Noticing Zhang Kang's enraged expression, Li Mu tightened his grip on Wang Yinhuan's hand and even raised it slightly, making sure Zhang Kong saw it clearly. Zhang Kang's face contorted with rage, but before he could act, Li Mu and Wang Yinhuan stepped into the teleportation portal. A flash of white light later, the two found themselves in a desolate wilderness. There were no ruins in sight, only a barren landscape littered with fragments of black, crystalline debris. The cracked ground was scattered with dry branches and leaves, and towering, withered trees appeared sporadically, spaced dozens of meters apart. Feeling a faint struggle in his hand, Li Mu suddenly realized he was still holding Wang Yinhuan's hand. He quickly let go, slightly embarrassed. Turning his attention to his smartwatch, he checked the map. Over 120 kilometers to go. This is going to take a while, he muttered, summoning his skeletal steed, Yaogu. Wang Yinhuan responded with a nod and was about to summon her own mount when Li Mu stopped her. 2 horses? How am I supposed to protect you if we're riding separately? What if we run into monsters and the horses get spooked and scatter? Huh? Wang Yinhuan blinked, taken aback. What do you mean, huh? Get on this one, Li Mu said, gesturing to the spot in front of him. Wang Yinhuan's face turned scarlet in an instant. Every time Li Mu saw Wang Yinhuan looking so conflicted, he couldn't help but find it irresistibly endearing. At this moment, Wang Yinhuan stood frozen in place. Though she found Li Mu's words reasonable, her natural shyness as a young woman made it hard for her to take that step forward. Hurry up, Li Mu suddenly urged, startling Wang Yinhuan into a slight shudder. Biting her lip, she reluctantly walked over to his horse. Without hesitation, Li Mu grabbed her hand and gave a firm tug, pulling her onto the horse and settling her in front of him. His arms reached around her sides to grasp the reins, enveloping her protectively. Wang Yinhuan's cheeks flushed crimson the entire time. Once seated, she sat as stiff as a statue, not daring to move an inch. She could feel Limu's warmth radiating through his clothes, and though his arms didn't directly embrace her, they still shielded her entirely. This sense of security filled her heart almost instantly. Meanwhile, Limu, though outwardly composed, felt his heart racing uncontrollably. This was the first time he'd been so close to a soft and fragrant young woman, especially one as breathtakingly beautiful as Wang Yinhuan. Struggling to maintain his calm, he pulled out his cloak, shook it open with a flourish, and draped it over the two of them. As the cloak billowed, Limu caught sight of the silver ring embroidered on its back and couldn't help but smile. It seemed to perfectly match the Yinhuan silver ring sitting in front of him. But upon closer inspection, he let out a soft huh of surprise. Within the silver ring, a faint, blood-red eye seemed to emerge, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Limu was certain this was a new development. Previously, the cloak had only been patterned with black and red hues, and the inside of the silver ring had been empty. More importantly, the energy of the cloak had clearly grown stronger. Ever since returning from the Bone Ghost realm, Limu hadn't thoroughly examined it. It seemed that the cloak had absorbed energy from the defeated monsters, allowing this growth-type spiritual artifact to evolve. Moments later, a wave of spiritual information flowed into Limu's mind. It was as if the cloak itself was conveying its newly acquired ability. Conceal, Limu whispered. The red eye within the silver ring slowly closed, and Limu instantly felt his aura retract significantly. Although it still faintly leaked outward, it had diminished by at least half. He was overjoyed his cloak had gained the ability to suppress his presence. In the perilous depths of the abyss, this was an incredibly practical skill. While it couldn't completely evade the perception of monsters, it greatly reduced the likelihood of detection. Limu began contemplating the possibility of using his system's battle points to further enhance his spiritual artifact. Previously, all his points had been spent on strengthening and unlocking divine powers, but it seemed it was now time to focus on upgrading his equipment. He adjusted the cloak to also cover Wang Yinhuan. The girl froze for a moment before realizing it was meant to mask their presence. Still, the intimacy of their posture made her feel as though steam was about to rise from her head. Could you stop steaming? I can't see the road. Limu teased lightly near her ear. Wang Yinhuan felt her head spin, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. As the warhorse began to gallop, the jostling motion only deepened her embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the command center, Liao Feng and Wang Longqing sat at separate control stations. Wang Longqing was just about to sit down when he caught sight of the scene on the monitor. He shot up from his chair, his eye twitching furiously. Those nearby could hear him muttering a string of curses under his breath. That little rascal. But soon, he took a deep breath and sat back down. While it did feel like his precious cabbage was being nibbled by a wild boar, he consoled himself with the thought that this wild boar was one he had personally trained. At least the cabbage was still in his own garden. If it had been anyone else, he'd have stormed in to teach that boar a lesson it wouldn't forget. Back in the Tier 3 monster zone, the skeletal horse dashed forward at high speed. Avoiding monsters for the moment, worried that Wang Yinhuan's embarrassment might overwhelm her, Limu decided to change the subject and asked, "What was your innate ability again?" "A grade, Destiny Ascension," Wang Yinhuan replied softly. She could feel Limu's breath brushing past her hair and grazing her ear, sending a strange sensation through her. Her long, glossy black hair was tied simply behind her head, with strands from her temples gathered neatly. Despite the simplicity of her hairstyle, it added an ethereal charm to her appearance. "How exactly does the ascension work?" Limu asked curiously. "A little dog. I suppose you could call it a summoner," Wang Yinhuan replied, her lips pressed together in a shy smile. "Ascend the little dog? Turn it into your summoned beast?" "Something like that, but I only like to adopt stray dogs, so my abilities aren't very strong," Wang Yinhuan explained softly. Limu suddenly understood. The pet system in this world was quite uniquelo-level creatures from the abyss bred with ordinary domestic cats and dogs, resulting in many beautiful breeds. However, abandonment was still common, and stray cats and dogs roamed the cities. Since humans here all had basic martial arts training, any pet that harmed someone would be killed on the spot, and even many gentle pets often met the same grim fate. Summoners typically focused their talents on enhancing their summoned beasts, leaving themselves relatively vulnerable. Suddenly, a black creature resembling a giant ape charged toward them. It stood over 2 meters tall, its entire body covered in black, rock-like armor that shed fragments as it moved. 2 crimson eyes atop its head glowed with a menacing, bone-chilling light. Wang Yinhuan assumed Limu would dismount to fight, but instead, she heard him whisper, "Don't move." Before she could react, Limu vanished into thin air. Wang Yinhuan was utterly shocked. The creature was barreling toward her, and Limu had disappeared without a trace. Was he planning to use her as bait? To make matters worse, the horse she was on didn't flee but instead galloped straight toward the creature. Stupid horse. Idiot horse. Run somewhere else, she screamed internally, clutching tightly to the horse's mane in sheer panic. Just as the creature closed in, Limu suddenly reappeared in midair, about 10 meters ahead of the horse. The staff in his hand sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, leaving a trail of dazzling silver light as it struck the creature's chest with immense force. Wang Yinhuan wondered why Limu hadn't aimed for the creature's head. But before she could think further, the impact caved in the creature's chest as if it were made of dough. Its entire body folded at the point of impact and was sent flying. Strangely, the shattered black armor fragments momentarily froze in midair, retaining the creature's outlineous sight, both bizarre and awe-inspiring. Even before the fragments hit the ground, Limu teleported again, this time reappearing on the horse behind Wang Yinhuan. He suddenly wrapped an arm around her from behind, startling her into a scream. "Shh, quiet," Limu said irritably. Only then did Wang Yinhuan realize she was being held in his arms, but her mind was entirely consumed by the incredible display of skill she had just witnessed. What was that? Teleportation? Killing a creature of the same rank in less than a second, and then teleporting back? What kind of godlike technique is this? In truth, Limu had been holding back. Using his transformation technique consumed energy, and if it weren't for ensuring Wang Yinhuan's safety, he could have easily killed the creature with a single strike from horseback, saving himself the trouble. Ordinary horses might have panicked in the face of such a monster, but not this one. Yao Gu, his special-grade warhorse, displayed a remarkable trait, fearlessness bordering on recklessness. Not only was it unafraid of the creature, but it seemed eager to charge into battle with it. Though its strength was far inferior to even a second-tier monster, it showed no hesitation or fear. And why was it so bold? The answer was simple: because it was utterly foolish. Inside the command room, Wang Longsheng focused on the surveillance footage. Watching Limu use his transformation technique to slay the monsters, he nodded silently. This kid genuinely cared about Wang Yinhuan's safety. On the other side of the command console, Liao Feng leaned back lazily in his chair, arms crossed, occasionally glancing at the battle progress of Zhang Kong and Jiang Linlin. Zhang Kong was undeniably skilled, his long blade swung with ferocity, and the warhorse beneath him was an exceptional steed. However, every time he encountered a monster, he had to dismount to engage in combat. While he could dispatch them quickly, his movements lacked the fluidity of Limu's, appearing cumbersome in comparison and significantly slowing their pace. Nearby, the middle-aged male and female researchers stood close to the main command console, occasionally turning their attention to the secondary console. They were astonished by the speed of Limu's combat rhythm, flashing in, killing in an instant, and returning to his horse in one seamless motion. What amazed them even more was that he carried Wang Yinhuan on the same horse without compromising his battle efficiency in the slightest. The two researchers exchanged bewildered glances. Was Limu perhaps a spatial ability user? But where did his terrifying power to kill monsters with a single strike using a blunt weapon come from? After all, while the end result of using a blunt weapon versus a sharp one might be the same, the technical difficulty was worlds apart. How could a mid-rank third-grade martial artist possess such strength? Before long, the researchers understood the truth: Limu's strength far surpassed Zhang Kang's. No wonder the military had chosen him for such a critical mission. The female researcher quickly gave her colleague a signal. The male researcher cleared his throat and addressed Liao Feng. "Commander Liao, could we recall them and have the two bodyguards switch roles? For Jiang Linlin's safety, we must make adjustments as soon as possible." Wang Longsheng frowned at this suggestion, while Liao Feng's expression darkened with displeasure. "Weren't these the people you personally selected before departure? We're almost at the destination, and now you want to switch them?" The upper echelon of the Mingzhu military district had long harbored resentment toward the researchers. If not for the influence of the older generation within the research institute, they wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. Moreover, the Mingzhu military district already held the lowest status in the northern regions. Alienating the research institute would only worsen their position. Liao Feng coolly replied, "This mission is no trivial matter. What's the reason for switching personnel?" The female researcher stepped forward. "We believe Limu is better suited to be Jiang Linlin's protector." "Fair point," Liao Feng sneered. "But that's not up to me. If you feel so strongly, take it up with Deputy Commander Zhang. If he agrees, I'll make the arrangements immediately." The two researchers' faces stiffened, and they fell silent. After all, Zhang Kong was Deputy Commander Zhang's son. Asking them to say, "Limu is better than your son," was clearly an intentional provocation. The female researcher huffed coldly. "Fine, no switch then. Don't get cocky just because we praise Limu a little. Zhang Kong isn't that bad either." About an hour later, Limu's voice came through the communicator. "Commander, we've entered the 4th grade zone. We're 7 kilometers from the target location." On the screen, Limu and Wang Yinhuan had already dismounted. The surrounding environment had grown increasingly lush, with green trees, grass, and even small animals appearing here and there. Yet, this outward tranquility only made the scene more unnerving. The abyss was supposed to be a desolate wasteland, especially in areas previously cleared by humans, where even small animals were rarely seen. At that moment, a fanged squirrel gnawed on a crystalline food item, its crimson eyes fixed on the passing duo. Overhead, two massive birds with scissor-like beaks fought fiercely, their screeches chilling to the bone. One bird was defeated, but hadn't even hit the ground before a bizarre creature, twice the size of a typical house cat, leapt out. With 6 claws, it seized both birds, slammed them into the ground, and disappeared into the treetops with its prey. Human researchers studying these abyssal creatures had discovered an intricate connection between them and the native species of Blue Star. The geological features and terrain of the abyss are strikingly similar to those of Blue Planet, almost as if it were a mirror world. Archaeological studies indicate that decades, or even a century ago, this place was practically a replica of Blue Planet. However, with the emergence of supernatural flora and fauna, everything began to change. Creatures in the abyss mutated after consuming these supernatural entities, becoming stronger, larger, and more ferocious. Ultimately, this land witnessed a brutal cycle of slaughter and extinction. The ruins scattered across the abyss silently tell the story of a once thriving civilization, possibly even traces of human existence. Yet, these life forms mysteriously vanished. Were they wiped out, or did they transform into something else? This enigma continues to challenge human exploration. As for the origins of the supernatural energy, no one knows the answer. Li Mu cautiously scanned the area, watching the small animals that eyed him warily. These creatures, typically of the lowest grade, should have avoided someone of his caliber. But just in case, he retrieved a wine gourd he had purchased a few days ago from his spatial storage. Taking a sip, the fiery liquid made him wince slightly. Wang Yinhuan gave him a puzzled look at his sudden drinking, but she soon noticed that the small animals within a 5-meter radius and even farther were trembling and scurrying away. Li Mu opened his system interface. The dozen or so monsters he had defeated on the way had earned him 410 battle points. He spent 300 points to unlock the safe haven technique, a skill that allowed him to draw a circular barrier on the ground. Its defensive strength was roughly half that of his iron body skill, and it boosted the morale of allies within the barrier, increasing their true energy strength by 10 during attacks, lasting for 5 minutes. Another percentage-based enhancement skill. Although Li Mu wasn't entirely sure how the system calculated the relationship between his defense enhanced 100-fold by iron body, physical strength, and true energy strength, the system handled the math for him. The 10 true energy boost, which required allies to remain within the barrier, could become incredibly powerful if its range expanded. Li Mu then spent another 100 battle points to unlock a node on the skill tree, extending the duration by an additional 10 minutes. This safe haven technique would be sufficient to protect Wang Yinhuan and fend off minor threats. The two continued forward for 5 or 6 kilometers. While the number of small animals increased, large monsters had completely disappeared. The terrain began to slope upward, and a sprawling mountain range came into view. Trees and rocks grew denser as they advanced. Wang Yinhuan raised her hand, summoning 2 massive canine-like creatures from her spatial storage. Resembling shepherd dogs, they stood at an astonishing height of nearly 1.78 meters. One was pure white, while the other was black and white, both exuding an intelligent and lively demeanor. The 2 dogs frolicked around Wang Yinhuan, yet remained alert, their ears perked as they cautiously observed Li Mu. Though they showed no hostility, their wariness was evident. No barking, Wang Yinhuan commanded, making a silencing gesture. She then took out a white cotton swab and let the dogs sniff it. After a few sneezes, which made her chuckle, she affectionately patted their heads and issued the command, "Go find it." The dogs instantly darted forward. "What are they looking for?" Li Mu asked. "That's a scent I created to mimic the smell of living crystal stones," Wang Yinhuan replied while retrieving a detection device from her storage ring and focusing on her work. Li Mu, staying vigilant, used his communicator to check in with Wang Longqing. "Commander, what's the status on your end?" In the command room, Wang Longqing glanced at the main control panel and replied in an even tone, "We've just entered the Grade 4 zone." The corners of Li Mu's mouth curled into a cold smirk. Although Zhang Kong possessed an A-level talent and had reached the peak of the 3rd stage, his actual strength was likely no match for the early 3rd stage Zhang Jiwei. Speaking of Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, they had already joined the Zhenyuan Army reserve for 4 or 5 days. With their astonishingly rapid progress and the inexhaustible supply of spiritual liquid, they were probably already at the mid-3rd stage by now. As Li Mu pondered, the instrument in Wang Yinhua's hand suddenly emitted a faint buzzing vibration. She immediately used a small shovel to carefully scrape away the surface and picked up a fragment for closer examination. "There are fragments here, so it should be nearby," Wang Yinhua explained as she moved forward. Live crystal stones absorb a large amount of energy and exist in a semi-living state. Many monsters are drawn to these because they can trigger their evolution and mutations. So, in areas rich in fresh crystal mines, monsters are often present as well. After 20 minutes of exploration, Zhang Kong and Jiang Linlin entered the area from a different direction. Jiang Linlin quickly got to work, taking out her instrument to survey the surroundings. Neither team encountered any large monsters, and the occasional small ones were dispatched with ease. Half an hour later, Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows and reported to the command center. We've been surveying this area for 30 minutes and have only found fragments of deactivated crystals. There's no sign of any live crystal mines underground. The researchers in the command room, a married couple, nodded in confirmation, concluding that there might have been a crystal vein here in the past, but it had already been completely mined. The female researcher immediately issued an order. Move closer to the mountain and probe 3 more exposed points. If nothing is found, you can call it a day. Meanwhile, Wang Yinhua was intently sketching something in her small notebook, which looked like a distribution map of the veins. Liao Feng observed from the side and noticed that Li Mu and Wang Yinhua had already searched a range spanning several kilometers, whereas Jiang Linlin's search path was erratic, leaving many areas unexplored. Another half hour passed, and Jiang Linlin once again reported that no veins had been found. The middle-aged researcher couple looked visibly displeased. Just as they were about to order a withdrawal, Wang Longqing asked Wang Yinhua about her progress. Wang Yinhua looked up excitedly toward the mountainside. Commander, there's a strong possibility that a mother stone is present here. Her words left everyone present in shock. What's your basis for this? Wang Longqing asked urgently. Wang Yinhua confidently explained. I examined all the crystal fragments in this area. These fragments are distributed in a fan-like pattern, and the farther they are, the earlier they lost their activity. This indicates that the crystal vein here has been systematically collapsing from the outer regions inward. The female researcher immediately questioned, how can you determine when the crystal fragments lost their activity? By their color. Wang Yinhua replied decisively. Although the color differences are extremely subtle, with a large enough sample size, the pattern becomes discernible. Her explanation left the female researcher speechless. Compared to Jiang Linlin's linear search method, Wang Yinhua's area-based approach was undeniably more thorough and precise. Observing this, Liao Feng quickly activated the communication link, ensuring that Jiang Linlin could hear this crucial discovery as well. Jiang Linlin's face instantly darkened. As a professional surveyor from the Research Institute, she could not tolerate her professional judgment being questioned. You say the mineral vein is self-destructing? On what grounds? She asked coldly. Although her participation in this mission wasn't due to being the most skilled but rather because of her above-average performance among Huang Tier Level 3 ranks, she was still a trained expert from the Institute. I already said there isn't even a mineral vein here. And you, just a mere student, dare to question my conclusions? Her tone was dripping with disdain. Wang Yinhuan, unfazed, calmly explained, only mother crystal stones possess the ability for self-destruction. When they collapse, they release energy waves that attract monsters. It's like scattering bait to lure birds. The mother stone uses the destruction of smaller crystals to draw in prey, eventually trapping them. Based on the distribution map I drew, the center point of the mineral vein's outward extension is right there. She pointed toward the mountainside. The fact that Wang Yinhuan had created her own distribution map struck a nerve with Jiang Linlin, making her feel her authority was being seriously challenged. Furious, she thought to herself, and the one from the Research Institute. Who does she think she is, daring to draw maps? Ridiculous. Jiang Linlin sneered. Mother stone? Even the faintest trace of a fragmented mineral vein would have been detected. Command Center, I don't want to listen to this amateur spouting nonsense any longer. Requesting permission to return. The female commander coldly echoed her sentiment. Permission granted. Mission terminated. Commander Liao, please give the order. Liao Feng glanced at Wang Longqing, who gave him a subtle signal. Without hesitation, Liao Feng issued the command. Zhang Kong and Jiang Linlin's team will return to the base. Li Mu and Wang Yinhuan's team will continue the survey. This decision immediately sparked outrage from the middle-aged male and female researchers. Commander Liao, what is the meaning of this? I said the mission is over. Did you not hear me? Liao Feng abruptly stood up, his presence erupting with a suffocating intensity that made the entire space hum and vibrate. As a warrior above the Xian tier, his aura caused the 2 level 6 and 7 martial artists to feel a sharp ache in their bones. Do you think you have any authority here? Liao Feng said coldly. I've already allowed your people to return. Our military district will handle the rest of the survey. And you dare to interfere here? Who do you think you are? Liao Feng's sudden outburst was like a raging storm, an avalanche of force that left the middle-aged couple drenched in cold sweat. The oppressive aura he unleashed felt as though it could shatter them into pieces. Only when Liao Feng let out a cold snort and retracted his overwhelming presence did the pair finally manage to gasp for air. their hearts still pounding with lingering fear. Looking back, they realized they had indeed overstepped their bounds. They were used to throwing their weight around the institute, where even higher-ranking military officials treated them with courtesy. But Wang Yinhuan's words had challenged Jiang Linlin's authority, which was tantamount to challenging the entire institute. In their arrogance, they had tried to use their status to intimidate Wang Yinhuan, even going so far as to attempt to command Liao Feng. Though still shaken, the two simmered with resentment. Casting a glance at the surveillance monitors scattered across the command room, the female researcher spoke icily. Commander Liao, such a display of power. You greet us with smiles when you need the institute, but the moment there's no discovery, you feel free to berate us? Fine. I will make sure to report your hospitality to the higher-ups. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Linlin and Zhang Kong were still waiting on the teleportation array, they might have stormed off already. Meanwhile, as Jiang Linlin and Zhang Kong crushed their return stones and waited for the teleportation array to stabilize, Li Mu and Wang Yinhuan were following the trail further up the mountain. Since Wang Yinhuan had mentioned the presence of a mother crystal on the peak, Li Mu activated his fiery eyes to meticulously scan the mountain's terrain. While the fiery eyes couldn't penetrate solid rock, they were adept at detecting the flow of qi, which might just lead to the discovery of the elusive living crystals. Although Li Mu's knowledge of living crystals didn't rival Wang Yinhuan's expertise, he knew enough to understand their significance. These extraordinary crystals, capable of moving with monsters, geological shifts, or even floods, absorbed energy to grow and eventually gave rise to entire mineral veins. The mother crystal, as the source, had an unparalleled reproductive rate several times faster than ordinary crystals. Acquiring one would be akin to securing an inexhaustible supply of living crystal deposits. Before long, Li Mu noticed something unusual, a few faint points of qi activity scattered across the distant mountainside. There's something over there. I'll check it out, he said, pointing toward the target. Wang Yinhuan immediately followed. Unexpectedly, the black and white spotted dog darted ahead, bounding toward the source. Moments later, it unearthed a soft, jelly-like crystalline substance. The scent matched what it had been tracking, though the texture was surprisingly pliable. Without hesitation, the dog clamped its jaws around the crystal and began tugging at it with all its might, its hindquarters raised in determination. Suddenly, Li Mu's voice rang out sharply, "Stupid dog, get back!" At the same time, he stomped down hard, shattering the rocks beneath his feet as he launched himself forward like a cannonball. The dog, sharp as ever, bristled at the warning. Its fur stood on end as it kicked off the ground with its back legs, leaping high into the air. Just as the dog left the ground, the earth where it had been standing erupted violently. A massive, gaping maw burst forth, snapping ferociously at the air. The monstrous creature lunged twice at the airborne dog, its jaws clamping shut with a bone-shaking thud. The sheer force of the sound was enough to reveal the terrifying power of its bite. The dog had reached the peak of its leap, but as it began to descend, it was dangerously close to the creature's waiting jaws. In the nick of time, Li Mu arrived, swinging his staff in a powerful horizontal arc. The strike sent the creature hurtling back over 10 meters. In that instant, a multicolored, finger-thick umbilical cord was dragged out from the ground. With a sharp snap, the cord severed, and the creature's tail, along with the disconnected end, shattered into countless crystalline fragments. Half of the monster's body disintegrated in the explosion. The glittering shards scattered through the air, their radiance dazzling even in the dim light. They shone with a brilliance that outshone any fireworks Li Mu had ever seen. The remaining umbilical cord slithered back into the earth with alarming speed. At the same time, the teleportation array on Jiang Linlin and Zhang Kang's side activated. In a flash of light, the two vanished, reappearing moments later in the military district's teleportation hub. The expressions on the two researchers' faces froze instantly, their eyes filled with disbelief. A terrifying thought arose in their minds: could the Mother Stone truly exist here? Upon seeing the creature, Wang Longqing felt a mix of shock and excitement. He immediately issued a command to Li Mu. "Li Mu, take Yinhuan and evacuate immediately. There's a high chance the Mother Stone is within this mountain. These creatures are guardians, controlled and consumed by the Mother Stone. If we're discovered, more of them will swarm out." Before his words even faded, Li Mu had already wrapped his arm around Wang Yinhuan's waist and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Just as they moved away, the ground beneath them cracked open with a deafening roar. A massive crocodile-like creature burst out from underground. Its tail was connected to a crystalline umbilical cord, but as it emerged from the mountain, the cord snapped with a sharp crack. The creature's tail and eyes shimmered with iridescent crystalline patterns, its appearance grotesque and terrifying. "Hua Hua, Dabai!" Wang Yinhuan cried out, summoning her two large dogs and quickly recalling them into her beast-controlling space. Li Mu, carrying her, dashed down the mountain at full speed. Along the way, more creatures erupted from the ground: wolves, apes, and various other animals, all grotesquely transformed by crystalline structures. However, with his keen perception, Li Mu could sense the flow of energy beneath the ground and skillfully avoided every ambush. Finally, they escaped the mountain's range, but the sight behind them was horrifying. Hundreds of crystalline creatures formed a pursuing horde, their bodies glinting ominously under the sunlight. "Keep running, Li Mu," Wang Longqing ordered in a deep voice. "The Mother Stone may not be very intelligent, but it operates on instinct. The shattered fragments from earlier are emitting a strong aura, attracting creatures from hundreds of kilometers away. The Mother Stone knows it's about to be discovered and devoured. This is its desperate struggle." "Hundreds of kilometers? That wide of a range?" Li Mu asked while running. "That's a conservative estimate," Wang Longqing replied gravely. Without hesitation, Li Mu set Wang Yinhuan down and used his weapon to draw a golden circle, 3 meters in diameter, on the ground. "Crush the return stone. Now, stay inside this circle, no matter what happens. Don't use your energy." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mu stomped the ground, instantly creating 2 identical clones of himself. The 3 Li Mus fanned out, charging toward the oncoming horde of creatures. They were like 3 sharp blades, slicing through the waves of monsters again and again. The original Li Mu unleashed his flowing cloud shadows, with a flurry of staff strikes enveloping the area, while the 2 clones wielded silver iron rods, cutting down everything in their path. Occasionally, a stray creature would break through and rush toward Wang Yinhuan, who was crouched within the golden circle, but an invisible barrier stopped them in their tracks. Inside the circle, a teleportation array quickly took shape, its white light beginning to glow. "Get in here, quick!" Wang Yinhuan shouted anxiously, but Li Mu ignored her, continuing to battle the creatures. The white light flared, and Wang Yinhuan was transported to the military district's teleportation gate. "Li Mu, what the hell are you doing?" Wang Longqing roared through the communicator. "Commander, what does the Mother Stone look like?" Li Mu shouted back as he cut down more creatures. "It should be about the size of a human head, iridescent, and shaped like a heart. Follow the tunnels and you should find it." "Got it." Li Mu performed a sweeping strike to clear the area around him, then leapt high into the air. With a loud shout of, "Be right back," he transformed into a bird and dove straight into one of the mountain's tunnels, leaving behind a horde of stunned and bewildered creatures. Inside the command room, everyone froze as they witnessed the astonishing scene of Li Mu transforming into a bird right before their eyes. The air seemed to solidify with disbelief. Although Li Mu had previously demonstrated his ability to morph into a mosquito, its small size made it almost imperceptible, resembling teleportation more than a transformation. But now, watching a living, breathing person turn into a tangible bird defied all logic, leaving everyone in the room utterly stunned. "Quick, switch to his perspective," Liao Feng shouted urgently. His concern was well-founded. Li Mu had already taken down more than 100 monsters. There were still 200 to 300 of them frantically burrowing back into the mountain's stone caves, responding to the Mother Stone's call. "All signals are lost," Wang Longqing said, shaking his head as his fingers flew across the control panel. "Looks like the kid's transformation even converted his tech watch." At that moment, the command room doors swung open, and Zhang Kong and Jiang Linlin strode in. Jiang Linlin, her face flushed with anger, turned to the middle-aged researchers in the room and said sharply, "Professor, I think it's time we left. It seems the Mingzhu military district doesn't trust us very much." Liao Feng suppressed his rising fury, choosing to ignore the provocation from this junior staffer of the research institute. Just then, Wang Yinhuan burst into the room, panting heavily. "Dad, what's going on with Li Mu?" Suddenly, the previously dark screen flickered to life, but the feed was completely obscured, nothing but an inky blackness. Wang Longqing immediately called out, "Li Mu! Li Mu, respond. If you can hear me, deploy the drone. I can help you survey the area." There was no response, only the deafening roars of beasts echoing through the feed. Following Liao Feng's suggestion, they pulled the camera perspective back, zooming out to a distance of several hundred meters. What appeared on the screen was a horrifying sight. An endless tide of monsters charging forward, tearing into one another as they ran. Dust clouds churned in their wake, leaving behind a trail of writhing, dying creatures. The monsters surged toward the mountain at an alarming speed, their frenzy akin to sharks scenting blood. Within moments, they began pouring into the caves, their numbers overwhelming. In less than a minute, the entire mountain was overrun, its passages completely sealed off by the swarming beasts. Wang Yinhuan collapsed to the ground in terror at the horrifying scene. Meanwhile, Zhang Kang's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he privately relished the opportunity to settle scores with Li Mu in the future. As the command room descended into a tense silence, Liao Feng suddenly pointed toward the mountain peak. Up there, Wang Longqing quickly shifted the camera's focus. Atop the mountain, fragments of rock began to crumble and fall. Then, with an earth-shaking boom, the summit erupted. sending shards of stone flying in all directions. A spherical object, about the size of a human head, suddenly shot into the sky, followed closely by Li Mu, whose body was covered in fragments of multicolored crystalline stones, making him look like a vibrant doll. With a slight shake of his body, countless shards of crystal scattered and fell away. The countless monsters swarming at the foot of the mountain immediately locked onto his figure. Li Mu glanced downward, and even he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Swiftly, he tore off his cloak, catching the falling object midair with seamless precision, wrapping and securing it in one fluid motion. Without hesitation, Li Mu hurled the bundled cloak high into the air and leapt after it. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive eagle, diving towards the cloak. Yet, just as Li Mu completed his transformation, the image abruptly vanished, leaving Wang Longqing and the others full of questions. Did he manage to grab the cloak? Were any monsters able to leap up and attack him? How far could he fly? Could he escape this sea of monsters? The atmosphere inside the room was stifling, heavy with tension. Jiang Linlin and the others barely dared to breathe, though their concern wasn't for Li Mu's safety but for their own futures. They had seen it clearly. What Li Mu had wrapped in the cloak was none other than the mother stone of the living crystals. This mother stone possessed astonishing vitality. As long as it wasn't forcibly destroyed by the monsters, its chances of survival were extraordinarily high. Previously, they had all concluded that no mother stone could exist in this area. To their astonishment, not only was one present, but Li Mu had managed to seize it under such perilous conditions. If that mother stone were successfully brought back, what would become of them? This was a monumental achievement. A single mother stone, capable of endlessly reproducing living crystals, could revolutionize the weapon forging industry across the 3 northern cities. The middle-aged male and female researchers exchanged a silent glance, wordlessly reaching an understanding. Not only must they avoid punishment, but they also had to figure out a way to claim a share of the credit. Of course, all of this hinged on Li Mu successfully returning with the mother stone. The suffocating silence dragged on for over 10 minutes. The screen flickered briefly before going dark again. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Longqing finally broke into a cryptic smile, his demeanor visibly more relaxed. Turning to Liao Feng, he said, "Shall we, leader? Let's head to the entrance together and welcome our hero, shall we?" Just as Wang Longqing and his team stepped out of the command center, they saw Li Mu galloping toward them on a tall horse from a distance. In his hand, he held a bundle wrapped in a cloak, with a round object inside that pulsed rhythmically. Although Li Mu bore no obvious injuries, he was covered in colorful gravel fragments, his combat uniform torn in several places and stained with blood. Upon reaching the group, Li Mu swiftly dismounted and respectfully handed the bundle to Wang Longqing. Li Mu, reporting as ordered. Mission accomplished, he declared. Liao Feng, watching from the side, shook his head and muttered inwardly, this kid really put all his effort into this. Sneaking back to the city just to personally deliver the item to Wang Longqing's, terrified someone else might snatch the credit. Bet he's got his eye on Wang Longqing's daughter. Wang Longqing felt a wave of emotion. From Li Mu's earlier flashing signals and subsequent radio silence, he had already guessed his subordinate's intentions. Li Mu clearly understood the importance of the Mother Stone. If he had returned with fanfare, the Supreme Commander and others would have likely received him, and the item would have gone straight to the highest leadership. Li Mu wanted to ensure the credit stayed with his immediate commander. Wang Longqing chuckled to himself. This young man may have a straightforward mind, but his loyalty was truly commendable. He stepped forward, patted Li Mu on the shoulder, and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "No problem," Li Mu replied with a smile. Though he had endured brutal combat in the mountain cave, his mastery of martial techniques, combined with the restorative effects of a second-tier celestial art, allowed him to retain half of his inner energy upon making his escape from the mountain summit. Wang Yinhuan let out a sigh of relief. Having been under Li Mu's protection throughout the mission, she couldn't bear the thought of him perishing amidst the swarm of monsters. To her surprise, not only was Li Mu incredibly powerful, but he also possessed the extraordinary ability to transform into a bird. Memories of being carried by him on horseback made her cheeks flush slightly. This strong, mysterious, and dashing man gave her an unprecedented sense of safety. Li Mu unfolded the cloak, revealing the Mother Stonia living crystal heart that pulsed rhythmically, radiating waves of energy. A middle-aged female researcher eagerly stepped forward to inspect the Mother Stone, but Wang Longqing stopped her with a sharp glare. He announced sternly, "From this moment, the Mother Stone is under top-level security. No one is to touch it. Step back." Liao Feng immediately contacted the Supreme Commander. A living crystal Mother Stone of such value required immediate top-level security measures. This meant all Shinrank warriors across the military district had to report their whereabouts, ensuring that at least 1/3 remained on standby until the Mother Stone entered the development phase. This was both to guard against powerful monster incursions and to deter any schemes from the Heavens Society. The three researchers, particularly Jiang Linlin, had conflicted expressions. Jiang glared at Wang Yinhuan with resentment, still fuming over her own swollen, slapped face, and feeling bitter that she hadn't been the one to discover the Mother Stone. Supreme Commander Liang Huajun soon arrived, offering enthusiastic commendations to both Wang Yinhuan and Li Mu, and promising to personally recommend Li Mu for recognition. Wang Longqing had long since prepared the command center's full mission records, waiting for this very moment. Following this, Liang Huajun convened a top-level security meeting, during which the living crystal was transferred to a heavily guarded facility. Due to its lifelike properties, the crystal couldn't be stored in a spatial container, forcing Li Mu to carry it by hand throughout the journey. For now, the return of the Mother Stone to the military district was classified. The next step involved bringing in specialists to ensure its vitality, selecting a site for a military-industrial enterprise, and initiating production. 3 hours later, experts and leaders from the research institute began arriving, many bringing bedding, prepared for long-term deployment. Construction of the Abyss base is currently in full swing. This base is set to become a long-term stronghold for humanity, with its most critical mission being to ensure the Mother Stone can consistently absorb energy and continuously nurture living crystal stones. As for the limitations of teleportation gates, erase the current situation. They can only function within the Abyss, and not only are they incredibly expensive to build, but their maintenance costs are also astronomical. In the surface world, teleportation distances are severely limited, so intercity travel still relies heavily on airships. Some might ask, why not establish teleportation arrays between two city bases within the Abyss? The answer is disappointing. These arrays simply cannot locate each other. Take Iron Hand City and Zhenyuan City as examples. The surface distance between them is approximately 2,000 kilometers, so theoretically, their Abyss entrances should also be about 2,000 kilometers apart. However, the reality is this. Starting from Iron Hand City's Abyss entrance and heading in the direction of Zhenyuan City, one could explore not just 2,000 kilometers, but even 20,000 kilometers without finding any trace of Zhenyuan City. It's as if the space within the Abyss exists in an entirely different dimension from the surface. To date, among the hundreds of cities in Huaxia, not a single pair has managed to establish contact within the Abyss. This means instantaneous travel between cities remains an unsolved mystery. Long-distance teleportation on the surface and interconnectivity within the Abyss have become two of the most challenging puzzles for generations of human spatial martial artists. Entering the Abyss is akin to stepping into a forest shrouded in dark fog. Humanity can only push forward by constantly exploring, dispelling the fog, mapping the terrain, developing resources, and strengthening themselves. Only when the ultimate answers are found can humanity finally rest. As soon as the research team arrived, all 4 high-ranking officials of the Mingzhu military district came out to welcome them. Among the visiting research institute leaders were 2 senior professors, both decorated with over 40 academic medals. Although their military ranks matched that of Liao Feng, in terms of contributions, even General Marquis Liang Huajun had to respectfully address them as seniors. Haha, Professor Tong, Professor He, it's been a while. Liang Huajun approached quickly, warmly greeting the 2 elderly professors. Professors He and Tong responded with kind smiles and exchanged a few pleasantries, clearly having known each other for some time. Liang Huajun then turned to the leader of the research delegation, a man in his 50s. Director Liu, thank you for leading the team to provide technical support. Shaking Liang Huajun's hand, Director Liu replied with a smile. This is the first Mother Stone of living crystals in the northern region. Its research value is immeasurable, and the institute places great importance on it. Professors He and Tong even volunteered for this mission. Professor He, now in his 70s, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Indeed, a Mother Stone of living crystals. We've only ever seen them during visits to the Winterfront and Lingyun myriad cities, but we never had the chance to study them in detail. Now, the northern region finally has its own Mother Stone. Director Liu turned to the pair of middle-aged researchers in the team and encouraged them. You've worked hard as well. The female researcher immediately seized the opportunity, smiling as she said, not at all. Bringing back the Mother Stone was only possible thanks to the outstanding efforts of the Mingzhu military district. We only conducted some surveys. Our contribution is nothing compared to the work of the Mingzhu officers and soldiers. The male researcher by her side nodded repeatedly in agreement. After speaking, the female researcher glanced meaningfully at Liang Huajun and the others. She knew full well that the specifics of how the Mother Stone was obtained must not reach the leadership. While there were no major mistakes on their part, the fact that they abandoned the exploration only for someone else to bring back the Mother Stone could severely impact their future prospects in the research institute if it came to light. Jiang Linlin, though slightly disappointed at not being credited with the majority of the achievement, found the outcome acceptable. After all, one shouldn't be too greedy. Liang Huajun merely smiled without commenting. However, Wang Longqing spoke up. It seems the professors are eager to get started. Let's head over to see the Mother Stone. I've prepared video footage documenting the entire process of its retrieval, which should provide you all with a detailed understanding. As soon as Wang Longqing finished speaking, the expressions of the middle-aged male and female researchers, along with Zhang Linlin, turned ashen. The female researcher forced a strained smile, her voice trembling. Deputy Commander Wang, is this really necessary? Her eyes stayed locked on Wang Longqing, but he paid her no mind. Instead, he smiled and turned his attention to the two senior professors. Professor Tong's interest was immediately piqued. Haha, this is a must-see, he exclaimed. Director Liu glanced at the female researcher with a frown, baffled by her naive question. For experts in geological surveys and energy resources like them, mission recordings were invaluable primary data. The environment surrounding the Mother Stone, its terrain, habitat, and the types of creatures it consumed, all of this needed to be analyzed frame by frame. Wang Longqing elaborated further. The Mother Stone resides within the mountain, controlling creatures to carve out a massive crystalline cavern. There's no signal there, so capturing footage of the interior should have been impossible. But thanks to the soldier who personally unearthed the Mother Stone, we now have breathtaking visuals of the crystal space. He risked his life to record them. He's currently resting near the Mother Stone containment area and can answer any questions you scholars might have. This explanation sent Professors He and Tong into a state of excitement. They urged Wang Longqing to lead the way, eager to question Li Mu and catch a glimpse of the enigmatic crystal space. As the group departed, the middle-aged researchers and Zhang Linlin trailed behind, their faces pale and lifeless. Zhang Linlin's breathing grew erratic at the thought of her erroneous judgment being exposed to Director Liu. Even worse, Wang Yinhuan's precise and professional survey results were about to come under Director Liu's scrutiny. The possibility that Wang Yinhuan might be admitted to the research institute filled Zhang Linlin with unbearable jealousy and a splitting headache. Wang Longqing's intentions were clear: to credit his subordinates and his daughter, while ensuring that the life-risking efforts of Li Mu and his daughter received the recognition they deserved. Any collateral damage to these three incompetents was merely a bonus. Deputy Commander Zhang Qing, though slightly displeased that his son Zhang Kong hadn't achieved any significant merit, maintained composure thanks to his exceptional self-restraint. At the Mother Stone containment area, the two senior professors began by carefully examining the Mother Stone itself, then proceeded to question Li Mu in detail. Finally, the group gathered to watch the video recordings of the mission. To Zhang Linlin and the two researchers' horror, Wang Longqing included footage of the command room as well. When Director Liu saw that not only had they contributed nothing to the mission, but had actively obstructed the survey and even dared to rebuke the military district commander, his face darkened ominously. Director Liu seethed internally. The reputation painstakingly built by generations of researchers at the institute was being squandered by these individuals. Seeing his furrowed brows and grim expression, the middle-aged researchers and Zhang Linlin knew their careers were finished. That evening, Wang Longqing drove Li Mu back to the military family district. Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong's family had completed their move and officially settled in. As per Bai Taiwai's arrangements, the two families were to have a joint dinner to celebrate. Given the Wang family's higher social standing, the gathering was hosted at their home. In the Wang family's spacious living room, the dinner was a grand affair. Chefs and housekeepers bustled about, serving dishes one after another. Wang Longqing brought out his most prized vintage wine, while Bai Taiwei meticulously arranged the seating, her thoughtful placements rich with subtle implications. The seating arrangement at the banquet was meticulously organized. At the head of the table sat Wang Longqing, with Bai Taiwei and Li Mu seated to his left and right, respectively. On Bai Taiwei's side were Yang Suiying, Yang Yurong, and Chen Jinshi, while on Li Mu's side sat Wang Yinhuan, Chen Jiaqi, and Chen Jiafeng, creating an amusing dynamic of adults on one side, children on the other. Chen Jiafeng could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes fixated on the sumptuous dishes spread across the table, practically sparkling with delight. Beside him, Chen Jiaqi was happily chatting and laughing with Wang Yinhuan, frequently complimenting the older girl's beauty. Once all the dishes were served, Bai Taiwei noticed Chen Jiafeng's eagerness and gently said, "The food's all here, dig in. This is a family meal, so eat whatever you like. No need to hold back." Chen Jiafeng first looked excitedly at his mother, Yang Yurong, and, upon receiving her nod of approval, politely expressed his thanks before eagerly picking up his chopsticks. Yang Suiying raised her glass first, offering a toast to Wang Longqing and Bai Taiwei, thanking them for their kindness. Wang Longqing responded warmly, "Sister Yang, we're all at the family table now, no need to be so formal. You're older than us, so just call me your younger brother, and her your younger sister. That's what makes us family." Bai Taiwei also raised her glass, toasting to their housewarming celebration and expressing gratitude to Li Mu for saving her daughter's life in the abyss. Chen Jinshi and Yang Yurong quickly joined in, lifting their glasses in unison. The atmosphere became lively, with glasses clinking and plates being passed around, filling the room with warmth and cheer. During the meal, Yang Suiying inquired about the details of Li Mu and the other's mission from earlier that day. At the same time, she discreetly observed Wang Yinhuan, growing increasingly impressed with the young woman's qualities, not just her striking appearance, but also her rare, gentle, and serene demeanor. As someone with a wealth of life experience, Yang Suiying keenly noticed that while Wang Yinhuan was engaged in conversation with Chen Juqi, her gaze occasionally drifted toward Li Mu. Each time she saw Li Mu engrossed in discussion with Wang Longqing, a fleeting trace of disappointment crossed her eyes. When she noticed that after Li Mu finished his tea, Wang Yinhuan thoughtfully pushed her own teacup toward him, the scene did not escape Yang Suiying's noticer by Tiao's, who couldn't help but smile knowingly. Li Mu, however, remained entirely oblivious to these subtle emotions. He was fully focused on Wang Longqing, who was elaborating on critical plans for the future. The next major priority is development work. Once the living crystal stones are put into production, they will significantly enhance our military district's output of high-quality weapons. This will be a tremendous boost to our overall strength and recruitment efforts. Currently, nearly 70% of our energy metal industry is outsourced to a single company since we lack our own energy metal manufacturing enterprise. To avoid putting all our eggs in one basket, we need to consider new partners. I've noticed that the Zhang Group has made impressive strides in the metal industry in recent years. I understand you have a good relationship with Zhang's young master. What's your take on this? After listening to Wang Longqing's words, a faint smile appeared on Li Mu's lips as he shifted his gaze to his unclean law, Chun Jinsher. I do know a bit about the Zhang Group's family background, but when it comes to their metal industry, we actually have someone here at this table who works on the front lines. My Unclean Law's forge has always sourced its materials from the Zhang Group's metal division. Wang Longqing immediately turned his attention to Chen Jinsher. Sitting a little farther away, Chen Jinsher, who hadn't been following the earlier conversation, looked puzzled when he noticed both men suddenly looking at him. Li Mu explained, Uncle Wang is interested in learning more about the Zhang Group's metal industry. Don't worry, just speak honestly. I'm only doing a bit of work-related research, Wang Longqing added. Chen Jinsher quickly gathered his thoughts. Well, I don't know much about the deeper aspects, but honestly, ever since I started using the Zhang Group's energy metals, I haven't switched to anyone else. Their prices are a bit higher, but the quality is top-notch. The best part is their after-sales service. They even handle scrap metal recycling. Their pricing for that is fair, and all it takes is one phone call for them to send a truck to pick it up. When you add it all up, it's hassle-free and efficient, and their products are reliable. Nowadays, most of us blacksmiths who specialize in weapon making use their materials. It's like we've formed our own circle. When it came to his trade, Chen Jinsher spoke with enthusiasm. Wang Longqing nodded repeatedly, clearly gaining a deeper understanding. A frontline worker's endorsement spoke volumes about the strength of the Zhang Group's metal division. Seeing Wang Longqing's interest, Li Mu said, they'll be meeting Zhang Zhuwei tomorrow. I'll gauge their intentions. If they have the capability, they're likely already preparing for the upcoming military-industrial tender. Good. They'll leave that to you, Wang Longqing said seriously. If the Zhang Group is interested, have them send their proposal directly to me. This time, the development of the Mother Stone is under our control. The Research Institute has made it clear that we're not just looking for a subcontractor, we need a bona fide military-grade enterprise. The proposals from those big metal companies are often filled with empty promises. In this kind of high-stakes, connection-driven bidding environment, the Zhang Group's proposal might not even make it to the final round under normal procedures. It wouldn't even reach us. There was a trace of helplessness in Wang Longqing's tone. While the Zhang Group was significant in the East District, it couldn't quite compete with companies that had military backing across Iron Hand City. Since he had a say in the matter, he was determined not to let unqualified companies take charge of the Living Crystal Stone project. It was a matter of critical importance to both him and the Mingzhu Military District. Understood. Li Mu agreed, picking up the teacup in front of him for a sip, only to realize there were two cups in front of him. He turned to glance at Wang Yinhuan and coincidentally caught her sneaking a look at him. Her face instantly turned bright red, startling Yang Suiying across the table, who wondered how someone could blush faster than a boiled shrimp. After the meal, Yang Suiying walked alongside Wang Yinhuan, deep in thought. This young woman wasn't just adorable and beautiful, her figure was exceptional. With her hands clasped in front of her stomach, her posture accentuated her curves. Her legs were perfectly proportioned, her waist slender, and her hourglass silhouette was simply mesmerizing. When they returned home, everyone went about tidying up and heading to their rooms. Later that night, lying in bed, Li Mu summoned the system. This time, he had earned a total of 7,850 battle points, far surpassing his previous gains in the Bone Ghost domain, primarily because he had been fighting 4th-grade monsters toward the end. These creatures, when faced with him now, could barely withstand a single strike. After deducting the cost of learning the Anshin technique and unlocking the transformations of Flying Bird and Flying Eagle from the 72 transformations, he still had 7,150 points remaining. Without hesitation, Li Mu allocated 5,000 points to enhance the Few-Ear listening skill. Few-ear listening. Store divine weapons in the ear's void, allowing constant comprehension of cultivation at 246 the normal speed. The moment the points were infused, Li Mu felt a tangible transformation in his cultivation speed. The improvement was so significant that his efficiency now far exceeded the results of his full focus, and it was continuous. However, this rapid advancement left him with the sense that his foundation might not be entirely solid, would need to refine it further through combat. After this battle, Li Mu had reached the peak of the 3rd grade. At his current cultivation speed with few-ear listening, breaking through to the 4th grade was only a matter of time. Finally, he used the remaining 545 points to enhance his divine weapon techniques. Li Mu spent 545 victory points and successfully performed the divine weapon technique on his weapon. The weapon's weight skyrocketed to 2,000 Jin, and with its original weight, it now totaled 2,220 Jin. Satisfied, he stretched his arms, secretly delighted to have finally surpassed the one-ton mark. After checking his remaining victory points, he found he still had 1,605 points available. His gaze fell on the small and large cloaks he carried with him, and he began to ponder. In the past, he had always prioritized using victory points to enhance his great sage abilities, almost entirely neglecting the upgrading of spiritual treasures. However, this recent battle had made him deeply aware of the importance of such items, prompting him to experiment with upgrading the cloak. The process of upgrading spiritual treasures was straightforward. Inject victory points to gain enhanced attributes, with more points resulting in stronger effects. Without hesitation, Li Mu decided to go all in, investing 1,600 points to strengthen the cloak. Among the 5 enhancement categories, offense, defense, recovery, mysticism, and domain, opted for defense. The result exceeded his expectations. While wearing the cloak, it granted him 70 of his body's defensive power, and even when not worn, it still provided 50. This treasure can actually borrow my physical attributes? Li Mu raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind. With the foundation provided by the celestial immortal technique and medicinal pills, his defensive capabilities already far surpassed ordinary people, even without activating abilities like copper skin and iron bones. As his cultivation progressed, the value of this treasure, capable of consistently offering 70 of his defense, would only increase. Thinking about medicinal pills, Li Mu realized that he needed to further enhance his physical strength, just in time to await the effects of the superior body strengthening pill. He immediately entered his Fudian space to check on things. Inside the Fudian, his warhorse, Yao Gu, was galloping joyfully. Occasionally, it would stop to release a shockingly potent stream of urine onto the ground before rushing off to the spiritual spring for a vigorous drink. Ever since being brought into the Fudian, the horse had developed an inseparable bond with the spiritual spring, as if the spring was transforming its physique. Li Mu had dug a double outlet pit near the spring, allowing the overflow to naturally irrigate 2 patches of herbal fields. The herbs there were growing at an astonishing rate, benefiting simultaneously from the fertile Fudian soil and the nourishment of the spring. Their growth was tens, or even hundreds of times faster than in the outside world. After just 3 to 5 days, the herbs had already sprouted into small plants, and in another 3 days, they were expected to grow large enough to be used for pill refinement. Gazing at the 2 lush herb fields, Li Mu mentally calculated. Once these herbs fully matured, they should yield enough ingredients to refine 15 to 20 superior body strengthening pills. However, he couldn't help but worry. Will taking them every day lead to resistance? The next morning, Li Mu headed straight to school. Not spotting Zhang Jiwei, he pulled out his phone and made a call. "Lancer, where are you? I've got something good for you." Before Zhang Jiwei received a call from Li Mu, the Zhang family was in the midst of a critical family meeting. The atmosphere in the spacious conference room was tense. Seated at the head of the table was Zhang Juhua, the current patriarch of the family, now in his 70s. Despite his age, his profound cultivation at the Xian level kept him sharp and vigorous. Yet, his weathered face was clouded with worry. The focus of the meeting was a newly discovered living crystal motherstone obtained by the Mingzhu military district. This rare material, capable of spanning premium, special, and rare grades, boasted astonishing adaptability and compatibility. For the Zhang Corporation, securing the rights to collaborate on the production of this mother stone could propel the company to unprecedented heights, even if it meant abandoning its other 2 major industries. Zhang Jiwei's father, Zhang Chaoyang, had learned of this news the night before. Unable to sleep, he worked through the night with the core team of the Energy and Metals Division to draft a proposal of the highest standards. However, the situation was far from favorable. The Yi family from Nanqing had already secured control over more than 70% of the energy and metals sector in the Mingzhu district. They had even begun reaching out to downstream partners in advance, making their intentions unmistakably clear. "Jiwei, you've been stationed with the Zhenyuan Army for a few days now. Do you have any insights?" Zhang Jihua asked. Zhang Jiwei sighed helplessly. Despite earning the title of runner-up in the Abyss First Battle and accumulating some merit through relentless efforts, he was still a long way from gaining recognition from the military's top brass. Grandfather, I haven't made much progress in the army yet. But Li Mu has been quite active with the district leader. She might be able to gather some information. Just as Zhang Jiwei's mother, Li Ru, brought up the invitation to a banquet hosted by the Yi family's matriarch, Zhang Chaoyang immediately interrupted, absolutely not. I, Zhang Chaoyang, would rather starve than become a lackey for the Yi family. At that moment, Zhang Jiwei's phone rang. It was Li Mu, calling to share some good news. After a brief farewell, Zhang Jiwei drove off to meet him. Li Mu got into Zhang Jiwei's understated SUV and couldn't help but comment on how much more comfortable it was than riding a horse. Without beating around the bush, he asked, is your family planning to bid for the living crystal mother stone? Zhang Jiwei looked at Li Mu in surprise, not expecting him to bring up the topic so directly. Li Mu wasted no time and requested a tour of the Zhang family's energy and metals facilities. Once inside the plant, he began asking detailed questions about various aspects of the operation. It was only then that Zhang Jiwei realized the application of living crystals was far more complex than simply extracting crystals from the mother stone and forging weapons. Before losing its life force, the crystal remains soft and pliable. However, once the energy dissipates, it becomes as hard as iron, rendering it nearly impossible to process. This requires craftsmen to fuse the crystal with metal while it is still active, along with adding various auxiliary materials. Only through this process can it be transformed into energy metal, which is then used in subsequent forging procedures. Inside the spacious and well-lit workshop of the Zhang Family Corporation, Li Mu observed the orderly production lines before him. Zhang Jiwei was meticulously explaining the process of creating energy metals. Weapons of different grades and varying attribute requirements all demand precisely formulated energy metals. From raw material selection to process execution and timing control, there are thousands of possible combinations for each step. Zhang Jiwei spoke with evident pride. Every workshop has its own unique formula. Sometimes, we even have to develop new types of energy metals on short notice to fulfill special orders. That's why we've invested heavily in building a top-tier technical team. He glanced at the busy craftsmen. These are skilled artisans who have risen through the ranks. They possess exceptional expertise and creativity, and they are deeply loyal to the Zhang family. In all of Iron Hand City, no one invests more in talent cultivation than we do. After carefully inspecting the workshop, Li Mu nodded slightly. All right, do you have your project proposal on hand? Zhang Jiwei paused for a moment, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. It's at my house. I'll go get it right away. Good. Once you have it, come with me to meet Vice Commander Wang, Li Mu said as he headed toward the door. Meet who? Zhang Jiwei quickly caught up, his voice trembling slightly with shock. The military district's vice commander, Wang Longsheng, Li Mu replied calmly. You'll hand the proposal to him directly and answer his questions. Zhang Jiwei felt his vision blur for a moment, his breathing quickening. Wang Longsheng? He knew all too well what that name signified. This was undoubtedly a key figure in military-industrial collaboration projects. Li Mu wouldn't arrange such a meeting without a significant reason. He realized this was a monumental opportunity for his family, all thanks to Li Mu. Without Li Mu's connections, even his grandfather wouldn't have been able to secure an audience with Wang Longqing. Not daring to waste time, Zhang Jiwei immediately returned home to retrieve a backup copy of the proposal and followed Li Mu straight to the Abyss Command Center. Meanwhile, his father, Zhang Chaoyang, was hitting a wall at the bidding department. In the bidding room of the Military Industrial Cooperation Department of Zhenyuan Army, Zhang Chaoyang sat upright, like a diligent student, carefully explaining his proposal to several department leaders, word by word. Despite his earnest efforts and flattering words, all he received in return was a cold, dismissive, go back and wait for the news. The moment Zhang Chaoyang stepped out of the bidding room, his spirits visibly deflated. Not being informed about a second-round review was a clear sign that his proposal had once again failed. The waiting area was already crowded with prominent figures from the metal industry. Their gazes toward Zhang Chaoyang carried a hint of mockery. Any one of them could easily command the attention of the business sector, yet here they all were, reduced to the same frustrated state. Old Zhang, why bother bidding again? Someone teased, patting the seat next to them. Have a seat and just wait for the Yi family to throw you a bone. Exactly. With their military connections, how can anyone compete? Word is, the moment the news broke last night, the Yi family threw a celebration banquet. They're determined to secure that mother stone. Just as Zhang Chaoyang was about to leave, a middle-aged man with a gold tooth approached, laughing heartily. Ha ha, good morning, gentlemen. Early birds catch the worm, and you all seem to be up bright and early. Though the gathered businessmen were being likened to birds, they could only force polite smiles and exchange greetings. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Judging by your radiant mood, you must have good news to share? Whenever good things happen to me, I never forget my friends. How about we all grab a meal later and share in the joy? Mr. Yi said with a sly smile. Everyone present knew exactly what he meant was scouting downstream partners for the live crystal mining operation. When Mr. Yes gaze landed on Zhang Chaoyang, his grin widened. Ah, brother Zhang, what a rare sight. How about joining us for a meal to strengthen our ties? Apologies, I have urgent matters at home. Maybe another time. Zhang Chaoyang replied calmly but firmly. Mr. Ye's smile faltered slightly. Brother Zhang, it seems you don't think much of people like us, do you? That's not what I meant. Zhang Chaoyang responded evenly. Opportunities only knock once. Our table will only grow bigger in the future, but it won't always be open to just anyone, Mr. Yi said with a pointed tone. His words carried a thinly veiled threat. Once the Yi family secured the mother stone, their expansion would be unstoppable. Other companies would either be swallowed up or crushed under their dominance. Zhang Chaoyang's expression darkened. As an industry insider, he was all too familiar with the Yi family's ruthless tactics. Many ethical entrepreneurs had been driven into a corner by their aggressive business practices. While it might not amount to a criminal offense, everyone in the industry knew the truth, even if the Zhenyuan Army couldn't intervene. Goodbye, Zhang Chaoyang said curtly before turning on his heel and leaving. That brother Zhang sure has some backbone, Mr. Yi remarked with a chuckle, draping an arm over another businessman's shoulder. Then his tone shifted. But people with too much backbone don't tend to last long, huh? A shiver ran through the crowd at his ominous words. Meanwhile, in the command center, Wang Longsheng had just received a call from Li Mu, informing him that he was bringing Zhang Jiwei to meet him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Longsheng invited the two to sit down. From the fact that Li Mu had brought someone to meet him directly, rather than simply submitting the proposal as they had discussed the day before, it was clear that Li Mu intended for the Zhang family's group to take over the Motherstone project. Wang Longqing looked at Li Mu and pretended to speak sternly. Didn't we agree yesterday that you'd just bring the proposal for me to review? Now you've brought the person here directly. Are you trying to pressure me? Zhang Jiwei broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Pressure? Who would dare to pressure the deputy commander of the military district? He suddenly realized that Li Mu had already recommended Zhang's group to Wang Longqing yesterday, and today had even gone so far as to bring him here for a direct meeting. While feeling deeply grateful, he couldn't help but worry for Li Mu. Li Mu chuckled and explained. How could I dare? After visiting Zhang's enterprise, I was impressed by its integrity and thought it might help lighten your workload. That's why I was eager to bring him to meet you. What wouldn't you dare? Wang Longqing snorted. You're the one who brought back the Mother Stone. In the Research Institute, your words carry more weight than mine now. Then, turning to Zhang Jiwei, his tone softened. Young Master Zhang, let me take a look at your proposal, shall we? Zhang Jiwei froze for a moment, his mind racing. The Mother Stone was brought back by Li Mu? His influence in the Research Institute, is this significant? What exactly has happened over the past few days? Snapping back to reality, he quickly replied, of course, absolutely. Standing to the side, Li Mu couldn't help but smirk. The usually composed and stoic Zhang Jiwei, now looking so flustered, was quite a rare sight. Over the next 3 hours, Zhang Jiwei, armed with professional knowledge even more robust than his father's, meticulously presented the proposal. With Li Mu occasionally chiming in to supplement the discussion, the meeting progressed exceptionally smoothly, lasting until lunchtime. That afternoon, at the Zhang family villa's dining table, a groggy Zhang Chaoyang sat down, rubbing his temples. Having had a sleepless night followed by a nap, he felt even more fatigued and had no appetite for the lavish spread before him. Where's Jiwei? He asked. Li Ru replied. He called to say he won't be back for lunch. Zhang Juhua reassured him. He's probably busy running around for the company. Don't worry. Just as the words left his mouth, the front door suddenly swung open. Zhang Jiwei strode in, his face glowing with excitement, his eyes bright as he looked at everyone. Jiwei, what's going on with you? Li Ru stood up in concern. She had never seen her son look so dazed yet exhilarated. I'm fine. Zhang Jiwei took a deep breath and said, Li Mu took me to meet Wang Longqing this morning. I presented our proposal to him. Those simple words plunged the room into silence. Zhang Chaoyang shot to his feet, his voice trembling. You said, you met him, and then? Deputy Commander Wang wasn't satisfied with the proposal for the military-industrial cooperation enterprise. Zhang Jiwei's words sent a chill through everyone present, but his next sentence filled them with joy. He asked if we'd be willing to collaborate more deeply with the military district and draft a new joint construction plan for a military-grade enterprise. As soon as Zhang Jiwei finished speaking, the entire Zhang family residence seemed to freeze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. A distant housekeeper, who had been carrying dishes, sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly retreated to the kitchen with the tray in hand, instructing the other staff to stay put for the time being. In moments like these, as members of the Zhang household staff, they all knew how to read the room. Although Zhang Jiuhe and Zhang Chaoyang were momentarily stunned, their composure, one as a seasoned Shin-level cultivator and the other as a prominent business tycoon, allowed them to quickly regain their calm. Zhang Jiuhe gestured to Zhang Jiwei and said, Let's discuss this in the meeting room. Without delay, he led the three of them briskly into the designated room. Once inside, Zhang Jiwei began to recount the entire chain of events in a methodical and detailed manner. From Li Mu inviting him out, to the factory visit, and finally to meeting Wang Longqing. He meticulously repeated every conversation and every critical detail without missing a word. When they heard that the mother stone of the living crystal was personally brought back by Li Mu, everyone present was utterly astounded. After all, Li Mu had, until recently, been just an ordinary student with inflexible talent. While he had saved Zhang Jiwei during the first battle in the Abyss, which led to Zhang Jiwei transferring to Heishui High School, the Zhang family's gratitude at the time had only extended to Zhang Chaoyang and Li Ru donating an A-grade martial arts arena to the school. They had merely intended to repay the young man's life-saving act. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Li Mu would soon deliver such an earth-shattering gift. Even more significant was the nature of this proposal. It wasn't just about subcontracted production. It was about co-establishing a military-industrial enterprise. The difference between the two was monumental. Earlier that morning, Zhang Chaoyang and his team had been bidding for a subcontracting project, where production linked to the Mother Stone had to take place within military zones to prevent interest groups like the Paradise Society from meddling. Subcontracting meant that the Zhang Group would merely be setting up a factory in the Abyss to work for the military, earning decent profits but remaining replaceable at any time. In contrast, co-founding a military-industrial enterprise meant forming a vested partnership with the military, a far deeper and more strategic relationship than mere subcontracting. This would effectively place the Zhang family halfway into the military's inner circle, granting them a prestigious badge of honor in the business world and opening doors for the family to expand into other cities. Of course, such an opportunity came with immense challenges, as managing a military-grade enterprise would demand the Zhang family's utmost dedication and effort. The sound of Zhang Juhe tapping the table broke everyone's train of thought. He spoke in a low, measured tone. "Don't get ahead of yourselves. This is just a request for a proposal, not a confirmation of collaboration. Moreover, the relationships at play here are extremely intricate." He turned to Zhang Jiwei and asked about the Yi family's involvement. Zhang Jiwei explained that this was only the first round of selection, and the real bidding for the military-industrial enterprise would take place in the second round. The Yi family would likely make it through the initial screening. Zhang Chaoyang took a deep drag on his cigarette and made a sharp observation. "This is Wang Longqing challenging Vice Commander Zhang Qing." Noticing Li Ru's confusion, Zhang Chaoyang elaborated. "The Yi family is backed by Vice Commander Zhang Qing, and they are determined to secure the Mother Stone. Vice Commander Wang clearly doesn't want power to become overly centralized, and he's using the connection with Li Mu to extend an olive branch to us." Zhang Juhe nodded approvingly. This is indeed an opportunity fraught with both risks and rewards. Getting involved in the power struggle within the military's upper echelons could lead to soaring success or disastrous failure. He gave Zhang Chaoyang a meaningful look, but Zhang Chaoyang firmly waved his hand and declared, "Dad, isn't this exactly the kind of opportunity we've been waiting for? If we secure the military-industrial enterprise, our relationship with Commander Wang will far surpass anything the Yi family can muster. Over the years, I've seen through the Yi family's facade. Sure, they're big, but when it comes to quality and expertise, they're no match for us." Hearing this, Zhang Juhe responded with a faint smile. Zhang Jiwei added, "Commander Wang has indeed emphasized multiple times that this matter must be handled fairly and impartially." Upon hearing the suggestion to let a high-quality enterprise take over the Mother Stone project, Zhang Chaoyang immediately nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he strode out of the room with determined steps, pulling out his phone as he went. He was so eager that he didn't even bother to eat, already gearing up to rally his team and prepare for a groundbreaking military-industrial endeavor. Watching his grandson's retreating figure, Zhang Juhe sighed with a mix of pride and emotion. "Jiwei," he said, "your friendly Mu is truly extraordinary. When you get the chance, you must invite him to visit our home." Li Ru chimed in, "That's right. You've mentioned him so often, but we still haven't had the chance to meet. Regardless of how this turns out, he's already done great favors for our Zhang family twice now. And as fate would have it, he's even from our own clan." Zhang Jiwei nodded with a wry smile. Li Mu had not only saved his life, but had now placed him in a position of owing an immense debt of gratitude. Standing up, Zhang Jiwei stretched his aging frame. "These old bones haven't been active in a long time. But if the Zhang family really manages to co-establish this military enterprise, I might finally have the chance to return to the Abyss. As a Shinrank martial artist, Zhang Juhuo's destiny should have been tied to the Abyss. Yet, as the Zhang family's influence grew, he had become more cautious, avoiding unnecessary risks. His safety was directly tied to the family's survival should anything happen to him in the Abyss. The Zhang family would immediately become prey for others. However, if they could ally with Wang Longqing and achieve victory together, the Zhang family would solidify its position as a staunch ally of Wang Longqing. This coveted military connection would not only ensure Zhang Juhuo's freedom but also bring significant benefits to the family, whether through exploring resources, enhancing strength, or joining the Zhenyuan Army in battle. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Blood Pool City, the largest military district of the Blood Sea, a pitch-black fortress-like building loomed ominously near the abyss entrance. Its facade bore several gleaming golden characters that read, Northern Border Zhenyuan Army Combat Technique Research Division. At that moment, in the top-floor conference room of the Combat Technique Division, over 20 elderly scholars with snowy white hair were intently poring over stacks of documents piled high before them. The oldest among them was over 100 years old. The room was filled with the faint rustle of pages turning. Several uniformed officers in their 50s or 60s stood nearby, observing. One of them, after rubbing his tired eyes, instructed a subordinate to prepare tea for the professors and gently reminded everyone that they had been working for 6 hours straight and should take a break. But most of the professors paid no heed, their brows furrowed as they continued their relentless study. Suddenly, one of the scholars picked up a file labeled Pearl Military District Combat Technique Improvement Proposal Falling Leaf Blade Technique. The moment his eyes fell on the document, he noticed something unusual. It was distinct from the falling leaf blade technique he was familiar with. As he read further, his eyes widened in astonishment. By the time he had finished several thousand words, he slammed his palm onto the table with a loud bang. The abrupt noise startled the other scholars, causing several to jump in their seats. One of them scowled and cursed. What the hell, you old fool? Are you trying to send us all to the afterlife? There's over 2,000 years of collective age in this room, though. You want to knock a few of us out with that stunt? Several professors, shaken, dropped their materials. At least 6 or 7 of them turned pale and hastily reached into their pockets for their medication. But the one who had struck the table was too excited to care about their complaints. His face was flushed with exhilaration as he kept his gaze fixed on the document in his hands. Ignoring the commotion, he shouted, Pearl Military District. Falling Leaf Blade Technique. Look at this. Everyone, look at this. Now. The old man's uncharacteristic reaction immediately alerted the professors in the room to the gravity of the situation. Unlike the others, who were reviewing the materials in order from top to bottom, the old man had been flipping through at random and happened to come across the section on the Pearl Military District first. Instantly, everyone scrambled to locate the revised version of the falling leaf blade technique submitted by the Pearl Military District. Even the middle-aged men in military uniforms, who had been seated quietly, now perused the materials with keen interest. This version of the falling leaf blade technique was starkly different from the dense and overly intricate techniques that often span 20 to 50,000 words. With just over 10,000 words, it completely overhauled the original's convoluted structure. The technique was concise, straightforward, and refreshingly innovative. Is this really the falling leaf blade technique? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Another person laughed heartily. If one can fully grasp this technique, wouldn't it rival the prowess of the skill stones? As they delved deeper into the study, the professors discovered that this version incorporated unique footwork and a more efficient method of channeling inner energy. Compared to the original, it was faster, more agile, and significantly more powerful. Even those with average aptitude could see an increase of at least 80 in effectiveness compared to the previous written manual. Clang! Several middle-aged officers in uniform stood up abruptly, their eyes wide with astonishment. Professor Wu, did you just say an 80 improvement in potency compared to before? One of them asked sharply. The other professors nodded in agreement. A centenarian professor, who had dedicated his life to studying martial techniques, sighed in awe. This isn't just an ordinary refinement. I've spent my entire career researching techniques, and I've never encountered such an innovative approach. Although he had studied numerous techniques, his work on the falling leaf blade technique had been sporadic over the span of a decade. Furthermore, his aptitude paled in comparison to that of Li Mu, whose heavenly immortal manual allowed him to comprehend techniques with an almost supernatural efficiency. Every technique Li Mu mastered through the heavenly immortal manual was akin to the culmination of a century of focused research. This technique must be the work of a single individual. It's impossible for a group effort to produce something this cohesive. The Pearl Military District must have a once-in-a-generation genius in their ranks. Genius? That word alone doesn't do justice to the person behind this technique. One of the middle-aged officers immediately turned to his adjutant and issued an order. Gather 200 blade specialists who have never trained in the falling leaf technique. Begin intensive testing immediately. A few days later, in the conference room of the Pearl Military District base in Iron Hand City, the final round of bidding was underway. The room was filled with military-industrial leaders, all eagerly awaiting the session to commence. The district's 4 commanding officers, Research Institute Director Liu, and 2 professors entered one after the other, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. Only after Liang Huajun gestured for them to sit did the room settle. Among those present were Li Mu, Wang Yinhuan, and Zhang Kong, members of the Mother Stone Task Force, attending as observers. However, Zhang Linlin was notably absent for reasons unknown. As Liang Huajun announced the start of the meeting, a military-industrial leader ushered in two groups of representatives, each consisting of 4 or 5 people. These groups took positions on opposite sides of the room, clutching their respective documents. Just as Minister Zhao Han was about to introduce the final contenders, the Yi Group and the E-City Group, Wang Longqing abruptly raised a hand to interrupt. Minister Zhao, Wang began, his tone sharp. I have a question. Were you personally involved in the entire process of selecting these companies? Zhao Han froze, visibly caught off guard, and instinctively glanced toward Zhang Qing for support. He was one of Zhang Qing's men, a fact etched into Zhao Han's very bones like an unshakable mark. The outcome of this bidding meeting had long been predetermined by Zhang Qing's instructions. At this moment, Zhang Qing observed the scene with an air of calm detachment, as if what was about to unfold had nothing to do with him. When Zhao Han noticed Wang Longqing suddenly speaking up, he couldn't help but shiver. As the person in charge of the selection process, he had no choice but to brace himself and respond. Yes, Deputy Commander Wang. Wang Longqing abruptly shifted his tone and smiled, saying, Good. Since the professors from the Research Institute are present, we must take this seriously. Zhao Han forced a smile, but inwardly, he cursed Wang Longqing furiously. That old fox, trying to show off in front of the Research Institute and dragging me into it. He turned and signaled for Mr. Yi to begin his presentation. This representative from Yi Corporation was the same man who had attempted to win over Zhang Chaoyang outside the bidding meeting a few days ago. Today, Mr. Yi was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding confidence as he stepped forward. When his gaze landed on Zhang Qing, his smile became even more radiant. Zhang Qing glanced at Wang Longqing out of the corner of his eye, sensing something calculated in his earlier statement, a faint unease stirring within him. Distinguished military leaders and officials, good evening. Mr. Yi began his presentation. Our Yi Corporation has prepared a comprehensive proposal for the Mother Stone Development Project, tailored specifically for military-industrial enterprises. As he spoke, his staff unveiled the screen, and a projector displayed meticulously prepared electronic materials for the audience. From company scale and financial strength to technical teams, from the variety and quantity of technologies to market reputation, and even business strategies and projected profits, Yi Corporation strengths were laid out in detail. As a long-established industry leader, with extensive experience in military material processing, their capabilities earned approving nods from the leaders present. After a full hour, Mr. Yi concluded his presentation with a bow to the assembled officials. His excitement was unmistakable. This was no ordinary processing contract, but a golden opportunity to co-establish a military-grade enterprise. Securing this project would solidify the Yi family's dominance in Iron Hand City. As for the rival Dongqing Group, in his eyes, they were merely a runner-up arranged by Zhang Qing to make the process appear legitimate. Zhang Qing was well aware that the Research Institute's involvement made the outcome less controllable, but the Mother Stone development rights were a crucial stepping stone for his ambitions to secure the commander position. Thus, he had no choice but to take a risk, using heavy-handed tactics to eliminate other competitors, leaving only Yi Corporation and a mid-tier enterprise to face off in the final round. This way, the Research Institute would be cornered into a binary choice. As expected, despite Dongqing Group putting forth their best effort, they ultimately could not match Yi Corporation's overwhelming advantages. Even the leaders from the Research Institute seemed disinterested in Dongqing's presentation. Mr. Ye's smile grew increasingly confident. By the end of the night, the Yi family would rise to new heights. After a round of superficial deliberations, Zhao Han and his colleagues stepped forward to announce, after careful comparison, we believe Yi Corporation is better suited to undertake this military-grade enterprise co-construction project. We now await instructions from the leadership. Liang Huajun fixed his eyes on Zhang Qing. Vice Commander Zhang, let's hear your perspective first. A principled and incorruptible military man, Liang Huajun not only refrained from engaging in commercial interest himself, but also strictly forbade his associates from exploiting his name for personal gain. While he was aware of Zhang Qing's ties to the Yi family, he lacked concrete evidence. His pointed question carried a faint tone of mockery. The military-industrial experts are more qualified to decide. I'm just an outsider, so I'll refrain from commenting. Director Liu and the professors, what are your thoughts? Zhang Qing deflected, turning to the Research Institute representatives. Just then, Wang Longqing's drawling voice broke the momentary silence. Actually, I have a few thoughts about this result. As soon as Wang Longqing spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. All eyes turned to him, especially those of Zhao Han, the Minister of Military Industry, whose expression betrayed a hint of unease. While everyone's attention was focused on Wang, Li Mu silently stood up and walked out of the room. Zhang Kong, seated not far away, noticed the subtle movement. His brows furrowed as he kept his gaze fixed on Li Mu's retreating figure. This project involving the development of the Mother Stone is of paramount importance. Wang Longqing said, his eyes locking onto Zhao Han's. His tone was steady. I've paid close attention to the bidding companies from the military industry sector and uncovered some serious issues. He paused briefly. Minister Zhao, could you tell me which energy metal company in Taizhou City has the best reputation? The pointed question caused Zhao Han to break into a cold sweat. Stammering, he replied, the best would be the Yi Group. The expression on President Ye's face immediately turned awkward. It was common knowledge in the business world that while Yi Group was the largest player in Taizhou City's energy metals industry, the company with the best reputation was, in fact, the Zhang Group. This was an unspoken truth, never officially ranked. It seems Minister Zhao hasn't done thorough research, Wang Longqing remarked, pulling 2 project proposals from his briefcase and placing them firmly on the table. I've spoken with numerous professionals in the field and found that the Zhang Group has made the most significant improvements in quality and reputation over the past 2 years. These are 2 of their proposals. One is a subcontracting cooperation plan, and the other is a joint venture for a military-grade enterprise. Minister Zhao, you eliminated the Zhang Group in the first round of evaluations, didn't you? Zhao Han was utterly stunned. He had indeed reviewed the Zhang Group's proposals, and by all measures, their capabilities far surpassed those of the Yi Group. Sensing the tension, Zhang Qing quickly intervened to break the deadlock. Deputy Commander Wang, are you sure you fully understand the contents of these proposals? Why not explain them to us here and now? It was a trap. Either Wang would reveal his lack of business knowledge or admit to having private dealings with the Zhang Group. However, Wang Longqing merely smiled. Of course, I can explain them. But wouldn't it be more appropriate to have someone from the Zhang Group present them? As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room door swung open. Li Mu re-entered, followed by Zhang Chaoyang, Zhang Jiwei, and 3 experts. The sight made Zhang Qing's face darken. Considerably hadn't anticipated that Wang Longqing had already prepared for this. Deputy Commander Wang, are you trying to pull strings for them? Zhang Qing questioned coldly. I'm simply questioning the fairness of the evaluation process and advocating for a fair opportunity for all companies, Wang replied calmly, unfazed. At that moment, Director Liu from the Research Institute, along with 2 professors, stepped in to mediate. They suggested allowing the Zhang Group to present their case, and under the circumstances, Zhang Qing had no choice but to agree. The Zhang Group? Commander-in-Chief Liang Huajun asked, arms crossed. Yes, I'm Zhang Chaoyang, the current chairman of the Zhang Group, Zhang Chaoyang said, suppressing his nervousness. He signaled his assistant to open the presentation materials and began introducing the details of their proposals. The moment Mr. Yi laid eyes on Zhang Chaoyang, his expression changed drastically. As Zhang Chaoyang's project presentation gradually unfolded, Mr. Ye's face alternated between red and pale, his shock and unease written all over his features. The Zhang Group's demonstrated advancements in forging technology were double those of the Yi Group. Over the years, the Yi Group had rested on its laurels, relying on past achievements while diverting funds into networking and marketing, completely neglecting technological innovation. It was only at this moment that Mr. Yi realized just how far behind Zhang Group had left them in terms of hard capabilities. Meanwhile, the military department leaders were breaking out in cold sweats. Most of them were unaware of this situation. Zhang Group had been eliminated in the first round by Zhao Han's decision, but who could have guessed it was hiding such astonishing strength? Their gazes toward Zhao Han were filled with anger, clearly blaming him for this misjudgment that had led to such a disastrous outcome. In stark contrast, the Research Institute members reacted with enthusiasm. Director Liu's eyes lit up as he listened, while the 2 professors nodded repeatedly with visible admiration. This was the standard a military-grade enterprise should meet. Both in terms of technological innovation and quality control, Zhang Group far outshone the Yi Group's earlier presentation. Although slightly lacking in scale and funding, for a military enterprise, quality was unquestionably the most critical factor. Commander Liang, I believe Zhang Group is the right choice. Before anyone else could speak, Professor Tong decisively pointed at Zhang Chaoyang. Wang Longqing gave Professor Tong a grateful look, knowing full well that this was his way of helping ease the pressure. The Research Institute's opinion carried significant weight, and with their endorsement, even Liang Huajun couldn't object. Haha, if Professor Tong says it's good, then it must be good. Let's vote those in favor of partnering with Zhang Group to establish the military enterprise. Raise your hands. Liang Huajun was the first to raise his hand, followed by Wang Longqing, Liao Feng, and Director Liu. Even Zhang Qing had no choice but to follow suit. The tide had turned, and resistance was futile. Mr. Yi was utterly disheartened, his gaze toward Zhang Chaoyang filled with a complex mix of emotions, particularly a deep-seated hatred. What had seemed like a sure thing had slipped through his fingers. Zhang Chaoyang let out a long sigh of relief. The sleepless nights of the past few days had finally come to an end. Today's situation had been far more perilous than he had anticipated, but with this victory, the Zhang family had truly secured its footing. Looking at his son and Li Mu, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The daunting challenges that had troubled him and the old patriarch for so long had been effortlessly resolved by these two young men. Especially Li Mu being able to overcome even the formidable obstacle of the military district was nothing short of remarkable. Truly, the courage of youth knows no bounds. After the bidding meeting concluded, Commander-in-Chief Liang Huajun immediately ordered Zhao Han to be detained for investigation. However, it was clear from the outset that the investigation would yield little progress. Zhao Han worked for Zhang Qing, but Zhang Qing had yet to provide him with any tangible benefits. Even if benefits were exchanged later, there would be no traceable evidence on the surface. As long as Zhao Han denied any connection with Zhang Qing and the Yi group, the worst he could be charged with was negligence, leaving no leverage for a larger offense. This was the nature of power struggles at higher levels. Violations, if any, were executed flawlessly, leaving no loose ends. Targeting someone recklessly could backfire, resulting in retaliation from the opposing side. Li Mu originally planned to return to the surface with Zhang Chaoyang, but he received a call from Minister Song about an important meeting he needed to attend. Since the location wasn't far, Li Mu headed directly to the martial arts department. The meeting itself was straightforward, was asked to review and verify the newly drafted paper version of the Flowing Cloud 5 Shocks technique. Li Mu suggested a few changes, but made no substantial modifications. After his improvements, the technique was already far more powerful, unlike the falling leaf blade technique, which had obvious flaws. Although this martial art had evolved in Li Mu's hands into the Flowing Cloud Phantom, if it were to be recorded in its entirety as a written technique, it would be classified as a high-grade skill, well beyond the comprehension of martial artists below the 3rd or 4th grade. Documenting it fully into a written form would require far more than 10,000 or 20,000 words, making it a monumental task. Li Mu also had no intention of revealing all his cards at once, wary of drawing unnecessary attention. By the time he left the martial arts department, it was already past 9 p.m., and the abyss was shrouded in darkness. The number of soldiers on night patrol had noticeably decreased. As Li Mu walked, he reflected on his recent progress, estimating that he would be ready to start crafting solid pills in the next day or two. After days of intense cultivation, his level had reached the bottleneck of the 3rd grade. Breaking through to the 4th grade, and then consuming the solid pill would likely increase the weight of his weapon to over 3,000 pounds. He pondered whether taking on a mission might provide the stimulus he needed for a breakthrough. At that moment, 2 figures appeared on the road ahead. Li Mu slowed his pace and surveyed his surroundings. This area was far from the teleportation gate, and the surroundings were deserted. It was clear these two were waiting for him. Li Mu stopped about 5 meters away and got a good look at them. One was a man and the other a woman. The man had a mischievous grin, wore a long robe, and had flowing hair, holding a folding fan as if he were a scholar from a period drama. Although this world lacked literary works like Journey to the West and related cultural legends, its historical trajectory was similar to Earth's, having evolved from feudal dynasties. As a result, period dramas also existed here. The woman, on the other hand, had red and blue twin ponytails, exaggerated heart-shaped stickers on her face, and was chewing gum while carrying a baseball bat on her shoulder, resembling a Western-style Harley Quinn. Both emitted auras that were anything but ordinary. Although Li Mu couldn't clearly discern their levels, they seemed to be around the 5th or 6th grade. Noticing that Li Mu had stopped, both of them laughed. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have," the man in the period outfit said casually, his tone as light as if he were chatting. "Oh," Li Mu responded indifferently. He reached into his ear, and in an instant, the ghost-face staff appeared in his hand. "Ha ha ha, he seems quite defiant toward you, doesn't he?" The woman chuckled theatrically, addressing the man. The man smiled faintly and shrugged in what he thought was a suave manner. Without further words, he raised his hand and flicked his fan sharply. 3 dark shadows shot toward Li Mu at incredible speed. In the darkness, they were nearly impossible to see with the naked eye, but with his fire eye vision activated, Li Mu could clearly track their trajectories. Li Mu let out a soft snort, and a dragon's roar barrier instantly materialized before him. The dragon's roar, which he had refined over a century, was now far superior to the simple shield it had once been. Not only could it form instantaneously with his will, but its defensive power was on an entirely different level. As for the shield's explosive counterforce, Li Mu found it less useful. The barrier was more effective as a protective measure in front of him. Unless a situation specifically called for it, he rarely allowed the dragon's roar to detonate anymore. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 fanbone-like projectiles embedded themselves deeply into the dragon's roar barrier, their immense impact causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The barrier fractured and fragments flew, creating small craters on the ground upon impact. Li Mu silently acknowledged the man's strength was at least at the peak of the 5th grade, with astonishing attack power. The man in traditional attire tilted his head slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although Zhang Kong had warned them in advance about Li Mu's extraordinary strength, emphasizing that they must either cripple him and bring him back or kill him on the spot if necessary, neither he nor the Harlequin woman had taken it seriously. After all, The man before them appeared to be merely at the peak of the third rank, while he himself was 2 entire levels higher. Whoa! Embarrassing much. The Harlequin woman burst into exaggerated laughter, clearly relishing the moment as she mocked the man in traditional garb. Infuriated, the man in traditional attire lashed out once more with his folding fan. However, Li Mu had already gauged his opponent's strength and was no longer on the defensive. In a flash, he executed the earthly 9 steps, a move passed down for centuries. His figure blurred like an afterimage, and though it seemed as if he had taken only a few steps, he instantly closed the distance between them. Just as the folding fan was swung, it collided Hedon with Li Mu's ghost-faced staff. Amid the piercing wail of ghosts, the man's wrist was shattered, flesh torn and bone exposed. Though the concealed weapon hidden in the folding fan was formidable, it only managed to graze Li Mu's arm. Had Li Mu activated his copperhead iron arm technique, even 3 of these men combined wouldn't have been able to land a scratch on him. The Harlequin woman's expression shifted slightly as she nimbly retreated to the side. The man in traditional attire, now seething with rage, unleashed a surge of energy that erupted from his body. The shockwave of his inner force blasted outward, forcing Li Muho was mid-swing back several paces. The man slapped his chest with his left hand, and 6 long swords suddenly shot out from behind him, each hilt connected by a thread of true energy. With a downward press of his hand, the 6 swords, enveloped in a fierce aura, surged forward, sweeping up dust and debris in their path. Realizing that the dragon's roar technique wouldn't be enough to fully counter the attack, Li Mu immediately switched to the chaos strike on the heavenly palace. His ghost-faced staff spun into a dense web of afterimages, deflecting every incoming blade. As the man in traditional attire stared in shock, Li Mu transitioned into the sea-raging spirit ape technique. With one hand, he swung the ghost-faced staff, its golden light swirling wildly, its power even more overwhelming. A crisp crack echoed as one of the long swords was shattered by Li Mu's staff, imbued with the iron-cleaving strike. The man in traditional attire was now utterly enraged, his remaining protective aura bursting outward in a final, desperate act. This was the moment Li Mu had been waiting for. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The man, now without a target, was about to curse aloud when he heard a faint buzzing sound, like a mosquito. His hairs stood on end as he sensed a terrifying force behind him. Before he could gather his energy to defend, Li Mu materialized at his back. The ghost-faced staff descended with a colossal shadow, carrying the force of 5 combined techniques: ambush, skull-crushing blow, flowing cloud shadow, overpowering strike, and iron-cleaving slash smashing down directly on his head. Thud! A terrifying, muffled sound pierced the silence. The head of the man in ancient attire was grotesquely deformed under the heavy blow, caving inward into an eerie heart-shaped dent. Even as a peak-level 5th-grade martial artist, his formidable defense was no match for the deadly strike. Li Mu barely had time to assess his opponent's condition before danger loomed. Agina Redand blue baseball that whistled through the air toward him from behind. Instantly, he activated his bronze head iron arms technique, fortifying his body to become as unyielding as steel, with his defense multiplying 100-fold. The smug grin on the clown girl's face froze before it could fully form. Her baseball bat struck Li Mu's body with a jarring clang, and the powerful recoil tore through her grip, splitting the skin between her thumb and forefinger and sending her weapon flying. Though stunned, she reacted quickly, retreating and dodging instinctively. Li Mu's counterattack was swift and relentless. His staff swept through the air and struck the clown girl squarely. Yet, instead of her body being thrown back, it disintegrated into a cascade of red and blue fragments, as if made of paint. Narrowing his eyes, Li Mu immediately understood this was likely a spatial ability or some other unique technique. At the 5th or 6th grade of cultivation, peculiar martial arts skills became increasingly common, and there was no need to cling to a single explanation. He remained calm. His earlier caution when dealing with the man in ancient attire had been a deliberate choice to conserve energy for this trickier opponent. Activating his fiery eyes, Li Mu detected the subtle flow of energy in the air and effortlessly pinpointed the clown girl's true location. Her invisibility was nothing more than a crude trick using energy manipulation. Feigning ignorance, Li Mu turned his back to where she was hiding. As expected, an eerie laugh echoed from behind him. The clown girl reappeared, launching a ferocious attack with her baseball bat, the air trembling and wailing in its path. Freeze! Li Mu commanded softly. The clown girl's body froze midair as if time itself had stopped for her. He turned and swung his staff with precision, smashing her to the ground. The impact left a deep crater, and her body rolled several times before coming to a halt. Though not fatally injured, the clown girl's eyes were filled with terror as she struggled to regain her footing. Before she could fully comprehend what had happened, Li Mu leapt high into the air. Spinning twice, he wielded his ghost-faced staff, which glimmered with golden afterimages, accompanied by a chilling, ghostly wail. The staff came crashing down with devastating force. Bang! The impact, carrying over 2,000 pounds of force, landed squarely on the clown girl's legs, driving her deep into the crater. Her legs bent at grotesque angles, with her toes nearly touching her face. She let out a blood-curdling scream, her body trembling violently. Li Mu crouched down leisurely, twirling a strand of her garishly dyed hair between his fingers. Of all things to learn, you chose hairstyling, he said mockingly. The clown girl was in so much pain that she couldn't respond. Her gaze shifted to the lifeless body of her companion, and a wave of fear overtook her. Tears streaked through her heavy makeup, adding an almost comical touch to her despair. Was it Zhang Kong who sent you? Li Mu asked bluntly. If I tell you, will you let me go? The clown girl stammered, her voice trembling. Li Mu shook his head honestly. The fear in her eyes quickly turned to venomous defiance. If I die, the one who sent me will never let you go. You're messing with someone far beyond your league. Kill me, and you'll be buried alongside me. You've surprised me, Li Mu said with a faint smile. Usually, people like you who laugh and joke before a fight end up wetting themselves at the end. I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Since that's the case, you might have to suffer a bit more. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family's estate in Abyss Menorah temporary residence for the powerhouses of the military district since the start of the Motherstone oversight, high-ranking officers above the Xian level in the military district are required to report their whereabouts, with at least a third of them on duty at any given time. That night, Zhang Qing was one of those on duty. The living room was shrouded in darkness, with only Zhang Qing sitting silently on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of tea. Suddenly, the front door creaked open, and Zhang Kong tiptoed inside. As he switched on the hallway light and prepared to head upstairs, he was startled by the sight of his father sitting in the shadows. Where have you been? Zhang Qing's cold eyes swept over his son. Zhang Kong forced a sheepish smile and was about to make up an excuse when Zhang Qing impatiently waved his hand, cutting him off. Sit down, he commanded, pointing to the sofa opposite him. With his head hanging low, Zhang Kong sank into the seat. Zhang Qing didn't press further about his whereabouts but spoke in a serious tone. The situation has been unstable lately. You need to limit your dealings with the Yi group. In times like these, stability is paramount. You've contributed to the development of the Motherstone project, so we'll push for your promotion to Junior Wolfguard. Once things calm down, we can consider other opportunities. Are we just going to let Wang Longqing walk all over us? Zhang Kong frowned in frustration. He's just a deputy commander, yet he dares to challenge you. The deputy chief commander. Are we really going to do nothing? It's humiliating. Zhang Qing slammed his cup onto the table with a heavy thud. There are things you don't understand yet. Your only job is to follow my orders. Especially regarding Li. Under no circumstances are you to provoke him. Noticing his son's evasive expression, Zhang Qing's heart sank. What have you done? Under the weight of his father's oppressive presence, Zhang Kong could barely breathe. I hired 2 people to kill him. Bang! Zhang Qing shot to his feet, and the teacup shattered under the pressure of his aura. It's fine. Zhang Kong shrank back into the sofa, trying to defend himself. It's my own COS assassin group. There's no way I'll trace back to us. Idiot. Zhang Qing's voice was ice cold. What if they fail? That's impossible. They're both peak-level 5th-rank fighters. Taking down a peak-level 3rd rank is a piece of cake. I asked what happens if they fail. Zhang Qing roared in a low, seething voice. Zhang Kong swallowed nervously. Even if he dares to report it, you can make a call to the investigation department. Our people will take over the case, and it'll blow over in time. Contact them immediately and call it off. Now. We only meet at a secret base. There's no phone record. Zhang Kong muttered reluctantly as he stood up. Fine, fine. They'll go find them now. As he stepped out of the house, Zhang Kong gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. What a coward. A deputy chief commander, and he's this weak? If you had some backbone, I'd already be the son of the chief commander. He headed straight for the Abyss elevator, intending to indulge in some pleasure. After all, by tomorrow, once Li Mu was dead, his father could easily sweep everything under the rug. However, by the next morning, the training ground outside the 1st District base of the Mingzhu Military District was buzzing with a large crowd of soldiers. In the center of the field, Li Mu lay leisurely on a reclined chair, napping. Behind him, 2 long spears were mounted on a weapon rack, each impaling a corpse, 1 male, 1 female. Below them hung a conspicuous banner with bold letters. Assassins who attempted to kill a decorated officer. Rewards for information leading to their employer. A crowd began to gather, their chatter and commotion eventually rousing Li Mu from his nap in the rattan chair. Slowly, he opened his eyes, scanned the scene around him, and stood up, stretching as he let out a long yawn. Wiping the corners of his eyes, he pointed toward the 2 bodies hanging in midair. Take a good look at these 2, Li Mu said. raising his voice to address the crowd. Does anyone recognize them or know where they might have been seen? Last night, these two tried to assassinate me in the military district. Without any warning or reason, they just attacked outright. I was confused, but also fortunate that their target was me. Imagine if their target had been one of our soldiers. The consequences would have been disastrous. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. We need to restore peace and solidarity to our military district. Li Mu, already well respected among the soldiers, struck a nerve with his words. No one wanted to live in constant fear within their own base. He's right. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. The commotion quickly drew the attention of soldiers from other bases, and before long, the crowd swelled to over 1,000 people, creating a scene of chaotic congestion. Li Mu raised his hand to signal for quiet, then continued, "Rest assured, the investigative department of our military district is highly capable. They will undoubtedly get to the bottom of this and bring those stirring up trouble to justice. As members of the Zhenyuan Army, we all have a role to play. Take photos of these two and spread them around. Ask questions, gather information, and find clues." The soldiers immediately pulled out their phones to take pictures. For them, this was the biggest news in the military district in recent times, something to talk about other than battle reports. Soon, members of the investigative department and security team arrived on the scene, and word of the incident quickly reached the district's top commanders. Upon hearing that Li Mu had been targeted in an assassination attempt, Wang Longqing slammed his desk in fury. "That brat, was he hurt?" "No, sir," replied Deputy Officer Zhang. "He killed both fifth-tier martial artists who attacked him. Their bodies are currently hanging in the base's main square as a warning." Wang Longqing froze for a moment, then recalled the events of the previous day. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. That little troublemaker's trying to stir up a storm big enough to shake the heavens. Deputy Officer Zhang quickly caught on to Li Mu's intentions. Even without direct evidence linking the assassins to Zhang Kong, Li Mu's decision to escalate the matter publicly was a calculated move to force the investigative department to dig deeper. The bigger the commotion, the more likely it was that the senior commanders would be compelled to intervene, leaving no room for anyone to cover up the truth. "Sir, should we?" Zhang hesitated, his voice low and tinged with concern. Wang Longqing let out a cold chuckle as he grabbed his coat and headed for the door. "Let's go. That kid is waiting for us. If we don't show up, his little performance is going to fall flat." Zhang immediately understood. Li Mu's actions weren't just about protecting himself, they were also an opportunity for Wang Longqing. While Wang had long earned enough military merit for a promotion to the rank of Lesser Tiger Marquis, his advancement had been stalled due to his lack of progress to the Xian rank. Now that Wang Longqing had finally broken through to the Xian rank, the higher-ups were actively seeking a position for him. Li Mu's move was likely aimed at pressuring Zhang Qing to step aside and make room for Wang Longqing. However, both Wang and Zhang knew that Li Mu's plan was overly simplistic. After all, Wang Longqing was still only a senior wolf guard, and the Tiger Marquis title was still a distant goal. Zhang Qing's rank of lieutenant general is indeed 2 levels higher than Wang Longqing's, making Wang's plans to bring him down exceedingly difficult. Although Li Mu seized this opportunity, the timing was not yet right. What a pity. At this moment, in the base's central square, members of the security team and the investigation unit surrounded Li Mu, trying to persuade him to put down the 2 bodies he was holding onto. However, Li Mu stood his ground, refusing to budge. Emotionally charged, he shouted, "I just made a major contribution to the military district, and now someone wants to kill me. I'm waiting for the leaders to come and give me justice. Anyone who dares to take these people down is an accomplice." The investigators exchanged uneasy glances, hesitant to act rashly. Under the watchful eyes of so many soldiers, forcibly restraining Li Mu would amount to courting disaster. Although the young man was being unreasonable, he did have a valid point. However, as the situation escalated, they found it increasingly difficult to report back to their superiors. Just as they were patiently trying to reason with Li Mu, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "The Commander-in-Chief is here." Commander-in-Chief Liang Huajun and Deputy Commander Wang Longqing strode quickly through the gathered crowd. Once the 2 senior officers arrived, the security team and investigators immediately stepped aside. Liang Huajun sternly reprimanded, "What's going on here? Hanging bodies in the military district square, what kind of behavior is this?" Li Mu instantly adopted a pitiful expression and complained loudly, "Someone tried to assassinate me. Are you going to do something about it? If even those who contribute to the district aren't protected, who would dare to achieve anything in the future?" These words infuriated Liang Huajun, who retorted angrily, "You little rascal. Your contributions haven't even been officially recognized, and you're already trying to boss me around." Still, an assassination attempt within the military district, especially targeting Li Mu, was a serious matter that might be connected to the mysterious Motherstone. Suppressing his anger, Liang Huajun addressed Li Mu. "All right, I get it, you've been wronged. The military district will ensure justice is served. Well, investigate this matter thoroughly. Now put the bodies down. This statement clearly indicated that the commander-in-chief was taking over the matter, subtly signaling to Li Mu to stand down. However, Li Mu pointed at the woman dressed as a clown and said, "Commander, these aren't just two bodies. The man is dead, but the woman is still alive. I didn't manage to get much out of her during questioning, but if we hand her over to the department, she might directly point us to the mastermind behind this." As Li Mu's words fell, the entire room plunged into a suffocating silence. Every gaze locked onto him in disbelief. The woman, her right chest pierced by a spear, her legs mangled beyond recognition, was still alive. Her wounds were horrifying, her body suspended by the spear all night, with a pool of dark red blood long dried beneath her. Before anyone could fully process the shock, two sudden, muffled bangs shattered the quiet. Bang! Bang! The back of the clown woman's and the man in ancient attire's heads exploded violently, and they fell lifeless to the ground. The abrupt, gruesome turn of events left Li Mu stunned, while Yang Huajun and Wang Longqing erupted in fury. Two experts of the Xian rank, and yet neither had detected any trace of the hidden weapon. Then, a raw, anguished scream tore through the air. "It was me." The crowd parted like a wave, revealing Zhao Han, the Minister of Defense, standing at the center, his face contorted with grief. His bloodshot eyes glistened as he raised a small remote control, his voice cracking as he shouted, "I did it. I hired the assassins. I confess." Immediately, the guards and investigation unit surrounded him. Just then, someone yelled, "The deputy commander is here." All heads turned as Zhang Qing, the deputy commander, strode forward, dragging a battered young man behind him, his son, Zhang Kong. Zhang Qing approached, his expression icy. Before Liang Huajun could speak, he cut in with a cold snort. Who would have thought the real culprit would confess so quickly? He then turned to Liang Huajun, explaining that his good-for-nothing son had been acting suspiciously the previous night. After intense questioning, Zhang Kong admitted to taking bribes from Zhao Han and the Yi Corporation. Consumed by resentment over his failed bid for power, Zhao Han had hired assassins to carry out his vendetta against Li Mu, even bringing them to Zhang Kong in an attempt to curry favor. This disgrace not only failed to stop them but even condoned it. Zhang Qing's fury was palpable. "I have no son like this. I'm handing him over to the investigation unit to let military law deal with him." The dramatic act of severing familial ties left Li Mu troubled. If Zhang Kong was truly the mastermind, why would Zhang Qing go to such lengths? And what kind of leverage could force Zhao Han to sacrifice himself so willingly? Under Liang Huajun's interrogation, Zhao Han fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably as he confessed. He had been tempted by the Yi family's promise of a substantial fortune and had taken the risk. When asked why he targeted Li Mu instead of Wang, the deputy commander, Zhang Qing's gaze flickered almost imperceptibly. Zhao Han explained that since Li Mu had brought the Zhang Corporation into the fold, he dared not harm Wang but saw Li Mu as an easier target. Seeing no more answers could be gleaned, Liang Huajun ordered the investigation unit to take both Zhang Kong and Zhao Han into custody for further questioning. The guards were instructed to clean up the bodies at the scene. Though Zhang Qing's face remained thunderous, his public denunciation of his son temporarily shielded him from suspicion. Throughout the ordeal, he avoided even glancing at Li Mu. Yet the oppressive aura he exuded was impossible to ignore. In the end, Li Mu headed to the investigation unit to give his statement. Afterward, he was led by Zhang, the adjutant, to Wang Longqing's quarters, where he prepared to voice his growing doubts. Wang Longqing maintained a calm demeanor as he looked at Li Mu and said, "Go ahead, ask whatever questions you have." He didn't rush into an explanation but deliberately left Li Mu some space to think, seeing it as a way to temper the young man. Li Mu frowned in thought for a moment before asking, "Was it Zhao Han or Zhang Kong who did this?" If it was Zhang Kong, wouldn't Zhang Qing be giving others leverage against him by acting this way? Wang Longqing nodded slightly, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. "You're thinking in the right direction, but you're underestimating the power and cunning of a deputy commander." Leaning forward, he lowered his voice and explained, "After Zhang Qing learned about what happened to you in the square, he immediately adopted a cutting off a limb to save the body strategy. He swiftly arranged everything to pin the blame on Zhao Han. From now on, all the evidence the investigation department uncovers will point directly to Zhao Han. Even if I teamed up with Liang Huajun to investigate, this case would remain murky and would never get solid evidence against Zhang Qing. Why would Zhao Han willingly accept such a fate?" Li Mu asked, puzzled. "Surely, nothing is more important than one's life?" Wang Longqing gave a knowing smile. "Who said he's definitely going to die? Assassinating an officer is a serious crime, but for now, they'll just send him to the death row camp. This is Zhang Qing's clever move. So long as he remains in his current position, Zhao Han and Zhang Kong will still have a chance to make a comeback." Li Mu suddenly understood. In this high martial world, warriors were a scarce and valuable resource. Even serious offenders were sent to the military's death row base instead of being immediately executed. Stripped of their rights, they were forced to undertake the most dangerous missions, but with enough merit, they could earn reduced sentences. It was a way to extract every last ounce of value from the criminals. A flash of cold determination appeared in Wang Longcheng's eyes. But don't worry. That scumbag dared to orchestrate an assassination attempt on you. Will make sure to pursue this to the end. His sentence will start at 70 or 80 years at the very least. Unless his father becomes the Grand Marshal of the Dragon and Tiger Army, he won't see the light of day again. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Longcheng's phone suddenly rang. He answered it, and upon hearing the news, abruptly stood up, looking at Li Mu in shock. Let's go. A leader from the Northern Frontier Military Merit Office has arrived. Me too. Li Mu was taken aback, thinking that receiving such a high-ranking officer should be the responsibility of the military district leadership. They're here for you. Wang Longcheng's tone carried an unmistakable sense of urgency. Outside the corridor of the Grand Conference Room at the Mingzhu Military District's Martial Arts Department, the aides and adjutants of various leaders stood neatly in formation. Li Mu followed Wang Longcheng through the crowd, feeling the curious and astonished gazes coming from all directions. As the heavy doors of the conference room swung open, a solemn atmosphere immediately enveloped him. Inside, the room was filled with military luminaries. Several middle-aged officers in military uniforms, exuding an imposing aura, sat at the table. Zhang Qing and Liao Feng were conversing quietly on one side, while only Liang Huajun and Professor Su from the martial arts department were seated at the table. Additionally, a few unfamiliar elderly men in martial arts department uniforms, adorned with the insignia of the Northern Territory Military Merit Bureau, were present. The moment Li Mu entered, the room fell silent. Wang Longcheng straightened his posture and announced loudly, "Young Wolf Guard Li Mu reporting," awaiting orders from the superior officers. All eyes turned to Li Mu, especially those of the elderly men from the Military Merit Bureau, whose gazes carried a peculiar glint. The man seated at the head of the tablia, Xiaolong general in full military regalia, leaned back with a smile, clasped his hands together, and asked, "You are Li Mu?" "Yes, sir." Li Mu replied in a composed tone, though a slight tension stirred within him. The rank of this Xiaolong general was a level higher than that of Liang Huajun, the highest-ranking officer in the Mingzhu military district. "You modified the falling leaf blade technique?" one of the elderly men asked eagerly. "I did." Li Mu confirmed with a nod. The astonishment in the room deepened. After a round of questioning and verification, a Tiger Marquis besides Su Zhenyuan proposed that Li Mu demonstrate the falling leaf blade technique. The group then moved to the open training ground in front of the martial arts department. This time, the audience was far more formidable than the last time Li Mu had demonstrated his skills here. What had once been a gathering of martial arts instructors had now become an assembly of district generals and numerous Shin-level warriors. At Liang Huajun's call, Qin Zhanya, the chief instructor of the military district, stepped forward and faced Li Mu. The two exchanged a knowing smile before Qin Zhanya produced two blades, tossing one to Li Mu. "Use my spare blade. Don't hold back." Li Mu caught the blade, feeling a surge of excitement. He had sensed the possibility of a breakthrough during his battle the previous night, and today presented the perfect opportunity to test it. "Here I come," Li Mu shouted as he launched the modified falling leaf blade technique, surging toward Qin Zhanya like a whirlwind. The seamless flow of his blade work, combined with its terrifying speed, unpredictable angles, and precise footwork, made his attacks astoundingly efficient. Even Qin Zhanya, with his formidable 9th-tier strength, found it challenging to fend off the onslaught with his blade alone. As the fight progressed, Li Mu grew more confident and began incorporating the iron-cutting technique into his blade work. While Qin Zhanya didn't seem overly pressured, he was clearly impressed by Li Mu's performance. Meanwhile, Su Zhenyuan and the others could see that Li Mu was indeed the one who had improved the falling leaf blade technique. They were so engrossed in watching the demonstration that no one called for it to stop. Li Mu's combat style was nothing short of breathtaking. Every move he made showcased impeccable skill. Whether it was offense, defense, movement, or the mastery of inner energy, he seamlessly fused the essence of the falling leaf blade technique with numerous other martial arts disciplines. The seasoned experts from the Military Merit Division, renowned for their deep study of martial techniques, were utterly captivated. Watching him was like witnessing an extraordinary feast of martial prowess. As the battle reached its peak, one of Li Mu's ferocious strikes was intercepted by Qin Zhanya. With a resounding crack, Li Mu's blade shattered, sending fragments flying in all directions. Just as Qin Zhanya was about to call for a pause, Li Mu, without a moment's hesitation, discarded the broken blade. A flash of silver appeared in his Handa Ghostface staff. He swung the staff in a wide arc, its immense weight bearing down with unstoppable force toward Qin Zhanya. "Watch out!" Li Mu roared. Sensing the danger of the incoming strike, Qin Zhanya stomped his right foot hard against the ground. A faint breeze stirred, and in an instant, the aura around him solidified, as if a raging storm had been frozen midair. With a seemingly slow yet lightning-fast motion, he reversed his blade to meet Li Mu's ghost-face staff. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. The ghost-face staff weighed a full ton, and combined with his iron-cleaving technique, it could crush steel with ease. If Qin Zhanya responded as casually as before, he could suffer a serious setback. For a brief moment, Li Mu chastised himself. Why did I choose to spar with Qin Zhanya to break through? I could have just gone to the abyss to fight monsters. If I end up injuring him in front of all these commanding officers, how could I ever forgive myself? But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. When the staff collided with Qin Zhanya's blade, it felt as though Li Mu had slammed into a speeding freight train. Qin Zhany's seemingly effortless counterstrike carried twice the force of Li Mu's full-powered swing. With a deafening clang, the ghost-face staff nearly flew out of Li Mu's hands, and he staggered backward under the impact. Qin Zhanya, as composed as ever, twirled his blade with a flourish, forming a flower-like arc in the air. He gestured with his left hand, beckoning Li Mu forward. If you want to break through, you'll need to give it everything you've got. By now, Qin Zhanya had already discerned Li Mu's intentions. This young man wasn't just sparring for sport, had reached the threshold of a breakthrough, and was using Qin Zhany's strength as a catalyst for his own advancement. While Li Mu might be invincible among his peers, to the group of 7th and 8th tier experts observing the fight, he was still just a promising junior. From the sidelines, Wang Longqing called out in encouragement, Li Mu, don't hold back. Give it everything you have. Forcing Qin Instructor to use his gale-suppressing blade is an honor not everyone can achieve. Li Mu gazed at Qin Zhanya across the battlefield. The scene before him left him utterly stunned. Fierce winds howled around them, kicking up clouds of sand and dust. Yet Qin Zhanya stood motionless, his blade in hand, as if untouched by the chaos. His clothes remained still, his hair unmoving, and even the swirling dust seemed to fall gently to the ground as it approached him, as though he existed in a world of his own. This was the art of the wind-subduing blade. True to its name, its essence lay in neutralizing the opponent's force while amplifying the wielder's own power. Though ranked among the upper-tier techniques, its complexity rendered it rarely practiced. Without deep understanding, it was no more than an ordinary skill. But when fully mastered, it could rival the might of the most supreme techniques. Li Mu hesitated no longer. Drawing his ghost-face staff, he leaped into the air and launched a ferocious assault. This time, Qin Zhanya took the fight seriously, skillfully unleashing the wind-subduing blade. Each of his moves precisely nullified Li Mu's attacks, while seamlessly transitioning into counterattacks that left Li Mu scrambling to keep up. Yet, as the battle intensified, Li Mu's strikes became sharper and more relentless. His sheer strength allowed him to hold his own, clashing fiercely against Qin Zhanya in a deadlock. On the sidelines, Su Zhenyuan and the others watched intently, unable to tear their eyes away. The elderly professors clenched their fists in excitement, their bodies trembling with emotion. They could hardly believe that the master who had refined the exquisite falling leaf blade technique was, in fact, a staff wielder. Li Mu's mastery of staff techniques far surpassed his skill with blades. His signature move, Drifting Cloud Shadow Strike, was particularly awe-inspiring. When the golden phantom of his staff descended, its power was unparalleled. While the technique bore traces of the 3 tremors of the drifting cloud, it far exceeded its predecessor, capable of unleashing devastating force without the need for charging. The battle grew ever fiercer, with Li Mu's attacks increasing in speed and intensity. Suddenly, Qin Zhanya unleashed the terrifying aura of a 9th-grade martial artist and slashed horizontally at Li Mu's face. The immense pressure bore down on Li Mu like a mountain, immobilizing him as if death itself had locked onto him. At the critical moment, Li Mu activated his bronze head, iron arms technique. Even so, the blade stopped abruptly just inches from his face, leaving a thin cut on his ear from the sheer force of the wind. In that fleeting instant, as a single drop of blood fell, Li Mu broke through. A dazzling white light shot into the sky, signifying his advancement to a 4th-grade martial artist. When the light faded, Li Mu leaned on his ghost-face staff, breathing heavily, and looked gratefully at Qin Zhanya. Qin Zhanya, too, was far from unscathed, with sweat streaming down his face. Only the leaders of the Mingzhu military district understood the truth. In a true life-and-death battle, Li Mu's immobilization technique would have been the most dangerous weapon in his arsenal. Excellent. Truly excellent. Su Zhenyuan exclaimed, his voice brimming with pride and satisfaction. Approaching Li Mu, his expression turned solemn. Your identity has been verified. Li Mu of the Mingzhu military district, Junior Wolf Guard. Present. Li Mu stood at attention, responding crisply. Su Zhenyuan retrieved an ornate box and announced, for the successful refinement of the falling leaf blade technique and your outstanding contribution to the Living Crystal Motherstone mission, you are awarded 1,500 merit points. You are hereby promoted to Senior Wolf Guard and granted the first-class Moving Mountain Medal. His words elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. The moving mountain medal was second only to the supreme opening heaven medal in prestige, and only a handful of individuals in the entire northern region had ever received it. Li Mu stood frozen, mechanically accepting the box containing the golden, gleaming mountain insignia. Su Qianyuan continued, "Your merits will continue to accumulate as the falling leaf blade technique is disseminated. However, considering your current level, let us agree on this. Each time you advance a grade, your merits will be settled. Does that sound acceptable?" Li Mu nodded in agreement. He was well aware that his current rank far exceeded his actual strength. His top priority now was to improve his cultivation. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Wang Longqing beamed with pride, while others displayed a mix of reactions, some astonished, some delighted, some envious, and others visibly displeased. Among them, Zhang Qing's face turned especially dark. Ever since learning that the military's merit office had come specifically for Li Mu, unease had plagued him. Now, witnessing Li Mu receive such honors, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. What you fear most often comes to pass. Just as Li Mu was receiving his commendation for military achievements, Su Qianyuan's sharp gaze suddenly swept across the room, his eyes as piercing as blades. "I heard someone tried to assassinate you last night. Is that true?" Su Qianyuan's words had barely landed when every gaze in the room instinctively turned toward Zhang Qing. A chill ran down Zhang Qing's spine. He knew he couldn't afford to let anyone else speak first. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward half a pace, his voice trembling slightly. "General Su, I failed the military." He quickly confessed the details of the incident. Zhao Han, the Minister of Military Industry, and his son had accepted bribes from the Yi Group. After the Yi Group lost the competition for the Mother Stone, they conspired to assassinate Li Mu. Though Zhang Qing had immediately handed over his son, the grave consequences of the act could not be undone. "Please punish me, General Su." Zhang Qing lowered his head, his heart sinking into despair. He had thought that sacrificing his son might quell the outrage, but to his dismay, Li Mu had been awarded the prestigious Wolf Guard of Heavenly Merit and the Moving Mountain Medal. A figure of such stature plotting against him was a crime that would condemn his son to the death row camp for life, and Zhang Qing himself would not escape severe repercussions. Su Qianyuan fixed his gaze on Zhang Qing for a long moment before speaking slowly. "Zhang Qing, your rank as Lieutenant Tiger Marquis and your position as Deputy Commander were earned through bloodshed. When you joined the Zhenyuan Army, it must have been to protect the countless lives behind you, wasn't it?" "Yes." Zhang Qing swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Su Qianyuan looked around the room and continued. "Tell me, those who, after rising to high positions, succumb to temptation, abuse their power to shield unscrupulous enterprises, and trade the lives of warriors for personal gain, are they despicable?" Zhang Qing understood the underlying accusation in Su Qianyuan's words. Though he spoke of Zhao Han, the rebuke was also directed at him. He had no choice but to answer through gritted teeth, "Despicable." Su Qianyuan gave a faint nod. "Fortunately, they've merely strayed temporarily. In light of their past contributions and sacrifices for the Zhenyuan Army, if they're willing to repent and continue to serve humanity, that's still a path forward." Turning to Liang Huajun, he added, "Commander Liang, the Blood Sea Military District is in urgent need of combat power. I propose we send these two individuals who plotted against Li Mu to the death row camp in the Blood Sea Military District to atone for their crimes. What do you think?" Liang Huajun nodded in agreement. "I'll leave it to General Su to decide." All eyes turned back to Zhang Qing. This was a lifeline, a dignified way out, sending him to the Blood Sea Military District to redeem himself through service. Zhang Qing's face was pale, but a flicker of relief appeared in his eyes. After the ceremony to award honors concluded, Su Qianyuan dismissed the crowd, leaving only Li Mu in the Department of Cultivation Techniques. This was the primary purpose of the gathering to meet with Li Mu. The enthusiasm of the senior professors toward Li Mu bordered on obsession, much like Professor Su's demeanor. During discussions, they would often unconsciously grab Li Mu's arm, as if doing so might allow them to extract the wisdom from his mind. These leading figures in the field of cultivation techniques found themselves repeatedly humbled in Li Mu's presence, and this was despite the fact that Li Mu was only offering them a glimpse of his capabilities. Li Mu, however, was well aware of the balance he needed to maintain. While he sought to earn merit points through the improvement of cultivation techniques, he couldn't afford to appear omnipotent. The battle triumph system required him to hunt abyssal creatures. If he were confined to refining techniques all day, he would have no opportunity to venture into the abyss, and his battle points would stagnate. To avoid this, he deliberately feigned limited understanding when the professors asked him to improve techniques outside his immediate expertise. These seasoned professors, sharp as they were, picked up on his cues and refrained from pushing him further. They understood the nuances. If Li Mu truly lacked insight, it meant he required the right moment or inspiration to make breakthroughs. If he had insights but chose not to share, pressuring him would only backfire. Even so, The professors in the military merit department gained significant insights from their exchanges with Li Mu. They invited him several times to visit the Blood Sea military district, but Li Mu only responded vaguely, saying he would consider it. Such invitations were, in fact, stepping over the line. Li Mu was akin to a living crystal motherstone, a treasure of the Mingzhu military district. There was an unspoken rule among the districts: no snatching each other's prized assets. Just as a living crystal motherstone discovered in Mingzhu would naturally belong to Mingzhu for development, even if they lacked the expertise, higher-level research institutes would send assistants instead of transferring ownership. It wasn't until sunset that they finally allowed Li Mu to leave. He immediately went to report to Wang Longsheng to get the latest updates. Wang Longsheng seemed to be in a good mood and volunteered some news. Zhang Qing is gone. Gone to the Blood Sea military district? Li Mu asked, surprised. Yes, he submitted a transfer request at noon. He voluntarily stepped down 3 ranks to take the position of Deputy Minister of the Exploration Department, responsible for blind zone exploration, Wang Longqing explained. Blind zone exploration referred to the investigation of uncharted areas, a highly dangerous task, but one that offered ample opportunities for earning merit. Only then did Li Mu fully understand the deeper meaning behind Su Qinyuan's earlier words. Su had indirectly referred to Zhang Qing when he mentioned Zhao Han, suggesting a transfer to the Blood Sea military district. This was a calculated move to force Zhang Qing into requesting disciplinary action himself. The transfer of Zhang Kong was a further measure to ensure Zhang Qing would follow after all. In an unfamiliar district, Zhang Qing would feel compelled to look after his son. Zhang Qing's influence is concentrated in Iron Hand City. Being abruptly transferred means starting over from scratch. Zhang Kong will undoubtedly suffer as well. Even his father won't be able to shield him, Wang Longsheng continued. Su Qianyuan's arrangement is also a form of protection for you. With Zhang Qing under his direct supervision, if Zhang Qing reforms, all the better. If not, Su can deal with him on the spot. Either way, the threat to you has been neutralized. In the position of vice commander? Li Mu asked meaningfully. After the meeting, I was appointed vice commander, and Xiaohu Ho received a promotion as well, Wang Longsheng confirmed with a nod. As the words fell, Wang Longsheng took a deep breath and slowly sat down in the chair. His gaze became unfocused, and he seemed lost in thought. Li Mu noticed the melancholy expression on his face and quietly waited for him to continue. Ever since Zhang Qing became the deputy commander, Wang Longsheng sighed, he's grown increasingly greedy, with an insatiable appetite. You might not know this, but the Yi group has relied on Zhang Qing as their powerful backer, driving countless families to ruin. Although Zhang Qing is very cautious and it's difficult to find evidence against him, the atrocities committed by the Yi group are too numerous to count. He paused for a moment before continuing. The Zhang group's success today is entirely due to the old master of the Zhang family holding the fort. Otherwise, his voice trailed off, weapons and techniques, these determine the life and death of warriors and, more importantly, the survival of humanity as a whole. That's why I must take Zhang Qing down. Wang Longsheng turned to Li Mu, his expression serious. Remember what I'm saying, and if you get the chance, tell Zhang Jiwei as well. I will never become another Zhang Qing, nor will I allow the Zhang group to turn into a second Yi group. As long as the Zhang group focuses on running their business properly, I won't stand in the way of their profits. For minor matters, I can turn a blind eye. He pointed to his chest. But this Watson here must never change. Li Mu nodded, deeply moved. In his eyes, Wang Longsheng, though not perfect, was a man of integrity. Even at his own celebration banquet, Wang had only employed minor tactics to boost Li Mu's reputation and support him, never resorting to illegal means to help him deal with the Li family. This was Wang Longsheng's principle. At this point, Wang Longsheng's expression suddenly grew wistful. Zhang Qing wasn't always like this. Like you, he started out as an unknown soldier, fighting his way step by step on the battlefield until he eventually became the deputy commander of the military district. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he held up 4 fingers. I still remember the day he first joined the army. He was wearing clothes full of holes. At his first meal in the barracks, when he realized the food was free, he ate 40 steamed buns in one sitting. I guess he was just terrified of being poor. Wang Longsheng's tone turned somber. You're still young, full of youthful chivalry, quick to defend justice and settle scores. But as you grow older, you might come to understand why those in power, even when they know everything, sometimes choose to turn a blind eye. This world has never been simply black and white. After listening to Wang Longqing's words, Li Mu seemed thoughtful for a moment, but quickly felt at ease. He understood there was no need to force himself to empathize with others. Simply being true to himself was enough. As night fell, Li Mu returned to the city center. The area near the teleportation zone and the abyss elevator was still bustling with people, mostly reserve soldiers. Whenever they saw Li Mu, they immediately straightened their backs and saluted, their eyes filled with admiration. Li Langwei, Li Langwei. The salutes and calls echoed one after another. Due to the secrecy agreement of the Zhenyuan Army, The reserves were not allowed to openly discuss Li Mu's deeds outside the military base. Even those who couldn't hold back would only whisper to their closest friends, keeping the spread of information extremely limited. As a result, Li Mu's reputation outside the military district was relatively unknown, but within the base, the reserves revered him almost like a deity. Especially today, after the Northern Frontier Military Merit Office's visit, Li Mu had been directly promoted to Senior Wolf Guard, skipping 2 ranks. And to think, he was only 18 years old. His current merit points had already reached 1,700, just a step away from the rank of Junior Tiger Marquis. The required merit points for rank advancement were as follows: Junior Wolf Guard 200 points, Intermediate Wolf Guard 500 points, Senior Wolf Guard 1,000 points, Junior Tiger Marquis 2,000 points, Intermediate Tiger Marquis 4,000 points, Senior Tiger Marquis 7,000 points, Junior Dragon General 12,000 points, Intermediate Dragon General 20,000 points, Senior Dragon General 30,000 points. Meanwhile, the ranks of Junior and Grand Marshal required special contributions, with 50,000 and 80,000 points respectively. In comparison, Wang Longxing, who was in his 40s and had served in the army for over 2 decades, had only recently been promoted to Junior Tiger Marquis with 3,480 merit points, thanks to his major contributions during the deadly battle at Paradise Society. An 18-year-old senior wolf guard like Li Mu was truly unprecedented. With a calm expression, Li Mu walked through the crowd toward the abyss elevator. The invisible aura he exuded made many reserves hesitate to approach him. In the end, only a few students from Heishui High School mustered the courage to ride the elevator with him. As the elevator ascended, one of the students tentatively asked, "Li Langwei, will you be participating in tomorrow's Iron Hand City Zone 4 Elite tournament?" "Most likely, yes," Li Mu replied with a nod. The students immediately grew excited, confidently stating that even the strength-gifted warrior from Iron Hand City was no match for him. They believed that the so-called strongest student of the century in East District, hyped up by the media, was still far inferior to Li Mu. During their conversation, Li Mu became interested in the resource rankings they mentioned and asked about the aftermath of the previous unfair rankings. It turned out that after Lu Chunfeng and Zhang Jiwei transferred schools, public opinion overwhelmingly demanded an explanation from the resource department. In response, the department announced that they would re-evaluate the rankings after the current elite tournament, offering a vague resolution. When Li Mu arrived home, he was greeted by the rich aroma of wine. In the side hall, he saw his mother, Yang Suying, chatting by a wine vat with the crimson-cheeked young woman, Wang Yinhua. Upon seeing him return, Wang Yinhua quickly excused herself, bidding him a soft, good evening as she passed. Yang Suying followed her to the door and watched her leave before turning back to Li Mu with a hint of complaint. "You really have the worst timing, you know that?" "Mom, you never gave me a specific time," Li Mu replied with a hint of grievance. "I'm telling you, this girl is really passionate about winemaking. Ever since she found out I brew wine, she's been coming over almost every day," Yang Suying said with a meaningful look at her son. "Are you planning to take on an apprentice?" Li Mu asked teasingly. Go, 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 off you go and play." Yang Suying waved her hand dismissively at Li Mu, then immediately leaned over the wine vat, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she focused intently. Seeing his mother so absorbed, Li Mu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Her passion for winemaking was unmistakable, and her entire being radiated with dedication. Quietly retreating to his room, Li Mu opened the system and entered his blessed field. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs greeted him, prompting him to stretch lazily. After 12 days of waiting, the herbs in the field had finally matured. While continuing to cultivate them could enhance their potency, the limited coverage of the spiritual spring made the pursuit of perfect efficacy less cost-effective for now. The priority was to strengthen his abilities, earn more victory points to expand the blessed field and increase the spiritual spring's capacity, thereby improving the growth acceleration of the herbs. Li Mu harvested all the herbs and used his alchemy skills to refine 4 premium body-strengthening pills. With his current 4th-tier cultivation and disregarding tolerance to the pills, consuming these should easily allow his divine weapon technique to surpass 3,000 gene. Learning from past mistakes, Li Mu only consumed 1 pill this time, focusing intently on the flow of its medicinal power. He quickly realized his earlier estimation had been too conservative. The effect of the premium pill far surpassed that of lower-grade ones. Just 1 pill made him feel as though he had been completely transformed, his entire body thoroughly fortified. Achieving 3,000 gene with the divine weapon technique was now effortless. Unfortunately, the lack of victory points left him itching with anticipation, eager to charge into the abyss and hunt monsters immediately. Just as he was about to consume a 2nd pill, Qin Jiafeng's voice called out from downstairs, "Cousin, someone's here to see you." Heading downstairs, Li Mu saw Zhang deputy officer standing at the door. He quickly stepped outside and asked softly, "Deputy Officer Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang handed him an exquisitely crafted wine gourd, a faint smile on his lips. The gourd was a striking blend of crimson and black, with a dragon and phoenix intricately coiled around its surface. Its body was adorned with fine carvings, and a red cord with a woven good luck knot was tied around its waist, making it exceptionally elegant. A spiritual treasure. Inhuan asked me to give it to you, Zhang said. For me. Li Mu accepted the gourd with delight, examining it closely with admiration. Attached to the gourd was a tag, Dragon Phoenix Gourd Premium Spiritual Treasure. The description read, drinking the wine within can stop bleeding, relieve pain, and accelerate the recovery of true essence. Such attributes were already impressive, but the true essence recovery feature made this treasure particularly valuable. Though Li Mu had previously purchased wine gourds, they were ordinary items that couldn't compare to this spiritual treasure. This was a gift Inhuan had exchanged for all her contribution points at the military supply depot. Deputy Zhang smiled as he explained the situation to Li Mu. Li Mu initially intended to gift Wang Inhuan a premium stabilizing pill in return, but after some deliberation, he decided against it. For one, his current supply of pills was limited, making it unwise to be overly generous. Secondly, due to the unique nature of such pills, even in a high-powered martial world, it was best not to reveal them too openly. If Wang Inhuan were to take one, it would be better for him to administer it personally and with great caution. Please thank her for me. I really like this wine gourd, it's just what I needed, Li Mu said, shaking the gourd in his hand. After watching Deputy Zhang leave, he returned to his room to focus on absorbing the medicinal power of the pills. For Li Mu, the quality of spiritual treasures wasn't the most important factor since he could use victory points to enhance them. However, Wang Yinhuan's thoughtfulness deeply touched him. She had noticed during the Mother Stone mission how effective his combat was when he drank from a wine gourd, and she remembered that detail. After consuming several pills, Li Mu began to experience noticeable drug resistance by the time he took the third stabilizing pill. By the fourth, the effects had diminished to half of what they were with the first. This led him to ponder. Was this a temporary resistance caused by taking too many pills in a short period, or was it a permanent issue? These questions could only be answered with the next batch of pills. Meanwhile, he also began considering trying vital energy pills to accelerate his cultivation. Even though his current cultivation speed was nearly 3 times faster than average, it still felt insufficient to him. Enhancing the effects of his Spirit Spring and Blessed Field had become a pressing task. The next morning, the central plaza of Ironhand City was bustling with activity. A massive arena had been erected, and the banner for the Ironhand City Zone 4 Elite Martial Artist Ranking Competition fluttered in the wind. The plaza was packed with people, and various schools had organized cheering squads holding banners with slogans like Yin Yin Baby Support Group, Yin Baby Number 1, and Goddess Unstoppable. Li Mu arrived early at the Blackwater High School team's preparation area. From the audience seats, Xiao Lingtong immediately spotted him and cheerfully ran over to greet him. That Yin Yin baby is the S-ranked martial artist, right? Li Mu asked casually. Yeah, you don't even know her name? Xiao Lingtong said with a knowing look. Song Yin. She's the only S-ranked martial artist in Ironhand City and has already reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Not only is her strength unparalleled, but her beauty is also top tier. She's even more popular than celebrities. She studies at Golden Scale High School, which is the #1 school in Ironhand City. Compared to that, our Blackwater High School is only ranked 17th. Good luck, boss. Blackwater High is counting on you. I even bet $3,000 on you taking first place. The 4 champions from the Abyss battle are all fan favorites, Xiao Lingtong said, making a cheering gesture. Noticing the school leaders approaching, Xiao Lingtong quickly slipped back into the audience. Several school officials nodded respectfully at Li Mu. Ever since news of his promotion to Wolfguard had spread, their attitudes toward him had grown increasingly deferential. With his strength, not only did he not need to request leave, but he could easily teach the school leaders a lesson or two if he wanted. Shortly afterward, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng also arrived. The female students of Blackwater High took this opportunity to approach the 3 male gods under the pretense of delivering water, flowers, or snacks. Each of the 3 Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, and Lu Chunfeng had their own admirers, and some even fancied 2 or all 3 of them at once. Standing tall and imposing in the preparation area, the trio exuded an extraordinary presence that set them apart from the other contestants, naturally making them the center of attention. In a casual gathering spot in Dongqing District, a group of young people was enthusiastically discussing the local rising stars. Did you hear that the top 3 from Dongqing's first battle are all from the same school? Someone asked curiously. How ignorant. Another immediately corrected. They're called the 3 Towers of Heishui. Exactly. That nickname was first spread by fangirls from their school, and now even surrounding schools know about it, someone added before elaborating on the trio's traits. First, there's Lu Chunfeng, the indestructible tower, whose defense is unmatched. Then there's Zhang Jiwei, the Golden Spear Tower, known for his golden spear that pierces through anything. As for Li Mu, he's known as the Screeching Tower, though the reason behind the name is unclear. At this moment, A student from the town Abyss Guard Reserve revealed a mysterious smile. The others were instantly intrigued. Hey, what are you smiling about? You're in the Abyss Guard Reserve, didn't tell me you know some insider info? The reserve student smugly replied. Your sources are no match for the fangirls at Heishui High. Skiriching Tower is because Li Mu's abilities are sky high. You only saw him immobilize monsters with a single command during the first Abyss battle. If he joins the town Abyss Guard, then you'll understand the true meaning of Skiriching methods. With that, he crossed his arms and stood in a deliberately enigmatic pose, refusing to say more no matter how much they pressed him. In truth, if not for the confidentiality agreement, he would have loved to share more. As someone well-informed within the military district, he knew the secrecy was to maintain societal stability. But within the district, Li Mu's incredible abilities were already common knowledge. Shape-shifting, cloning, and other miraculous skills had all been recorded by the Research Institute. When the Military Merit Office sent personnel to confirm Li Mu's direct promotion to the Wolf Guard, the rumors were solidified. Just then, the large screen above the arena lit up, and the crowd erupted in excitement. The competition was about to begin. The screen displayed the rankings, with the top 5 catching everyone's attention. Song Yin, SS Talent, 9,718 points. Zhenyuan, S Talent, 8,715 points. Li Mu, D Talent, 8,650 points. Hua Feng, S Talent, 8,610 points. Sun Dongdong, S Talent, 8,560 points. Close behind were Zhang Jiwei in 6th place with 8,430 points and Lu Chunfeng in 8th with over 7,000 points. It was well known that Dongqing District had been the most unfortunate during the first battle. They encountered mutated red zone monsters and suffered casualties, forcing the evaluation to end prematurely. If not for this, the top 3 from Dongqing would undoubtedly have earned even higher scores. However, what shocked everyone the most was the level talent label next to Li Mu's name. What's going on? Wasn't Li Mu in level talent? Did someone make a mistake? Or did the organizers mess up? Everyone in the city knows about the Li family scandal had his level talent stripped and replaced with level, didn't he? Could it be his talent mutated? In the St. Dragon High School team section, Li Xiaohao stared intently at the information on the screen, his eyes burning with questions he couldn't calm. The moment Li Mu's grade talent was revealed during the test, it was as if a bomb had gone off in the arena. The audience erupted into waves of chatter, but no one was more shocked than the members of the Li family. In one corner of the audience, more than 10 women from the Li family had gathered together. The once vigorous Madame Ma was now frail and aged, her years clearly showing. She stared at the test results displayed on the large screen, her eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. So what if it's a growth-type talent? It's still just grade, Feng Lan, the mother of Li Xiaohao, couldn't help but remark sourly. Ever since she was scolded harshly by Madame Ma for targeting Li Mu, her standing within the family had steadily declined. Although everyone knew Li Mu had been stirring up trouble, Feng Lan's inability to hold her tongue was undeniable. If not for the fact that Li Xiaohao was now the family's only hope, Madame Ma would likely have already dealt with her. Madame Ma shot Feng Lan a fierce glare. Just grade? Do you even understand how rare growth-type talents are? And have you ever heard of anyone being able to upgrade their talent by 2 whole grades at once? Those inexplicable abilities that Li Mu has displayed, and that have caused such a stir outside those are very likely the result of a mutation in this talent. As a family that had been keeping close tabs on Li Mu, the Li family knew far more about him than the general public. Abilities like immobilization, duplication, transformation, and protective techniques had long been on their radar. They were even among the first to learn about Li Mu's promotion to a wolf guard. Why are you yelling at me, you old hag? Feng Lan instinctively shrank back at first, but her anger quickly surged. Weren't you the one who decided to swap talents back then? If anyone should be mad, it's me. My son can't even fully utilize the potential of his grade talent because it's clearly a mismatch. If we hadn't switched talents, that growth-type talent should have been my son's. On the arena stage, Li Xiaohao's thoughts mirrored his mother's exactly. Hearing the crowd buzzing about Li Mu's extraordinary abilities and then looking at his own grade talent that he struggled to unleash, his eyes burned with jealousy. If the talent swap hadn't happened, these achievements should have been his. Just then, the host stepped onto the stage, his booming voice announcing the competition rules. This was the Ironhand City 4th District Elite Competition, which operated under a challenge-based system. Lower-ranked participants could challenge higher-ranked ones, with the winner swapping ranks with the loser. Each competitor had 2 opportunities to lose before elimination and was required to accept at least 3 challenges. Challenges could be refused if the rank difference exceeded 50 places. The district champion held a special privilege. The runner-up acted as their defender, meaning challengers had to defeat the defender before they could challenge the champion. Meanwhile, the defender could directly challenge the champion, with the winner assuming the defender role. This highly anticipated elite competition also carried significant commercial value. leaving no room for underhanded tactics. Competitors needed to strategically choose their opponents, as maintaining a winning streak while conserving energy was key to climbing the ranks. Moreover, rising within Ironhand City's top 1,000 rankings often caught the attention of major powers, directly impacting one's future prospects and personal worth. The rules of the tournament were straightforward. High-ranked contenders had to strategize on how to fend off at least 3 challengers quickly, conserving their energy to aim for even higher rankings. As for the privilege of the 4 district champions, most participants wisely opted to steer clear of challenging them. 7 towering arenas stood in place, with the central grand arena reserved for battles among the top 20 contenders, while the other 6 were designated for the rest. As the host's booming announcement echoed across the venue, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Event staff swiftly distributed electronic devices, allowing participants to register their details, select opponents, and track match records efficiently. Top-tier fighters like Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, and Lu Chunfeng, all ranked in the top 10, chose to remain inactive for the moment. In truth, most of the top 100 contenders refrained from initiating challenges early on. This was a calculated decision. Challenging higher-ranked opponents drained significant energy, and even a hard-fought victory could leave one vulnerable to opportunistic attacks from others. Most participants opted to first complete their 3 defensive matches before going all out for higher rankings. The 6 outer arenas quickly became a cacophony of noise as battles erupted. The competitors were undeniably skilled, with even the weakest among them reaching the peak of the 2nd grade, while the majority were in the early to mid-3rd grade. Each fight was fiercely contested, with bursts of energy lighting up the arenas and the clash of weapons ringing out continuously. The barriers around the arena edges not only shielded the audience, but also employed gravitational fields to swiftly de-escalate overly intense confrontations. The matches progressed at a rapid pace, revealing the true capabilities of the participants. Unlike the teamwork required for hunting monsters, the unknown duels in the arena served as the ultimate test of individual strength. Within just an hour, the rankings underwent a dramatic shakeup. Li Xiaohou, ranked 31st in the East District and 122nd citywide, stunned spectators by fending off 3 consecutive challengers. His mastery of the 9 Heavens Thunder movement technique, combined with a newly learned defensive skill, showcased his growing prowess. However, in Li Mu's eyes, it was little more than a flashy display. As time passed, the top 200 contenders completed their defensive rounds and began targeting higher ranks. The central grand arena finally came alive with thrilling battles, each one more spectacular than the last, driving the audience's excitement to a fever pitch. Amid this electrifying atmosphere, the rankings revealed an intriguing development. Observing the changes, Lu Chenfeng's sharp instincts caught on immediately. Interesting, he remarked with a smirk. Looks like Jinlin Hai is aiming to dominate the leaderboard. Bold move. Next up, they'll definitely be gunning for Li Yiguan. Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei's attention was simultaneously drawn to the leaderboard. The top 5 had undergone a dramatic shakeup. Aside from Li Mu holding firmly onto the 3rd spot, the other 4 positions were entirely dominated by Jinlin High School. This result was shocking, as the 2nd and 4th places were previously occupied by district champions with formidable strength, each holding the title of Defender of the Ring. Yet, they had both fallen to a similar strategy, being worn down by 2 consecutive endurance battles, only to be swiftly defeated by a 3rd challenger employing a reckless, all-out assault. The stands of Jinlin High School erupted in cheers, with chants of Jinlin, Jinlin, echoing through the arena. Clearly, this was a meticulously orchestrated leaderboard takeover. They not only had the strength but also a well-coordinated strategy and ample resources to back it up. Amid this sea of Jinlin supporters, Li Mu's Heishui High School stood out starkly as an anomaly. Should I take the next match myself? Li Mu asked Zhang Jiwei with a smile, concerned that the upcoming challenge might place too much pressure on him. Zhang Jiwei silently shook his head as his challenge device lit up. Before Li Mu could say anything more, Zhang Jiwei was already striding toward the main arena. His opponent was a lean boy from Jinlin High School wielding a long spear. Like Zhang Jiwei, he was at the peak of the 3rd rank and possessed an A-grade talent. As he stepped onto the stage, the challenger pointed his spear directly at Li Mu in the audience, a provocative gesture that immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the Jinlin supporters. However, the anticipated thrilling showdown did not materialize. From the moment the match began, Zhang Jiwei unleashed a relentless storm of attacks. His spear moved like lightning, each strike aimed to kill. Before his opponent could mount a counterattack, Zhang Jiwei's spear tip was already pressed against the boy's forehead, a single drop of blood sliding down the weapon. The threat of death made the boy's legs tremble, and it wasn't until Zhang Jiwei withdrew his spear that his opponent could breathe again. The second challenge commenced shortly after, and once again, Zhang Jiwei secured a flawless victory, ending the match in just over 30 seconds. The cheers from Jinlin High School noticeably died down, leaving the main arena momentarily silent. In Jinlin High School's competitors area, The stunning Song Yen watched Heishui High School's direction with cold eyes. Around her, murmurs of concern filled the air, with many worried about their dwindling pool of available fighters. It seemed that only Zhang Quan was left to compete, while Zhang Jiwei had barely expended any of his energy. Zhang Quan was idly playing with a small box containing pills. These were short-term enhancement pills prepared by Zhenyuan High School's student council president specifically for this leaderboard domination campaign, a crucial element of their meticulous plan. This pill is truly extraordinary, capable of significantly boosting the user's inner energy and physical strength in a short period of time. While its price is steep, its short-term effects make it perfect for use during the final stages of a battle. Each person is limited to consuming one pill per day. Golden Scale High School's plan has only one major flaw: severe manpower shortages. Even with the enhancement of these short-term pills, defeating the highly skilled martial artists still requires a large number of experts. Although Golden Scale High School's fighters are far superior to those from other schools, their current manpower is insufficient to claim the top spot in the rankings. At this moment, they are stretched so thin that only one capable fighter remains. It was then that Zhang Quan stepped onto the arena. His move left the host standing nearby momentarily stunned. After Zhang Quan whispered a few words into the host's ear, a smile quickly spread across the host's face, and he handed the microphone to Zhang Quan. The elite tournament of the 4 districts has always been heavily commercialized, with the organizers' capital interests taking precedence. To them, attention and profit are paramount. A dull and uneventful competition would fail to capture the audience's interest, so the opportunity for some drama was exactly what they wanted. Grabbing the microphone, Zhang Quan strode onto the arena and pointed directly at the participants section for Blackwater High School. Li Mu of Blackwater High School. You, the third-ranked fighter, I am challenging you directly. Do you dare to accept? This was a blatant taunt. Although Li Mu, as the defending fighter, had the option to decline the challenge, Zhang Quan had to force him to fight. As the only remaining contender from Golden Scale High School with enough inner energy to compete, Zhang Quan's last pill had to be saved for the most critical moment. His plan was simple: defeat Li Mu, then refuse further challenges by citing the 3-match limit rule. This was Golden Scale High School's carefully calculated endgame strategy. The arena immediately erupted in chaos due to this sudden provocation. Many spectators began jeering, urging Li Mu to accept the challenge. However, before Li Mu could respond, Zhang Jiwei stepped onto the main arena and coldly declared, "You'll have to go through me first." Zhang Quan glanced at him dismissively and raised the microphone again. "Li Mu, if you're not mute, say something. If you just admit you're too scared, I'll fight your defender instead." The students of Blackwater High School were instantly outraged, shouting accusations that Golden Scale High School was resorting to underhanded tactics and playing mind games. They found themselves in a dilemma. If Li Mu rashly accepted the challenge, it would appear he had fallen for the provocation. But if he refused, it would make him seem cowardly. Meanwhile, the Golden Scale High School contingent had erupted into synchronized chants of "coward, coward, coward." The volume grew louder and louder. Standing on the arena, Zhang Quan wore a smug smile. Although no other sections joined in the chant, all eyes were now fixed on Li Mu's direction. Finally, Li Mu made his move. He walked briskly down from the participants section and approached the main arena. In truth, he had just been analyzing Golden Scale High School's overall strategy. He had to admit that whoever devised this plan was indeed clever. As for the provocation, it was of no consequence to him, would simply fight and crush his way through. At that moment, a piercing air raid siren suddenly blared from the direction of Ironhand City's abyss. Simultaneously, the red light on Li Mu's tactical watch began flashing, accompanied by an urgent alarm. A single glance at his watch was enough to make his expression change drastically. In just a few strides, he leapt onto the main arena, seized the microphone from Zhang Quan, and shouted, "Reservists of the Abyss Guard, assemble." "Present." The answer came in unison from the reservists stationed in the 4 districts east, south, west, and north. Their voices roared like dragons and tigers, sending a shiver through the hearts of everyone present. Compared to the earlier taunts from Golden Scale High School, this display of power was on an entirely different level. Over 1,000 reservists sprang from the spectator stands, quickly forming orderly ranks in front of the main arena. With a single command from Li Mu, "Mount up," they summoned their steeds and mounted them with precision. Li Mu himself called forth his warhorse, Yaogu, and leapt onto its back. Without wasting another word, Li Mu reached into the air, his cape billowing dramatically in the wind. Yaogu reared up with a loud neigh and charged toward the exit of the spectator stands. The reservists followed in silence, their movements synchronized, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a stadium plunged into stunned silence. When the students of Zhenyuan High School repeatedly shouted the words "coward," a cold sneer appeared on the faces of the reserve soldiers from the Pearl Military District. These people dared to hurl such an insulting term at Li Langwai, an act of sheer ignorance. Just yesterday, Li Langwei had hung the bodies of two fifth-rank assassins in the square as a warning. How could someone like Song Yin, with her so-called doubles elite competition talent, even begin to compare to two fifth-rank masters? Not to mention the utterly insignificant Zhang Quan. Fortunately, Li Mu did not take to the stage. Otherwise, the platform might have been reduced to rubble with a single strike of his staff. If anyone dared to use such words against Li Mu in the Zhenyuan military district, they would have been torn to pieces by the enraged soldiers on the spot. After Li Mu led his troops away, the audience fell into a prolonged state of shock. Sitting in the spectator section behind Heishui High School, Yang Suiying caught the comforting glance Li Mu cast her way before leaving. With a heavy heart, she packed her things, pulled her younger sister along, and hurriedly left, determined to uncover the truth behind the events. Song Yin and the other Zhenyuan High School students were utterly stunned. They had just been shouting "coward" moments ago, only to now witness Li Mu effortlessly commanding over 1,000 reserve soldiers. Soldiers who were usually aloof and proud obeyed Li Mu without a hint of hesitation. This scene made everyone realize that Li Mu's rank must far exceed anyone present. Otherwise, such commanding authority would have been impossible. Li Xiaohua, who had secretly felt smug when Li Mu was insulted, was now dumbfounded upon realizing that Li Mu was actually the leader of the Zhenyuan military district reserves. Madame Ma clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white, her eyes filled with deep regret. If Li Mu were still her grandson, what unparalleled pride she would have felt. At this moment, the Zhenyuan High School students who had shouted "coward" had become a laughingstock in the eyes of all the spectators. They had resorted to any means necessary for an elite competition, yet when the air raid sirens blared, they could only sit frozen in place. In stark contrast, Li Mu, whom they had mocked as a coward, was already galloping toward the battlefield, ready to fight for the survival of humanity. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted in both the Pearl Military District and the Red Moon Military District. The two districts formed a semicircular defense around the Abyss entrance, creating a protective barrier. Li Mu had no time to take the Abyss elevator and transformed directly into a diving eagle, hurtling downward. The scene before him made his scalp tingle. Countless monsters were relentlessly storming the outer defenses of the military districts. The military base was structured in layers from the inside out. The innermost circle housed transportation hubs, including airship docks and supply stations. Moving outward were the barracks, military bases, and training grounds, followed by the teleportation zones. Beyond that lay the death row prison facilities, and the outermost layer was the iconic defensive walls. While the walls could not completely block the monsters, they marked the boundaries of the military district. At this critical moment, as the monstrous horde launched their overwhelming assault, the city walls became the last line of defense. The military district swiftly activated the Lianxing Defense Format Iona, nearly impenetrable barrier system constructed from multiple sets of mobile formation flags. Li Mu estimated that fully enclosing the defensive perimeter of both military districts would require the deployment of at least 100 flags. Above the abyssal entrance, the air was thick with chaos as evacuation efforts proceeded at full speed. Abyssal elevators and airships shuttled back and forth like an assembly line, transporting waves of martial artist reinforcements. A large number of independent martial artists volunteered to fight alongside the Zhenyuan Army, as the two military districts were already engulfed in fierce combat. Li Mu rushed to the Mingzhu Military District's first base command center, only to find that Wang Longqing and Deputy Commander Zhang were both absent. Inside the command room, a fifth-grade officer named Instructor Liu was directing the operations. Despite his relatively low rank, years of experience in the command center had made him a seasoned leader. A group of anxious senior professors was also present, clearly eager to head to the battlefield themselves if not for strict orders from above. Instructor Liu, 1,200 third-grade reservists are standing by outside, Li Mu reported as he approached quickly. Hearing this, Instructor Liu's spirits lifted, and he pounded the table with resolve. What's the situation? Where are the commander and the deputy commander? Li Mu asked urgently. Instructor Liu pointed to the surveillance screen, where two massive black clouds hovered in the sky, crackling with lightning. We've activated the dual-tier Libra space. The Libra space was one of humanity's greatest innovations for large-scale warfare. Once initiated, the battlefield would be divided into distinct layers. All monsters and martial artists of the Xian rank and above were transported to the highest tier. Liang Huajun, Liao Feng, Wang Longqing, and other top military experts, along with Research Institute Director Liu, were battling in that realm. Combatants ranked 5th to 9th were sent to the middle layer, where Deputy Commander Zhang and others were likely engaged. The lowest tier was reserved for forces below 5th rank. This layered strategy minimized the risk of high-level monsters devastating lower-ranking martial artists with a single strike. However, in a world dominated by high-level martial prowess, the ultimate outcome of the battle hinged on the clash of the strongest forces. If one side's Xian-rank fighters could overpower their opponents, the lower-level battles would become inconsequential. Why are these monsters suddenly attacking the military district? This is supposed to be a vacuum zone, Limu said, struggling to comprehend. The Mother Stone. They're after the Mother Stone, Professor Tong declared firmly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.